camera.
Vroom.
The stunt cycle by Atari. Rubber grips. This is all you did. You go faster or slower. Faster, slower. Very complex.
No, that's not all
What?
you did.
What?
Look, you could be a stunt cyclist,
What?
or a drag racer, or you could just motocross, or enduro, which I don't think is actually a thing, but I see that word on a lot of 70s games.
Yeah, kind of a depressing time.
So Pizza Time Theater was created in the late 70s by Nolan Bushnell.
And Nolan Bushnell, knowing that he wanted to build up the marketplace for kids and video games, decided, well, it's pizza, animatronic mice, and other creatures, and arcade games. It was a perfect combination.
Pizza, video games, tickets, tokens, skee-ball.
All in the same place. Everything right there under one roof for the family.
Playing games and all kinds of creatures. All things for Pizza Time Theater.
Hitting the frog with the rubber mallet.
It's possible. An entire economy based around Super Balls. Right there.
The arcade games were more difficult there. Try playing Breakout when the arcade stick is all lubed up with pizza grease.
One thing I remember about Chuck E. Cheese was that they had the main door for the adults, and then they had the little kitty mouse type door right next to it where you get on your knees and crawl on in, and you always see the fat kid struggling to get into that door, and it was awesome. You just, took some of the pizza grease, lubed them up, and then kicked his keister right into the door.
Or you can lube them up with that fluid that accumulated in the ball pits.
Yeah, which was usually piss and spit.
Kids, those are not Raisinets in the ball pit.
Chuck E. Cheese. Who would have thought that?
Spokes being for your restaurant a giant rat.
So that rat we all know and love, created by the Atari guy, Bushnell.
The health code violations alone.
Nolan Bushnell was a big fan of Disney, which is probably why he paid homage to it by making the restaurant's mascot a giant rat.
Can you think of the size of the turds? Are they called turds or are they pellets?
With a bunch of banjo-playing animals with him.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that would lead to what became the band, which is actually now gone from the current Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh,
Sadly.
Chuck E. Cheese trivia for everyone.
Approximately every 12 minutes, the characters perform original 4 to 5 minute cabaret-like presentations drawn from a library of approximately 250 programs.
And hang out with your friends while some creepy mice sang terrible songs to you.
Whenever, they need maintenance and so the arms and stuff are falling off, they look like zombie animatronics.
People were more easily amused then. This is the decade that gave us the pet rock.
Arcades were kind of seedy and gross, and
mullet-wearing thugs.
I'm very, very glad that they decided to give children a place to actually play arcades that didn't involve possibly being molested.
dorks were mean in the 70s. They're all lining up, greasy-faced.
They were associated with criminals and punks and teenagers and
rampant drug use and sex and alcohol and
cocaine, motorcycle gangs, cigarette burns. That's what arcades were about.
And now, Pat Contry presents The Pop Culture of 1977.
Pat Contry here with the pop culture that inspired video games in 1977. The Amazing Spider-Man! Not so amazing. The Super Friends cartoon is still going strong. This year, we met the Wonder Twins. Yeah.
I'm Ron Howard. This is Grand Theft Auto.
And Grand Theft Auto, directed by Ron Howard. A movie where the hero beats up prostitutes and old women for their pocket change. Or not.
Grand Theft Auto is a love story. With cars.
And those were the pop culture moments of 1977 that inspired video games. Remember, there's other things in the world besides video games. It's just less important.
Try again.
Yeah, nobody remembers the RCA Studio 2.
No.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if this system didn't sell badly and get discontinued.
So it's a collectible, kind of, but not really, because nobody wants it.
Still nobody wants it.
Who has this thing?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the RCA Studio 2. No, it's not an intercom you find in a hospital. This is a game console.
Now, unlike dedicated consoles, this system was important because it used cartridges. It also didn't have those goofy built-in controllers like some of the dedicated consoles. It was the controller itself. And that'd be fine, except it forced you to sit practically on the lap of the other player, and my friend has dander.
It was actually a cartridge system that came out before the Atari VCS.
Oh. RCA, the people who made the television.
Look at these game cards with graphics that look like something out of either an airline safety card or a commercial for an art school from 1984.
And little known fact about the RCA Studio 2 is that little dog listening to the phonograph machine, that's what powers the RCA Studio.
Ah, now that makes sense.
Yes.
I wonder why it didn't sell very well.
Told you.
I'm sorry, I'm hung up on how out of their way they went to make this thing look incredibly boring. It's beige. I mean, the script is not exciting. Home TV programmer? I mean, what does that mean?
It's got a clear button. I don't know if the console has a clear button on it.
And then, I mean, there's these two little poison spikes that you can impale your hands on.
Look at these electrified little spikes right here.
I mean, I'm sure they took the cartridge, but it just looks dangerous.
It came out at a bad time. It didn't last much past the first year.
Have you ever heard of the RCA Studio 1?
No.
Well, it was a clock radio from 1957, I think. Where's the Studio 1?
Studio 1 was an awesome game called Calculations. That's the game the Studio 1 played. Edition Adventure.
Well, they thought it would sell really well because of the public's clamoring for only black and white.
It didn't help that the Studio 2 was only black and white.
There was no color on the system.
No, just like the eyes of Michael Jackson. There's no color.
Even though in 70, 77, not many people had color TV still, but you wanted to try to at least do the color. Some of the Pong systems supported color.
Black and white not being a racial thing. Being that there were no colors at all.
This is ridiculous. I think everyone's grandma has this underneath some old stereo in some dusty room in their house. You win.
Somewhere in space, this may all be happening right now.
Arguably the greatest movie which started the greatest franchise of all time, and that would be Star Trek. I swear to God.
Star Wars.
I love Star Wars!
So, yeah, there was that Star Wars thing.
So it's 1977. Star Wars comes out. I'm -2 years old.
Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars.
Give me those Star Wars, don't let them end.
I saved the princess.
Yeah, I never really got into Star Wars, but I'm sure it was pretty cool when it came out.
I think Star Wars, I really believe, made sci-fi cool. It made it cool to be a sci-fi geek.
What's up, ladies?
Finally, you can be a nerd and be accepted in the eyes of the general public. Like it was the cool thing to do to like nerdy things like Star Wars. Come out of your closets, nerds. Come on. Whoa. Wait. You can leave that Dungeons and Dragons in there. That's the game of the devil.
George Lucas retained the rights for all licensing properties of Star Wars, which was like never done because Fox didn't think this movie was going to do too great. So like, yeah, whatever, dude, we'll give him the rights, and he made a ton of them.
I remember Star Wars tours being some of my favorite of the early 80s.
It was crazy.
It was
crazy, stupid. Like, I mean, there was a toy for everything. Like, even the most obscure, minuscule figure in the cantina, there was a toy for.
Star Wars! Before the late 70s, most video games were just Pong. All of a sudden now, space shooters.
Space Pong.
Who, when they saw the Millennium Falcon get away from the Death Star with pew 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 and You know, who wouldn't want to play that?
Most of the video games in the late 70s, early 80s were space-based.
Space-themed video games are the easiest things to make at the time.
Yeah.
There was like white blips or colored blips on a black background. And the black background comes standard.
Wow, space sci-fi, that's awesome. Let's make as many video games as we can based on that concept.
Space Invaders. Space Invaders.
Defender, Galaxian, Asteroids.
If there had never been Star Wars, then there probably would never have been games with Space Marines. Which means there would be no Doom. Or no Halo. Which would mean that I wouldn't be getting my ass handed to me by 12-year-olds on the internet.
Not to mention the Star Wars arcade game, which came much later but was fantastic. One of the first truly good examples of a movie's high-end video game.
And the great voice samples in the game.
I mean, how many people on the planet say that they've influenced that many people on the planet? George Lucas, Adolf Hitler, Michael Irving. The list is short and sweet.
What?
There have been remakes and a prequel trilogy, but I pretend those don't exist.
No.
It's such a great time in human history when people thought that he could, make good movies by himself. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he was competent at making movies.
And then he was able to go on and create Howard the Duck.
One of the greatest films of all time.
How can you trust him to ever make something completely on his own after that? I seriously, I don't.
We go back in time and make Star Wars not have happened.
Next level. And now Rue presents the gaming innovations of 1977.
Hello, this is Rue with the gaming innovation of 1977. What cutting-edge technology was introduced to the world and changed the face of gaming forever? The dual-screen arcade cabinet. Subs, made by Atari in 1977, marked the first time that players could compete against each other with their own unique perspective on the action. In this case, each person would control their own sub and use sonar to locate and destroy their opponent before they could in turn be destroyed. This opened up a whole host of opportunities in the field of competitive multiplayer games, not to mention single-player games. Thus, a brave new video gaming world was born. From Cruisin' USA to Counter-Strike to the Nintendo DS, the effect can be seen across all gaming platforms. Well, I'll see you again in 1978, and remember, it's not just nostalgia, it's science.
Power up.
Only Atari makes the world's most popular home video games. The only Space Invaders. The only Asteroids. The only Pac-Man. The only Missile Command. And now, the only Defender. And the only way you can play any of them is on a home video system made by Atari.
And of course, probably the biggest video game related event of 1977 would be
the Atari.
Atari VCS. The VCS, the computer system, later renamed as the 2600.
I didn't play the Atari 2600 too much.
Animal!
The beginning of the video game industry as we know it.
We salute you, sir.
It actually came packaged with a game, Combat.
And unlike the other pack-in that came out a couple years later, Pac-Man, Combat is actually still really fun.
Atari.
This actually retailed around $200 at the time.
That's a lot of money.
At the time, that's a ton of money. It's like, what, $400 now? I'm no scientist.
Inflation adjusted, about $700. I guess I looked that up.
Sexy. It screams 70s.
I'm going to say it's a little too sexy. Too sexy? Not too sexy.
Switches. Color or black and white. And here we can difficulty. Game select. Game reset.
And on this side, there's a switch to change it to HD.
I mean, you might see me taking this little beauty out to dinner one day. Don't get jealous.
You're weirding me out over here.
A little cooking.
Why would you take mine out? Dude, you actually just lit my freaking Atari.
Save on the Atari video game and get hours of fun for the whole family. Atari comes complete with the exciting combat cartridge.
I quit soccer to play Atari.
No other company offers you as many different video game cartridges as Atari.
There was a ton of Atari 2600 versions, from like the Vader to this heavy six switcher.
That's the Vader.
To the Junior.
The Junior.
Way too many.
This was the system to coin the term joystick, which was good because before that point they were called enjoyment input devices.
Yeah, Atari came up with this idea, this little thing, joystick. Brilliant. They made the term joystick a household name.
The controller was just really cool. It was genius. It was joystick and a button. That's it.
You had all sorts of crazy contraptions controlling games. There wasn't really much of a standard. You had all manner of knobs and buttons and cell phone looking things. I still don't get.
Hello?
But this thing, anyone can pick this up.
And frankly, I hate them because they were the first time controllers were biased against the lefty. They were designed to be held in the right hand with the action button here. If you're lefty, you kind of got to get this claw thing going on.
This was like the Wii for the 70s. Dumb it down.
They were also removable, had longer ports than anything that came prior, such as some of the Odysseys.
I know, joystick, right? And smash cut to dick joke. 3, 2, 1.
There you go. You play with the joystick. Your mom comes in and goes, "Hey, you're playing with your joystick." And I'm like, "No!"
So my guess is that no one does know was in his hot tub, sniffing some crack, something started to float up. He goes, "Hey, that's my joystick." That's what we're naming those damn controllers.
That's why it was so hard and rigid.
Yes.
Joystick. You get joy from it.
Only can be thought of when sniffing a whole table full of Coke.
Let's come up with a joystick.
Get on me with that one.
One button, nowadays you couldn't imagine it, but back then, after Pong, when you had no button, one button was huge.
Worked in the 70s and the early 80s, but eventually we need our 16-button negative.
That's how you guys make videos, not just the side of it.
You would see eventually that segment image was there for an extended period of time, and you turn the TV off, you would still see those lines in, hence burned in. So the Atari fixed that issue by changing the colors on the screen after you pause it for a little bit.
Yeah, you didn't want to watch Dukes of Hazzard and then see a Pong paddle on the right side of the screen all the time.
No.
So the great thing about the 2600, for the first time, you could bring the arcade experience home. Space Invaders, pole position, Defender.
And it's obviously none of the games that came with it that year in 77 were actually packaged. Fun with numbers, what's that?
When this guy came out, it actually blew Fairchild out of the water.
Channel F, the one with all the fun. The Fairchild Video Entertainment System at your larger JCPenney. The home entertainment system that never gets old. Plug in a new video card and change the fun. Play tic-tac-toe, shooting gallery, or just doodle. Switch video cards and play Desert Fox. Switch again, it's Blackjack. Or play the 2 built-in games, Pro Hockey or Tennis Channel.
The Fairchild Channel F was the first console to be previous to have cartridges.
Right here, the Fairchild F, very first system to actually have interchangeable, programmable 8-tracks.
You would think it's an 8-track disc, but it's not. It's a video game cartridge and I have no idea how it actually functions.
The Atari VCS, same way. You have the cartridges, you buy those, and you can finally get away from just having 6 versions of Pong on this dedicated console.
You know, you can play different ways. You have like 4 and 12.
And the very first cartridge, number 1, Fairchild 1. This is the first video game cartridge.
Numero uno.
So although the Atari was not the first game cartridge system from the market, it had a lot of advantages over the Fairchild Channel F. One was the color palette. The Channel F was awful.
That's the sound of the very first video game cartridge going into the very first video game cartridge hole.
It's violating the machine.
Obviously, the Atari is very primitive. by today's standards, but at the time, it was an amazing system, and I can't find any video games.
This is what made video gaming less niche and more universal.
Or at least video gaming was part of the Hardcore 600, so we'll always get a special place in this guy's heart.
You don't see any Fairchild Channel F shirts being given out at E3. No. You don't see Happy NES Punk throwing a mini hissy fit because he missed out on grabbing the Magnavox Odyssey throwback shirt. No. Only the Atari shirts. The red Atari shirts. Yes. Did I mention that? I am very catching shirts.
High score. You challenge hotshot Garland Dwyer with a Mattel Electronics baseball game. You are off! Inside, a tiny thinking computer plays like a team of pros. The computer fires a fastball. Hey, who's in there? Electronics baseball. One of 9 sports games from the #1 name, Mattel Electronics.
At this time, integrated chips became cheaper and more abundant, so new companies joined into the electronic gaming craze, like Milton Bradley and Mattel.
It was the integrated chip that helped spur things up. So integrated chip.
When electronics first started, computers and so forth, we had these big bulky vacuum tubes. And then eventually moved on to transistors, which were also great. But the integrated circuit was very important. It was developed in the 50s, right? But by the time the 70s came along, it was actually getting cheap enough to stick in whatever the hell you want. Calculators and watches and video games.
Mattel used to just make toys, Milton Bradley made build games, and now they're making tiny electronic LED games, or LCD games, that everyone will.
Everyone loved that, but if you're playing now, you probably.
Oh, God, yeah.
So, you had your video game companies, your electronics companies, and bigger electronics going into video game consoles, like Fairchild, Magnavox, and et cetera. But you had the toy companies that felt they could handle the handheld market. So you had Mattel come out with these little LED games.
So what we have here are the Mattel standalone games. Soccer, auto race, start.
Now, Mattel dipping their toe in the video game waters was important because, of course, it would eventually lead to the NES smash hit Barbie in 1991.
And the big one in 77, football.
Come on, Red Dot, score a goal. What am I doing?
Football, baseball, lots of games like that. They were simple, but you know what? They were fun and became very popular because of it.
Basically what it was, a big old red dot going across the screen and being primitive, but all the time.
I hated sports when I was a kid, but my jockey uncle had football, and it was still awesome. You know what it is? It's Mattel's LED Avoidance is basically the name of the game.
It really had to be really creative to see the players on the field. It certainly was no magic.
The first electronic football games like these were only one player.
And run.
But something was missing.
Can I play? Wait your turn.
A power sweep. He fights through for the tackle. You pass. He blitzes. Intercepts.
This is real competition.
Huh? Game Boy yet? Yeah. And that case design is the exact same as the one for basketball and largely the same as the one for hockey. Like the Pong consoles, the problem is that you eventually run out of things you can do with LEDs and buttons.
Electronic football. Red dots moving on a grid. I'm done.
I mean, I remember people that really didn't give a crap about games but had at least one of these lying around the house. And part of the allure is that they're portable, so you can play them on the go.
See, I'm up 4-2 here in this game. I can't even tell when I scored a goal.
Well, it's all about the brightness.
Still a handheld, right? Still a handheld.
And kind of fit in a pocket, if you had a really big pocket.
These largely paved the way for the Tiger handhelds of the 80s and 90s, of the Coleco mini arcades, and were probably a big inspiration in the creation of the other game line. These were your first portable handheld systems.
Paved the way for, Game Boy, Game Gear, the Lynx, DS.
How many of the list can we go to?
Game Boy yet. Man.
And now Pixel Dan presents the toys of 1977.
Hey, I'm Pixel Dan, and these are the other toys of 1977.
The ultimate man of adventure. You energize his hard lungs and body fluid into pulsating action.
We had action figures like Pulsar, who is this crazy man who you can see through his body and all his inner workings and his organs and blood flow, and wow, disgusting, but highly popular.
This is a slime monster. The slime runs out of his mouth.
The introduction of slime. This became a staple in the world of action figures. In 1977, gave us our first taste.
The winner gets the monster. The loser has to clean up.
Oh, yuck. Star Wars figures. R2-D2. Chewbacca, Luke, and Princess Leia. They're the Star Wars early bird set of figures. These action figures are not yet available.
Well, Kenner was set to release their brand new line of Star Wars action figures that same year in 1977. But the problem was they did not have the toys ready in time to hit Christmas that year. So what did they do? Well, something kind of ingenious. They started the early bird certificate. Basically what that meant was parents who were out Christmas shopping could buy an empty box. Yes, an empty box that had the Star Wars logo on it with this little piece of paper inside that said, "We promise to send you the first 4 figures after Christmas when they're ready to ship." And you know what? It worked.
Early bird certificate package. New from Kenner.
I'm Pixel Dan, and that's the other toys of 1977.
Introducing Apple II, the easy-to-operate home computer. Just hook it up to your TV to create dazzling color displays. Or you can balance your checkbook. Kids can teach themselves arithmetic. Or the family can invent their own Pong games. The possibilities are endless. It's called Apple II, the personal computer.
The Apple II was released at the West Coast Computer Fair in 1977 by Atari alumni Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs.
When he was getting ready to release the Apple II, he actually went to Nolan Bushnell and asked him for funding that would back his company to bring out his computer. And Atari, Nolan Bushnell, said no. Probably not a good decision looking back.
These things were everywhere, and they were great. They were the workhorses of the educational computer industry for all of the 80s and honestly a good chunk of the 90s.
This was an important moment, not only for video games and PCs, but for education as well.
The Apple II, obviously, I thought was a great product. I remember growing up in school and playing a lot of it.
Between elementary school and middle school, which is kind of like a long span. You think 8 years the same damn computer at the school.
And the computer was there before and after.
Yes. Yes.
But we warned them. Many things a kid can pick up in school. It can be contagious.
Back in my day, we didn't use computers. We used blocks and
Steve Wozniak, pretty much.
Steve Jobs, thank you.
Thank you, Steve Jobs, for inventing the Apple II.
Rest in peace, Steve Jobs. I still think computers are fun.
Apple becomes a huge success, revolutionizes music players and computers and all that good stuff. Atari ends up publishing Dragon Ball Z.
There was the Apple II, the Apple IIe, the 2C, and the 2GS, but most people stopped at the 2E, and they kept at the 2E until they hit the mid-90s.
Have you ever seen the original Apple logo? It's ugly.
So there was no Apple II Ultimate or anything back then?
I don't believe so.
Young Steve Jobs was a lieutenant back in the Air Force in the 1930s when Roswell crashed. Now, not many people know this. There were actually 2 down the craft, and then 1 forward.
Steve Jobs worked for Atari before going to Apple. And Steve Wozniak actually worked on the Breakout game for Atari. So they really had a kind of a gamer's mindset when they were making the Apple II.
Space Quest series got its start on there. Quest got its start on there. Sierra got their entire start on the Apple II. Mystery House. Beneath Apple Lantern. One of the first really roguelikes on the system. Rogue got its start on there.
Lode Runner, Castle Wolfenstein, Robotron.
Prince of Persia, and things of this nature.
No wonder I almost flunked grade school.
You know, I really love the ones. Love is a strong word. I really hated the ones where you were in a room and you had to get out and you basically had to type in the directions. I just could not use my imagination to figure out anything.
You had a lot of the arcade games.
Frogger, Dig Dug, I remember my grandparents Dig Dug.
Gold Rush, Oregon Trail, King's Quest.
Oregon Trail, you can't go wrong with Oregon Trail. You know,
MECC got their name made on the Apple II. They were responsible for such hits as Odell Lake, Oregon Trail, which everyone knows and loves. If you've ever died of dysentery, you probably did it on the Apple II.
And it was fun learning about dysentery and drowning in rivers in the third grade.
Can you imagine a generation of students completely unaware of the dangers of dysentery?
And also, Oregon Trail. I never played another game on the Apple II except
There were over 800 games for that system, yeah. I only played Oregon Trail.
If you had an Apple II, the likelihood of you having legit copies of the software just sitting in your bed is slim to none.
in fact, I know it's true.
It's true.
My grandparents don't know it because they just got hired in software. So Apple, thank you for software.
That, in a nutshell,
What are you babbling about?
Continue.
Electronics changing so rapidly. With each change in electronics brings something new. This is not a passing fad.
What is a fad is the kind of games that people like to play.
The first video game Crash was not 1983/84. It was 1977.
Tell me more, John.
Well,
Crash of 77 doesn't really get the props of the first one. The problem with 83 was that you had a giant glut of new crappy games on the market. Whereas in 77, you had a glut of pretty crappy consoles.
For the holiday season, when you said, where did you buy your games? You got the Studio 2. You have a ton of Pong system clones on the market. But you're not getting beaten down.
Cartridge-based systems just came out with the Fairchild F in 76. Almost everything else was just its own console with its own set of games, and you played those games, like however many there were, half a dozen, and then that's it. Go buy the next console for $200.
when everybody and their mom is making a Pong clone, eventually the market's going to crash on them. So, you know, Mom, why were you making a Pong clone? Contributed to this.
When the entire video game market crashes, that's too much Pong.
So, with the Pong phone just flooding up the market, people wanted something different.
And by the time Christmas 77 comes along, they are far than ever. Get them out of the stores.
Coleco actually missed the Christmas season with their new version of the Telstar and stopped that, decided to also go the route of handheld games.
so Coleco at that point pulled out of the console business and went right into handhelds up until Coleco did.
What you have is really a lot of these more dedicated single handheld systems. I don't think people are ready to buy into consoles yet. And you also got to think, parents are buying these for kids. Color TVs are a fairly new luxury. They don't really want to share the TV.
So with the rise of the handheld games, the market started to crash a little bit.
Okay, in 76 you had Coleco, you had Atari, you had Magnavox, APF, Sears, Walmart, Microsoft, Google. Okay, I think I'm wrong on a few of those. But you get the point. Too many freaking systems.
Soon after the video game crash in 77, the marketplace started to clear out.
The RCA didn't survive. The Fairchild, Channel F, didn't survive.
There was one at Fairchild Channel F, and then another one.
And you can see why people would want to get the cheaper, more portable, and probably a little bit more innovative by that point game than pay the same damn thing over and over from 10 different companies.
The video game crash of 77 pretty much left the marketplace with just handheld electronic games and the new Atari VCS.
The Atari 2600 didn't make money in its first few years out.
The Atari 2600 is still fairly new, and unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of arcade games out yet that could be used on the system, so it didn't really catch on yet.
And at the end of the day, it was Atari that actually came out.
If you do not get a strike for your second ball, if you knock down the remaining pin, you get a spare into the spare song. That's why these beat out things like the Atari 2677.
Because it's songs.
The Atari 2600 has no spare songs. The Voltronic, it's got a spare song.
So by the end of the year, you only had Atari and Magnavox that were willing to tough it out and continue producing consoles. And until the next crash game.
That would start changing the world of games forever.
Blow everybody's mind.
And then soon it was 1978.
Space Invader. Take missile command. Face the asteroids. I've got to save the Earth.
Can you dig it, gamers? The 70s just keep on trucking. These are the video game news, and welcome to 1978.
Diggity damn, it's 1978.
An incredible year that sent kids to the local arcade as video games went global.
Before video games were only in the United States.
1978 introduced new influences like Invaders from Space and Japan.
That becomes a national phenomenon.
Magnavox tries again.
Available now. Programmed by you.
The world gets a new controller.
I love playing games with trackball because you're really precise amount of control.
Plus the Pong paddle strikes back. And Simon demands your attention.
Push green, push red, push yellow, push blue. Push till you're blue in the face.
So book it to your nearest toy store, Jack, because these are the video game years, and this is 1978.
We especially like Space Invaders. Zapping those little devils from outer space. It's fun, but personally I think the whole idea of creatures from outer space is a little far-fetched.
Most influential game of all time, Space Invaders, bar none. There is no contest whatsoever.
Man, I love Space Invaders so much, I even went out and bought a shirt. Look at this.
It's not Space Invaders, it's Galactic.
Japan created something that was going to take the world by storm in Space Invaders.
Before this point, Japan had no influence over the video game industry. I mean, it was Atari and that was it.
It went global before video games were only in the United States. And after Space Invaders, it was everywhere. It was international.
You have to realize that World War II just ended like a little over 3 decades earlier, and Japan was still coming through this economic miracle.
Oh, Japan. It's so crazy.
Americans were pretty stuck on thinking stuff from Japan is still kind of crappy.
Japan was at its infancy with, as far as being a chip supplier. So it was kind of weird that you'd see a Japanese company using American-made products for its machines.
Doc is like, no wonder the circuit failed. It was made in Japan. And then Marty's like, what do you mean, Doc? All of that stuff's made in Japan.
All of a sudden, Taito shows up with Space Invaders, and that becomes a national phenomenon.
Space Invaders was developed by one man. He did the programming, he did the art, he even made the hardware.
Taito.
Taito had its first international success. It wasn't super blockbuster, but their first success with Gunfight.
Midway got the license for Space Invaders, and they got a huge hit.
Amazing hit. It was released in arcades in America late '78 and around the middle of the year in Japan.
Midway had their own version. Taito, who released the game in Japan, had their own version. And there was, not only was there physical differences, but the Japanese version actually had a joystick, whereas the American version had only buttons, which was kind of neat.
Cool backlit with the Mura on the bottom.
Yeah, some of the versions of that are like some of the cocktail versions has the the cellophane overlays that are in different colors. It is they use what they put it on. Yeah.
I guess it's considered an early shooter, but your guy is a tank.
It's a tank. It's a cannon of some sort.
It's a tank, but fighting aliens.
Yeah, you're not even in a spaceship. You're behind a little bunker.
It's a game that has no end. It's going waves and waves of more tactics. It's harder and harder. It's one of those games that when you first play, everyone you get past the first level, but second, third, fourth, it's tough.
You're like at the bottom, and you got like these little bases like above you, just a little bit above you. You gotta hide behind them.
You're shooting little pellets at the guy.
Pellets at aliens doing line dancing.
There is a defined line that you have to protect. It's Earth. If you lose, no one will ever know what a chocolate malt tastes like ever again. You screwed up. You're the last line of your head. And
well, those green blobby fields have really just gotten away.
Algae?
I don't know.
The amount of enemies they had on the screen took up so much processing power for the game that as you destroy the enemies, obviously, if you haven't played the game, you realize the enemies speed up as you destroy more of them.
Your arms start beating, they sweat together on your forehead and whatnot. It's very, very traumatizing.
That's a bug, not a feature, because the processor can handle things faster as more and more enemies are destroyed.
There's such an impending sense of dread when Space Invaders, and I am terribly stressed at all times. I think what really does it is
The sound in Space Invaders was Panic Attack inducing.
Early version of the two-step.
Yeah. It's like Achy Breaky Heart, except it's the Space Invaders. They're invading.
Yes.
And then you get locked into a zone, you're shooting, and then that UFO sounds.
You're like, oh my god! And then you get forward points and you hit it.
Right. Space Invaders was kind of a pioneer for the arcade because this was the game that introduced the high score.
Basically what it was, it started bragging rights in the game.
Space Invaders brought that challenge, like, I've got to beat his high score. I've got to beat his high score.
Competition. Dudes are competitive. That's it, period. You know, there was lines wrapped around the block. You know, next person throws his quarter out.
It made people come back to play the game.
And now when I get my high score and it's always better than yours, I have Space Invaders to play.
And so you want to play against your friends or anyone you know locally and go for the high scores.
I'm better than you at everything, including arts and crafts, and you know it.
So you're pumping quarters in. So that's one of the reasons why in Japan there was actually a coin shortage.
Reportedly, there was a shortage of 100 yen coins, which the machines took.
And Japan just ran out of them. Like, How does that even happen?
The Japanese mint had to manufacture extra 100 yen coins.
Here's an idea. Tokens.
Supposedly the same kind of thing happened after the game was released in America with quarters, but, you know, some of this stuff, back in the dark ages of the 70s, you could never, like, confirm.
Space Invaders was such a phenomenon that some stores in Japan got rid of their stock of vegetables and whatever else they were selling to turn their stores into Space Invaders stores. That'd be like Hallmark throwing out all their cards to make their store like a Angry Birds store.
Arcades were throwing, game rooms were throwing pachinko machines out to make room for Space Invaders.
Even a lot of the companies that we know nowadays make video games, like Nintendo and Taito, well, they were producing pachinko machines.
Or as we call it in America on The Price is Right, Plinko.
What's pachinko, you ask?
Now, pachinko is like a vertical pinball game where you basically you flick a metal ball, which ding 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 and falls down to a bunch of shit.
Kind of a simple game, actually. You have these small little silver marbles. You basically just flip the little flipper, the marbles go down, and if you land in here, you win more marbles. It's like gambling, but not with money.
But you can win basically tokens that you can exchange for things that you can sell for money.
I'll never replace you for Space Invaders.
A lot of people credit the dominance of the Atari 2600 in Space Invaders when it was released on the console in 1980.
Let's hook it up to the TV.
Those are supposed to be the Space Invaders you get with your missiles. Wow! That's it, Uncle Frank. You saved our planet.
Yeah, this time. The first home console game you had to have because it was the first arcade thing you had to play.
And so there was a ton of different options in this. So there was one where you basically can have it where your shields like wiggle back and forth.
Right, wiggle, 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 yeah.
Yeah, the aliens fire would wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. There's a lot of wiggle, wiggle, wiggle in this.
There was a lot of wiggle, wiggle, wiggle in 1978.
Oh yeah, there was.
It gave Atari a pretty good advantage because if you had a choice between other systems like the Odyssey 2 or the ATF, you had to go for the Atari. You had to get Space Invaders. You had to do it.
The greatest scourge caused by Space Invaders wasn't the Japanese shop owners abandoning their goods or the depletion of the 100 yen coin. It was that craptastic pop song, Space Invaders.
You had a music video for it, and you had some weird robot guys walking around like androids with like glowing eyes. It had nothing to do with Space Invaders, really.
Astrocade, the professional video game system that gives you 4-player capability, 3 built-in games, a calculator, and these new cartridges. Creative Crayon. Even the young can make beautiful pictures. The Incredible Wizard has a dungeon of surprises for you. You can even create your own games with Astrocade Basic, the easy computer teaching cartridge. Astrocade, the home entertainment sensation that's a personal computer, too.
January 1978.
Step right up. Come one, come all. Be amazed by the Valley Professional Arcade.
You mean that video system that came out where it was very limited and was very buggy and people had to return it because it didn't work?
That's the one.
Hey, you gotta play the big boys? You gotta put up with that. You gotta be very prepared.
And then they couldn't handle any of the problems that they were having with the initial batch of systems, so they really found themselves kind of like killing themselves in a way.
As with many new systems, there are often defects and returns that plague early adopters. However, Valley was new to the home console market, so they didn't really know how to deal with the logistics. I'm glad that doesn't happen anymore nowadays. Red ring of death.
Xbox.
You could order it in 1977 in catalogs and so forth. But it turns out they weren't quite ready, pushed the thing out the door, so they had to wait till 78.
Hey son, guess what I'm getting you for Christmas? What, Dad? The Valley Home Entertainment Arcade System. Oh boy! Oh, really? Yeah. I can't wait to open that on Christmas Day. Oh, wait a minute, Junior. It's not going to be here till January. Oh.
And they were an amusement company. They weren't a retail company. So they were not very familiar with what was required behind making a retail product.
They've done a lot of things in life for the company.
in the 1930s when they first started making slot machines. The 40s, they made parts for World War II. The 50s, they started doing coffee vending machines, and they also had a short-lived music label company. And it's no surprise, somewhere down the line, they purchased Midway Games to get used to the video game market.
Bally and Midway had an arcade business.
Eventually it was Bally and then merged with Midway and became Bally Midway.
They didn't sell a huge amount. It wasn't sold in a lot of stores, only computer stores, not regular retail stores, so that really hurt it.
And I wouldn't exactly call Bally's console here a success. I mean, it stuck around for a few more years, and you had some name changes.
And if you're still hungry for excitement, how about the Monkey Game? Astro Arcade, the home entertainment sensation that's a personal computer, too.
It's the professional system. Well, until we changed the name to Astro Arcade, which makes no sense a few years later.
I mean, they changed the name like 4 times. Game Straight, you want to know about it. You probably have any version.
So this is the home library computer, the Bally Home Library Computer. This is only available, this version was only available through mail order and only sold in New York City area.
When I was a kid, anytime I did a mail order for something, it ended up being crap. Amazing live sea monkeys, my foot.
But by 1978, what they decided to do was they decided to rename it the Bally Professional Arcade and market it in stores, in retail stores.
But the only stores you could buy it in were computer stores. Because again, they didn't know what you needed to do as a retail company.
But they were missing out on the most important market. Kids. There's no force greater than kids screaming in the middle of a department store, I want it!
I mean, why would little junior son of a bitch be in a computer store?
The hardware on this thing was actually pretty impressive.
Literally the best home system on the market.
Yeah, it was better than the VCS, which came out the year before. It was top of the line when it came out.
Bally supported 4 players, up to 4. It came with 2 controllers, only you can buy an extra 2. 4-player action in the late 70s? That was unheard of.
The Bally Astrocade has some of the best controllers for any vintage system out there. Here's the Bally Astrocade controller. As you can see, almost looks like a handgun handle. This is your trigger button right here, your action button. And then your left hand, this is the knob up top. You turn around and twist. You actually move it around like a directional pad. It's really advanced for a system that came out in the late 70s.
When you listen to the Bally machine, it actually sounds like sound effects that you hear in an arcade.
It had the best colors, the best sound. It had arcade sound.
When you're comparing this to arcade flips that were on VCS at the time, it's stuff above.
And it even came with the version of BASIC. It was based off of Tiny BASIC.
It's still within the realm where computers and video game systems are blurred, so they're trying to put, productivity applications on certain things, thinking that, when the kid's done playing the game, maybe that can,
It was marketed as more than just a kid's toy.
On the front of the console, there were some numbers and keys.
And in order to program anything like alphanumerics or the commands, each key had 4 possible commands, and you had to hit a certain shift. There were like 3 shift buttons that were colored.
It was more expensive. It was $100 more expensive than the Atari VCS or even the Odyssey 2. It was a $300 system in 1978.
$270, I think I saw once in an old Montgomery Ward catalog, which inflation adjusted is $960.
When the Sega CD came out, it was $300, and that was prohibitively expensive, and that was like 20 years later.
That's why they probably call it professional. They want to differentiate from the Atari and say this is like a big one.
The Bally Professional Arcade was essentially the Neo Geo of the time.
Initially, when Bally released the home library computer, they had envisioned it not to only be a home computer system for the home market, but they were going to have stand-up arcade machines as well with the Astrocade or home library computer running the arcade.
There wasn't a huge amount of games in the Bally library, only a few dozen, so that also was not good for it. And there wasn't a lot of ports. There was a Wizard of War port, however. That was pretty good. Yes, it sounded very authentic to the arcade. Not exactly, couldn't pull exactly, but pretty close for 78.
If you wanted to replicate the arcade experience at home, even though there were only about 50 games that eventually came out for the thing, the Bally Professional Arcade was the way to go.
I don't have a huge amount of experience with it, but I would think the Bally Professional.
And now, Pat Contry presents the pop culture of 1978 that inspired gaming.
Pat here with the 1978 pop culture moments that inspired video games.
This year, Superman brings you the gift of flight.
Superman, the movie, starring Christopher Reeve. A near-perfect superhero movie, with the exception of that creepy, can you read my mind scene? Margot Kidder. Ugh.
And an animated Star Wars story on the Star Wars Holiday Special.
The Star Wars Holiday Special. Trippy Jefferson airplane music video. Wookiees yelling at each other for a half hour. B. Arthur. But you got a glimpse of Boba Fett the first time.
Come back soon. I'll be waiting.
And now, when David Banner grows angry or outraged, a startling metamorphosis occurs.
The Incredible Hulk TV show. See Bill Bixby get his ass kicked for almost an hour before he hulks up and he throws 2x4s at bad guys. Battlestar Galactica. Sure, it was mostly a Star Wars ripoff, but it was fun, and there wasn't any PR for it. And that was the pop culture of 1978 that inspired video games. Remember, there's other things in the world besides video games. It's less important.
Odyssey, video game fun, computer keyboard challenge, the entrance to an alternate world of fire-breathing dragons, hard-hitting sluggers, arcade wizards, more than 40 games in all. Odyssey, the excitement of a game, the mind of a computer, all for the price of an ordinary video game. Odyssey.
Magnavox is back, and we're serious.
So Magnavox introduces the Odyssey 2. Even though there were like
24 other Odysseys.
50 Odysseys.
7,000 Odyssey concepts.
I don't know, it probably actually would have been confusing even more if they just called it the Odyssey 25.
They probably just wanted to change their image after their poor early marketing that suggested that their system would only work on a Magnavox brand television. It's a cover-up conspiracy.
So the Odyssey 2, at first you wouldn't know where that name came from, but remember that little system that came out in 72.
Which was when the original Odyssey came out, the first video game console.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Odyssey 1.
And Ralph Baer, the father of home video games.
But what came out in 1978 was not the Odyssey 1. It was the Odyssey 2.
The Odyssey 2.
Magnavox is sitting at home, like, what the hell, Atari VCS? We're the guys that came up with this. We have the Odyssey from, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. We're getting back into this.
The Odyssey 2 was priced about the same as the VCS, but it had a slight advantage over it. There was an educational aspect to the Odyssey 2 that parents liked.
Versus the Atari 2600, which was so obviously just games.
There's even the, computer intro cartridge, which teaches you how to talk in a low-level way, like very simply, in assembly.
Teaching kids, and they'll be stupid less, or stupid less stupider, and I apparently do not have an Odyssey 2.
So you have one console that's only games, or one that's games and educational.
Given the option, Atari, Magnavox, the Odyssey.
Are we a game? Are we a toy?
The console itself looks like a computer. It had the membrane keyboard, so you could actually type in.
It's got a really cool 70s sci-fi look.
It was like a pressure-sensitive membrane keyboard so that kids couldn't destroy it.
You can't break anything off, and if you get sticky fingers or chip dust down there, you can actually, instead of using press A, you just wipe this off.
Yeah, it's pressure-sensitive. Brilliant.
You can spill juice on here, and it'll probably be okay.
I throw juice on it all the time.
Young kids wouldn't break out the keys.
I finally and it's got a big shiny red button.
And the controllers themselves were kind of like an Atari 2600 joystick, where you had your stick and your primary button.
Action button. It says action.
Action.
They weren't always hardwired in, but in later models they were. But it had two built in.
It doesn't perfectly center, but it does have this little kind of restrictor plate molded into the plastic. So you couldn't do 360 degrees of contact on this thing.
You flip it over and you look at it, you can actually open this up like a mouse. Clean out the entire joystick and do maintenance on it yourself. Sony won't even let you change the rechargeable battery on a PS3 controller.
They had come out with the voice module, which was really, really fun. Like those typical, when you see 80s stuff now, or 70s stuff even, where they're doing voice emulation, it's always like this.
First console had voice synthesis.
Back then, when a game talked to you, you could pretty much get rid of your friends.
Synthesis is huge because it's the first step to actual music.
So you had these cartridges that were on little handles, so they tried to make that look different.
Ergonomic carts with handles. They didn't want it to get metacarpal.
At the time, Atari still didn't have the big arcade games available.
They were doing a lot of different things to get, kind of capture some part of the market. It worked.
The Magnavox Odyssey 2 was a big competitor.
People did buy the Odyssey too. There was a hardcore quality.
It sold 2 million units, which is respectable, but not super jumpsuit.
Magnavox introduced to the home market not only educational games with the keyboard, but also logic games, puzzle games, and sports games. They were the first home console to have actual sports titles.
Thanks a lot, Odyssey.
You're welcome.
That's why Atari later on decided to do more sports games, more learning games for their market as well.
And probably the most infamous, but still a good game on the Odyssey 2, Casey Munchkin.
Casey Munchkin, that's all I'm gonna say is Casey Munchkin. It's the killer app for the Odyssey 2. The killer app.
And when you're hungry to step up the challenge, boom! Odyssey's computer keyboard lets you program a myriad of mazes all your own. Nobody else's maze game does that. Casey Munchkin, available now. Programmed by you.
Casey Munchkin is essentially a Pac-Man clone, and Atari had sued Magnavox because it was so similar.
But there were some good games. Pickaxe P.
A delightful Donkey Kong-esque game where you mine for gold until you succumb to the black line.
Power Wars. Show. Quest for the Rings, which incorporated using layout over the keyboard.
I really like these master strategy video games over on YouTube. There's several of them out there. There's 2 of them. You have Quest for the Rings and Conquest of the World. It basically has a map of the board game you can use on the keyboard.
Basically a board game and video game hybrid. So you would put this overlay on the keyboard, and then you had a game board and pieces, or actual metal pieces inside of there. And that was kind of cool because you would move around the board, and then when you got to a certain point, you would have to play the video game to see how that resolved.
And you had some other cool ones. You had, they had the Earth Space Invaders for Alien Invaders Plus. And what? Invaders of Hyperspace.
It's got this, rainbow text where each line is a slightly different color than the last. And it makes it really trippy because it's not just a journey while reading this, but it's an odyssey.
It took over the world. President of the United States for a few years there was the Odyssey 2.
I mean, this is the 70s. You can't make rainbow font like that easily. I mean, not everyone has Photoshop or Word.
No. Hence, the Odyssey 2.
Well done, player. Uh-oh.
The introduction of Atari football, Taito soccer, what the controller used on the arcade cabinet.
Oh, the trackball. Who doesn't love the trackball?
Trackball. Woo! Don't we all love the trackball?
Trackball came out in 1978 and began my love-hate relationship with the video game Missile Command.
I love trackballs. I love playing games with the trackball. They give you a really precise amount of control.
How fast you go, how slow you go. And it was really innovative for the time.
I don't like them, honestly. I think they're kind of gimmicky and stupid.
Basically a pool cue ball that sticks out of the top of the control panel. You gotta slap it around to control the game.
Good.
It's always messed up. It's never right. It's either stuck or sticky, or someone's broken it by just trying to get the thing going.
I'm sure that's how most problems
It's like me going.
Oh, stop that momentum.
If you roll your hand too far to the side where it connects with the panel, you're gonna pinch the hell out of your fingers.
You don't get blisters on your thumbs anymore. You get them all over your freaking hand.
I remember coming home from the arcade with blisters and purple and black.
That's why all video game consoles have controllers now that look like this.
Is that what's wrong with you?
I'm like, oh, I gotta go down.
Well, it was innovative.
Yeah. Atari football is X's and O's on one side to make your play, and I think
Other than Space Invaders in 1978, it was Atari football that was the big game in the arcades.
Football game. It's just a football system. During conference, and it's multiplayer.
It's the first realistic sports game.
The funny thing was, as soon as football season was over and people stopped watching it as a match, they also stopped caring about the football video.
It was the Madden of 1978. It's like, it's a really big deal. You're going to drop $60 on it, and then later it's going to cost $3 at GameStop.
It's the game kind of guy. And Space Invaders kept going.
Luckily, sports fans had the Winter Olympics to fall back on.
When they were developing it, they had the whole football field, and so the characters were really small. So what they had to do was they started developing scrolling technology.
The first was in '77 called Superbug, but the technology was originally developed for the Atari football back in, I think, like '73.
It wasn't until 4 years later that Atari football was finally released with the scrolling.
In Atari's football, you didn't pay for lives. You paid for 90 seconds of game time.
You actually just paid for extra time. You got another 90 seconds of gameplay.
Kind of like Nintendo's Play Choice 10 or the early demo games of Sears. It's like a pixelated peep show.
You're now faced with this issue playing games where it doesn't matter necessarily how good you are. Continue. It's time no matter what.
90 seconds of playtime with just one quarter? This is ridiculous. I mean, what can you do in 90 seconds?
Even in 90 seconds.
Yeah, maybe. What a block tease.
I remember as a kid playing Centipede with the trackball, and I hate the trackball.
I love the trackball. This is where we differ here.
They control the centipede, millipede, and my personal favorite tobacco game, Whistlepede. Football!
Marble Madness, which was a perfect fit for a trackball. You wore a marble ball, and obviously we just moved the trackball like you would a normal marble ball.
But there are a few games where it's kind of fun.
Around 2000s was The Grid, which had a joystick and a trackball for shooting.
Now, if you're playing soccer,
Sullied by Golden Tee, which is in every ball. That and like Buck Hunter.
Thank you. Trackball.
Much appreciation to Atari and their Atari football for inventing the trackball.
And I do not salute you. You're dead.
Next level. Blue presents the gaming innovations of 1978.
Oh, hello. This is Ruth of Video Game Innovation in 1978. What new technology graced the face of video gaming and changed it forever? We had Speed Freak, the first driving video game that had a first-person POV. Some pretty cool vector graphics, too. We had Frogs, the first game with a jumping character. And we had the first MUD, or Multi-User Dungeon, which was created by Roy Trubshaw at the University of Essex in the UK. This is basically the first way that multiple people could network in and play the same game happening at the same time, and was the precursor to massively multiplayer online games. That does it for the innovations of 1978. See you next year, and don't forget, it's not just nostalgia, it's science.
Power up. Did you try break out with a big wall? Did you try break out with an extra ball? It's what fun's all about. It's super
Breakout is actually on a microprocessor. Now this is cool for a couple of reasons. One, it's emulatable. You can play a version of Super Breakout just like you would play a version of the 82. It gave them the ability to be more legit like Breakout 1.
So what, a few more game modes?
You're not just breaking the brakes anymore.
I mean, they added some more options. That was nice. It's still playing Pong with yourself.
Should I do the Pong variations joke again?
Academy, which introduced multiple balls on the playing field.
Breakout 2.
That's where every few paddle boxes, the bricks go over. Similar in the South system on a puzzle problem.
Super Breakout was an updated version of Breakout.
Wasn't the commercial for that like some dude trying to break out of something? You really got to use your imagination.
It's the anti-space invasion.
In '76, you had Breakout released. Atari released Breakout.
It was a big game. Yeah. Because, you know, especially in the late 70s, you had clones, you had space shooters, and Breakout style games was something different.
In '76, you had Al Alcorn as project manager for Breakout, and one of the people working in the room was Steve Jobs.
Because you had Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs, you might have heard of. He was the founder of Microsoft.
Pretty colors, bouncing ball, paddle, you know, simple concept.
Brick bashing.
He was tasked with creating a prototype of the prototype design for the game, which he did.
The original Breakout was what they called a discrete logic game. Everything was done with the chips. What this means is the game is basically a machine.
However, then he was tasked with a further imperative to take out more of these chips, microchips that controlled the game, because those things would be expensive.
You can't really say emulate this on a computer because there's no code for it to interpret. Right.
Atari promised to give him a bonus of $100 for every chip he could take out of the design. So after 4 straight days of work, Wozniak delivered, taking out 50 chips from the original design, and Mr. Jobs pocketed that and gave Mr. Wozniak half of his original sum of payment, $700 into $375. So yeah, there was that.
Jobs kind of stiffed Wozniak on the bonus for making it happen.
Bad.
Wozniak's work on Breakout did inspire him in his design of the Apple II.
And inspired their motives when writing their programming language for the Apple around being able to create games similar to Breakout.
Came from Super Breakout.
His version of BASIC, the basic programming language, Integer BASIC, which he put on there, definitely inspired, in turn, a lot of people to create their own games.
I wish things that were called basic were actually basic. I mean, I nearly flunked out of high school because I took a programming class my senior year. That's actually not a joke.
So basically what we're trying to say here is that you can trace all of Apple's success back to Breakout.
Apple II for life.
Be sure to download the Retro TV app from the Apple App Store. Whee!
The legacy of Breakout is Super Breakout. You have games like, of course, the big one, Parking Lot, to be the best one of the whole line.
Breakout wound up innovating Japanese game development too. And we all know how that turned out. David Hasselhoff.
You have Thunder and Lightning, which more people have played.
Real gangsters programming assembly. What?
Breakout. Good hit for Atari.
That's still good stuff.
Insert point.
Do you know anything about the APF M1000?
You know what point you could say you officially have a problem as a video game collector? When you own an APF MT1000s.
It may very well be the very first 8-bit console. And you should say nothing more than that, because I knew nothing about the system.
If you can say that no one owned the RCA Studio 2, less than no one owned the ATF, and he went down.
It's the best system ever. It's advanced.
Throughout the 70s, ATF released a lot of fun games, but it wasn't until 1978 that ATF released their very first console with interchangeable games, and then it's known as the ATF 1000.
They weren't a huge company. They weren't Atari. They certainly weren't. So when you put out a game console back then, it's almost like capture. This is the first generation. There's no one can knock it off.
Really a rare system, hard to find, but they had an attachment to it as well called the Imagination Station, which turned the system into a full-fledged computer, which is really cool for the 70s.
It was a computer.
It's very cool, and it let you code games for you. I have to be honest with you, if I was of age and trying to begin the game, I would actually want that, but you would have to do that at the same time in test. You can't release a system with very little library and then release a really cool add-on a year or 2 years later and expect it to sell the system that it would sell in the first place.
Very short-lived, unfortunately, but did live on a little bit into the late 80s through Emerson.
The game library was so generic. Things like backgammon, blackjack.
And pinball / dungeon would have been way more exciting as the pinball game.
And again, I don't want to bash the system, but when you have a company come out with a system, you need a game that's good. At least a couple of games you wow, I want to own that.
When Emerson released the Arcadia 2001 system, they actually recycled a lot of their cartridges, so the cartridges are interchangeable, so family systems are released with the same cartridge itself.
They give it their all. The fire button on the controllers. The controllers are not that well put together. It is lefty friendly. You have buttons on here. I don't know why I have them. I really don't.
And even the Arcadia 2001 system itself is very similar to the ATF 2000.
Probably the last thing a lot of you watching this will ever see one of these. So if you could look.
Pixel Dan presents the other toys of 1978.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and this is the other toys of 1978.
We stage make-believe battles against Detroit. Like all Micronauts, Destroyer has interchangeable parts.
Micronauts were action figures that followed that same science fiction theme, but had the gimmick of interchangeability.
Playing Hungry, Hungry Hippos! Hungry, Hungry Hippos!
Hungry, Hungry Hippos! Come on, who didn't have this board game while growing up? The object of the game was to feed your hippos and collect the most marbles.
Hungry, Hungry Hippos! New from Hasbro!
To ice a child wants to spell, if the spell is cast, speak and spell from Texas Instruments.
And then there was the learning machine, the Speak and Spell. Yeah, you know, that thing that E.T. played with in the 80s. Yeah, that. So there you go, guys. That's the other toys of 1978. Remember, video games aren't the only cool toys out there.
Round and round go the lights and the sound. Simon picks up speed as he goes. Simon goes faster by leaps and by bounds. Simon wins by a nose. Push green, push red, push yellow, push blue. Push till you're blue in the face.
The Christmas season of 1978. And guess what the #1 selling toy of 78 is?
I know.
What is it, John?
Simon!
Simon.
So in 1978, Milton Bradley released Simon.
So Ralph Baer is a god.
Ralph Baer takes Atari's game Touch Me from 1974 and makes his own little handheld game called Simon.
Touch Me.
Ralph Baer kind of ripped off Atari for the concept of Simon.
The great irony is that in the early 70s, Nolan Bushnell visited an expo and a demonstration of Ralph Baer's brown box,
which later became the Odyssey.
His brown box was ripped off by Atari from Pong,
which then made Atari a gigantic hit.
It led to the 2600, etc.
Yeah, Atari's huge. And then years later, Ralph Baer sees Atari's game Touch Me, and then improves upon that, and creates Simon. Revenge.
Ralph Baer and other people.
Simon is a computer-controlled game.
Yes, with 5 different ways to play. 5.
It would spit out a pattern of colors and blips, and with the mansion, obviously, the
4 big, bright, colorful buttons. Red, blue, green, red. You guys know what I'm talking about.
What if I don't want to push the red button?
This is easy.
Your move, Simon.
it entertained me for like a millisecond, and I was off to throwing dirt at the system.
The fact that you have big thin buttons that you slam with your whole hand, that makes all the difference.
Red. Red, green.
Red, green.
That's why everyone hates Simon.
Simon.
God, Simon is still great.
It would be a big event in the schoolyard. Right, everyone gathered around. It was in the challenge. Here comes Johnny Simon to play it.
Jim Simon actually made his first appearance at Studio 50's Volleyball places. The place where I used to get my groove on.
Simon, disco lights, Simon, lit floor panels.
I just imagine Cher and Mick Jagger cutting up lines of coke.
Get celebrity pushing Simon. I don't know why.
You want to play Simon? And it became ubiquitous. And not only just Simon, but the clones, many clones that came out with it.
That same year, because it was so successful, a whole series of clone versions of Simon came out as well.
Parker Brothers released a version called Merlin.
Merlin had multiple games, but Merlin also had a Simon Says kind of game as well.
Tiger Electronics released a version called Copycat.
Copycat, huh? How fitting, rip-off.
And then Atari actually released their own handheld version of Touch Me.
Simon was released in '78, and they're still making, to this date, 2012, versions of Simon.
They sell the big one, they sell a smaller one, because you don't need to have like weird 15-volt systems. Freak they were.
That's really showing the longevity of this product, and that's a sign of its success as well.
Simon deployed. Here we go. Simon was deployed.
Red, green, yellow, green, yellow. Yellow.
A time when that signal's going to go off, and the children of the corn will rise again.
High score. From what we understand, when Warner Communications bought Atari, there was a 7-year non-competition clause that you had to sign. That 7 years is up, if I'm correct, this year, in October of this year. First, 10 o'clock.
Well, with Video Game Crash, Atari was looking really, really, really bad right now.
By 1978, Warner Communications had purchased Atari.
Warner Communications buying Atari was a big change in the culture of Atari.
Oh, let's make some games.
For the first time in the history of video games as an industry, it had now become corporate.
That's where it all started. Back in the 70s.
The party was coming to an end. It was like the end of a Fish concert. Hippies and drugs, gotta go.
After the purchase, Bushnell was kept on as CEO, but the company was actually hurting pretty bad from their low Christmas sales back in '77.
Indeed. 1977 Christmas sales were horrible. Is this boring you?
As a result of shipping problems that prevented Atari from getting all their stock on shelves in time for Christmas.
Gaming system yet? Have a lot of handhelds?
The other problem was that there were too many similar products available. It's kind of like the confused grandparents setting out to buy their kids Transformers, but then they see GoBots, and they're like, forget it, we'll just get them rocking horses.
Bushnell would have differences of opinion on certain things.
His relationship with some of the more corporate aspects of the new ownership didn't really meld.
And so he was, for all intents and purposes, fired from the company.
He was fired on his own accord, and he was kept from working in the video game industry for many years afterwards.
The Odyssey 2 came out with a keyboard and was billed as more than just a video game system. It's an education system. and your kids will be smarter and they'll be able to beat the Russians in boxing and going to the moon and stuff.
Atari sees Odyssey with their fancy keyboard and their happy soccer moms with their educational software and thinks, yep, that's for us.
Things with keyboards were thought of as for the more intelligent children.
So to combat the Odyssey, Atari released their own version of the keyboard, but it was a little ill-fated.
Despite that, they did release some pretty interesting titles. When you look at the keyboard.
Atari started releasing sports games to combat the Odyssey 2, and one of them was basketball. First time a 3D-ish perspective was used in a video game, and there was no comparison. The Odyssey version of basketball looked like balls, and the Atari VCS version looked less like balls.
So there was no real reason to go and jump and get the system. They tried. They did a port of Space War.
The very first vector graphics arcade game. But they called it Space War, and there was a space between space and war, unlike the original game that was simply called Space War.
Warner, which actually did really well.
Because of Space Invaders, they were actually able to sell 500,000 stockpiled VCS machines for Christmas of '78.
And eventually made the Atari 2600 the biggest video game console of the late 70s, early 80s, until they inadvertently caused the crash of '83. But don't get ahead of me.
Leonardo DiCaprio actually owns the movie rights to the story. He has the biopic in production, and he's had it in pre-production for the last few years. Can you imagine anyone better than Leonardo DiCaprio to play Nolan Bushnell? No, I can't.
Be a lot of fun like basketball. Yeah, get up. Disintegrate.
Get your groove on, classic gamers. It's the end of the decade. These are the video game years, and welcome to 1979.
1979 was the year that I graduated from 8th grade, so I'm really that old.
As the 70s fizzle, the video gaming world keeps popping. Vectors take gaming in a new direction.
The graphics were really crisp and sharp, and I still think they look really good today.
Are you smart enough for intelligent television?
Intelligent? Television. Intellivision.
Atari brings everyone on an adventure.
You're a man on a mission. Okay, you're a pixel on a mission.
Plus, the home computer becomes fun, and the asteroids are out to get you. So, get your disco dancing in now, and save up for some leg warmers. These are the video game years, and this is 1979.
Adventure. Adventure was the stuff.
The very first moment for me with home gaming definitely came with Adventure for the Atari 2600.
This was more than just Pong. It was more than just combat. You know, it was something that actually made you think. It was really the first action-adventure game on a home console system.
That was the first time ever playing a game where it really felt like there were things going on in the world around you outside of that little screen.
This game had mazes, dungeons, castles, keys, secrets, all sorts of things.
And so you were just this tiny little block.
Highly detailed in your pixelated squareness.
And there's these guys that are kind of doing their own thing on the screen that you're on, but at the same time, there's things moving around all around you. So this bat is grabbing stuff from someplace else and trading it with you. The dragon is off on a screen in the maze somewhere, guarding a key that you need.
You have objectives you have to go through and accomplish in order. Find the key, find this object, avoid the duck, dragon thing.
Most of the graphics of the day were pretty crude by today's standards. Oh, except for the dragons. Now those look totally realistic, and they drove me quackers.
Those were dragons? Those were not dragons. Those were giant yellow ducks.
Quack quack. Quack quack, motherfucker.
This is for all the adventurers out there who died in the dragon's belly.
Oh, and one of the dragons is named Grundle. I just thought that was funny.
You could master the game and still always find a real challenge in there.
Very influential though for adventure games to come. Obviously, Legend of Zelda, basic structure comes from adventure.
So all you Legend of Zelda fans out there, you have Adventure on 2600 to thank.
The very first video game Easter egg was found in the game Adventure.
The creator, Warren Robinette, actually was kind of angry that he never got credit for the game, put an Easter egg into it.
If you found an invisible key, basically a key that was the same color as the background, you found this key, you might have picked it up just randomly by accident. And then if you put it into this invisible door on a wall that was otherwise not marked, you could find this invisible room.
And the screen's flickering like crazy. I'm like, are you sure this is right? And sure enough, he walks off that screen where there's always been a wall that you couldn't pass, and there it is, created by Warren Robinette.
I don't know how in the world people could have found this back in the day.
The guy was an instant god to us who were into the games like that. Like, look at that, he got his name in there too.
Atari wasn't having that. They didn't think that was necessary information to be in there.
Oh yeah, he got in a lot of trouble for it. He did. They didn't like that at all.
They didn't give their programmers any kind of credit for creating the game, so they could just keep them to themselves.
Video game programmers weren't the most respected lot.
Didn't give them any royalties, didn't give them credit for the games they were developing.
And it kind of just started this revolution.
And that's when a bunch of those people basically, did things to get word out. Did this with Atari. 4 of Atari's top developers got together, left Atari, created Activision.
Activision was founded on the basis of giving game programmers credit where credit is due.
Adventure is very important to the history of video games.
Activision would be the first major third-party software developer.
Right.
And that altered gaming history forever.
Love you, man.
Insert scoring.
Vector-based graphics in video games. 79 was a breakout year for it.
Really crisp, really clear graphics. Relatively simple. Black and white for the most part at first. Eventually there were color vector games, but that's something completely different.
And you couldn't emulate vector graphics on a TV screen at home.
Pixel graphics were a little rudimentary sometimes for conveying what they were trying to say.
Blocks, and you can't make a straight line or it's going to be like, look at the staircase.
I mean, it really created a faux three-dimensional feel to it.
Because of the lines going from thick to thin, give you the appearance of something disappearing or getting closer to distance.
You got awesome shapes, and it had like this 3D and all that, and I have no idea how it worked.
They used, what's it called? Globulars.
Sure, Rue knows, and this is the part of the video where they will explain.
You had your cathode ray tube TV, screen, if you will. And instead of having the electron gun kind of just going back and forth and putting out a picture of the whole field of play, you had it just zap geometric shapes out, and it would, the gun would shoot electrons directly at the screen and make these images.
See that? I just did it right there. There you go.
I like the way the vector works also. Vector graphics. Well, vector was around 1960. That would be the future. And, so that's kind of like a time paradox.
but that's for another episode.
That's
That shit was cool though.
Three people might remember a game called Lunar Lander.
And I remember playing it the first time thinking, these physics are completely unrealistic, and it's only because I'm used to video game physics being unrealistic.
We had a little lunar lander, which could try to land on the moon, and you would control it and be exciting. But it was vector graphics.
Warrior came out and it used vector graphics, but at the time it didn't really have the power to render the background, so what you had to do was put overlays on it.
That was the very first head-to-head fighting game.
We had two guys with like these laser swords. It was
Star Wars came out a couple years earlier. It was still really big, hot.
Maybe they should have actually marketed it as a Star Wars game. Maybe they could have gotten more sales.
Technically, the precursor to Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat and all games like that where you're fighting head-to-head against your buddy.
We had some really great vector graphics games come out this year.
And opened the door for vector programming, which, those types of games, to this day, are unique.
High score.
And now Rue presents the gaming innovation of 1979.
Hello. Welcome to the gaming innovation of 1979. What new technology graced the world and changed the face of video gaming forever? Compact discs were introduced to the international media for the first time this year. A joint venture between Sony and Philips. They were only meant to hold audio data at first. But by the mid-80s, the CD-ROM was developed, and the dawn of the 90s brought about whole video games on these babies. Without this, we'd never have full-motion video.
I have the smell of the sewers in the morning. They smell like victory!
That does it for the gaming innovation of 1979. Be sure to come back next year, and don't forget, it's not just nostalgia, it's science.
Turn any color TV into an exciting game arcade. And there's more.
So 79 rolls around, and we're getting to the point where home computers are getting pretty big, and you start to see them in schools and even some homes.
This was the first time the personal computer really started to be affordable. By affordable, I mean like $4,000, $5,000, $6,000.
And naturally, people are thinking, maybe I could try my hand at making a game.
You had major geeks buying these things. And there wasn't a lot to do.
This sort of basic programming language comes in very handy.
What is it basically? It's a computer-like language, right? It's language.
I don't know. Call Rue and ask him.
Developed back in the 60s when programming languages, that was a good time to start developing them. Because, hell, who wants to be programming assembly all the time?
Boom! We added something intelligent.
That's, in basic, your option is to get harder. There's nothing simpler.
Moving the electrons with, magnetized pens into code however you want there. That's how they did it back in the Stone Age, I think.
Basic is called basic because it is easy. It's a high-level programming language, which means that you are further away from the nuts and bolts of what's going on in the computer.
And you started to see BASIC come out on various gaming platforms, too.
Atari VCS, Valley Professional, Atari.
Odyssey, Television, Atari, they all had BASIC. It was almost like a craze.
I mean, granted, it was a giant pain in the ass to try to program in BASIC on the Atari VCS, but it could be done.
With the proliferation of BASIC as a computer language into the 70s, it gave way to actually more intricate PC gaming, and people could start creating their own games, and role-playing games actually started to become more popular.
It helped the first wave of our genius game creators kind of get their feet wet.
One of the people most notably to get their start this year, supposedly, was Richard Garriott.
Lord British. Mr. Ego. Mr. Ego. Creates a top-down game that is clearly based on
Akalabeth, Akalabeth, also the game of the devil.
He's in high school. He's a high school kid.
Before the game was eventually distributed by California Pacific Computer Company, it was sold at a local computer store in Ziploc bags. Like most homegrown things. I mean, homebrewed. winners don't use drugs.
No, it's interesting with with no internet, the video game, especially on computers, the creation of the scene was very much a local grassroots sort of thing. You didn't hear about a game unless it was good enough to be copied over and over and over and over again and actually make its way across the country.
The game's creator, Richard Garriott, says that it came out in 1979, but the labels on the first release clearly state 1980.
This was like the Wild West of computer game programming.
Richard Garriott, a controversy.
It was very simple at the time. Just an RPG, basically a dungeon crawler with a very rudimentary overworld map.
And this is what spawned, stuff that we'll see later on, like the Ultimate series. I mean, this is big name stuff.
A company called Automated Simulations came out with another very early RPG called Temple of Apshai.
Where, you actually have graphical, this isn't even a text adventure, and you have a representation of yourself on the screen, and you move around and find treasure and fight monsters.
Not unsurprisingly, the company was founded by some guys who had a D&D game together. You can see the connection.
It was almost like a gaming revolution, literally from the ground up, in terms of kids and people just getting into a computer or just being fascinated by it. All of a sudden now they become the first run of a giant company that's going to get formed.
Automated Systems eventually became Epic's Games, and they released games, and they had some success through the 80s, and eventually they released California games on the NES. And they went bankrupt.
I like being the basic.
There you go.
Galaxian Warriors, today we're going up against a most feared commander. And everyone counts. Even you, Quid. Man your ships. Man your ships. Man your ships.
Galaxian was Namco's answer to Space Invaders.
Taito comes out with Space Invaders. Big hit. Huge hit.
We had this little luncheonette, and that luncheonette always had one pinball machine and one arcade machine. And I remember when they switched out the Space Invaders and they put Galaxian in there.
The plot was simple enough and it was summed up in 7 words on the title screen.
We are the Galaxians. Mission, destroy aliens. Wait, are they robots? They are now.
The impact of a game like that at the time was amazing. I mean, it's kind of hard to imagine now. You look at it, you're like, it looks like kind of a weak galley, right? But if you played that game in 79 or 80, there was nothing else like it.
Space Invaders may have genre, but Galaxian set the tone for how they were going to play out for the rest of the game.
Revolutionary for a time. Like so many firsts that we didn't just relax. Seriously, the graphics were crazy. Like, it was the first game with RGB graphics, right?
Do you even know what RGB is?
That would be Red Game Boy.
I'm surprised you actually got that. I'm a complete moron.
It had sprites with multicolors, especially in the explosions when you destroyed them.
First game that had different colored fonts on the screen at the same time. First game had a visual representation of how many players you had left and what stage you were on. There were stars! Stars! They moved!
This is not only in real color, but these guys are now coming after me. Like, they're not just slowly marching down the screen. I gotta watch out where I'm going.
It was the first game that had enemies that acted differently and had different personalities.
But the enemies had like even their own attack patterns, including like kamikaze attacks, which is crazy.
Banzai!
The Galaxian enemies, as they come down, they will screw with you. Because depending on how many are left, they might, swoop down, and then they'll just keep coming, and they'll never reset to be easily shot again.
To have that all coming at you like that, where you had gotten so used to the slow march of Space Invaders before.
Like what? Even if that's just like a shot a second? Yep, and even like so, if you made a bad shot, it could be detrimental. Yeah.
The game had its own theme song, one of the first games to get its very own recognizable theme song.
And a catchy one, too.
It was a ditty. We're not talking orchestral quality, but again, they took the shot, Namco.
So what I'm seeing is like span like a its own after, you have Galga, the sequel, and then the Gal bosses end up showing up and stuff, like even up to current gen. That's right, Namco uses them great, like their power-ups in Pac-Man Deluxe. You play Ridge Racer, they're like logos on the side of the car.
Galaxian deserves its props in the video game Hall of Fame that I'm building in my basement.
Galaxian set the sort of visual standard how video games would look afterwards, especially in arcades.
And it was just an amazing experience.
It felt like more just fun, not just cold and barren. Personality, cute and colorful. Paved the way for another Namco game that becomes related. Just wait and see what that is.
How's that for a cliffhanger? I don't know what we're talking about.
High score.
And now Pat Country presents the Forgotten Video Games of 1979.
Pat here to tell you about the Forgotten Video Games of 1979. The Atari Cosmos. Atari developed a holographic LED tabletop game system. Unique, interesting, but it was never released. Sega produced Head-On, an arcade game featuring a race car traveling around a maze collecting dots. Yeah, we would never see that again in video games. And the TI-99. Long before they produced calculators that helped compete on tests and play Drug Wars, Texas Instruments came out with a solid but underselling computer system. And those were the forgotten video games of 1979. Just because you didn't remember them, they're not fun.
Insert toy.
And now Pixel Dan presents the other toys of 1979.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and this is the other toys of 1979.
From the farthest reaches of imagination comes the Lego Space Set.
The Lego Space Series. The space-themed Legos have always been one of the most popular, and I'm sure lots of you guys out there had some as a kid. 1979 was the year they first arrived.
It's the Batmobile, complete with Batman and Robin. And the Batcave, sold separately. Assembly required.
Migos superhero figures. Characters from the Marvel and DC universes came into action figure form, and Migos would go on to be one of the most sought-after collectibles in later years.
Kenner presents new alien action figures.
One of the most controversial figure releases of all time, Kenner's Alien figure. The first time a toy was based on an R-rated film.
New from Kenner.
So there you go, guys. That's the other toys of 1979. Remember, video games aren't the only cool toys out there.
Discover a world beyond your wildest dreams. Discover Atari.
1979 was Atari. 78 was not heavily advertised, only around Christmas.
They're selling enough of this that maybe they should market it more than just during the Christmas season. So 1979 is a start of a change.
And it was really the year where you started getting away from those generic titles that you don't want to even remember, like Fun with Numbers, and really get into titles that people care about. For example,
Really fun three-player game, kind of like the reverse breakout.
The goal of the game is to drop bombs to break bricks in the canyon. Fun fact, it's exactly the same way the Grand Canyon was made.
Miniature golf, I loved the game. Favorite thing for me to do was actually to take the putter, go to the far end of the screen, release it, and just have the ball go boing 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 boing, and then be like entire length of the screen away from the cup. Skydiver,
jump out of a plane, pull your parachute, land on the target. The reward, not dying.
I play that game sometimes still just to hear that sound. It's great.
Video chess, a game that was considered impossible at the time due to the sprite limitations of the Atari VCS, but it was made possible through creative programming. The problem with the game was that the computer would actually take its time to think about the next move. It could take anywhere from 10 seconds to 10 hours to make one move. Not even Bobby Fischer himself would have the patience for that.
About Superman. Da-da-da-da.
Superman for the Atari 2600 was one of the first games, I believe, to have a license for a movie into a game.
And saw the box, saw the cartridge, got all excited, we popped it in, we turned it on, and it was kind of one of those moments where like,
I don't know if we really need to say anything else other than that, do we?
I'm a huge Superman fan, but the sound was awful in this game. The graphics are subpar even for 1979 standards.
It was bloody awful. Like this bridge explodes, and then you gotta go find pieces, and it didn't make any sense. No amount of imagination can help the awfulness of the Superman game. Like when you're flying and you see the buildings, and you decide to fly up a screen, the buildings kind of reset, and then fly up and you reset again.
You could just be flying left over and over and over until something would finally show up.
And like I know it's technical limitations, but it's just like the programmers, did what most did probably back in the days. Like, screw it, just put the Superman logo on it. Oh.
I mean, I guess given the amount of space that they used to do the game and the fact that there wasn't anything else quite like it was rather groundbreaking for the time.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's lame.
High score.
All right, so the first handheld cartridge video game system came out in 1979. No one's ever heard of this thing.
Yeah, you know what? I was alive and playing games back then. I actually don't remember this system at all, but I'm sure John Gamester has one.
Milton Bradley in 1979 released and introduced the Microvision.
And in 79, we get the Milton Bradley Microvision, which is an interesting system. It's cool for a couple of reasons. It's the first system with interchangeable cartridges.
The handhelds up until this point were just one game. It was a little red dot, you played it, and that was it. This one actually had cards you could change out. So you could play different games on the handheld. You couldn't do that with it.
I believe they should have called this the Macrovision because this thing is freaking huge. It's almost a foot long. And it's kind of interesting how these games actually come in and out. These cartridges basically slide out like so. You get the screen, and each game has its own controls, which is kind of interesting. You have this little pad here that reads your buttons that you push.
The game cards actually had their own built-in controller buttons, which were actually connected to the system's hidden keypad.
There is an LCD display on it, and primitive, very primitive, from the breaking.
The thing about the Microvisions today that you encounter are screen ruts, and the screens can leak as well, so you gotta be careful to find a good system that still works.
Now, it may seem like the Microvision had a few technical problems, but that's not all. The keypad was also prone to destruction, and the system was prone to electrical issues, so it actually had quite a few technical problems.
And the interesting thing is the actual system itself doesn't have much. It has an LCD screen, a paddle for buttons, and a chip that communicates between the buttons and the screen, but all the microprocessing stuff and all the game data is on the cartridge itself. There is no internal guts to speak of the Microvision.
There are two versions of the Microvision to look out for. Initially, the processor was done by Intel, and that processor required 2 batteries.
The first version of the Microvision used 2 batteries, and they could overheat if they weren't inserted properly. Milton Bradley switched processors from Intel over to Texas Instruments so they could run it on just 1 battery. Now, instead of making costly new molds, they decided to take the terminals out of the second compartment and called it the spare battery holder. Now you're playing with power.
It was kind of crappy, honestly. If you read up on this thing at all, you'll realize it had a lot of problems. It had a handful of games.
There are only about 12 games released for the system during its lifespan. Some notable releases include Blockbuster,
Alien Raiders, Space Game, right? Pinball, baseball, Milton Bradley game, Connect 4. I would play that in a handheld.
Connect 4.
Microvision had the first official Star Trek video game. I don't care. You don't care. There's probably some nerds out there that's talking about it.
The only thing I find interesting at all is that quite possibly the first licensed Star Trek game came out for the thing. That's exciting.
It came out in conjunction with the motion picture that came out the same year.
That's all you need to know about the Microvision handheld. That's the only exciting thing about it.
The Game Boy, the Nomad, the DS, it all stemmed from the Microvision.
It looks like the Microvision had a grand vision in the long run.
By the end of 1980, Space Invaders was getting blasted out of first place by asteroids. In this game, your ship must destroy floating rocks and shooting spaceships before they destroy you.
Oh, there was one video game that my nephew had that was pretty good. You were like, I don't know the name of it. You were in a spaceship, a little flying saucer, and you had to fly around and avoid asteroids and shoot them. It could have been, I don't know.
I freaking love asteroids.
Whenever growing up in the arcade, I used to always play asteroids a lot. I love the vector style graphics. I love the fact that you shoot one large asteroid, they split up into smaller asteroids, those split up into even smaller asteroids. You get the random flying saucers that shoot at you too, so there's a lot going on in asteroids.
They're everywhere. There's asteroids everywhere. What should I do? Shoot them! I'll shoot them! Pew, pew, pew.
And then they go, pew, little ones, and they're going faster, and you're like, ah, my God.
What is that? Not very. I actually don't like asteroids very much at all.
Like you.
I like the button setup.
The 5-button setup was ingenious. You had thrusting.
You had thrust, you had left, you had right, you had fire, and you had hyperspace, which was a giant crapshoot because you didn't know where in the hell were you going to go.
Hyperspace would randomly send you to another part of the screen. However, if you use it too much, you'd end up blowing yourself up because you hyperspace into an asteroid. So no one really used that as far as I know, because again, you take a little finger set up. You had that, metacarpal thing going on, trying to get to that hyperspace. Because I never really used it. It's very yeah, you really hit it with your elbow while you're playing. It's all but I'm doing asteroid games right now.
Hyperspace was a good way to get out of a jam, but if you used it too much, it could become deadly. We're talking warp 9 dangerous here. She can't take much more of this, Captain. I have no idea what it is.
I guess it technically had like a physics thing going on. It was all based on momentum. But my problem was I just tapped on the thruster and I'd go shooting off and smack into a freaking asteroid.
It doesn't just stop on a dime. If you stop hitting the thrust button, you keep going. I mean, okay, the physics is kind of weird because you go from one end of the screen and come out on the others. That's like cartoon physics.
Well, the funny thing about, well, not funny thing, but the thing is with asteroids, for some reason it was Atari's best thing.
True. They were even like swapped out some lunar lander cabinets for it, right?
In fact, they had to stop production of the lunar lander, another vector graphics game. They had to stop production of those cabinets to use them for the asteroids cabinets, and it did pretty well for itself. The VCS port, Atari VCS port of Asteroids in 1980 was a huge seller for the system. It was one of those turning point moments for the VCS when they got Asteroids.
And there was a good example we mentioned before, like the only new vector graphics in the arcade was the VCS version of Asteroids, which was more colored blobs. And yeah, I didn't quite look as good as the arcade version. Well, do you remember the arcade version of that Asteroids? I believe also had music overlay as well.
The Asteroid soundtrack is just like Space Invaders. It's that heartbeat rhythm that just gets faster and faster as the game progresses. I remember when I was a kid, there was a cocktail version of Asteroids at a children's hospital I had to go to, and of course I was nervous about my procedure, so to take my mind off it, my parents said, hey, why don't you go play Asteroids? Somehow it didn't set my mind at ease.
Insert Television. Intelligent television by Mattel. More sophisticated than any video game that has come before. Providing hours of entertainment for the entire family. Television, with one of the clearest game displays available today.
All right, 1979. In this year, Mattel was the largest toy company. Actually, today, they're still the largest toy company out there. But in 1979, action figures and Hot Wheels and Barbies were sold. That wasn't enough for Mattel, no.
The handheld game market was not enough. They wanted to make a console. They test marketed the Intellivision. Close enough.
Intelligent television. They test marketed it in Central California to dot shop department stores. I forget how many dot shops there were in Central Valley, but probably like 6 of them.
We got better graphics, we got better sound, we got better games.
They were more expensive. I mean, it was $300 for an Intellivision compared to $150 for a product from the game. And it went on the shelves with just 6 games.
It is easily my favorite looking video game system of all time. I mean, it's gold and brown and wood. It literally looks like the dashboard off a 1976 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme.
The Intellivision had a lot going for it. There were a lot of things that actually made it a little more superior than the Atari VCS. The graphics were a little bit better. The colors that were used were better. The sound was better.
The Intellivision was technically the first 16-bit console, but the Super Nintendo, it was not. Obviously.
No, Atari came out first.
great company. I mean, they were the ones who really kind of revolutionized this stuff.
Everybody owned an Atari. All the major games were coming out on Atari. And basically what happened with the Atari 2600 is it was just easier to program games that were faster, more responsive, felt more arcadey. But you could not deny that the Intellivision, with a couple of years of extra development time on the 2600, had much better graphics.
And they also had the license of most sports outlets like Major League Baseball, NHL, NBA, NFL.
Somebody in the marketing department had the brilliant idea of, well, we don't have the arcade machines and we don't have the budget to go after some of those.
Atari focused their efforts on trying to get licenses from the arcade. Intellivision went for the sports titles.
At the time, we had exclusives. So only we had NFL football. Only we had Major League Baseball.
The Intellivision as a system actually did a lot of things first. This might seem small, but it was the first system to have a full font embedded within the system. Uppercase and lowercase letters, which is really important for readability in any sort of game that's going to have text on the screen.
And when you add the keyboard component available this summer, Intellivision can change your family's life. It simplifies financial planning, even custom designs a Jack LaLanne exercise program for you. 1, 2,
Play dryer.
You have the IntelliVoice. I even had the keyboard. They had the keyboard for the Intellivision.
One of the things I really like about the Intellivision are the controllers. You have the 16-way directional disc here. You could also put a joystick on there as well and use it that way.
The Intellivision controller, I still think is genius. I mean, people think I'm nuts, but I mean, you had all the numbers with the overlays, but the side buttons in the disc. I mean, this was unbelievable.
I think it was like 12 plus 4 buttons on the side, I think. So it's like 16 buttons on the freaking thing.
Kept that golden brown feel. It had the phone number pad.
Looked like a freaking telephone. What am I going to call my grandmother, or am I going to play video games here, right?
And one of the other things that Intellivision did differently is they had these controls that utilized these little overlays. Basically, they were overlays just like this. Small little pieces of plastic that you just put on top of your controller that had different functions or showed you different keypad motions for the video game that you're playing.
Back in the day, if you lost those overlays, you couldn't play the game unless you actually remembered what all the buttons did. Nowadays, you can obviously go on the internet and look them up, but back then, you lost them. What were you going to do? Buy the game again? Ask a friend?
If you actually open up an Intellivision controller to try to service it, as I had to do recently, this is what your Intellivision controller is printed on. There's no circuit board. This is barely stronger than snack cake packaging, and they just put the circuits directly on it. Not only that, but certain parts, like sensitive areas, like where the control disc goes, there is no buffer between the discs, so it actually grinds rings into the circuit itself.
I personally hate this controller. Luckily, you can, well, not luckily, but you can use this controller.
The Intellivision had a huge library of games. I mean, the system spanned almost 10 years. Of course it had a huge library of games.
The Intellivision came with Las Vegas Poker and Blackjack as a pack-in game. Sure, it was no Super Mario Brothers, but it was a game.
It's not only but this wasn't on any other system at the time, and it was unique, it was really popular, and started to be amazing. Games like Burger Time had their own sequel in Diner, a true sequel, and it was only on television.
It's kind of a hard game to come by. It's a really fun port. It's very unique. If you like Burger Time, check out Dinosaur Power.
That's just so scary. Well, your friends aren't going to have this news. It's Frog Rock.
Oh man, like really the first health medical video game. And you go inside someone's body and try to figure out what's wrong.
One of my favorite games for the television is He-Man, The Power of He-Man. And this is a really fun sport. There's several different stages. You get this hovercraft stage. You also have a stage where Skeletor's shooting fireballs at He-Man and he's trying to avoid them. I love the sound effects, the sound of the swords hitting each other, with the music from the actual cartoon. These are really great for it.
And then we have like these games that learned about the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons games. This one is the Tarman one, which is kind of cool because it's one of the first first-person dungeon crawls that you see, and certainly the first one that was ever done on a console. So it's kind of the start of RPGs taking off.
Star Strike. Star Wars Pitfall. We had to actually fly to the train, drop
But one cool thing to note is that the Atari actually ported some of their games over to the Intellivision, their competitor. And Mattel actually did the exact same thing to the Atari, porting some of their games over under what they call the M network.
And we're going to do games for Atari too, and for Intellivision.
Much like Atari, Mattel actually licensed the television out to third-party companies. For example, you have Radio Shack, the Candyvision, which was Radio Shack's version of the Intellivision. You also have the Super Video Arcade, which is available at Sears, which is also another version of the Intellivision.
I have like about 5 or 6 different Intellivision machines.
Before Intellivision was there, the dads were, moms and dads were saying, should we get our kid a video game system? Should we get them? And after Intellivision came out, the question became, which one?
2 million units sold. 1979. It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Intellivision. Coming up next on the Video Game Years.
In 1980, Americans spent $3.3 billion playing video games. That's more money than the total combined budgets for the cities of Chicago, Boston, Washington, Dallas, and Cincinnati last year.
It's the Video Game Years, and this is 1980. The systems, the culture, the games.
1980 is here, finally!
The arcades blow up from a missile attack.
Its global thermonuclear war is awesome.
Nintendo gives us games that tell time.
Nintendo Game & Watch, that's pocket power.
And a computer game company bursts onto the scene.
The point of a computer game was to hurt you, to challenge you, to leave you stumped for a long period of time.
Plus, Pac-Man fever, and we're going berserk. So watch out for spiders and avoid the grooves. This is 1980.
Next level.
Pac-Man? Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, I remember it. It seemed inane to me.
1980 comes. Pac-Man bursts onto the scene.
The arcade game Pac-Man was developed by Namco and licensed to Midway in 1980. It came out at a time when the most popular games were space shooters and, of course, more Pong ones.
But then Pac-Man came along and essentially created a whole new genre.
was the first game with a cutscene, the first game with power-ups. It established the maze genre, and it's gone on to influence many games even today.
Some of the first cutscenes, I remember the chase, and that was like some of the first memorable music, I think, that that really that people remember.
For the first time, you have a character that, wow, that's Pac-Man. That's not the Space Invader guy or the asteroid kid. That's Pac-Man. He's a cute little character that I adore.
The creator of Pac-Man was heavily inspired by American cartoons. The Power Pellets, for example, were heavily inspired by Popeye's spinach.
The creation of the Pac-Man character was actually really fitting because the game designer, Toru Iwatani, partially came up with the idea while eating a pizza. He removed a slice of pizza and bam, there he was, Pac-Man.
Well, that's more myth than truth. Pac-Man is actually based around the Japanese character for mouth, which is Ku-Chi, and it's a square, but Iwatani just rounded out the square.
Pac-Man was huge. I mean, it was just a tremendous success, and it was also crossing over gender, where guys and girls were playing it and having a lot of fun with it.
Wouldn't it be cool if I were to create a game that the guys and girls would want to play together? Really what he thought was, wouldn't it be cool if I could create a game where the girl says to the guy, oh, that looks so cute, like, I want to go play this, and then she drives him over there. And then now we're getting money from both of them, right?
Pac-Man was so successful because it was a brand new kind of game that appealed to both genders.
This was not the most politically correct thing to think at the time, but he thought to himself, what do girls like doing? Well, they like desserts and they like eating. So we're going to make this game called Pac-Man about eating food and eating delicious looking desserts, and everything's going to be pink, bright colors.
Pac-Man comes from the term paku paku, which is, I guess, onomatopoeia for opening one's mouth and closing one's mouth in Japanese.
That initial name was changed into Puck-Man because it's kind of like a puck. Sure, why not? It's next inside American cabinet. But when it came to America, they decided to change that name to Pac-Man because Puck-Man could be vandalized into something not so PG.
Then you have Pac-Man.
I wasn't going to say it, but No. We would never think like that. Like, never. When you heard the word puck, you never automatically associate it with the word
Rockman. Makes sense.
Not just your character, but your enemies had personalities. They had their own AI.
That was the game. Once you go past 256 levels, the game breaks. You cannot play anymore. It's full screen.
It goes half berserko, where you can't play anymore. It's essentially the kill screen, but it's not really the kill screen. It's just a big glitch.
Therefore, it is possible to play a perfect game of Pac-Man, where you can get the maximum number of points. And people have done that.
Yeah, Billy Mitchell at FunSpot did the very first and only perfect Pac-Man game, which is every power pellet, every energizer, every pellet, every ghost that turns blue, every point you can get, every special item. How is that possible? But the guy did it.
Pac-Man was so huge and popular for the first time ever. He had video game merchandising on a grand scale.
In the 80s, Pac-Man was everywhere. He was on t-shirts, cereal boxes, mugs, glasses.
There was even a Pac-Man video game. He got his own animated cartoon series, and he even got a top 10 music single.
Pac-Man fever. Oh, Pac-Man fever.
I got Pac-Man fever. Pac-Man fever going out of my mind. Going out of my mind.
Pac-Man was considered the very first video game mascot. Before Mario, you had Pac-Man. In the early
Pac-Man with mouth open. That's like a universal icon for video games.
It's just kind of weird that you would throw Duke Nukem with all these other.
Pac-Man has gone through that whole genre, past Mario, and they're still making Pac-Man games, and they're making really good ones to this day.
Even 30 plus years later, everyone across the world virtually knows who Pac-Man is. So you have what's called a franchise, video game franchise. Pac-Man was the first.
Welcome to Club Atari. It's your pleasure. Break up? Here's something new. Circus Atari.
Cartridges, video chat, football, cartridge set, atmosphere.
We meet again, Vince. Yes, a little game of Space Invaders, perhaps. What should they play for? For fun, of course.
Arcade, right?
Monaco GP by Sega. Very early racing game.
The game sound effects are really kind of realistic, actually. You know, when you hear, your car pass other cars, you hear the vroom.
The unrelenting noise was a bit of an annoyance.
The tachometer on the actual cabinet would actually rev up as the faster you go, which was really neat, and it had light up dials and stuff like that.
It's awesome when they put actual electromechanical functions into an arcade cabinet.
Yeah, I mean, and that was early. It's just 80, and they're doing stuff like this.
You know, as far as racing games go, it's fine. You're squeezing in and out on this road, going by and trying to avoid crashing into other guys.
Atari today.
This is Andy Leonard at the 1980 Atari game. Lots of excitement here. Stiff competition in basketball. And the jump on skydiver. Healing cannonball, can't miss.
This is where the key moment in video games kind of comes in, is that you can have the greatest system in the world, but it's the game, the killer app. That's what you have to have. You have a great system like the Sega Dreamcast. If you don't come up with a game, people have to get that system. It can be a great system. The Atari 2600, the problem was it was good, it had some great games and everything like that, but it didn't have that one.
1980 is when it explodes. Boom!
This was the boom year.
Why? Space Invaders. It gets Space Invaders, one of the biggest arcade games of all time, certainly the biggest at the time, on a home console.
Like, we could play Space Invaders at home?
So bringing that game over to North America was just, it ranks up there as like some of the smartest decisions ever made in video game history.
It quadrupled their sales, and it put Atari on the map as one of the fastest growing companies ever in the history of ever.
Suddenly, everybody's got to have an Atari, right? And the cool thing is, for Atari, that all of the games that they already had out, the current library, well, suddenly all these games are flying off the shelf now too. So games that have already been out and have already been sitting on the shelf suddenly start getting sold just because everybody now owns the Atari so they can play Space Invaders and they want some other games to play.
And now they're really starting to get their feet wet and putting out games like Adventure in 79. They have some other fun games that came out in 80 like Fishing Derby or Fish.
Bob Whitehead, who had pioneered making larger objects, like his boxers, stepped over and he said, I could make you a shark for the top level. And that's what really turned it into a game. The shark had like AI, and he would go after your fish. You had to figure out a way to beat him.
And you have boxing. Overhead like this. It's like this.
It looks
Deal
like,
with it, Ian.
It looks like two crabs fighting.
Two
That's
crabs
basically
fighting.
what it is. Two angry crabs in a ring.
It basically was what won them that first console war. Okay, that and Fishing Derby. See, it's a little known fact. There was one guy that worked at Atari the whole time. It wasn't Nolan Bushnell, it was Mr. Atari. That's who the company was named after. He was working in like this magical shop of wonders, and someone would say, I would like to buy a game. And he would say, oh, okay, let me come up with the game. And he would take his little pen and he would sketch out the circuit board and then wave the magic wand and then poof, the circuit board would come alive with little magical elves that would ting, 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 honk, 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 honk. And they would code in there the game itself to some Atari specifications, and after about 3 milliseconds, poof, there you have the game. There's the game right there. And oh, Space Invaders. I shall sell this and make $1 trillion until Warner Communications buys me out in October. And that is the true story of Atari. What was I talking about?
Pinball of 1980.
Ian here with the popular pinball machines of 1980. Firepower by Willie, classic Steve Ritchie playfield, full of flow, fake Death Star, and the first solid-state multiplayer. Xenon by Bailey, a great ramp shot, a beautiful machine, and it owns when you put quarters in. How can you beat that? Black Hole by Gottlieb, first ever use of a sunken reverse playfield, and it breaks down. And those are the popular pinball machines in 1980. This is more to life than video games.
Atari, the leader in coin-operated video games, presents Centipede.
Centipede from Atari is a brilliant game in every possible way. For starters, it's a great-looking arcade machine. It's got a wonderful control scheme with the trackball and the fire button. It's a lot of fun, it's intense, and it never gets old. It's got that perfect arcade-style risk versus reward scoring system.
What I always thought was interesting about Centipede was how smoothly it would keep transitioning. Almost never let up. You had short, speeding between equal levels, and all of a sudden, it restarts, just the color's different. You just keep going and going.
Instead of like whole fleet of ships or something that was coming at me, it was a centipede, long centipede insect. And of course there were those little mushrooms scattered around the screen, and every time you hit one of those, that would make you come down a level and keep going.
Mushrooms played a big part in Centipede. If you shot away sections of the centipede, they turned into mushrooms that you could then blast out of the way. If a scorpion poisoned a mushroom and a centipede ran into it, it would change their behavior far out.
The game was designed by Ed Long and Donna Bailey. Now, Donna Bailey, of course, was one of the very female video game designers at this time, so that was something kind of special. And just like Pac-Man before it, Centipede had this cool thing going on where it was appealing to both genders.
You, once again, in 1980, start to see the broadening of the appeal of video games. It's not just teenage boys in darkly lit rooms anymore. These are things that everyone has some sort of interest in.
In fact, females were very prominently playing Centipede. I don't know what it was about this game, but the ladies loved it.
Bailey used a lot of pastel colors in Centipede. Lime green, pink, orange, and a lot of women played Centipede. They were very attracted to the game. And some people think the use of pastel colors is the reason why.
So what exactly is the story for Centipede? I have no clue. You're this little thing shooting these centipedes that are aliens. What are they exactly?
That's kind of what the cabinet art looks like. The centipedes look like these grotesque space mutant things. Centipedes are freaking gross. Yeah.
The cover art for the Atari 5200 version and later versions of Centipede show a young boy who looks like he's in the woods with some sort of wand.
From what I understand, you're supposed to be a little elf shooting magic out of a wand to protect your garden.
Listen, come on, we'll share your tomatoes and your celery. What the hell?
He's like Willow.
Yeah.
Sort of.
It's just a wonderful game. I'm gonna go play Centipede right now.
Centipede, you can't run away. You can't run away.
Arcade break. Battlezone was a first-person vector-based tank simulator.
Kind of, in a way, a sequel to Tank, which was Key Games / Atari.
Essentially one of the, if not the first, kind of 3D looking games.
Much like Space Invaders, it uses colored gels to color the vector graphics.
There's different versions of this cabinet. The primary version had like almost a periscope type control.
You're looking in this scope and you're just in this tank and you have to move around and fight another tank.
With the Battlezone arcade game, my least favorite part while it was the coolest part, was the periscope mask thing, but it's also a place where you get to press your face into a disgusting zone where other pimply faced disgusting humans are pressed their
Yeah, and there was definitely some pus on those things. You need to come up with some cleaning wipes.
Always kind of smelled like spit and feet.
Battlezone was unique in that it depicted pretty realistic tank warfare. In fact, so realistic, the military wanted to use it for training purposes, and they actually got a version of the game developed for them.
I would hate to think that there was a generation of what would they be called? Tank commandos? I don't know. That sounds like a video gaming term. Hey, you tank commandos! Approach your battle zone machine. It's time for training. That's fucking horrifying.
An adventure beyond your wildest imagination. Sierra Online introduces a whole new dimension in software entertainment.
Sierra Online, 1980, the breakout year, founded by two people only, Ken and Roberta Williams, and Sierra go on to become the largest computer game company.
Now, Ken Williams, the founder of the company, was actually working on a Fortran compiler for the Apple II home computer. And when he wasn't doing that, his wife Roberta was playing text adventures on the thing. A woman after my own heart.
The company that made them online systems later went on to become Sierra Online, so they were sort of a big deal.
The first major release as online was Mystery House.
Where you were in a house, a mystery, Victorian house, which they're all mysterious, so kind of redundant house.
Which is an Infocom-style text adventure, but it actually has graphics.
Visuals!
Right.
And at some point or another, she realized, hey, why the crap don't these things have graphics? Text adventures, graphics, Apple II, graphics. Makes sense, but nobody was doing it.
Mystery House and Wizard and the Princess both were sort of the first graphical adventures that's debated on the internet. Please don't write me letters.
You can see the room, and no longer are you limited to your boring old imagination, but you can actually see pictures as you progress.
And there was a murderer in the house killing people. That's what murderers do. One by one, so it's your job to make sure that the murderer doesn't kill everyone. Find out who they are. Do all that gumshoe stuff.
Now, I'm going to admit I don't like Sierra games that much because they're very rooted in a specific time in the computer gaming era where the point of the computer game was to hurt you, to challenge you, to leave you stumped for a long period of time. And it started with Mystery House. It wasn't that difficult, but eventually Sierra spawned the entire legacy of the game.
To me, the greatest thing about Sierra is that Mystery House was very influential, according to the creators of Dragon Quest, in creating Dragon Quest.
And then they went on to do The Wizard and the Princess, which added color, and they very quickly realized that graphics would be a selling point to a large chunk of their audience.
Where there was a kingdom of Serenia, and the princess had been stolen, taken away, off somewhere. Or a random passerby who was chosen to be valiant and brave and all that good stuff, because everybody else in the kingdom sucked.
Adults at the time were probably more likely willing to do something like Infocom, right? Read user adventure like a book. But to kids, to anyone younger who was getting into computers, the wow factor of the graphics, combined with the ease of like navigating something you can actually see, quickly put them on the map.
It was actually the precursor to the King's Quest games, which really got Sierra popular.
This is what Sierra gave to the game frames. Adventure, game graphics, adventure. And you dominate the computer gaming market for 15 years. Space Quest, King's Quest, Police Quest.
I'm not even going to imagine a world without this game. Sad.
That's very important that they had the first graphics in a computer game, and that cannot be understated how important that was. And Sierra wasn't important.
Good guys here.
Okay, right.
Berserk. Berserk was legit, okay? Like, I remember playing this game and it was crazy hard.
You walk around, you shoot robots, and you progress through that room.
Like that.
Yeah. Enemy robots could kill each other by shooting each other, running into each other, or just running into walls. dumb AI, but it was really funny and actually really helpful to the player.
I like how you had some sort of decision to go and, you can go right into the room or down, but it wasn't fully linear. That was cool.
The second you start it, someone freaking fire at you, and
It's like, give me a second, man. I gotta get, adjusted to my surroundings.
It's got one of the best video game bad guys ever created, Evil Otto, who bounces at you with a smile on his face.
slide too long on the stage, you'd come hopping out. And it wasn't even like a long period of time. Sometimes it felt like you were on the stage for 5 seconds and that bloody thing comes hopping out.
I also really love the voices in the game, like the destroy the humanoid.
Intruder alert, and humanoid must not escape have been sampled in so many electronic music songs that I can never forget.
Charge. Intruder. Attack. Humanoid.
Intruder alert, intruder must not escape.
And Berserk isn't usually talked about in the pantheon of arcade games, but it's one of the classics. It is. And it did spawn a sequel. Okay, we're not talking about that. We probably won't, right? Probably not important enough, but we'll see.
It still has Evil Otto.
Okay.
Now it's time for the other arcade games of 1980.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and this is the other arcade games of 1980. Crazy Climber, Taito's skyscraper climbing game, and the precursor to the platformer genre. Armor Attack, the vector graphics tank and helicopter shooter. Extra Bases, Midway's trackball baseball game. Star Castle, it's a monochrome vector-based game that got its colors from plastic transparent screen. So there you go, guys. That's the other arcade game of 1980. You got a pocket full of quarters.
Continue.
Another company that was founded in 1980, very influential, was Broderbund. Broderbund? I'm still not exactly sure how to pronounce it, with that O thing and thing.
Well, the company was actually called Broderbund internally to begin with, even though it eventually became known as Broderbund because it sounds better. It doesn't sound like some sort of weird cummerbund beer mixture, Broderbund.
All I know is that most of my life I pronounced it Borderbound because I'm an idiot.
So Broderbund was started by brothers Doug and Gary Carlston of Eugene, Oregon.
Broderbund, they now have something called like strategy games that they're digging on.
Well, the first of their games was Galactic Empire, one of Doug's games that he developed as a lawyer and released in 1980, originally for the TRS-80 microcomputer from Radio Shack.
The company started out with Galactic Empire and later was known for a lot of its kind of educational series, or at least thought-provoking series.
It was a real-time strategy space empire game where the goals were pretty modest. You just take over the entire friggin' universe within 999 years, no big deal, just take over everything that exists.
Broderbund sounds like a piece of clothing, like, oh shit, my Broderbund is showing.
Or it's something that could potentially be riddled with tumors.
Yes.
I remember when I was a kid, Sun Tzu's Ancient Art of War, where you had your units, you controlled how they how their formations you controlled. You had barbarians, you had archers, or knights, you had fortresses, and so they expanded the idea of a game.
Dr. Scholl's makes something for Broderbunds.
Carmen Sandiego. The whole Carmen Sandiego series is probably what it's most famous for developing. Although it also published Myst, Rivet.
Galactic Empire was followed shortly by Galactic Trader and Galactic Revolution, which was actually the precursor to the 4X subgenre of strategy games. So, yeah, you have games that came later like Master of Orion that owe a heck of a lot to the Galactic series of games.
Sadly, Broderbund was bought by the Learning Company in 1998, and then through a series of unfortunate events, wound up having its workforce slashed in half by the Learning Company, and then got bought, and then they got bought, and then bought, and now basically all of the Broderbund assets
well, are under the Ubisoft umbrella. So, vive la France, I guess.
Next stage.
Missile Command. A game where you command missiles, you do not ask them politely. Missiles simply do not respond to polite requests. You have to command them. And the designer of the game, Dave Toiber, knew this.
Missile Command, in my opinion, is probably, safe to say, might hit me if I'm wrong, the first survival horror game.
Pretty much right.
I mean, it was the first game that arguably dealt with the conflict in the 80s between the Soviet Union and the United States.
I know when I played the game, I pictured the bad guys as the Russians.
Yeah.
The original levels in Missile Command were supposed to represent 6 cities in California.
Well, that was the original intent.
The original intent, right.
While the game's designer Dave Toyer was creating the game, he was haunted by nightmares of major cities being nuked, just like in the game. Let's hope it was just a nightmare and not a premonition.
I actually played the game first on the Atari 2600, and all of that bleak war stuff based in reality was gone. I mean, you had like Zardon and Krytal, sci-fi alien planets that were warring with each other. Who wants that, man?
Each city had its own individual stock of missiles, and you had to calculate who's going to hit the missile first, and this and that.
Bombarding us with nuclear missiles, and it's only me and a trackball.
And then those bloody things that would go beep, 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 flash down from the top, and never things.
You just have to think quick if you want to understand what talking points. It's essentially you can't win the game just to see how far you can go.
Yeah, it's very colorful, the graphics on it. Just the shot of the missiles going up, with the strategy involved, what side are you going to shoot out to hit what. There's missiles that split apart when they come down. Oh, I love it. It's very different, very fun.
Missile Command's controlled with a trackball. Now, I know I've complained a lot about trackballs in the past, but it actually makes sense to me in this game. Anytime you gotta move a cursor around, I'd prefer a trackball to a joystick. Moving a cursor around with a joystick is like using an Etch-a-Sketch to draw anything really.
The thing that really sticks with me about Missile Command is that if you're in one of those enclosed cabinets where you're sitting down and it's really dark, and you can only come into one side and the other side's closed off, and you have the speakers right here.
There's no music. It's just the imminent threat of you not able to save all of these various cities from being completely vaporized.
You feel like you're in like a Cold War bunker and World War III is raining down upon you. And it's your job to stop the Soviets from decimating your country.
My favorite appearance of Missile Command of all time in pop culture is when Eddie Furlong played it in the arcade in Terminator 2.
Yes.
Before he plays Afterburner.
My favorite part of Missile Command is losing because it's got the best ending screen ever. It says the end. It's bright and red and blue. We're in this global thermonuclear war and it's awesome.
Now that's how you say hasta la vista, baby.
Rogue. Yeah, one of the few games to have an entire genre named after it. It's like Primus. You know, they're the band, like what kind of genre are they? They're Primus, man. You can't describe them as anything else. Rogue? Yeah, they're roguelites.
We call them platforms. They don't call them Super Mario RPG or likes.
Rogue is basically the granddaddy of all hack and slash and dungeon crawling.
It's kind of like an action RPG using ASCII characters, ASCII art, you know, it's just a great throwback. I love that.
All heck, everything from your character to the monsters to the corridors are represented by various ASCII characters and letters and numbers.
But there was this whole random element, procedurally generated dungeons, fighting and the monsters and everything.
Anytime we played the game again, there was going to be a set of randomly designed levels. So it was different every single time.
It was the perfect alternative for a dork who couldn't D&D with his friends on game night. He could load the game up and the computer would play Dungeon Master for him.
Roguelikes, that's one of those terms that really hasn't died out.
Games like Diablo, hugely influenced by Rogue, Phantasy Star Online, Monster Hunter.
Heck yeah, Rogue, being awesome, ahead of the curve, roguelike.
Arcade Rain.
Tempest. Actually, this is the game my brother used to play constantly in the arcades. I used to follow him in the arcades and watch him play Tempest.
The Tempest cabinet itself is beautiful. Purple colors, and it was almost like blacklit almost. It was just really nice. That's one of the machines I always wanted to own, was the Tempest machine.
Tempest was initially designed to be a first-person perspective Space Invaders.
And it was also one of the first games to use Atari's new vector color display, which was huge at the time, and is a big component to that game because one of the biggest things about that game is the damn color in that game. It looks really cool.
It was sort of like foreshadowing, like 3D and the way the colors move. And I just didn't even hardly know how to play the game. I just like to see it move around. So I'm not even sure. I couldn't even tell you how to play the game or what the object was.
Your ship.
Space, probably.
Cool space, though. Tunnel space. Big space. And you spin around in a circle and you shoot at enemies that come at you.
And it also uses a spinner.
That's right. A dial spinner. You just whip that bad boy around the tubes.
It was probably, when you think about vector-based games, that Tempest really took advantage of it fully because you had great color, true 3D, and it was a blast. It's just unfortunate that, no console or computer at the time could handle a port of the game.
Now, the gaming innovation of 1980.
Oh, hello. This is Rue for the gaming innovation of 1980. What new technology graced the world and changed the face of gaming forever? Space Panic was made by Universal and is generally considered the first platform game. In it, you have a little man in red scrambling up and down ladders in order to avoid aliens. While not the most popular arcade game, one could certainly see the potential. Maybe by adding a jumping mechanic or a big monkey. That does it for the gaming innovation of 1980. Be sure to come back for 1981, and don't forget, it's not just nostalgia, it's science. Oh look, I solved it.
Now, the forgotten video games of 1980.
Pat, and we are bringing you the forgotten video games of 1980. Steelwork, title's cute survival puzzle game. Tar, XCD's darting maze shooter which made people's eyes bleed. Space Trek, Sega's shooter that ripped off every space franchise in existence. And Radar Scope, a failed space shooter put out by Nintendo, who soon left the video game market forever. And those were the forgotten video games of 1980. Just because you don't remember them, doesn't mean they weren't fun.
Next level.
The Game & Watch series of games were created by Gunpei Yokoi, who is most famous for creating the Game Boy.
Yep.
He's not famous for creating the Virtual Boy.
He came up with the idea for the Game & Watch when he was on a Shinkansen or Japanese bullet train and he saw a businessman that was just bored playing with their LCD calculator. He decided to come up with a device that would not only tell the time, but allow you to kill time by playing video games at the same time.
You have to understand, in the 1980s, digital watches were becoming huge, right? Like everybody was wearing digital watches with a liquid crystal display readout. So he looked at that and he thought, this exact same technology, as it is right now, could totally be a gaming system. You can make little handheld video games out of this.
It's very small, very sleek. So it's very lightweight. You can carry it in your pocket.
First one was just one screen, a little LCD screen, black and white, that you'd play on. And then they had multiple screens on them, etc.
Very simple. Your left and right buttons. You select your game A, game B, different modes for your game. Then, of course, you've got your clock settings. So you can set your clock, you can set your time.
Each one contains one game and a watch with an alarm built into it. So you can technically put this on your bedside table and have it go off.
Not sure if anyone ever did that, by the way.
I don't know anyone who ever did.
The design of the games themselves, I mean, they created the D-pad.
He's like, okay, well, if we have this thing shaped like a cross, and then you push on it with your thumb, and that's going to control the character just like a joystick, but it's going to work, in tandem with this portable gaming device. and that's where we got the D-pad from. You know, so many really, really interesting innovations happening at that time, just out of total necessity.
So Nintendo really raised the bar when it came to handhelds. You know, first you had the LEDs, you know, you had
a blip
or the tag. And then all of a sudden, now it's like you see characters on here. You see animation, rudimentary, but it's there.
We used to have like the Mattel little LED light games, and then someone walks in to the school with one of those.
That's like a kid with a Neo Geo.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was like.
The Game & Watches were released in series. The first being the Silver Series, the very first game in the Silver Series, and the very first Game & Watch ever made was called Ball.
It's ingenious in its simplicity. It's just a guy juggling balls. Get your mind out of the gutter.
There's tons of these different games. Some of my favorites would be Octopus and Parachute. I love the dual screen Zelda one. It's legitimately still fun to play. I have it on my bedside table. Not as an alarm, but I just pick it up and I play it.
Yeah, when you look at the Zelda Game & Watch, it literally looks like a DS. I mean, they brought back the dual screens and it was definitely a throwback to early Game & Watches.
シガレットケース No ゲームウォッチマルチスクリーン上下2つのスクリーンで1つのゲーム下から上へ上から下へマルチに展開ドンキーコング
Game & Watch was very prolific in Japan, and there were a lot of different variations. I mean, from the dual screen versions to the single screen versions to even transparent versions that you could see through, and larger tabletop versions as well.
And before they had their own console needs, your exposure to characters like Donkey Kong or the Mario Brothers, it wasn't in arcades. The only way to see them was on Game & Watch. So that can't be understated either.
These were a huge success for Nintendo. This got them started into really focusing on video games.
And what it turned out was it was a great opportunity for them to develop the channel with all the distribution channel with consumer marketers in the U.S. so that when the NES came along, the 8-bit system, they already had a relationship that was ready to go.
Led to the development of more arcade games.
This LCD video game was so successful that, of course, some of these other companies started getting in on the mix. And later on down the line, we started seeing companies like Tiger Electronics follow suit by making these little single-game handheld LCD video games.
Gunpei Yokoi is the man who really revolutionized the way handheld gaming would be for 30 plus years.
It's technical genius.
And sadly, Gunpei Yokoi died in a tragic car accident in the 90s. So, though he's gone, his legacy lives on.
Arcade brain.
Warlords has to be one of my favorite Atari arcade games of all time. It's a mix between Breakout and Quadrupon.
You have up to 4 players, 4 corners on the screen, and you defend your castle with basically a pong paddle.
You would kind of volley what was supposed to be, I believe, a fireball from a dragon back and forth, and you would break each other's walls to eventually get to the center of each castle, and once that center was hit, that player would be out of the game.
There's 2 different arcade cabinets that came out for it. The first one, the more common one, is the sit-down cocktail Warlords arcade cabinet, really cool. And the second one is the stand-up one. The stand-up is one of my favorite ones because it appears almost 3D. Atari did a really cool job of reflecting the image off of a mirror. The reflection will actually make the image appear in 3D. Very, very cool.
It reminds me of like an early, very simple version of Rampart. It's something, very simple to get behind.
And really, when you think about Pong or Breakout games that aren't Pong or Breakout, there's only 2 you really think of. You think of Arkanoid and you think of Warlords.
Next level.
Infocom really got started because of Zork.
You had a bunch of guys at MIT, including most famously Mark Blank, Dave Liebling, who coded this game over the course of 3 years, finally ready to come out in 1980.
During development, they were calling the game Zork because at MIT it was just a hacker slang term for an unfinished program, so it was a Zork as it was being developed.
They initially programmed it on a PDP-10 mainframe computer. Huge game on this mainframe computer at MIT. But in 1980, they were ready to distribute to the world, to the personal computers out there.
but the game is too big.
Even though it had this virtual memory system that was really revolutionary, it still wasn't enough to plot the whole game onto one single floppy disk for home PCs like the TRS-80 and the Apple II and such. So they split the game up from the beginning as Zork 1, 2, and 3.
Zork was kind of derivative from the original interactive fiction game. By interactive fiction, I mean text on a screen, telling you a story, and it's an adventure, and you kind of, it's almost like a choose-your-own-adventure.
Text adventures were nothing new at this point when Zork came out. There was Adventure, Colossal Cave.
Infocom, which came out with Zork and all the other Zorks, and a bunch of other interactive fiction games. That's what Infocom was known for, interactive fiction.
They also had an incredible text parser that would let you use almost complete sentences. So instead of pit-pat, it could be pit-pat with mighty fist, and it would understand it.
Zork was a blockbuster, okay? You had games like Ultima or Wizardry that sold dozens of thousands of copies, and they were huge. Zork, by the mid-'80s, had sold hundreds of thousands of copies. That was unheard of.
They were the masters of the text adventure. I mean, they started out with games like Zork, and then took the text adventure out of the realm of fantasy into just every single genre imaginable. You name it, whether it was things like, Suspect, which was a murder mystery kind of thing, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
They even had adult titles like Leather Goddesses or Phobos, so kind of like a sex text adventure.
They had a 10-year run where they were just pumping these babies out.
When Infocom got big and started to box their titles, they loaded them full of cool stuff. They called them feelies.
Like, so if you got, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you got all these little manuals and scraps of paper, and sometimes there were actual items, like in Zork Trilogy, there was a Zork Mid coin, an actual coin out of metal that they cast, and they included in every copy of the game.
Leather Goddess and Phobos actually has some scratch and sniff cards. One of them, if I remember correctly, is Pleasure, which is pretty hilarious.
The idea was, okay, we've got a text adventure, you've got to use your imagination for these graphics, but let's give people something out of the world of the game, some piece of thing brought out of the fiction that they can hold in their hands, and of course you needed them to play the game, but something, that they can hold in their hands that would sort of like enhance the feeling of being in this world.
You always got good writing, and you got really high quality programming at the time. You couldn't beat them for adventure.
It was like a supernova. It was, shining really brightly and then just petered out.
And the biggest thing to take away from the whole Zork experience is to stay the frick out of the dark.
It is pitch black. You are likely to be eaten by a brew.
They're awful. They're going to eat you and such. You're likely to be eaten by a brew.
May the force be with you only gets you so far. You gotta use, you are likely to be eaten by a brew to get to that sub-deep level. Your pocket protector and your root. Oh, it works.
Arcade break.
It's a maze game, a lot like Pac-Man. And the difference is you weren't confined to a single screen. The maze actually scrolled.
The point of Rally X was to collect flags and avoid rocks and drunk drivers.
The interesting thing about Rally X, despite the fact that it's just bright, colorful, kind of fun to play, is it's kind of an early usage of radar. There's actually a radar on the screen that shows you where flags, and I believe the special flags will show you where the cars are.
One of the very first games to feature bonus rounds, where essentially you had to capture all flags.
Or as it was called, a challenging. Come on, challenging? Everyone knows challenging is spelled with 2 R's.
And he also had background.
It's a really solid game in its own right, but they put it out the same year they put out Pac-Man.
When they saw that Pac-Man had gone on to be the best-selling game of all time, they must have been amazed. I'm sorry.
Insert coin.
Sometimes I'll go over at lunch and start playing the games and miss a class after lunch or something.
Do you think that video games are going to be here to stay, or are they just a fad that's going to go away?
They'll be here to stay. I think they're going to be around for a long time.
Because they say we're living in a space age. These games are space age.
1980 was almost this sort of defining year for the rise of arcades.
Between 1980 and 1982, video game arcades have doubled in size, the peak having 13,000 video game arcades in North America alone.
I mean, arcades in the late 70s were sort of counterculture, sort of, you know, not the underbelly of society, but kind of the younger groups.
Beforehand, they were seedy, you know exactly where to go, you could stab in the face, punch a bottle of fluid.
When they started in the early 80s, especially 1980, they were not like these scummy pool halls or anything like that. They were lights and loud noises and people generally having a great time.
Not buying drugs.
Yes.
With games like Centipede, Pac-Man, Galaxy, all of a sudden you have these colorful games and now it appeals to everyone, not just the very
But I would just remember loving this handful of change and going there and playing those games.
And as it dwindles, you get happier and happier for some reason. Even when it's gone, you're like, this is time that I don't need to get back.
It's hard not to just, you know, romanticize the idea of walking into a dark arcade and hear all the machines making their sounds, the pinball machines, the arcade machines.
They had like the stand-up arcade units and they had the cocktail cabinets, which were the tabletop ones, which were awesome because that one you could actually sit comfortably and play.
You like video games, you like drinking, put them together. Get a cocktail cabinet. It's got tempered glass so you can put your drink right on the game.
Cocktail cabinets were really good for multiplayer games because the screen would switch sides for whoever turn it was, and each player could sit on either side of the cabinet, and they were really slick looking.
You started to see cocktail tables in front of restaurants, things like that. More people were exposed to games outside of arcades.
It works a whole lot better than putting your drink on an iPad. I learned that the $800 way.
In 1981, Americans popped in between $5 and $9 billion worth of quarters and tokens into the slots of arcade video games.
It's the video game years, and this is 1981. The systems, the culture, the games. A sequel to a shooter makes waves.
When they link together, friggin' paradox.
Atari battles it out with Mattel.
You didn't usually, in a commercial, say who your competitor was.
And Nintendo's pet gorilla gets angry.
Then the barrel's going to travel, it's going to drop down, it's going to come over, it's going to kill you.
Plus, Lord British returns, and Pac-Man gets a girlfriend. So pop in those tabletop batteries and look both ways before crossing the road. This is 1981.
Frankly, I'm swamped by admirers, so to get away from it all, I reach for Frogger. It's a challenge, Rip.
Frogger is awesome because of roadkill, and roadkill is hilarious. You really need to know anything else? I don't.
Frogger is another classic arcade game from 1981. It was developed by Konami, and it came to the States through Sega and Gremlin, their partnership. And the gameplay is classic.
It's very simple. Get to the other side and try to get around everybody.
You're a frog, you have to get from one side of the street or river or what have you to the other.
Whenever you're in a crowded environment, everybody thinks of Froggers, right?
And talking through traffic in
it's like the car's coming, you're like, oh no, you hop this way, and boom, so you find a clearing, then you go up, and then you get to the middle, and you're like safe, but it's like, oh wait a minute, I'm not totally safe, I can't just stay there.
Well, like jumping on logs, so you don't fall into the water. You're a frog, but you can't fall in the water. You're a frog.
That's why Frogger is so appealing, because it's so simple.
But when the patterns really start going in the later levels, the different speeds for the logs, and the turtles have dunk, the alligators, you can't step on the heads, the tails.
You just like jump and then you die, and it's like, oh, I thought that was a log, but no, that was water. But it's different than the other water.
And so you gotta like really be selective in your moves and what's what I'm looking for here? Strategic.
One of the things that people don't know about Frogger is that when you complete the level in Frogger, people never look at the Frogger's face.
And he's a frog. Dressed up very dapper-like.
Yeah, and he's got a tie, he's got a suitcase.
Can you even see that in the game, or is it just in the arcade?
It's just in the arcade side. Yeah, I always found that weird.
So all the frogs, when you complete the frog, look next time and you'll see these parts pop up. It's crazy. No one ever realized that.
And then there's like the pink girl frogs that pop on your back.
Should it be the other way around?
Yeah, I can swear. No, I never knew when I was young, but now
I understand.
There's massive sexual overtones in Frogger.
I love Frogger for the simple, fun gameplay and the simple little tunes that you heard throughout the game, like Camptown Races, Yankee Doodle, not just American ditties either. You're going to hear some Japanese jingles. It was made by Konami of Japan. So the opening track that we all know and love is actually Inu no Omawari-san, which is Japanese for dog police.
It's an incredibly fun game that manages to be fun by not changing the visuals very often, but by changing the variables in play, and that keeps it fresh.
In subsequent years, a lot of clones were done in that style of hopping across a freeway and avoiding getting smushed by something.
Frogger inevitably got its clone by Activision, actually. Wow. Yeah, called Freeway. In the form of Freeway. Yeah. So Freeway, you play as a chicken.
He has to cross the road. And why does he have to cross the road? Because you can't move left or right to walk down the sidewalk.
It's like someone looked at Frogger and said, we gotta do that, but take away fun.
People who were there back in the day, people who were teenagers back in the day, still fondly remember and look back on. And the number one exhibit for that is that Frogger was featured in an episode of Seinfeld.
I love that in order to maintain his high score at the local pizzeria, he had to have a power generator created so that he could transfer the Frogger machine to his apartment but still maintain his high score.
Want to hear a joke? Why did the Frogger cross the road?
Arcade drink.
Ladybug by Universal.
Basically a Pac-Man rip-off clone.
Like dots, and you get letters to spell special and extra.
And normally I don't like clones of other games, but this was a good one.
They did introduce something kind of new to the whole thing, that is altering the maze.
Now that's how you make a clone of a game. You innovate on it, and that's exactly what Ladybug did.
As you warn your little insect enemies trying to eat the ladybug, there's little green trap doors that you can use to trap them to get away from it. So just that little spin itself makes it one of the more unique maze games that came out in the 80s.
I also like that when you die, you turn into a pair of wings and a halo as you float to heaven. I guess ladybugs aren't so lucky after all.
It was not received very well, in the arcades. However, when it was ported to the ColecoVision, it did experience some moderate success.
I like Ladybug. I think it's unique. I think it's cute. It's fun. Yay, Ladybug! Woo! Game over. The NTEX Select a Game certainly existed.
NTEX, which is a company that nobody knows about, released the NTEX Select a Game.
It was very notable for being the first portable system gaming system with, interchangeable cartridges. That's what anybody remembers it for. And by anybody, I mean maybe 1 in 100,000 people.
It came with Space Invaders 2, which was cool. And one of the games they had produced for it was Pac-Man 2, so Coleco sued the hell out of them because Coleco owned the rights to the handheld version of Pac-Man at the time.
It had interchangeable games, and it preceded MTex's Adventure Vision, which came out the following year, so it didn't have a long life. Only wackos own this.
So here's Pac-Man 2, which was on the MTex Selected game, but they also released it as a standalone, and it's the same game, and it's actually 2 players.
It's the APF MP1000 of 1981.
The MTex Selected game was important because it sort of paved the way for other handheld consoles where you swap out the games, and we followed up by the Adventure Vision in 82. So you're gonna have to wait for that exciting story.
Wonder what my cat's doing right now.
Insert point.
Galaga.
Galaga was the sequel to the 1979 shooter Galaxian.
Galaxian was very big when it came out. It had a lot of firsts, all right? But Galaga, its sequel,
some people will claim a superior game,
is just a far superior game.
This was the prime example of how to do a sequel right.
For one thing, it didn't have that Space Invader one bullet at a time style, and it also had a challenging stage where the player got to shoot enemies as they literally waltzed across the screen.
It was a pretty good graphical improvement over the first one, too.
It actually was.
Those little space butterflies, what are they doing up there? There's no air to push, so what are they going to do? Just flopping around in fucking space, and then they just go.
Galaga is a lot like the Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo of shooters back then. They took it, and Galaxian was a fairly slow game, and Galaga actually speeds it up.
Galaxian, you can go with
Galaga. That was the one where they moved. Okay, it wasn't. That was Space Invaders.
In Space Invaders and Galaxian and all those other clones of Space Invaders, the enemies were always, as soon as you start the stage, preset. They were there, one pattern, that's it. Galaga mixed that up with having them actually come in the screen and set up their formations.
That was the first game with a familiar, wasn't it? The double ship.
Probably the coolest feature in Galaga is the ability to use dual ships, or dualies as I like to call it.
Which is a scam. Now in the game, you can allow your ship to be taken up by one of the enemies in the track team, and if you shoot that guy, the ship falls, and you get a double whammy. You get 2 side-by-side space shooters.
And then you just wreak holy destruction upon your enemy from now until the cows come home, and aliens come home.
It's awesome, but as a kid, I was thinking, what's going on here, Assuming this is like Pac-Man, your character dies and you have an extra life, your character is more or less resurrected.
It's a scam because it's easier to get killed and you lose that life like a normal Galaga death. I don't like it, never did it.
So what's going on in Galaga? I mean, if your ship just got captured, but then you've got a life left and your character pops up at the bottom of the screen, who's that and who am I? And then when they link together, it's a friggin' paradox.
Galaga's been released on just about every single platform.
And this is another game that was distributed by Midway in America. So yet again, I mean, you had that and Ms. Pac-Man. You had a great 1-2 punch. Midway had a great year in '81, all right?
But it was a Namco game, and to this day, it still is a Namco game. And it's on every single collection they put out.
They got new Galagas coming out. They got new Pac-Mans.
They've made so many incarnations and sequels to that game.
Okay, the Pac-Mans are pretty good. Galaga.
I remember Galaga 90 for the TurboGrafx, which seemed odd.
Yeah.
I think it was Galaga 89 in Japan. Galaga 90 was leaps and bounds better.
It's the 90s, yo.
Galaga, man, it's just one of those machines that whenever I see it, I have to play it, and I have to, get in the zone, just score all those points and fail miserably around to stage 12.
Galaga just blends in for me with all the other shooters. I don't know, it's like there's so much space. It was a space age of gaming.
I guess it's influential. They're all influential.
Because I shot my own ship, I This is terrible, and my whole day is ruined, and frick do I play this game for? Yeah, that's Galaga. I love it.
It influenced me to walk past the Galaga machine to something else that I'd rather play. Oh, I got so sick of those shooters.
And now, here is the gaming innovation of 1981.
Welcome to the gaming innovation of 1981. What new technology graced the world and changed the face of gaming forever? The Intellivision Play Cable, generally regarded as the first way for people to download video games from the comfort of their own home. It worked by broadcasting video game code on a loop via cable. People could select what game they wanted via the Play Cable and then download it onto their own system. Unfortunately, by 1983, Intellivision games had generally gotten so big, 8K of memory and up, that there was no space on the Play Cable to actually download these newer games, and the service was discontinued. But a very similar technology was used by Sega to create the Sega Channel later in the 90s. That's the video game innovation of 1981. I'll see you next year, and don't forget, it's not just nostalgia, it's science.
It's time for what should have been a video game in 1981.
Oh, hello. I'm Eric, and here's the stuff from 1981 that should have been turned into a video game. From the sitcom Different Strokes, a maze game that would later be the inspiration for an episode that would air in 1983. The point of the game would be for your character to crack wise while running around the maze trying to avoid being eaten by the pedophile bike shop owner. Try not to think too much about the video game's title. What you talking about, pedo? From the movie Tarzan the Ape Man, a platformer where your character would swing from vines. Wait, a game like that did come out the next year. From Nickelodeon's variety show, you can't do that on television, for the Intellivision. Finally, your 12-digit keypad will come in handy as you play locker jokes. Pop out of the lockers in time to say the punchline, but watch your timing. Pop out too late, and you get slimed. Pop out too early, you decapitate your friends. And that's what should have been a video game in 1981. I want to play them.
With options like the new IBM printers and the IBM PC network, IBM personal computers, see them at a store near you or call your IBM representative.
So IBM was a huge mainframe company, especially prominent throughout the 60s and into the 70s and even the 80s. But, of course, you had companies like Apple and TRS, Tandy Radio Shack, making their computers that were getting really popular in not only homes, but the small business sector. And, of course, IBM was like, holy crap, we need to do this.
The IBM PC came out in 1981, model 5150.
So this was not only IBM's first personal computer, it was also the first computer to be called a PC, as we know the term today.
People equated personal computer for the next 2 decades with IBM-compatible computers.
Opened up gaming to a lot more people later on. The PC initially was mostly used for business applications and was actually incredibly poor for gaming.
So while the IBM PC was meant as a business computer, it really didn't have a lot of business software to begin with, not much of anything.
Mavis Beacon. She broke down those racial barriers in the 80s. They were great typing software.
The IBM PCs had this beautiful keyboard that was spring-loaded. Oh, it's a beautiful mechanism where you hit it, ka-ting!
For a while, Apple still had the leg up in business computing. That is until Lotus 123 came along for the PC.
You felt like you were getting work done.
As easy as 1, 2, 3, and opening it up and looking inside. Pretty easy.
So you get into the early 80s, and all of a sudden you got these cheap little, pirates of games coming up. You can copy them on a 5 1/4, give them to your neighbor, your co-worker, you would trade them, and open up games to a lot more people.
My first video game was Microsoft Flight Simulator for this old IBM-compatible Epson.
That's how I discovered gaming, was on my 8086 XT,
Yeah, the printer company. They made computers back then. What?
CGA. You only need 4 colors. You only need an ugly red, ugly yellow, ugly blue.
All you need is magenta,
ugly
cyan.
green. That's all you need.
I don't know why I don't have one of those. keyboards. That's just good fun right there. That would give me minutes of entertainment to have.
All of a sudden, the PC shows up and changes the way computing works from here on out.
And yeah, that's continued on to today. And in fact, there's a lot of compatibility in between the old systems and the new ones.
Yeah, and it's the most dominant platform today.
A modern PC is still going to be able to run a lot of the same software if you tweak it enough. It starts changing when you get into the 64-bit stuff. We're not talking about that.
You have Ice Hockey by Activision?
Think you're ready for it? One of the roughest video games around for your Atari game system? Ready to battle for the puck? Well, to inflict fierce body checking, furious stick checking, ruthless stripping! You really think you're ready for all that? I'm ready! I'm ready! What? There's your challenge. Ice Hockey by Activision! Insert point.
Okay, so one of the television releases in '81 was Snafu, which is essentially a big problem.
Very grating soundtrack, but ingrained completely in my memory till the end of time.
It's a snafu. It's really a snake game where you got to block the other snakes. Picture Tron, light cycle game, and you got snafu, but it was multiple players, so it was fun for the entire television family.
When Mattel got a hold of it, they wanted to call it Snafu, after the military acronym Snafu, of course, standing for Snakes Never Approach Funky Underwear.
You have your snakes, and they're traveling around, and their tail never stops. It's just there forever. It's like a wall, and you have to kind of maneuver, and whichever one of you goes kaboom and crashes into something first loses.
But taking something like that and putting it, on a console was kind of genius. Now everyone can play.
Let's just give them more games, better graphics. And so they just kept talking about the graphics and all the ads. Hey, the better graphics systems here. This is great.
You could not deny that the Intellivision, with a couple of years of extra development time on the 2600, had much better graphics.
Intellivision's a big competitor. It's starting to get more attention. But again, they don't have the arcade licenses, so they're making their own stuff.
One of those would be Astro Smash, which was sort of their answer to a Space Invaders Galaga type game that they wanted on the system.
Astro Smash was a very popular game for the Intellivision, so much so that it went on to replace Las Vegas Poker and Blackjack as the packing game. It was basically a cross between Space Invaders and Asteroids.
The interesting thing about Astro Smash, though, is for every asteroid that you let go past, you actually lose part of your score. So if you play the game safe, you don't gain any points.
Astro Smash is one of those games that anyone can pick up and play. It doesn't take a lot of, neurons firing to know how to play this game.
We're gonna smash some good fun.
Press start. The Defender sees lots of alien ships. The Defender sees lots of radar blips. Every blip is a ship.
Watch this, I got this, Captain.
On a body snatching trip.
What really stood out in my mind about Defender is the arcade cabinet. It is the boxiest arcade cabinet I think I've ever seen. It's like the coin box, lower part is a box. The monitor is a straight box, no curves to this machine whatsoever.
I like curves in my arcade cabinet just because there's something to hold on to.
Eugene Jarvis, who created Defender, was actually a pinball programmer for a very long time. He continued to be at Defender. He loved cars, pinball, and he went to Williams. At Williams, he decided he wanted to try his hand making a game. So he and Steve Ritchie, another pinball designer, started knocking around ideas of what would be cool. And they thought, well, hey, let's kind of take this Space Invaders concept and put it on the side.
Defender had some really interesting things going for it, like the ability to scroll right and left, and it's been credited as the first side-scrolling shooter. During its development, the designers decided that Asteroids really had something going for it with that rapid right-to-left thing, but actually scrolling left and right was really forward-thinking.
1980, it premiered at a trade show. Not great response, but 1981, the game really takes off. It becomes one of the best-selling video games of all time.
All buttons controlled. You control movement with one hand.
Asteroid style.
And there's like a bunch of buttons that different, firing mechanisms.
I mean, so many different buttons, right? And here it is, what, 30 years later now? And you walk up to a Defender machine, and it's just like riding a bike. You remember exactly all the buttons. Here's reverse, here's hyperspace, here's thrust, here's fire. I mean, it's all right there, and it's like it never went away, right?
It's not just about shooting the enemies and staying alive, but you have to rescue the humanoids as well. The game has a freaking mini-map on the screen in 1981, which is huge.
And the map shows where the enemies are, it shows where the humans are.
There's a lot going on. This is a really, really difficult game. Very hard, I think, to pick up and master in a quick time. It's not Pac-Man, right? It's not got the bright colors or anything to just draw you in and be like, oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. No, this game will kick your ass. Like a lot of games back then, sure, but it'll kick your ass.
So it was so popular that what Eugene Jarvis did was he went and he started basically a third-party development house called Vidkit, and their first game was Stargate, which was the sequel to Thunder.
It's a lot like Defender, and it's pretty much the same gameplay, and it has nothing to do with killer muscle.
And basically it was an instance of more of everything and better everything. Defender did not look bad by any means for the time.
The Stargate
looked even better.
It looked incredible. The flashy lines of your ship and the lasers you shot, it was like trippy.
You had to have mastered Defender sort of frequently. 5 buttons, sticks, whatever, all these different controls.
They added more enemy types in, and it was just a harder, better game. They sold that back to Williams, so he made money off of it while still working for Williams, and then he went on to make World.
I still suck at this game. I appreciate it for what it is, definitely. If it's in an arcade, I'll give it a whirl for a couple quarters, and then I will respectfully disengage.
That's actually a problem. That made the barrier to entry much higher, so you couldn't just walk up to Stargate and play it.
You have bested me, Mr. Defender, and or Stargate. I'm going off to play maybe some skee-ball, or perhaps some Donkey Kong, because I feel more safe with that game on the inside.
It's eager beaten as you chase through mind-boggling mazes, gobbling up points. Fun! Odyssey's computer keyboard lets you program a myriad of mazes all your own. Nobody else's maze game does that. KC Munchkin, available now. Programmed by you.
Atari thought to itself, let's not make a game that's sort of something like Pac-Man. Let's make actual Pac-Man. So they license Pac-Man.
So in 81, Magnavox, good old Odyssey 2 releases a game called KC Munchkin.
Magnavox does not do this with its Odyssey 2 system. Magnavox says, let's just straight up make a game that's like Pac-Man.
This was about a year before Pac-Man came out for the Atari 2600.
All I gotta say is Casey Munchkin again. Casey Munchkin.
It's about eating stuff. Dots. In a maze.
Now, of course they would do this because everybody was doing this. Nobody was, suing each other or anything.
And while it's a good Pac-Man clone, it is a Pac-Man clone.
Atari didn't like this game that was very similar to Pac-Man coming out on a home console before they had a chance to get their own, original version out. So they sued him.
A little further than a clone. In KC Munchkin, you look like Pac-Man, except you're blue. You're a pie, or a pie. Your mouth moves up and down like Pac-Man does. Sort of.
Today, we wouldn't really consider this much of a ripoff, and really, certainly, probably nobody would end up suing over it in the environment we have today.
But there's ghosts in the game as well that are different.
They're
colors.
critters.
And there's a maze.
Sure, Casey Munchkin's a better version, but still, regardless, it was deemed close enough.
So the case goes all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. And it was a landmark case because it was the first time there was any sort of decision made regarding video games and copyright.
Atari actually won the lawsuit on appeal.
The video games were so new. This really established, this court case, the notion of copyright law as far as it pertained to video games.
Yeah, they had to pull it off the shelf.
Could you imagine a game that ripped off another game's play style?
Ironically, the sequel to the game, Casey's Crazy Chase, no longer has the ghost-like things that you would need. It has a centipede, so it was kind of up yours to Atari and their centerpiece.
It's a good thing we had the Casey Munchkin lawsuit to prevent such things.
So there you go. So games like Casey Munchkin and Crazy Kong, you can't cut it. You gotta pick up your own game. Sorry.
What happened to this law that we just have all sorts of crap just boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop? And by boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop, I mean just copying the same ideas over and 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 over.
So there you go. The legacy of Casey Munchkin and Casey's Crazy Chase. More software companies suing each other.
1981 was the year of suing and Pac-Man clones. That sums up the entire year. Thank you for watching 1981.
Now, the other arcade games of 1981.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and these are the other arcade games of 1981. Gorb! Or Galactic Orbiting Robot Force. That's what Gorb means. Mousetrap. It's a lot like Pac-Man. Not so much like that board game. Lock and Chase. You're a thief collecting coins in a maze. And it's Daddy East's answer to Pac-Man. We seeing a trend here? And those are the other arcade games of 1981. Now, who's gonna let me borrow a quarter?
Guess what my favorite early arcade game is? Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong was the first successful arcade game by Nintendo, but it certainly wasn't the first. In fact, the Radarscope came out before Donkey Kong, and that was by Nintendo in the arcade.
Nintendo's first arcade machine, the submarine game, was didn't do so well. Actual total failure.
Knowing that they needed to try something different, the company president Hiroshi Yamauchi had Shigeru Miyamoto design a game that they could convert those old unsold copies of Radarscope into.
Actually, I was hired to run the warehouse, and the biggest chore initially was to take all of the Radarscope arcade games. We had 2,000 of them, big refrigerator-sized boxes, and convert them all over to Donkey Kong.
Most Donkey Kong arcades are light blue in color, because every once in a while you come across one that might be red in color, and that's simply just an old Radarscope cabinet that they retrofitted into a new Donkey Kong arcade machine.
And those red cabinets are probably some of the rarest arcade cabinets you can get, actually.
A lot of people kind of wonder what Donkey Kong means, what the meaning behind it. Now, the influence with Donkey Kong, Shigeru Miyamoto admitted that the big influence for Donkey Kong was Beauty and the Beast and Popeye. In fact, Nintendo was trying to go after the Popeye franchise, and they couldn't, so they decided to create their own characters.
He was trying to come up with some sort of synonym for stubborn monkey, this stubborn monkey. And looking up English words, he saw donkey. That's kind of a synonym, because donkeys are stubborn, and made that direct translation a little strange, but sure, it's a donkey. It's a donkey monkey.
You know, they just basically Donkey Kong was going to be like crazy ape.
That's a stubborn monkey. You stubborn monkey. You're a Donkey Kong, aren't you?
Now people look at Donkey Kong and say, you know, it's a Mario game, but back then, the guy was just known as Jumpman. You know, it wasn't Mario. Mario wasn't even around then.
Yeah.
And you weren't saving Princess Peach in the game. You were saving his, I guess it was his girlfriend Pauline.
Jumpman was renamed Mario, which we all love today. Mario was actually named Mario because it was the name of the Nintendo landlord at the time.
Not only was his original name not Mario, he wasn't the fun-loving plumber that we know and love today. He was actually a carpenter, and Donkey Kong was his pet, who he had mistreated, which is why Donkey Kong busted out of his cage and started kidnapping Pauline all the time.
If I was a pet gorilla locked up too, I would get revenge on my owner by kidnapping his girlfriend. So I don't see what the big deal is, throwing down, barrels at Jumpman. Screw you, Jumpman. This is what you get. I'm gonna take your girl.
You shouldn't have had a pet gorilla in the first place.
One of the, I think, the biggest things that drew people in is it was the first game to technically have a story to it.
It starts off with a beginning of the story, and it proceeds into the action, and then there's actually an ending to the story. That sort of narrative structure, which is present in most video games today, again, did not exist before he introduced it with Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong was one of the very, 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 very first platforming games. Space Panic came out before that, but it actually introduced jumping to video games, something we do to this day. Jump.
Oh, I thought you were going to say video game.
No, jump.
Oh.
Right.
Okay.
If you climb up the ladder, the barrel is going to come down the ladder. If you try to avoid it, then the barrel is going to travel, it's going to drop down, it's going to come over, it's going to kill you.
There's 4 separate screens in the arcade version of Donkey Kong. Now the one, Cement Factory, Mud Pies, whatever you want to call it, is omitted from almost every home port of the game, including all of Nintendo's official ports. But that's kind of unheard of for back then. A lot of times you saw maybe some slight maze changes, or just a repeating screen that got faster and harder. But no, there's distinct separate levels.
You gotta kind of memorize the little quirks of the game, you know. There are certain ways you can just barely, you know, catch the edges of barrels and so forth, and you're instantly dead.
Donkey Kong is hard. It's really, really difficult.
When I see like Weeby and Mitchell play Donkey Kong, I'm like, screw you. Go to hell. How can you play that good? It's ridiculous.
Structure the conveyor belts in the Pies level.
Yeah.
That was probably the first time we all cursed out a conveyor belt.
And that screws you because the first wave, you don't see that level.
No.
So when you get to it, you're like, what the hell is this? And you don't know what to do.
So you gotta know exactly how to time those jumps, when to leave that hammer be, when to climb up the ladders, when to give up and go play Pac-Man.
Shut up. Shut up. I don't have the life for that. I want to go take a bath.
Well, I don't like to gloat, but there was a competition between Joey, Pat, and I at MagFest. And Joey falsely claimed that he won, but I have picture photo proof that I won the competition.
I was there. Just tell them the truth.
I did it. I got it done.
There was a big lawsuit between Universal Studios and Nintendo.
Doesn't Donkey Kong, didn't they rip off King Kong? Shouldn't we be suing them at this point?
Universal Studios felt there was a copyright infringement with King Kong and the trademark they had there.
Here we are, Universal Studios, we're huge. Here is this little company. It's not the Nintendo of today, it's this little company with a handful of employees. We're gonna go in, we're gonna sue them, and they're gonna be so scared that they're gonna give us a piece of this Donkey Kong action. That's what's gonna happen.
But the stupidest part on Universal is this. Okay, so King Kong comes out in the 30s, and then Universal wants to do a remake in 75, right? And RKO Pictures says, no, you can't do that. And Universal successfully argues in 75, 6 years beforehand, that it is in the public domain.
They find out that Universal did not actually own any copyrights to King Kong.
6 years later, they have the balls to go and tell Nintendo that they own something that they don't.
Long story short, Nintendo won, and also Universal found out they didn't own the rights to King Kong. Oopsie.
And guess who won the case for Nintendo? A little lawyer by the name of Kirby. I wonder if Nintendo, you know, kind of paid tribute to that by making a game character out of him. Maybe.
Arcade break. I always called it Quicks. Some people call it Kicks.
Taito's Quicks is spelled just like Kix cereal except with a Q instead of a K. It was an arcade game that was not nearly as popular as any of the games we've talked about so far, but it was a good game.
Nothing is spelled out in Kicks, and other than the fact that you're told to fill a certain percent of the screen with color, you don't really know why you're doing this.
You're making little boxes to capture the Kicks, Quicks, whatever it's called. I'd like to know what the heck it is. It's just like this magical, colorful thing. It's actually kind of cool. It looked cool. It looked cool for the graphics. It was like you had this floating thing. I don't know how to describe it. It's just magical. It was magical.
It started its own genre with, I guess, was only Kicks, like Super Kicks, and then any pornographic game in the 90s with this New World 94, you know, where you had to fill up, you know, you had to make squares to reveal a nude Asian woman.
I was going to say,
you know,
a low-quality JPEG of a nude Asian woman.
It's been on so many platforms. It's another one of those games that similar to it, or the game itself has appeared on everything at some point.
Do you think you're fast enough to beat the bomber? I don't think so.
Not only was Kaboom Rue's catchphrase during E3 2012, it was also a popular Atari 2600 game.
It was made by Larry Kaplan, and it uses the paddle controllers.
Kaboom was a gigantic title for the Atari VCS, and it was significant because it began to show that Activision was putting out some of the best games on the system.
Basically, in it, you play as 3 buckets. You're not a human. You're in 3 buckets.
The goal of the game was to catch bombs in a plastic bucket that were being dropped by this mad bomber.
Because apparently buckets can withstand an explosion.
The whole time he's dropping bombs, he's got this angry face.
This was terrorism at its finest here.
And then if you miss one and it blows up, he smiles.
You're getting kids ready for the 2000 period.
Yes.
That's pretty twisted for a mainstream Atari 2600.
It's a really fast-paced game. It really scratches that itch for, one more time score attack kind of gameplay.
It used the paddle controller, which was awesome. I still love the paddle controller to this day.
It's still popular to this day. It's had re-releases on multiple platforms, but without an actual paddle, it doesn't play anything like it should.
Kaboom! And now the freaking awesome computer games of 1981.
Greetings and welcome to Clint's freaking awesome computer games, because if they weren't awesome, I wouldn't give a crap. In 1981, we have a lot of Apple II games, starting with Muse Software's Castle Wolfenstein, an early stealth action game where you go around killing Nazis and looting their bodies. You also have The Demon's Forge by Brian Fargo, a graphical text adventure game that has very little to nothing at all to do with forging demons. And lastly, we have Online Systems Softborn Adventure, a text adventure game that is far less awesome than it sounds. You just go around trying to get laid with text. And that's it for my freaking awesome computer games of 1981. There's always plenty of games every year, but it's nice to know where to start.
Okay, great.
Venture. Kind of like Berserk.
Venture is another one of those generic maze games that kind of wanted to go with the fantasy theme to kind of go with the success of Adventure.
And you would have this maze that had usually, I believe, 4 corners, and each corner was its own separate, not really maze, but kind of like almost like a dungeon where they had different obstacles.
Adventure was pretty popular at the time. It ported over to a lot of the systems. Lico got a good port of it.
It's on Atari 2600.
But that game used to scare the hell out of me when I was a kid. Like, it always made me tense because it was like a scary game. Like, the music made it like very atmospheric and very intense.
The thing I find most interesting about it, frankly, is that the high score on it hasn't changed for like 30 years. I don't know if it's because no one's playing this game or if it's that hard or what, but it's like the high score was done by a kid in Canada in 1982, and no one else has bested it since. Good on him.
So 81 was really the first year we had a video game console war between Atari and Intellivision.
Well, they were going after each other. They were cutthroat after each other. Ads, attack ads. It was like a political campaign.
Sunday, it's the Atari and Intellivision war.
You're brown and black, I'm brown and gold. Go yourself.
Now 80 was a breakout year for Atari, for the Space Invaders selling a bazillion copies, and Intellivision was trying to get their foot in the door still. So what was the way to do it? Why not compare on TV your technologically superior system to the system that was already 3-4 years old?
And they start warring it out on television with incredibly entertaining advertisements.
With George Plimpton.
I'll try almost anything. So when Mattel Electronics asked me to compare their Intellivision games with Atari, I gave it a try.
Sure, it was no Sega does what Nintendo don't, but it had George Plimpton in that I didn't know, kid.
Excuse me, have you compared them to Intellivision?
Intellivision?
Sure, they've got great space games, like Intellivision Space Battle.
I didn't know.
Who better to compare video game systems than George Plimpton, a middle-aged writer and poet?
He seemed trustworthy.
And he just kind of came across as like, the Intellivision system is so much better than the Atari, And graphically, it was.
So he had written books about what it was like to play training video games. So he was the big sports expert of the common person playing sports.
He wanted to pose a question to the audience, basically.
He would come out and say, "Hi, I'm George Clinton, and look at, here's Atari baseball. And here's a television baseball, and people are running around bases."
The ball moving, and the characters were actually, that famous Intellivision motion, like all the characters were moving, this smooth animation. It actually looked like a baseball game.
Yeah. And so the dad at home, he looks at the Atari and goes, "I don't see a baseball diamond." He looks at ours and goes, "Hey, it's a baseball diamond."
I'd always heard a lot of stories about people like, I was able to convince my parents to get us a video game system because I was able to convince them to get an Intellivision because my dad wanted to play the baseball game.
The sports games for Intellivision were obviously better than the sports games at the time for the VCS.
You didn't have one, you'd be like, "You know what, that Atari baseball game with only 4 guys in the field, yeah, I think I do want the one that actually has all 9.
The very first time that voice was ever used in a video game was MLB baseball for the Intellivision. The great, "You're out."
That's what launched Intellivision with the sports games. That was it. And so Atari tried to come back and say, "Yeah, they got great sports games, but they don't have space games." So, Intellivision, like every time they came up with a commercial, Intellivision was right there with and now, here's Space Armada, and here's Astro Smash.
Intellivision space games from Mattel Electronics. Once you compare, you'll know.
Comparing directly Star Strike to Asteroid, which is the big seller on the 2600, basically saying, here's Star Strike with, basically some sort of 3D-ish graphics, and Asteroids look like trash. That was basically what George Clinton was saying in a very nice way, in his nice gray suits.
And the worst was when he was done. Oh my God.
See? That wasn't so hard.
I think my favorite's got to be the really awkward one with a little kid that wheels up next to George Plimpton getting out of his car. He's on his little bicycle and he's just so in awe. He's like, "Mr. Television?"
Well, your friends aren't going to have this newest one. It's Frogbog.
Oh, man, they're not going to believe this. Can I get your autograph?
Certainly. What's your name?
My name?
And I talked to George Clinton years ago before he died, and he said, they actually came in and they gave him an Atari, they gave him an Intellivision, and he had to fill out affidavits for the FTC, that he did find Intellivision better. He said, "Of course they were paying me, so I had an incentive to find it better, but I really did find it better."
The graphics actually looked a lot better. Now, by today's standards, they still look like blocky crap. But back then, you were like, hell yeah, that looks like an actual player. That looks like an actual man running with the soccer ball. That looks like an actual guy batting the ball.
Even today, some people are still, it's very strange, some people today are still, "Oh, Intellivision versus Atari. Oh, Atari was better. Oh, this is better." And they're still fighting about this.
Atari did win the console war eventually, though, but that's because they had just some really blockbuster hits with Pac-Man, Space Invaders, and things like that. But Intellivision did give them quite a run for its money.
It's kind of ironic that the Intellivision commercials featured E.T.'s Henry Thomas, and the infamous E.T. game was released on the Atari 2600, not the Intellivision, and that the E.T. game led to the demise of the Atari 2600. It's out of this world.
And now, the forgotten video games of 1981.
Pat here bringing you the forgotten video games of 1981. Make Tracks. A maze game by William where you try to paint while being harassed by fish. Yeah, that sounds normal. Battle of Atlantis. Comsoft's goofy yet challenging submarine shooter. Omega Race. Midway's bouncy asteroids clone that put your stored life information in the middle of the screen. And Bosconian. Namco's free-roaming space shooter, which was the first game to offer continues. Pop those quarters in. And those were the forgotten video games of 1981. Just because you don't remember them doesn't mean they weren't fun.
Bonus game.
Ultima and Wizardry. I don't give a damn about Ultima, so I'll let Rue or someone else cover that one. But I can talk about Wizardry. Oh yes, I can talk about Wizardry.
Ultima. This, many people see as one of the most important role-playing games developed. It was actually an offshoot, or it was kind of a reimagining and expansion, what have you, of a Caliban. Both were created by Richard Garriott, who was a young, promising hobbyist programmer at the time. And actually, he developed a Caliban in high school. He developed Ultima during his freshman year in college.
It was an overhead RPG, simple graphics.
It took a lot of the gameplay of Caliban and just kind of tweaked it, made it more. It added quests. It added an overworld with tile set graphics, which were impressive, very impressive for the day.
And you try to get to space somehow. For some reason, you end up in a space shuttle. It's a wacky game.
There were some strange things, though. It was kind of like it ran the whole fantasy gamut. You know, from old Wizards and Warriors up into sci-fi. You could buy a spaceship, space shuttle specifically, I believe, and there was like space shooter aspects in this RPG.
Like Dungeons and Dragons wasn't bad enough preventing countless tens of thousands of teenage boys from getting laid. This crap was dropped in their laps.
Wizardry was made in 1981 by Andrew Greenberg and Robert Woodhead, published by Surtech Games. And this is kind of the genesis of everything I love in RPGs. It's a first-person dungeon crawling game. And what was big about it for the time is that there's a lot of graphic. The maze is rendered very, very simply. But the enemies are rendered in color, for the most part, as long as you play on an color monitor.
It was also the first PC role-playing game to use a true party-based system for your dungeon crawling experiences. So you would have not only one person to take care of, you had a whole group of people with different stats and abilities.
And you could have up to 6 people in your party. You could choose their class. You could choose their alignment. You could choose. It was very much. Both obviously were based off of D&D elements, but Wizardry was very much more of an almost straight D&D. You take the tabletop pen and paper and you put it in a computer program. This is what you get, Wizardry.
There's also a lot of puzzles in this game. Weird warp zones set up in the map, in the dungeons. Keep in mind, you don't have a map. You have to make your own map. Grab the graphing paper. You're not getting out of this unless you make your own map.
Back in my day, we didn't have manuals and maps.
So, you hit a warp zone and you don't know where you are, and half the fun is figuring out how all these pieces, spinners, warp zones, etc., interact on a floor, sometimes between floors, to get you to your final goal.
And it really just jump-started the Japanese RPG market through Dragon Quest, later Final Fantasy, and of course all the rest, all the tons and tons of Japanese RPGs that came out later. They all kind of draw their lineage to Ultima and Wizardry.
Arcade break.
Vroom! It's turbo!
So in 1981, graphics weren't very advanced, but this was, this was colorful, varying environments. The car could move not only left and right, but forwards and backwards on the screen on the road.
But you would have to pass a certain amount of cars in a certain amount of time. So, it made the game that much more challenging.
The interesting thing about the development of Turbo was that the programmer was actually hospitalized with exhaustion and a spontaneously collapsed lung. That is dedication.
Most games were still one static screen and one overhead, usually an overhead perspective, and that was it. And here comes this game that's throwing 3D sprite scaling at you in 81. Who's the company that made that? Oh yeah, this is Sega.
Sega, they were cornering, seemingly, the driving racing game market.
In the early 80s, it's not hard to do. There's not much you can do, really.
The Turbo or Sprint, that was your choices, really, in 81.
Press start.
1981 brought on the masterful, incredibly interesting tabletop units.
Payback Coleco.
Tabletop games, baby. They look just like arcade games. You have the side art on them. You have the marquee.
Donkey Kong and Midway, Pac-Man and Galactic. The arcade games you can take home with you from Coleco.
There's some of the original Pac-Man artwork on this one, like Pac-Man with feet.
Yeah, I never understood this. I mean, it kind of looks more like a ghost than an actual Pac-Man, and it looks kind of like perverted.
He looks like a cracked out, testicle with legs and red eyes. It's kind of messed up.
You have the control panel with the joysticks. These were really cool because you can play little handhelds and like a little Game & Watch, or you can play something that looks like a freaking arcade machine right in your home. And you know what? For the most part, they were decent games.
It was basically like the power of the arcade in the palm of your hand, except it didn't quite fit in the palm of your hand. And it wasn't really the power of the arcade. So, yeah.
Well, the Donkey Kong one even has 2 levels represented, which is crazy. Most of them would only have 1, but that one's got the jump the barrels and the girders worked into.
So you had Coleco getting on the action, licensing Nintendo stuff. Nintendo, Game & Watch, tabletops, they had those. You had, let's see, NTEX came out with their versions. I think they did Defender, I believe. So you had all of these companies getting in on the action with these guys.
I wanted one so bad. My parents were like, nope.
You know, you had a lot of LCD handhelds that were cool. I mean, this was before you had a lot of, interchangeable cartridge, handheld portable gaming devices or anything like that. So LCD handhelds, yeah, that makes sense. But to have something that's so stationary and kind of big and bulky, I never really understood the appeal.
And I love these things because they tend to use VFD displays, vacuum fluorescent displays, which have all of the limitations of an LCD display, but it uses fluorescent light to create a very bright, colorful picture on the screen. So they look nice and they're fun to play, and they're appealing just from a design standpoint. By no means it is perfect, but they're excellent at what they are.
It wasn't anything I really wanted. I would rather have something that was handheld that I could take with me in the car. Didn't, take 15 gigawatts of electricity to run.
It takes 4 C batteries.
4 very old, ever-ready C batteries.
Apparently not ready because it's not working.
This one is off. These are ever not ready.
The only thing I didn't like about these, back then these were expensive. They're still expensive. The only kids I knew that had these were the freaking rich kids that lived across the town that had like 5 of these. I couldn't get one of them. Yeah, I got them now.
I always hated that one kid in school who just got everything. Just every little freaking everything that came out. Look at me, I got an idiot.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the Super Nintendo. Oh, I got the Nintendo 64.
Now they're highly, highly collectible and highly, highly valuable. They're not that cheap to acquire these things.
I got 3DO. Freaking hated those kids.
I know. I remember I went to his house.
How the hell did you get a $600 because I'm rich and white?
Yeah, people bought them, I guess. Mostly collectors buy them now because.
Here are the popular pinball games of 1981.
Hey everyone, Ian here with the popular pinball games of 1981. Fathom by Bally. Not only are you rescuing scuba divers amongst a crazy underwater backdrop, but you've got 2 crossover return lanes which let you save the ball in a number of different ways. Barracuda by Williams. Backblast inspired by H.R. Geiger. Attractive fish women on the playfield, and the pinball isn't so bad either. And a personal favorite, Suntar by Bally. The Great Rule Sun, a stunning black and white playfield. And that Suntar in the title? Half orc, half motorcycle. There is no table. And those were the popular pinball machines in 1981, because there's more to life than just video.
Yard's Revenge was my first project at Atari. It's the place I really wanted to be, and it was very important to me to make a contribution, to make a real splash with it.
Yard's Revenge started as a port of Star Castle. And you can kind of see that in how the game plays.
But it occurred to me that I could just take some of the components, some of the elements of that game and reformulate them into something that would fit the 2600 and suit that well.
The goal is to chip away the shield around the crocodile and send a missile into the shield and destroy the crocodile.
I realized that if you take game functions that are buttons or stick moves and work them into gameplay instead so that you earn a function instead of just pushing a button for a function, it enhances the gameplay.
When you eat away at the shield, it puts a missile behind you, and you can move the missile up and down as you move the yard.
So by simplifying the controller scheme, I made it a more usable game and forced myself to enhance the design in a way that I think really improves the playability of the game.
Does anyone else find Yar's Revenge a very tricky game? Like, something about that droning sound in the background and the stuff flying at you.
When I was playing Yar's Revenge when I was a kid, this is what I envisioned for sure.
Were you eating acid?
You're eating the wall. You're a fly. Man, that's some weird stuff.
What was Yar getting revenge on? Did aliens kill his young kids? Why was it Yar's revenge?
I don't feel like the backstory was really fleshed out that well.
They actually have a full-fledged story going on here, which covers a couple pages.
And then I wrote a story. I think I was one of the first people to actually write a backstory for a game.
The game was about Yar of the Rossic solar system. So the joke was, it was basically Ray Kassar, the CEO of Atari. It was his name spelled backwards.
The interesting thing was that Ray had no idea about this. Ray knew nothing about this, but I just figured no one in marketing is going to have the balls to talk to Ray about it.
It's a unique game and a simple game, and because of that, it's one of those ones that I can easily raise 40 companies.
And ironically, it's going to be one of the best Atari 2600 games developed by Howard Scott Warshaw.
I really like it when people say E.T. is the worst game ever made, because people consistently talk about Yar's Revenge as one of the best games that was ever made. So I figure that gives me the greatest range of any game designer in history.
Next level.
One of the reasons that Pac-Man was so popular was that it appealed to both males and females. So Miss Pac-Man took that format and all right, girls are playing this game. Now girls are really going to want to play this because we have our first iconic, female video game character.
I think the single takeaway from Ms. Pac-Man is how little difference there is between male and female. Really, all you need is a red bow. You separate the two genders automatically. There you go. I am now female. I feel so liberated.
Yeah, Miss Pac-Man was essentially almost like a homebrew.
Like a hack.
It was a hack.
Miss Pac-Man was originally designed by programmers at General Computer Corporation as an enhancement to Pac-Man. They called it Crazy Auto.
And then Midway, who had the rights to Pac-Man in America, found out about these guys and said, hey, that looks cool. How about you just make that game for us and we'll pay you for that. And they said, sure, let's do that. And that became Ms. Pac-Man.
They really should have called it Pac-Man. Way more catchier, politer.
This Pac-Man,
in my opinion, is better than Pac-Man.
My opinion too.
This Pac-Man is special because it really takes the formula of Pac-Man and improves upon it in almost every way you can come to see.
Different maze combinations. Different mazes. Bouncing fruit.
It changes up the AI of the ghosts so that you can follow the same patterns that you follow in regular Pac-Man.
Faster speed. Yes, it was a bit faster.
They took the speed, the AI, the maze layout, and gave you something that was incredibly familiar and incredibly fresh at the same time.
Video games are the latest craze to sweep the country and most of the world, too. Millions of people are...
ColecoVision. 1982.
Video games are taking this country by storm.
Commodore 64 personal... The electronic game craze, which is not only fascinating...
The Atari 5200 Super System. Its only competition is you.
It's the video game years, and welcome to 1982. The systems, the culture, the games. An orange critter steals gamers' hearts.
He's not speaking in English, he's just talking gibberish.
Coleco has a vision for a new console.
It looks like the arcade. It's close.
And a gaming movie lights up the screen.
it was mind-blowing. I mean, it changed my life, you know?
Plus, Atari goes big, and robots run wild. So hop on your ostrich, but be sure to phone home. This is 1982.
The Atari 5200. This was my very first video game system. Well, one of them was.
I'm sorry.
The Atari 5200 was released in 1982, and it was supposed to be this great replacement for the Atari 2600, but of course, it wasn't.
So they throw in a new system, jack the price up, so the margin better, and they come out with this system that at the time was already a little bit obsolete. It was packed in with Super Breakout. Yippee, Breakout, it's better. But for the most part, the reason why the 5200 wasn't that great in the grand scheme of things is because it was really just an upgrade.
I have to say, the Atari 5200 gets a really bad rap. It had some incredible arcade ports of, you know, they look great. You look at Pac-Man for the 2600, it looks like absolute shit. You look at Pac-Man for the Atari 5200, it looks like Pac-Man.
Most of the games on the system were not games that were unique to the system. It was Pac-Man, Pitfall, Centipede. They were better versions, or the close ports to the arcade version, better than 2600, but they weren't unique, so why bother getting them?
This is the two-player version, the two-port, versus the four-port.
Now, I detest the controller with a passion. It's the absolute worst video game controller ever made.
And while the controllers had these nifty analog sticks, they couldn't recenter.
Right. The non-centering analog was great for games like Centipede, Super Breakout, probably why it was packed in with the system, and Missile Command. Any game that used like
Analog,
a spinner
yeah,
or a trackball,
sure,
it was fine because you could move slow or you could zip around.
But that's not many games.
No, and it's certainly not the games that the majority of people play.
They were these just weird analog controllers. I think in theory they would have been great. It had a pause button on it.
It's like they tried to mix a controller with a telephone and something else horrible, and it just doesn't work.
Atari 5200 controllers had the reputation of breaking all the time.
They were notorious for breaking.
These are my Atari 5200 controllers that don't work. There's an RF switch, that's broken.
I think that time has treated the 5200 poorly. It's not a fondly remembered game system. It's easy to make fun of it because of the terrible controller, because of the fact it was a commercial failure. But in 1982, the thing was cool.
I love the Atari 5200 and I stand by it. I will always love that system. I mean, games like Pengo, Super Breakout, almost arcade perfect version of Pac-Man.
Pengo's actually probably the most miserable game to play with one of these.
Well, there you go. Pengo. Don't get the 5200.
Arcade break.
Burger Time was released in 1982 by Data East for the arcades.
You play as Peter Pepper, the chef, and you walk around on food that people are going to eat. The game's horrifying.
Now, I've always been a germ freak, and I know what goes on in some kitchens. And this game did not help my paranoia one bit.
Yeah, are you cooking for like giants in the game? That's never really explained. Are you a hobbit chef?
Are you like a little person and giant people are eating the burgers? It's a really trippy game. Just don't think about it.
You can also use the Deco tape system, which Data East made to help streamline how some of their arcade releases were.
Was it Mr. Pickle, Mr. Egg, and Mr. Wiener?
It actually used a physical tape and, you know, make another tape for a totally different game. This way you can use the same cabinet for various different games.
So pretty much the entire point to do was to get all those little creatures in your buns.
It's an early jam-up kind of scenario, but unfortunately the tape decks really sucked and they would crap out a lot. It became unreliable.
So if you slapped your meat on Mr. Wiener, you could kill him?
The thing with Burger Time is I think most people who approach it play it similar to Pac-Man, and they try to avoid the enemies, whereas in Burger Time, you really want them to line up behind you.
It's like salt, right? When you throw salt at people, that game.
It's a really frustrating game. It's a fun game, really tough, And yeah, it was kind of original at the time.
1 foot burger, please.
So Gottlieb was a big pinball machine company. They decided, hey, we want to get into this video game craze. So they didn't have a lot of games that were well known. Their biggest hit, though, smash hit, was Cuber.
Cuber wasn't the original name for this game. It was originally Snot and Boogers. How awesome is that? Man, I would have lost my shit if that was the final name, but I guess, you know, I was a little like juvenile, and of course I was a little kid, so it would work for me then, but now I'd be like, hey, so Cuber works.
It's like an isometric pyramid kind of game where you move up and down trying to turn over each of the different cubes that you land on until you complete the whole puzzle.
You only had a couple of enemies to deal with, but they were kind of bouncing around and following you, so it was always interesting. And there was a couple of like discs on either side that you kind of use as a one-time thing to get you back up to the top, sometimes to get out of a hairy situation, sometimes to reset yourself to get going down the other side.
What are you in Cuba? You're some orange Muppet-looking thing with a big nose, you speak in gibberish, and you have a 4-way directional joystick, but on a diagonal, and that's how you do it. You move along on this cube pyramid.
Because the board was like a pyramid, they actually mounted the joystick in a diagonal fashion. So you would actually move in diagonals.
Like a cross.
Right, instead of, you know, up, down, left, right, which was pretty innovative.
I don't know how much the arcade controls differ from the Atari controls, but on Atari, it's like, geez, I don't want to say it wrong, but if you hit like down, it kind of you can fall off the side very easily, and either you're naturally kind of good with the Cuber controls, or you suck at it. I happen to be really, really good at it, but most people I've ever played that game with hate it. They just think the controls are garbage.
One of the interesting things about Cubert is it was one of the more licensed arcade games of the 80s. There was toys, there was a cartoon, there was a board game that had its own incredibly weird and wacky pinball machine later on. But it really was Gottlieb's only known arcade hit.
Best part about Cubert, of course, is the iconic moment when you lose a life and the speech bubble shows up above him with kind of like different symbols to, you know, obviously getting at him swearing.
It kind of had this digitized, mumbly, jumbled voice that Cuber had, where he basically swore.
Yeah. Well, originally the plan was to actually have there to be a noise, like an actual word that Cuber would say. But the limitations of the chip prevented it, so the programmer just started putting random numbers in, and that's how we got Cuber's swearing.
Actually, my Uncle Sean is on the Twin Galaxies record board in the top 5 or 10 for Cubert, and that makes us proud as a family.
Arcade break.
If you were around in 82, 83 especially, pole position was huge.
It's a Formula One racing game.
It was actually one of the first driving games that I played that actually had a steering wheel.
There were two different types of machines. You had a upright, and you had a sit-down cabinet. The sit-down had a brake and an accelerator. I believe the upright only had an accelerator on it.
It was such an immersive experience because they had those environmental versions of the games where you sat inside and you had high and low gear.
Greasy fingers slipping from all the pizza, doing everything you can to hold on to that steering wheel as you're going around those turns.
It's really strange playing a driving game with a pedal while you're standing up. It feels unnatural.
Pole Position was one of the first games to have product placement in the games.
Canon, Pepsi, Marlboro.
Was so popular, it was one of the handful of arcade games that had a cartoon, its own standalone cartoon, where it was like some sort of weird adventure team.
With kids, obviously, because it was the 80s, so all of your spies were children.
I guess it's hard to make a cartoon out of you being a single F1 racer going around the same track over and over again. So,
one of the cool things or uncool things about Pole Position is when you ran into anything, your car would explode, like a Ford Pinto.
Horrible flames and death.
Cruising USA was the pole position of the 90s. No, it wasn't.
February 1982, the Commodore 64 was introduced.
The Commodore 64 was once, twice, 3 times later.
The Commodore 64, best-selling personal computer of all time.
The reason it's called Commodore 64 is because it has 64 kilobytes of RAM.
One of the most famous sound chips in retro gaming.
Games had great sound because the SID chip inside of the Commodore 64 that was used for sound could do really incredible things for the time.
Commodore 64. Or like the Commodore 64. Commies played that one.
It was my first computer system I ever had, and I never bought more than 3 games for the system because my uncle had 2 disk drives and would copy pretty much every single game for me.
I know that my dad used to network with a lot of people, and he used to go to meetings that were specifically they were like Commodore meetings, where you get together with a bunch of people and they trade software, trade video games and stuff. So we just had discs crammed with games. It was more of a gaming machine than it was a home computing machine. Maybe 50-50, but there was a lot of game programming on it.
Retailed for $5.95, which was a lot of money back then. But considering the competitors, Apple II, for example, retailed for $1,200, it was significantly less than its competitors. The reason being is because you had to pretty much purchase everything separately.
Was it something that you saw regularly in an American household?
No.
So if you wanted a floppy drive, if you wanted a printer, if you wanted other devices, cassette player for this, you have to buy everything separately.
It was limited. It wasn't like you can get an IBM compatible that can do a lot more than a Commodore. Not for games, but for home computing, for spreadsheets and word processing, which are still infancy, but also the Apple II. You can do all this nice stuff. The Commodore, it was more inexpensive, but you can do a lot less on it, partially because of it.
One of the reasons why it was so freaking successful was it had just tons and tons of software for it. Like there were over 10,000 titles.
In Europe, consoles weren't that huge in the 80s. You had stuff like the BBC Micro, the Sinclair ZX Spectrum, and you had the Commodore 64. Those were your main gaming machines in Europe. So in Europe, huge games coming out left and right. In the US, not a lot of games that were only on the Commodore 64. You have some ports coming on.
Dig Dug. I got my first experience with Dig Dug on the Commodore 64.
It was supported up until 1994, making it the longest supported computer of all time.
Congo Bongo. Burger Time.
She's a brick house. Sorry, Commodore's jokes.
School Days. Oh man, I love School Days.
You have stuff like the Lemonade game, which I played in school. That was fun. A couple of things of sugar and a lemonade mix, and hopefully it doesn't rain.
Has anybody else out there played School Days?
It's a heavy-ass keyboard. You can kill someone. You could with a Commodore 64. It's all built in right in that freaking keyboard.
I mean, it's just an iconic startup screen, you know, with that 64K RAM. It's Commodore 64, and then the ready prompt. You know, it's a lot more inviting, a lot more welcoming than that cold, harsh Microsoft DOS C prompt. You know, ready to adventure, or vice versa.
Arcade break.
Williams Joust. Frickin' ostriches.
John Newcomer went out to make a flying game, and he didn't want to use spaceships because those were cliche even at that time. So he had knights riding ostriches.
And I actually liked that game and played it more, I'd say, than any other video game ever.
So you flap your little ostrich wings, and you got to hit the other ostrich knights, just a slightly higher level at least, and then you hit them off, and you collect the sort of like wings for bonus points.
Do you ever wonder where Super Mario Bros. 2 got the idea for riding on ostriches? No? Now I feel ostracized.
That's the entire game. One screen, ostriches flying on by. It's bizarre. It's some sort of like really weird, you know, like heavy metal animated world or something going on.
I'm gonna go stick my head in the sand.
Honestly, the best part about Joust, other than the whole ridiculous nature of it, is how satisfying it is to just splurt on top of the enemies and turn them into eggs. I don't even know if that's a word, but that's what it feels like, and it feels good.
And now the other arcade games of 1982.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and these are the other arcade games of 1982. Nibbler. This Pac-Man and Snake mashup is the first video game where you can reach 1 billion points. Pengo. The overhead ice maze game where you control a cute little red penguin.
who crushes the snow bees. Yeah! Satan's Hollow, the shoot-'em-up game where you destroy gargoyles in order to build a bridge that leads directly to Satan. Why would you do that? Star Trek, the vector game that boldly goes where no man has gone before. I just can't do it, Captain! So there you go, guys. There are the other arcade games of 1982. So grab yourself a fistful of quarters and meet me in the arcade. And now, it should have been a video game in 1982.
Oh, hello. I'm Eric, and here's the stuff from 1982 that should have been made into a video game. From the movie Gandhi, a game similar to Beat 'em and Eat 'em, where you played as Gandhi during a hunger strike, and you had to actually dodge food that was being thrown at you by government officials. Guess that would make it Beat 'em and Don't Eat 'em, which would make more sense. This year in music, Ozzy Osbourne bit the head off of a live bat during a show, an event so infamous that it should have had its own video game. They could have called it Batman. No, they couldn't. In television this year, the sitcom Cheers premieres on NBC and the Atari 2600. You might think it'd be the precursor to Bally Midway's Tapper, but it's actually a game where you just order drinks and watch your characters waste their lives and their livers away in a bar, where everybody knows their name. Bah, had it. 1982. Done.
1982 was the year where Atari's hubris really started to show through.
Atari decides to announce that they are bringing Pac-Man to the home market. Huge news!
Pac-Man for the Atari 2600 was exactly like Pac-Man for the arcade, but not good.
It barely resembles the arcade. It sounds nothing like the arcade.
Everything flickers all over the place. There isn't the right number of ghosts. The maze looks wrong. You're eating wafers, not pellets. You only face in one direction.
They put on a 4 kilobyte cartridge. I mean, 8 kilobyte cartridges that just recently come out, but 4 kilobytes. Hey, that saves money. Just do what you can and try to squeeze as much as you can into that.
All the ghosts were the same color in this game. How dull is that? You know, that's awful.
If you play Pac-Man on the Atari 2600, you see a flicker with the ghosts.
Couldn't have broken up those lines to make them look like the parts Pac-Man needs?
No, they're the 4 ghosts. You're getting epilepsy, but it's okay because you're playing Pac-Man at home.
They kicked everyone. They kicked everyone who loved Pac-Man right in the nard.
Atari actually ended up with 5 million extra copies.
Oh, really?
5 million that they couldn't sell because they half-assed it.
Well, you know what? I have 3 of them.
They think it's going to be so popular that everybody with an Atari 2600 will buy one. And millions more people will buy Atari 2600 consoles just to get Pac-Man. So we had better make more copies of Pac-Man than there were Atari 2600 game consoles in existence at the time.
The game sold well, but not well enough, and many consumers returned their copies to Atari.
It was Pac-Man that really stormed the crash of '83.
Dun dun dun!
So then we get to E.T. Do we really need to actually talk about this game?
A lot of people are aware that E.T. has some issues and problems, and part of the problem with that was that I really wanted to do a breakthrough game once again.
The funny thing is, E.T. is actually not that bad a game.
No one had ever done a game in less than 5 months, 5 or 6 months, and I had 5 weeks.
Let's just get this out there. Not the worst video game of all time. Not by a long shot. Is it obtuse? Yes. Yes, it is.
Even though I only had 5 weeks, I still wanted to do a real contribution. I wanted to do a step up. I wanted to do a 3D world where it's a cube you actually run around on that you keep in your head, and here we go. And maybe that was too much. You know, maybe I was overly aggressive.
If you actually learn to play E.T. by its own rules, it's not awful, but it was not something that anyone was happy with when they got it as a kid.
It became the game that destroyed the video game industry. So there's a part of me that really is excited about the idea that I was able to single-handedly topple a multi-billion-dollar industry.
You're falling into holes, you're trying to collect these things everywhere, there's some weird random thing chasing you.
The sales of the game were horrible. People were returning this game. They were crying. There's stories of kids honestly crying that when they got this game. That's how bad this game was. It was, to them, unplayable.
I think back then, you really needed to read the instruction manual, and maybe a lot of people didn't want to. They thought everything would be like Space Invaders. You just shoot everything, you try to get a high score. E.T. was a game where you actually had to beat it.
I was presenting the 2600 design, and there was a guy from CoinOp presenting a CoinOp design, because there was going to be a CoinOp E.T. also. And we met with Spielberg and presented our designs, and once I laid this whole design out for him and stuff, and he looked at me and he said, gee, Howard, couldn't you do something like Pac-Man? I had this impulse to say, well, gee, Stephen, could you do something like The Day the Earth Stood Still? But I didn't say that, and I have to say that in retrospect, when I look back at that, maybe it wouldn't have been such a bad idea to try and knock off Pac-Man in some way, but I couldn't do it. I mean, that's just not who I was.
They did print way too many E.T. cartridges, similar to Pac-Man, and they eventually just kind of had to eat that loss.
One of the most famous legends in the history of gaming, which is apparently true, is that some obscene amount of E.T. cartridges, like 2 million cartridges or something, were buried out in the desert in Alamogordo, New Mexico.
Another conspiracy.
Now, this is a time where Atari was taking a nosedive, okay, financially. They were falling apart. And it's expensive to take stuff and ship it out into the middle of the desert and crush it and bury it. That's a lot of money. So it was always my contention. There were two reasons why I felt that probably was not true. One is it doesn't make sense for a company that's financially failing to spend all the additional money it would take to go and physically destroy all of these carts when they could cannibalize them and reuse some of the resources in new carts. And what are you trying to hide them from?
So many gamers have dreamed of digging up some of the E.T. games, and there's stories about they were like steamrolled and they were covered in cement, and I've heard all kinds of different things. I've heard some people say that there's like a parking lot on top of it, or it's underneath a Kmart or something.
It just doesn't make any sense. That's one reason. The other reason was I was kind of connected at the Atari grapevine by and large. And I really believe if this would have been happening, I would have heard about it back then at some point. And if I had, what I would have done was I would have hired like a photographer and flown us out and gone and stood on top of this mound of games and got my picture taken, because what a great thing that would be.
E.T. was probably the first time where the consumer had a mass revolt against the game. And they built an Atari partially because of that.
Arcade break.
Jungle King is a lovely, lovely arcade game.
The original version was more Tarzan-esque.
Your character's basically Tarzan. It is Tarzan.
Basically, the main character, Tarzan, or Jungle King, looked exactly like Tarzan. He wore a loincloth and he did the Tarzan yell, and it was like...
This got the attention of the estate of Edgar Rice Burroughs, who wrote Tarzan series in the first place. They became a little lawsuity,
so they had to change that for the systems, and it became Jungle Hunt.
They took out the Tarzan yell completely, and they changed the loincloth guy to what looks like the bad guy from Jumanji, with the little pit helmet and such.
Each stage varied in type of gameplay.
You swing from vine to vine, then you're underwater fighting off crocs, then you're jumping over boulders, and then you're trying to avoid some ethnic stereotypes, trying to cook your girlfriend alive in a pot.
When you think adventure, you think guy in a pith helmet swinging on knot vines through the jungle. That's a jungle hunt.
It's not the smoothest playing game, but yeah, for the time it was good.
He becomes a prisoner in a world of his own making. The world of Tron.
Disney released Tron in 1982. It had an unbelievable amount of computer graphics to make the film. It was visually stunning at the time.
The movie Tron has these special effects that still blow my mind.
First sort of like video game movie, and the first movie with a huge amount of special effects and CG graphics. Almost every frame, once you're in the computer world, oh man, they did all these like light effects, and I'm not sure how they even did it.
Tron's an ugly-ass movie, dude.
Don't pretend like you don't like Tron. Everybody likes Tron.
The inspiration for the movie? Pong. Luckily, they didn't take it too literally. I can't imagine a movie based solely on Pong.
The visuals in it are just so different.
No, Johnny, no!
And the movie looked like a video game.
So what is Tron known for? The CG effects, the cool like tanks that are CG rendered. The light cycle sequence is amazing.
The graphics were supposedly really, really amazing for the time.
Which is incredible considering the computer used to create these animations only had 2 megabytes of RAM.
Now it is visually appalling.
Don't hate.
But in the story, Jeff Bridges, who knows? He is a video game developer, not getting credit for any of his games. Sounds familiar. He's getting run out of his company. And so he gets sucked into the video game. And what ensues is a overrated meandering plot for the next 2 hours.
You shut up.
I remember that one scene where like Kurt Russell and somebody else was, they were in like the ship and then one of them was dying and then he had to drink the water or whatever and it was like sparkly as shit but it was like masked. So like all the textures were moving, not in the same Tron.
Nowadays, at least to me, it looks more like when you go to midnight bowling and they have the ultraviolet lights and it makes your white shirts glow. And it's like, ooh, I'm bowling. It's crazy. Ooh.
I can't watch Tron.
But the arcade game, I love the Tron arcade game.
The game was unique in that it had a selectable path.
So basically, I could choose any order in which I wanted to suck.
My favorite thing about the Tron arcade cabinet is it's just like the movie. It's just got this really striking visual look to it.
The black light all in the cabinet, great.
And it's just got that really unique joystick right there on the console. That's like glowing blue. It's got these bright blue lights in it.
You had tanks, which is like combat, you know, like where you shoot tanks, combat.
So the two weird mini games is the grid bugs and the weird rainbow snow cone you gotta destroy in the game. What the hell is going on there?
It's at the end of the movie.
It's terrible.
No, it's awesome.
I don't like that. But the light cycle part's fantastic. And the bugs are fun, I guess.
Yourself.
Along with the movie, there were 3 Tron games for the Intellivision. They were Tron Deadly Discs, Tron Mazatron, and Tron Solar Sailor. I like to call them the Tron Intellivision Trilogy, or TIT for short.
And I just look at it as, you know what, it laid the groundwork for the Journey game for next year. That's why I love the Tron video game. It's so hard. In 1982, evil Microsoft, not so evil yet, released their first version of Flight Simulator.
The joy of flying around through
beautiful pastel pictures.
At the time, there was no such thing as a flight simulator. Pretending to actually fly. Usually you're just pretending to shoot aliens and rescue little guys dangling in the air, falling to their death.
Some nice magenta, maybe some lime green, and you had all sorts of neat little dials. And you start out on this this runway, and you hit a button and it goes.
You weren't just shooting aliens, or you were trying to do something for real. Simulate flying.
This is not a game that any 3-year-old should start his video gaming journey out on.
Flight Simulator, we're going to be blowing up jets or something like that. No, it's about as dry and vanilla of an actual flight simulator as you get. You're flying commercial planes.
And then all of a sudden there's a crack on your windshield and you can't move anymore, which is the nice way of saying you did by Microsoft.
Let the show wings.
Arcade break.
Popeye by Nintendo, one of my favorite classic arcade games.
The interesting thing about Popeye is that when Nintendo created Donkey Kong, they were originally out to get a license for Popeye.
They suddenly were like, oh no, we don't want you to be using Popeye. So Shigeru Miyamoto had to be like, okay, well we'll come with something off, the top of my head, and it'll be random. And there you go, Donkey Kong, Stupid Monkey.
So it's interesting, a year later, they acquired the rights to Popeye and came out with a completely unique game that looked actually really good.
I remember the first time I played Popeye, I was incredibly annoyed because I was wondering why I couldn't punch Brutus.
Olive oil is throwing things for Popeye to catch, be it hearts or letters spelling help.
You punch the spinach can. But then once you are energized, you don't use the punch button to hit Brutus, you just run into it, which I always thought was really weird. That was kind of like counterproductive. Don't you want to punch him?
Yeah, there was this renaissance of Popeye in the early 80s.
And all I started with the Popeye spinach.
It's the only time I liked the character, actually. Well, blow you down.
So in 1982, we still have companies, just these random companies, putting out systems for Tesla and Waters. We have this other company, Coleco, putting out the ColecoVision, which is actually a system.
The packing game was Nintendo's Donkey Kong, which was huge for Coleco to get that game because that game was so popular at the time. And it just, that game, because of that game, this console sold very well.
The main thing that Coleco did, which is what a lot of the third-party games did, was they just opened up the checkbook and started buying licenses. So they had Donkey Kong and Mousetrap, and they had a lot of arcade machines. And of course, Atari had a lot of those sewn up already, a lot of more Atari games.
Now at the time, you could play Donkey Kong on the Intellivision, which you can barely make out the gorilla on it. Or you can play it on the 2600 maybe, and it's maybe slightly better looking like a gorilla, but it's still not. The ColecoVision port of Nintendo's groundbreaking title, it looks like the arcade game. It's close. It's not exact, but it's damn close. And compared to the other versions, it's so much a step above.
The first level, unfortunately, is backwards. The way the building is made, it's just in reversed.
Like Twilight Princess for the Wii.
Yeah.
Unlike other systems at the time, like the 5200, there was a lot of good standalone games that were only on the ColecoVision. You had games like Mousetrap that were really good ports from the arcade version. The Zaxxon port was probably the best one. Zaxxon was a great arcade game that came out in 82, and almost everyone who had a ColecoVision had to get Zaxxon. You had the Smurf game. I love that Smurf game.
Good, it's great, and it's an early platformer, so it's not the first of its kind, but it is kind of, at the time, it's still very unique to play a game of this variety.
They came out with a 2600 converter that you would pop in right into the system and play 2600 games.
Yeah, the expansion module.
Right.
ColecoVision said, you know what? We understand you already have Atari games, probably. How about you buy our expansion module, so on the ColecoVision, you can play your 2600 game library on our system. Atari sued them but lost, because ColecoVision wasn't stealing any Atari technology, no. They were just getting stuff that was already existing and putting this thing together.
You can play Atari 2600 cartridges on ColecoVision, but you can't play ColecoVision on Atari.
And they also had a steering wheel that was pack-in with Turbo, another arcade hit. And they also had the action joystick.
Yeah, it was like a trigger joystick.
Super action joystick.
Yeah.
And it had like twirl to it on the actual stick.
I've never seen a controller like that since.
No.
It's pretty
pretty innovative for the time.
Love the ColecoVision. It's my favorite pre-Nintendo system by far. And yeah, ColecoVision. It did extremely well in sales until the video game crashed. And that's a shame because, yeah, ColecoVision, good Coleco. Way to come back from your pants, tails, and lips and tabletop. ColecoVision. Buy it today.
And now the gaming innovation of 1982.
Oh, hello. In 1982, what new innovation graced the world and changed the face of gaming forever? The D-pad. Designed by Gunpei Yokoi for the Donkey Kong Game & Watch, there have been many ways to control up, down, left, and right in video games before, either with discrete buttons or joysticks. But this was the first time that all four functions were available in one control, easily identifiable by touch. This is an innovation that we use to this day in all sorts of video game consoles, and we owe Mr. Yokoi a great debt of gratitude. That does it for the video game innovation of 1982. And don't forget, it's not just nostalgia, it's science.
Nailed it!
And now, the popular pinball games of 1982.
Ian here with the popular pinball games of 1982. Haunted House by Gottlieb. 3 playfields, tons of rules, and lightning in the back box make this one of Gottlieb's most memorable. Vector by Bally. A futuristic sports theme and a really cool playfield tried to get eyes off of monitors and back on the silver ball. Mr. and Mrs. Pac-Man by Bally. A really popular theme and a mini maze in the center of the playfield made this one a real attention getter. And those are the popular pinball games of 1982, because there's more to life than video games.
Arcade great.
In '82, Donkey Kong Jr. was a pretty big hit, but it was actually eclipsed by another game, Donkey Kong. Even though the first Donkey Kong came out in '81, it was '82 was when it became a really, really big hit.
Nintendo thought it'd be a great idea to release Donkey Kong Jr. in 1982. It was an awesome breakfast cereal.
There's a Donkey Kong Jr., and a Donkey Kong 3, but no Donkey Kong 2.
Well, Donkey Kong Jr. was a really fun game because it took the idea of Donkey Kong and just changed around. Now, Mario is the bad guy, right? That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Well, Donkey Kong Jr. was kind of a different game than the original Donkey Kong. You played as obviously Donkey Kong's son, Donkey Kong Jr., and your goal was to save your father in the game. And you went through various obstacles, kind of like Mario did. That's where the similarities are, where it was an obstacle course, but you were like climbing up vines, climbing up chains. You weren't climbing ladders too much.
It's pretty crazy to think that our hero Plumber's second outing was as the villain in Donkey Kong Jr. Sure, you could blame Mario for mistreating Donkey Kong in the first game, but he went full-on bad guy this time.
Now Mario's the bad guy, and he captured Big Daddy Kong. And he's like, I'm whipping and I'm throwing out these spot traps, and they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you, little Donkey Kong Jr.
Luckily, he stopped abusing animals after this game. Unless you count the Yoshis, and the 3D rabbits, and the animal enemies, and the animal suits. Actually, someone should call PETA.
Now, where'd this kid come from? You mean the whole time, instead of watching over your baby, you out kidnapping ladies? Like, why are you kidnapping ladies? Junior should have been like, "F off, Pops. You're in a cage? Well, that's what you get for kidnapping ladies instead of raising me."
The thing that was also cool about it was that you get to slide around on the vines, and just the mechanics of that. I mean, we're gamers, right? And so gameplay is king. And being able to have this new mechanic that was also super sweet, and the ability to kind of climb up strategically and then to drop down and slide, but then catch yourself. It was just a really fun, cool mechanic. Really enjoyed it.
So here's the other crazy thing. We would not see Donkey Kong Jr. until 1992's Super Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo. We wouldn't see him again because in Donkey Kong Country, you are not playing as Donkey Kong. You're playing as Donkey Kong Jr., all grown up. And it is in fact Cranky Kong that is the Donkey Kong that kidnapped Daisy all those years ago.
In the intro screen, Donkey Kong is captured by Mario and is put in a cage and is pushed off. He's pushed off the screen by two Marios. I'm trying to wonder if this is the genesis of Luigi.
I like to think that at the end of Donkey Kong Jr., they had a nice long chat, and Mario was like, "Hey, you kidnapped my girl instead of raising you." And they realized, on top of being a kidnapping monkey, he's also a shitty father. So maybe Mario and Donkey Kong were able to bury the hatchet, settle their differences, and that's why they're friends. Knowledge bomb.
This is an ordinary TV video game. This is Red Thread, the only video game system with its own video screen. Take it anywhere.
This is the Vectrex, which was released in 1982, and while it was a commercial failure like the Atari 5200, everybody loves the Vectrex.
I love the Vectrex. Why don't I have this? I mean, it was just, of all of the early 80s, video game tech, that's out there, I think this is by far the most interesting.
It was an all-in-one vector monitor video game system combo.
Vector quality graphics. It was vector graphics. Vector graphics. Clean, crisp, more detail than anything else you could do at the time.
Vector graphics is just something you can't get on your home TV. That's all raster. That's an electron gun, sweeping back and forth and making the pictures and pretty and blah, blah, blah. Vector graphics are like, bajam, in your face.
Here's the joystick of the Vectrex. 4 buttons. Most games only used a couple. Joystick was okay.
Another thing I like about the Vectrex is that it has a handle built into the back, and it's technically a portable game console. As long as you have some AC power nearby, you can take the Vectrex and play it wherever because it's got its own screen.
What was really cool is the stuff like they had the light pen. You could go on the screen and draw.
You put it up to the screen and it actually attracts the...
Right. It attracts the phosphorus.
Yeah.
Or something.
They had Melody Master, they had Animaction.
Hold up, you can animate at the time. Hell, it was only vector graphics. It was only one color, blazing white, but it was cool.
There's also really good games on the Vectrex. For starters, we've got a built-in game, Mindstorm.
So Mindstorm is this, okay, it's an Asteroids knockoff, but that's okay because Asteroids is awesome. Blatant rip-off of Asteroids if you hadn't realized it.
They had a couple of rip-offs, like Clean Sweep, which was like a Pac-Man clone, but you know, majority were original games made for this system.
They had a couple of arcade ports over there. They had Scramble and Pole Position.
The system also had some pretty impressive sound capabilities, like in a game Spike. They used a lot of digital voice in that game, and it sounded really good.
Armor Attack. Armor Attack was sort of a clone of Combat, but it was fun.
And there's even a vibrant homebrew community producing new Vectrex games, like Vectrexians.
If you have a Vectrex or you're lucky enough to pick one up, you can buy the multi-game cartridge now, and you can get them all on one if you're willing to pay like $150.
All the games in the Vectrex library came with an overlay that you put on top of the monitor because you didn't have any color graphics on the system, so you had these overlays which are plastic, and they gave you the backgrounds on the game. And you put them on, it's like, ooh, it's green and blue, a little bit of blue. Okay, I'm buying this theater of mine. This is awesome. I need a Vectrex. Pat probably has like 10 of them in his basement. I'm gonna beat him out.
Arcade break.
The story of Dig Dug goes like this. You're just this guy who is digging underground.
Similar a little bit to Mr. Doom, that you're underground, you know, digging tunnels, except in this game, the objective is to kill all your enemies.
You beat the level by blowing bad guys up. By blowing it back. You beat the level by just move on.
You know, like digging underground, you inflate enemies and make them burst, and a little too violent for my tastes.
Or you can just drop rocks on it. Whatever way you feel is best to just kill these monsters while they're just hanging out in their natural habitat.
One of the most charming things about Dig Dug is that when you walk, it plays background music, and when you stop, the music stops. I like to make my own little remixes by starting and stopping, and it's like DJ Dig Dug, or Dig Duggy Fresh.
They all must die.
You know he has a name.
Does he have a name? I'm sure you're going to tell us, Mr. Namco.
It's Kaizo Hori.
Wow. More people will care about that.
He had a wife.
Right.
But they're separated.
And I'm sure he had a son. There's a legacy to Mr. Gorilla Games.
And the son's Sumimori.
Yeah.
Mr. Driller.
Oh, this is so creepy.
Yes.
All right. The Pac-Man animated series. Not produced by Namco. I believe it's Annabelle there.
Remember talking about how successful Pac-Man was, right? I mean, it got merchandising, it got its own theme song, hit 80s pop song.
Right after in the arcades, after we got Baby Pac-Man, we got the Pac-Man Part 2.
This marks the first time that a video game was so successful that it jumped to Saturday morning cartoons.
It went for 2 seasons. Why? Not a fan of it. I'm gonna be honest. They went from cute, cuddly Pac-Man to a Ralph Cramden look-alike.
The whole thing kind of centers around Pac-Man and his whole family. So we've got Miss Pac-Man and the baby, and they got a dog and a cat, and everybody's kind of got like that round look to them.
They had 5 ghosts, and there was a boss that was named Mesmeron, who would get the ghosts, actually they were called ghost monsters, to go get power pellets for him. Did I mention that this was the first cartoon based on a video game?
Peter Cullen voiced Sourpuss. Optimus Prime was Pac-Man's cat.
You look at a Hanna-Barbera cartoon, you can tell it's made on cheap. You got the backgrounds that are reused over and over. You know, you have the really quickly drawn, you know, animation on the front of those backgrounds, and they're like, it was a precursor for like Pac-Man, I guess.
Pac-Man series was actually so successful initially that ABC's rival CBS was prompted to make their own Saturday morning cartoon based on video games. which gave us, 1 year later, the Saturday Supercade.
Never liked package parties, I'm sorry. Didn't pull for me.
So in 1982, Dan Borland created Choplifter for the Apple II computers, and it would turn out to be one of my favorite games from that era.
Choplifter is interesting. It's a slower paced defender.
You're in a helicopter, you take off and you're rescuing hostages, you know, from the bungling empire.
And then you fly back maybe 100, 200 feet to where they're safe at their base, and the enemy, of course, can't attack that base because it's 200 feet away.
You pedal back and forth.
And then you just go, wash, rinse, and repeat the process.
You got some enemies that you got to avoid, and you're picking up things. And it's kind of like Stargate, except not insane.
If your chopper gets shot down, everyone on board dies. And yeah,
that's what would really happen.
Yeah, it's a very realistic game.
And it was extremely popular. That is starting in Apple II, ported over everywhere. And it's one of the only computer games I know of that started as a computer game, then was made an arcade game later after the fact. Sega did a port of it.
And the little hostages will be screaming, help me, or thank you, when you picked them up.
Now there's Choplifter on the same Master System,
which is my favorite version of Choplifter. I mean, the difficulty's fair. It's redone by Sega, which makes it better just because it was redone by Sega.
If you grew up at any time in the 80s, I'd be very surprised if you didn't play this game on something.
So it's an important game. Roo, eating.
And now the forgotten video games of 1982.
Pat here with the forgotten video games of 1982. Baby Pac-Man, the clunky Pac-Man pinball/video game. Disco number 1, Data Eats groovy kicks-like dancing game. Bubbles by Williams, the game where you're soap bubbles cleaning out a sink. Jack the Giant Killer by Cinematronics, the fairy tale multi-screen adventure. And Communist Mutants from Space for the 2600. Yeah, it's Space Invaders, Cold War twists. And those were the forgotten video games of 1982. Just because you don't remember them doesn't mean they weren't fun.
And now the freaking awesome computer games of 1982.
Greetings and welcome to Clint's freaking awesome computer games, 1982. Because if they weren't awesome, I wouldn't give a crap. First up is Deadline, an Infocom text adventure that was not only their first mystery game, but also the first to come with feelings. They also had The Hobbit, of course based on J.R.R. Tolkien's classic novel, in which you play the Hobbit with Hobbit things. There's also Fort Apocalypse, a 4-way arcade scrolling shooter that's not Choplifter. They also had Gangbusters for the Commodore 64, a game taking place right after the Prohibition era where you tried to become the godfather of the mob without getting killed by the mob. And finally we have Paratrooper, a game where you play a phallic object trying to shoot down paratroopers before they come down and kill you to death. And that's all of my freaking awesome computer games of 1982. And of course there's always plenty to choose from every year, but it's nice to know where to start.
Arcade break.
Sinistar was a really cool open space shooter where you had any direction you could fly, you had enemy ships, you had boulders you could knock into, you had radar, but it's known for the boss of each stage, the Sinistar, and holy hell was that thing scary.
Oh my god, Sinistar? That game scared the shit out of me. I would have, can I say shit on your program?
Sinistar was actually one of those games that always impressed me. I sucked at it, and it was because that floating head thing.
When you start the game, he's being built. So unless you know how the game is, you're just like playing this game, shooting dudes, flying around, and think, well, this is asteroids. And then just this terrifying voice comes on.
Beware, I live.
And I don't know what it was, but the audio level on Sinistar was so loud that across the arcade all you could hear was Sinistar yelling,
"Beware, I live.
Run, coward."
And then this giant pizza comes down.
Run, run, run.
I'm running.
Now you have this Sinistar, freak of nature, Satan reincarnated.
I remember going to an arcade to an arcade machine in this pizza place and just seeing the floating head. all I remember of that game. It was so cool. It was so cool.
Dude, it was like a horror game. That thing would come after you, chase you, and eat you. It didn't shoot at you, it would just eat you.
Oh god, the game is terrifying. Outside of that's not very good. I never got it. But it's a weird game.
When you kill the Sinistar, it's basically the boss at every freaking level, it would just say, "Beware, I live," and haunt your dreams forever afterwards. Very creepy.
Sinistar was an important game because it went on to influence a pastry shop called Cinnabon. I hunger.
1982 introduced the very first dedicated video game magazine.
Nerds rejoice.
In the late 70s, early 80s, Arnie Katz and Bill Kunkel started doing a column called Arcade Alley, and it was in a magazine called Video. And basically, this was like the first, regularly published column covering video games.
Video games were becoming a real medium for which to have a critical eye.
He started Electronic Games Magazine, the first monthly magazine devoted to the subject of video games.
It paved the way for everything leading up to, the height of gaming magazines, to the fall of the gaming magazines, to internet journalism today.
These are guys who had to invent the concept of the preview, the review, scoring video games.
That magazine continued until '94, but
survived the crash. The word Easter egg, they had to come up with that sort of thing to invent a lexicon with which to discuss video games in a way that was relevant to the gamers of the time.
The thing that created all of my sadness 20 years later when everything fell apart, and there was no more game magazines. It's sad.
Electronic Games Magazine, the birth of that, hugely important and very, very influential, lasting effects even today.
Arcade break.
Mr. Do is pretty cool.
Mr. Do is an awesome game by Universal. It's got some similarities to Dig Dug, which was released the same year, in that it's kind of a maze game, but if you don't like the paths that they give you, you can just go ahead and make your own.
Mr. Do. What was he doing? He was pooing. Mr. Do. That's what it was about.
The goal of the game is not just to clear the levels, but the high score is really to devise very quickly the best route through the level and take it.
Right? That's what I think. I don't know.
What makes Mr. Do fun is the clown can actually throw a ball, and the ball will bounce along the paths that you've created, which means that you can create little strategies for attacking enemies.
So you're digging tunnels and picking up food and trying to crush enemies and get the high score and progress through the levels. And that pretty much sums up Dig Dug. I'm supposed to be talking about Mr. Do. Oh. And that pretty much sums up Mr. Do.
So in 1982, we get the NTEX Adventure Vision. And it's really a really cool little system.
What made the Adventure Vision so unique, it's a very large tabletop gaming console that wasn't portable per se because you really couldn't really take it portable anywhere. You had to plug into a wall.
It was based upon the NTEX selected game technology from the year before. There was only 4 games for it. It came packed in with Defender, which was a port of the arcade game, and it plays well.
It had 40 LED red lights with a mirror spinning around, which would cause kind of a red effect.
If you see it in person, it's amazing to see how smooth it really is. It looks like you have an enormous LED display, when in reality you're working with just a little bit.
And which is kind of cool, years later, in 1995, Nintendo released the Virtual Boy, which used very similar technology to the Adventure Vision.
Oh man, are we talking now? The Emerson Arcadia 2001, the radio company Emerson, we're putting out our own video game system.
This system was obsolete by the time it came out. It had 512 bytes of RAM, which is really small. It looks like a miniature television, to be honest with you.
Gaudy colors, mostly one-screen games the Emerson Arcadia had.
Emerson was planning on releasing a lot of arcade ports to the system, including Pac-Man, Defender, and Galaga. Atari was suing companies doing this.
They had a few clones. They had Breakaway, which was a breakout clone. They had a Berserk clone. They had a Defender clone.
And they couldn't get third-party support. So because of that, the Arcadia 2001 didn't do very well at all.
Emerson, stick to radios, please. This isn't working out.
America loves Japan. Arcade break.
Damn it, Robotron 2084. I love the game. Doesn't get nearly enough credit.
You know what's fantastic about Robotron 2084? Everything.
Robotron was the brainchild of a, at the time, fairly young developer called Eugene Jarvis.
The game was partially based on George Orwell's 1984, but in 1982 they figured things aren't going to progress that much in 2 years, so they bumped it up 100 years to 2084.
So in this game, you're in a single room, and wow, the robots have turned on humans. What a surprise, what a shock.
You have two joysticks. One joystick changes which direction you're firing, and then the other one actually moves yourself around. So it's a really unique control system for that time.
Start of the board, and you're surrounded by enemies, and your object was just to clear the board.
There's so many enemies on the screen at once in this game that it's so frenzied and action-packed that the action literally never lets up. It's very challenging.
It's hard.
Eugene Jarvis went on to make a number of arcade games, and probably my favorite of his was the Cruisin' series.
So again, Robotron 2084, it's a great game. Didn't have that much of a legacy, but back then and now it's still a great arcade.
Well, I was working at Atari in the 1970s. In fact, I started there in 1977. And it was a fun place to work. We were working with Nolan Bushnell.
You had the Gang of Four programmers from Atari who wanted, you know, just a little bit of respect. They wanted some royalties. They wanted their names on the boxes of these video games that they're designing.
Four lead designers at Atari at the time demonstrated to the president of Atari, Ray Kassar, that our games in the previous year had made him $60 million in sales while we were all making $20,000 a year salaries. He looked us in the eye and told us that we were no more important to the success of those products than the people on the assembly line who put them together.
They didn't give their programmers any credit. So he's like, why should I put up with this? I'm just going to go do my own game.
Didn't take us too long to say, you know, farewell to Atari. And we founded Activision in 1979 on the premise that a video game is a creative work, like that of an author, and that we would give credit to the video game designer.
So they took them to court from 1980 to 1982, several lawsuits. None of them worked out very well for Atari. In the end, Activision, free and clear, becomes the first third-party video game publisher. Becomes really successful at it.
And so now they're making games for Atari. And Atari goes, you can't do that. And the court said, yes, they can. If you follow these rules, you can do it.
The Gang of Four leaves, forms Activision, start pumping out some really great games. And 1982 is when Pitfall comes out.
Pitfall was a game that came about largely because I wanted to see a human figure as the main figure in a game.
It's one of those few Atari games at the time where it's not single screen, it's not a stupid space shooter like 1,000 others, and you're traveling on an adventure. But it's Pitfall.
Took a sheet of paper, drew a little stick figure, and so there's my little running man. Now what's he doing? Well, he's running. He has to be running on something, so I drew two lines that made a path. The path has to be somewhere, so I drew the trees, and then all of a sudden it became a jungle.
In it, you are simply Pitfall Harry, and you swing on vines, jump on alligators' heads, and traverse underground caverns, dodging scorpions, while you try to find a bunch of different treasures.
When you'd swing on ropes in Pitfall, it'd make a synthesized Tarzan yell like it did in Jungle Beam, but I'll bet you they didn't get sued like Taito did.
Along the way, it was pretty clear this was going to be something. This was... I could put this world in the jungle, I could put this character in the city, I could, you know, as long as he's run, jumping, and climbing on a side view screen, it could go anywhere in the world. And turned out to be a pretty popular genre. I think there were 1,000 platform games made after Pitfall.
And that opens the floodgates for, you know, third parties on consoles. So, hey, Activision, you guys are pretty darn cool.
video game sales suddenly died, Atari lost $80 million in one.
ファミリーコンピュータの楽しいカセット情報
The computer raters say they were inspired by the movie War Games. And people were sick of computer graphic games.
Business has dropped in half over the past.
Sega ビデオゲーム SG10
Atari has nothing to lose.
It's the video game years, and say hello to 1983. The systems, the culture, the games. Star Wars finally hits the arcade.
When you see it in an arcade, you just want to sit in it.
An animated game steals lots of quarters.
And then it's just like, and you die. And it's like,
And a big crash threatens it all.
Tons of systems, garbage games.
Plus a mouse who fights crime. And Mario gets a brother. So call up that weapons van and don't stop believing. Get ready for 1983.
Elevator action, I enjoy for like 2 or 3 minutes, and then it starts to get a little annoying.
So you're Agent 17, and you're inside these high-rise buildings and trying to steal these secret documents before exiting the bottom of the building in your little red sports car and getting away.
This is one of my favorite platformers, and it probably is that you just have this handgun with a really cool, shot effect. So it goes,
right,
and you can see the bullet. You can dodge the bullet.
Yeah, it's a very slow bullet.
It has probably the worst jump kick of any video game ever, which is interesting. You have the criminals you have to face. You can shoot them or jump kick them. The jump kick's sort of like ass and feet first.
You have to know which doors to get in and out of. You could duck, you could jump to avoid these slow-moving bullets.
The soundtrack is lauded, but it's just like a 15-second loop. Really, I don't think it's that good.
I like it. It gets into the theme of, I don't know, a spy espionage game, but it's
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking spy.
But yeah, definitely better than Space Invaders. Ooh, take that. Space Invaders.
This is Starcade, TV's first video arcade game show. Starcade.
Starcade really came in control. What a fantastic show.
Starcade was a game show based on playing arcade games, some of which debuted on the show. The host would ask the two contestants 2 very simple questions about arcade games, and if they got them right, they could play each other to compete to get the highest score. Now that's what I call a game show, because it's a game show about games.
It respected the video game, showed off new games, esoteric ones, and the popular ones. You go back and watch these episodes, you're seeing some games that I'm learning about the games watching the show. It's great.
We had, questions about arcade games, and then you would actually go and compete on these arcade games as well.
You could show on television that you were good at this game.
The consumer base for video games hadn't fallen into a niche yet. There is young, there is old, there is male, there is female. Everyone is playing.
There's family playing some of the shows. It wasn't, video games weren't pegged as, oh, it's just a kid thing. Anyone could play it. You had 50-year-olds on the show.
It was so popular, and then, it was not a lot like that for years to come, that they were replaying that on G4 in the last few years.
One thing that I thought was pretty funny was that they got the whole audience to just go mad while people were playing the game. I mean, while nothing in particular is happening, like it's on a loading screen, nothing's happening, they're just going wild. It's not a sporting event. I mean, how do you cheer on someone playing Pac-Man? As you go, get those dots, eat them. You eat them up real good.
When you watch it, you get a sense that they really don't know how to capture what they're actually doing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just like awkward moments.
My favorite thing about Starcade was how much this show was actually based on skill, and they actually kind of took it seriously.
I mean, and you're fitting it within a certain time-allotted format. I mean, some of these games, if you really wanted to go for being the best at one of these games, it could take a long time. But I don't know, they squeezed in the format.
And it was actually video game knowledge. It wasn't knowledge that had nothing to do with video games, or it wasn't questions that had nothing to do with it. So you actually learned about the game.
pilot for the show featured Alex Trebek before he started hosting Jeopardy, but the first season's host was Mark Richards. He was eventually replaced by Jeff Edwards, but that was definitely for the best.
He was a fantastic host. Coming into the show, he's an older guy. He knew nothing about video games, but he was a quick study. He learned, and you can tell he actually enjoyed watching these games and talking about them. He wasn't just some guy they hired and said, oh, video games. No, he got into it. He liked interacting and learning about the games. He liked the kids on the show, seeing what they liked. You could tell he studied up.
There was a fascination that was very obvious that he had with what he was seeing, and that still goes back to video games being sort of new, and especially he was ironically an older guy at the time. But, you know, I think he very much enjoyed his job, and that's part of what makes watching it start being so much fun.
Love you, Jeff Edwards.
Tapper. Tapper was another really fun game that taught you how fun it is to serve alcohol to people.
Absolutely.
It's an early example of in-game branding. The original version was sponsored by Budweiser, and it was placed in bars, and there was even brass rail footrests and drink holders for it.
The side of the arcade cabinet looked like an actual bar. It even had like this corner edge that looked like it'd be like the corner of a bar.
And there was the controls, a joystick, and you pulled the tap. Right. Beautiful arcade machine.
In the game, you worked as a bartender who was serving a mob of people coming into the bar actual glasses of beer.
It was a frustrating game because it seems like I could never keep up. You keep going around and trying to like stop everybody's like mugs from coming back.
Tapper always bothered me because of the working conditions in this bar. They've got one bartender for 4 or more bars, what is it?
Yeah.
And it's just one guy going back serving all the customers on 4 different bars.
As someone who bartended for 5 years, I can attest to the fact that the game accurately recreates the stress on a daily night of keeping drunk patrons happy.
The original version of Tapper featured the Budweiser logo, but later versions were turned into root beer Tapper. This was because there were so many minors in the arcades, and that was actually a good idea because marketing alcohol to minors is kind of a soda jerk move.
And the whole reason that happened was because they really believed that kids would be playing these games and get influenced by beer advertising.
Who doesn't like alcohol, especially when you're like 9 and 10 years old?
Yes, it's the perfect venue to serve alcohol is in the arcade.
Isn't it obvious that kids would be influenced by playing Tapper? Of course you'd want to go grab a beer after playing that game. It's the same way why I want to eat spinach after playing Popeye.
That wasn't root beer. That was beer.
It was beer when I was playing it.
What's odd is that the people are still just as angry and anxious about getting root beer as they are actual alcohol.
They want that sarsaparilla.
Jumpman by Randy Glover.
So, Epix and Commodore basically created Jumpman, and it was ported to a lot of the home computers at the time, the Atari 400, the Atari 800. It was later released for Ecovision too.
What's neat about Jumpman is it's a platform game that originates on the PC. You don't see a lot of platform games on the PC. What you do see would be like arcade ports or something like that.
Randy Glover, the creator of Jumpman, said that Donkey Kong was the original inspiration for Jumpman.
Jumpman was inspired by the actions and the abilities that Mario could do in Donkey Kong.
Not only did it look and play like Donkey Kong, the game was called Jumpman.
It's interesting that the name of the character is Jumpman since that was Mario's name originally. Donkey Kong.
Guess what the next game in the series was called? Jumpman Jr. You can't make this stuff up.
Soon.
I swear it's coincidence. I mean,
well, Donkey Kong was the antagonist in Donkey Kong. They decided to use terrorists in space.
One of the main basic enemies isn't something that navigates the platforms or the ladders. They are basically smart missiles that just float and turn to the side. And as soon as they line up with you, they zip towards you. So this is a very different type of enemy than most players are used to seeing in a platform game, and it definitely gives Jumpman a very unique feel.
Yeah, you defuse bombs in space on Jupiter, placed by Al-Qaeda. It was quite revolutionary in the game.
Hell, it put it in the intro of the show. That's how important Jumpman is.
Kong Congo Bongo is just a Donkey Kong ripoff from Sega.
Congo Bongo was basically Sega's answer to Donkey Kong.
Sega! Congo Bongo it up.
It was a platform-style game. However, they made it a little bit more detailed and in a 3D perspective.
It was great on the ColecoVision. They really showed off the ColecoVision power that it had.
It was almost like a killer game. And you could kind of go left, up, right, down, but we'd be progressing up. And you know, they have this kind of really cool sensation of depth dedicated to player as well.
Lots of people I'm sure love it. I look at it and my eyes invert and I don't know what I'm doing.
Your primary character is like this safari dude, little guy with a little safari hat.
And you have to reach, you know, your girl who's being held by a gorilla. Kind of familiar concept.
No, his name is Bongo. It's different.
I think this is your boss of Donkey Kong and Congo Bongo Donkey Kong.
ファミリーコンピュータの楽しいカセット情報
So while the US home console market was imploding, over in Japan, starting to rise.
The family computer in Japan was released in 1983. This is the Nintendo, except it kind of looks more like a Fisher-Price toy.
So Nintendo had been doing very well with its arcade machines as well as the Game & Watch, but they really wanted to try and find a cartridge-based console that they could put into the homes of families because those were becoming very popular.
If only there were a hero to save us from this pit of despair. A new kind of computer for the family. A family computer, if you will.
The Famicom did really well. It sold an awful lot in its first several months.
The controllers are a little bit more, it's a little bit more dense than the NES version, but they are, you know, hardwired controllers and they're very short cables.
The second controller had a mic built in so you could talk or sing into it. I'm just going to chalk that up to being from the land of karaoke.
The Famicom had 3 games on release. 3. It was Popeye, Donkey Kong, and Donkey Kong Jr.
It was a high-quality system. You know, it had a lot of capabilities, and as we've learned over the years, the NES, they could really push some quality stuff through that system.
The Sega SG-1000 came out the same day as the Famicom, so the bad blood between the two companies started right out of the gate.
This is the Model 2, came out in 1984. The graphics are equivalent to like ColecoVision, probably the best to compare it for.
This is not the Master System in the United States. The Master System was the Mark III.
The controller kind of looks like a walkie-talkie, and the vertical on the side of the controller buttons kind of make it look like the Intellivision controller, without looking like a telephone.
Why this SG-1000 didn't do very well is because of lack of third-party support. A lot of the third-party companies were supporting Nintendo and Famicom at the time, so only a handful of games came out for the system.
Sega SG-1000 does what Fama can't.
1983 saw the introduction of the MSX computer, which sold very well in Japan and Brazil and other countries, but didn't do well. In fact, it was hardly even sell in North America and the UK.
It's arguable what MSX stands for. It was a standard similar to how, you know, IBM compatibles were a standard for us. Multiple companies like Sharp and Yamaha and Sony and other companies put out MSX computer systems.
You'll see a lot of similar titles from the Famicom also be on the MSX because several times they came on the MSX first.
Some of these include Bomberman, R-Type, Contra.
Games like Castlevania that eventually appeared on it, Metal Gear. And so it was a big, big system there.
It might stand for Microsoft Extended Basic because that's kind of how it was made, but I think it stands for MSX. MSX.
So this was an important year because this is literally the point where video games start to be dominated by Japan, and the US lost it forever after that. Never to return.
And now, it should have been a video game in 1983.
Oh, hello. I'm Eric, and here's the stuff from 1983 that should have been made into a video game. Scarface for the Atari 2600. Run away from a chainsaw-wielding psychopath that's trying to hack you up. It'd basically be just like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, except you'd be running from the killer. You wouldn't actually be the killer. And also, it wouldn't be a turd. Risky Business for the Intellivision. Reenact Tom Cruise's famous underpants dance in his first ever dance simulator game. But don't miss a move, otherwise your parents are going to walk in on you doing the skivvy shake. Metallica's Kill 'Em All. In this Robotron-esque game, you just search out stuff and just kill everything in sight.
Seek and destroy!
Something like that. Every Breath You Take by the Police, stalker game. Reading Rainbow, the game. Not only would it be educational, but it would also be one of the funnest games you've ever played. But you don't have to take my word for it. Actually, it didn't exist, so you gotta take my word for it. And that's what should have been a video game in 1983. And I wanna play them.
And now the other arcade games of 1983.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and these are the other arcade games of 1983. Gyrus, the Konami shoot-'em-up that follows that Space War tradition set by Space Invaders and Galaga. Mr. Doo's Castle, it's a game about fighting unicorns. For real. Rock and Rope, using your harpoon gun and flashlight to reach the Phoenix. So there you go, guys. There are the other arcade games of 1983. They may not have been as popular, but hey, doesn't mean they're not fun.
Dragon's Lair isn't so much a game that you play as it is an interactive cartoon experience that you experience over and over and over again.
And it was just amazing. I loved pretending I could control the cartoon in that game.
The gameplay itself is rather simplistic, actually. It's very much a trial and error, one input per screen sort of thing. But no one had ever seen anything like that associated with a video game before.
I remember when I was a kid in the arcade seeing it in the corner, and it's just amazingly beautiful.
We're used to, pixels and vector graphics. We're not used to actual hand-drawn animation.
It looked like a Disney movie.
He was actually drawn by Don Bluth, who had worked for Disney, and later on went to make movies like Secrets of NIMH, Land Before Time,
American Tail.
All Dogs Go to Heaven.
All Dogs Go to Heaven, apparently. I didn't know that one.
But this was not the first game to use a Laserdisc or optical media, but definitely the first big one, the first super popular one. There were so many people that would gather around the Dragon's Lair console when it first came out, is that it was also one of the first games where they would actually have two monitors. There was a monitor on the top, because there were so many people who would watch it, but you couldn't see it, so they'd put it on top of the monitor.
And then I stood around, watch people too, just to see, and other people thought it was hard too. Maybe 2 or 3, 4, maybe not even. I never saw anybody win or do well.
You watch the movie and you're like, ooh, Don Bluth, and then it's just like, and you die, and it's like, what the?
Sometimes they will mix it up. Like at one point you hit left, and the next point you'd have to hit right, even though it's the same video animation.
The screen flashes for what you're supposed to do very quickly. You know, it'll flash in the direction of the screen where to hit left or right, or your sword if you hit your sword button. If it's set on easy, otherwise you're never going to defeat the damn game. Damn you operators!
Yeah, Dragon's Lair sucks.
It's QuickTime Events, the game, like 20 years before QuickTime Events became a thing.
It spawned Space Ace.
Yeah.
It did spawn another Dragon's Lair 2 sequel later down the line. And, again, ushered in the Laserdisc arcade game era.
Dragon's Lair was very popular in arcades, and there was hope that it would turn things around from the industry decline of 1983, but it just wasn't enough. Perhaps they didn't hit the sword button in time.
Bluth girls are like the hottest chicks in like cartoon history.
The hot, hot Princess Daphne that Dirk the Daring had to rescue. Oh, what a babe. Man.
Whew. Did you hear from Centerfold?
Yes, you can tell. Daphne was hot.
She was pretty hot.
Daphne
She had
was
that
really hot.
sexy voice.
Oh, yeah.
Whoopee! Save me! Ooh, help me! Save me! Oh, the key!
And you're like, oh,
Damn. Yeah, it was a quarter sucker in 2 ways. It sucked the quarters, and you were the sucker, for the quarters. So both ways, yes.
Introducing a hilarious new video game, Keystone Capers, for the Atari 2600.
Keystone Capers is a game loosely based off the Keystone Cops silent films. The public was clamoring for those.
Oh, yeah.
In game form.
It's based upon the old silent film era Keystone Cops. Even though you're not bumbling in this game, you're just kind of sort of jumping and running around, but it's cool.
Gary Kitchen from Activision created it, and they put it out, and it was highly successful. It was one of the big Activision releases. It was released on all the Atari platforms, even the 5200.
Keystone Kelly. go after the robber, hooligan Harry, robbing the place.
You are trying to prevent crime in a department store.
It's interesting because there's actually radar on the bottom of the screen to see where Harry is going to catch. He's the robber trying to get away. And live in the do that. And you have a shopping cart that try to get you to jump over an obstacle, the stairwell. But at the time, it's pretty unique. It's one of my favorite voices out of games.
Crystal Castles is a cool-looking 3D-ish isometric game with another interesting control scheme. You would think that a joystick would be ideal for moving directionally in a game like this, but nope, trackball.
This is one of those few games where it really fits. It really comes in, you know, it would just feel weird to play this game with anything else.
The trackball is interesting because you can go faster. For changing direction, it's not so good. No, when you're on like a corner, evidently, or in the middle,
it's still so satisfying to collect pellets and avoiding trees and all this other great stuff.
The first level's castle in Crystal's Castle spelled out the initials of the highest score achieved on that cabinet, which probably meant that there were a lot of ass castles.
I remember seeing it on Starcade, and it was one of the few actually really good games they had on there.
Crystal Castles is one of the first arcade games with an actual ending. Unlike this sentence,
it's not one of those arcade games that people talk about now, but people really played a lot of it.
A lot of stuff can be average, but looks good graphics.
He's hat.
See, what's that? Are computer games here to stay, or is it a fad?
I think computer games are fundamentally different from video games, mainly because computer technology in the home can be extended and become a much broader base of technology.
Electronic Arts, they started publishing games in 83. Pretty big company.
When it first started off, it was very employee-centric.
Published a lot of interesting games in their first few years, and in '83 their lineup was actually fairly solid.
Dr. Changer's very, very.
Yeah. With a one-on-one game.
Eventually, Madden, Bird versus Jordan represented.
My personal favorite, the Pinball Construction set by Bill Budge.
The EA was the first to start using album covers for the games.
Electronic Arts was founded by programmers, and these programmers wanted to be respected as artists. The same way that fans had respect for making an album, they wanted games to have that exact same feel.
EA was giving credit where credit was due by crediting them like you would see rock stars on an album.
It's similar to how Activision gave credit to the designers on the box art. Trip Hawkins, who created Electronic Arts, he wanted computer software to look like a rock album.
When a game like Mule was created, they took pictures of the programmers behind the game in an artistic style, the same way that an inner sleeve would look on an album from the Beatles or any other album at the time that came out from any band.
You had these weird esoteric artwork on the cover. It was like you were buying like a Pink Floyd album or something crazy from Vangelis. It just had this cool artwork.
They wanted to change the way that consumers viewed programmers. Sadly, this really never took off, but the idea and concept behind it was so cool and incredible that almost every original Electronic Art program and game that you find is a really cool piece of art that you can pick up and appreciate.
Programmers are the backs of these video games. They're the ones that make these things, so we're going to give them their due diligence like they deserve.
While not everybody remembers Mule nowadays, they sure as hell should go back and take a look at what that album looked like, because it really does set a standard for something that should have become commonplace. Respect for the producers of games rather than respect for just the game itself.
Planted themselves in the 80s. By the time we got to the late 80s, early 90s, they started putting out sports games. Then they just took over the world. So just went up one by one.
They started off so well, they were like the nice guys of the industry, and nowadays, well...
I was more of a quarterback club guy.
They're not good.
But, Trip Hawkins, whatever anybody says about the guy when he put together Electronic Arts, whether it be moving into the 3DO later, he definitely tried to change the way things were done in the industry.
And he succeeded for the most part. Unfortunately, his problem was that times kind of changed on him, and he was too far ahead at times.
Donkey Kong 3, otherwise known as When Donkey Kong Jumped the Shark.
Donkey Kong 3 gets a bad rap. I like Donkey Kong 3.
Stanley's a guard of the zoo and he's trying to protect his flowers from Donkey Kong, who's somehow precariously on 2 vines above him.
What's kind of weird is you're literally spraying stuff off of Donkey Kong's bum.
Yeah, it is a little awkward.
Can't aim left or right. You're sort of stuck and screwed. The bugs fly all around you. You can't get at it. You're going to get killed.
Donkey Kong 3 was so different from the previous 2 Donkey Kong games. The first 2 were platformers, and this was some kind of platformer shooter hybrid.
It kind of was a great mirroring of the classic style of sit at the bottom of the screen and shoot like a radar scope or like a Space Invaders, plus the new style of being able to climb around on things, like, you know, a traditional platform.
So it's like one of the only standing games out there that you can say each sequel really had nothing to do with gameplay-wise than the predecessor.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Nintendo, keep innovating.
Hey, we get to talk about Namco now, and we're going to talk about Mappy. You know what Mappy is? He is a culprit. He's a policeman. It doesn't get any better than that.
You were Detective Mouse, and you would collect things and go through doors, and that's all I really know about it.
He's a member of the micro police force, okay? And the Mukis steal all sorts of valuable goods, and you have to go get them back. And you have to get them back from houses full of trampolines.
These are cat thieves, by the way, right?
Yeah, they're cat thieves. And there's trampolines. All the houses are full of trampolines.
Mappy was released by Namco, and it was actually built on the Super Pac-Man hardware, but it allowed for scrolling left and right.
It was made by Namco, but released by Bally Midway, which kind of continued their whole relationship with them releasing Namco's games just like Pac-Man in the US.
What's fun about Mappy, though, is you can initially play it and just try to collect everything and move on, but there is actually a very cool multiplier system. You can play with Mappy, and if you collect the items in pairs, the multiplier goes up.
Oh!
But the items are worth different values. So the goal is to start with some of the very small value items like the radios, and work up to the high value items like the safes, so you can get them.
Don't say.
Also a valuable item? Microwave is really valuable.
Original Spy Hunter was created by Midway and had 2 versions. There was a stand-up unit, and then there was a sit-down cocktail unit. Both of them had what, in my opinion, is the coolest controller of all time.
So you're a secret agent, and you have your interceptor machine, and it's not just a standard, racing game like you had before. This one, you get to shoot people.
Had various power-ups like the smoke screen, the oil slick, the missiles.
There's lights on the machine for what weapons you have equipped at the time. Machine gun's always lit up, and then once you get the other weapons, they actually light up on your dash. It's fantastic. I love Spy Hunter.
What's kind of neat is while you have the whole shooting and oil slick, the power-up aspect of the game, primarily you would literally bash people off the road when you first started.
You have to protect the civilians in the game. Red cars, blue cars, and motorcycles. If you hit them by accident, your points will stop increasing for a while. So you can't have that. You have to destroy the bulletproof rollies, the limousines that try to shoot you, and the tire slashes. Oh my god, the tire slashes are the worst.
I love how the scenery in the game changes from summer to fall to winter, and the winter levels look especially cool, but they're not especially fun to play because it makes it friggin' impossible.
You could even change the car into a boat, which was like really awesome and cool at the time.
The developers originally wanted you to be able to fly by helicopter as well. Unfortunately, it didn't make it into the final cut because of a lack of memory. You would think they would have written an idea like that down before they forgot.
The game is just for points. It keeps living. However, it has the best title track of maybe any arcade game. The theme from Peter Gunn.
And now, the popular pinball games of 1983.
Ian here with the popular pinball machines of 1983. Q-Bridge Quest by Gottlieb. Light the pyramid and defeat the enemies in this oddly designed table. I got those strange flickers. Farfalla by Zaccaria. Butterfly drop targets and a second playfield on this psychedelic Italian import. Joust by Williams, 2-player head-to-head pinball. Score as many points as possible while trying to hit the ball straight through the opponent's foot. And those are the popular pinball machines of 1983, because there's more to life than video games.
And now the gaming innovation of 1983.
Hello there. This is Rue, and welcome to the video game innovation of 1983. What new technology graced the world and changed the face of video gaming? Journey, yes, about the band, was the first game to use digitized sprites and actually uses technology invented by Ralph Baer in 1980. Baer, the father of home video games, had developed the technology and was using it to put together a game where players could actually take pictures of their own faces to use in the game. He scrapped the idea when people took pictures of their own faces. Instead, when the opportunity to make a Journey game came around, the technology was used to digitize the band members' faces and use it in a game of sorts. Jury's still out on that. That was the video game innovations of 1983. See you next year, and don't forget, it's not just nostalgia, it's science. Here.
Star Wars, the arcade game.
Man, I love this arcade, even all throughout the late 80s. You're not the only one. Early 90s.
Star Wars Arcade has got to be my favorite arcade game of all time. It's listed number 4 in sort of list of video games, and for good reason.
This cool vector graphics and you're going in and you're like,
I mean, you see it in an arcade, you just want to sit in it.
This Sith Out version is one of my very first memories of being in an arcade, playing it with my dad. The sound samples, the colorful vector graphics, the fact that I loved the movie.
Most arcade games that were based off of movie licenses never really did a good job at capturing the essence of a movie and putting it into video game form. But Star Wars Arcade did that exactly.
So the game simulates the very popular attack on the Death Star from A New Hope. You're flying through as Red 5, Luke Skywalker, and the whole mission is to blow up the Death Star. It's actually become a very popular sequence in Star Wars video games ever since this game.
You actually get to play a game where it seems like you're actually traveling through the trench. That had to be really cool in 1983, and it's actually still cool today if you play it.
So I liked all the voice acting in there. You know, that really just added that extra element to the game. Yeah. You know, like doing the trench run and stuff like that.
If R2D2 be like, R2, see what you can do!
Yahoo!
You're all clear, kid!
There's like easy, medium, and then hard. I'm pretty awesome on easy. I'm just gonna say that's like I'm the Jedi.
It's got the yoke controller, which is cool. So other games later on by Atari had this long center on it. But this one, it just felt really right. It made it feel like you're applying attack swing.
When it comes to medium,
You should be awesome on easy. It's easy.
It's simple. You approach the Death Star.
TIE fighters are coming and they shoot the little sparklies at you. You gotta shoot the sparklies.
You approach the Death Star a little bit closer and you take out some turrets.
Then you had like all the turrets just like spontaneously rising like their freaking erections.
And then we do the trench run.
Whoa.
And you just repeat it. But that's all anyone ever wanted to do.
It's also worth noting that this game was meant to come out to help promote the newest Star Wars film of the year, Return of the Jedi. But the whole focus of this game is based solely on that one attack from the first Star Wars movie that came out several years prior to that.
It's good thing they waited 6 years to make a Star Wars game, because if they made it earlier, it would have been just like Galaga. Right.
In the trench part, if you don't fire a single shot except for the exhaust cannon, you'll get a bonus for using the Force.
Use the Force, Luke, but only on the exhaust port.
I want to talk about the amazing commercial for the home version. This guy walks into this store and he's like, Star Wars Arcade, I love that. Then he explodes.
I mean, when you look at the seed of Star Wars related video games, this thing still ranks real high up there, if not at the top.
Save the baby in Kangaroo from Atari. The monkeys have Baby Roo up a tree. Only Mama can help with up to 4 screens, just like in the arcade.
We got kangaroos, because animals make great mascots for video games.
It was ported to a bunch of things. I never played it.
Made by Sun. The people who got you, and you.
in Kangaroo, and this year it was released on the Atari 2600, you take the mama kangaroo through different levels, up ladders and platforms, and you have to rescue the little Joe.
Kangaroo is a lot like Donkey Kong. It plays like it, and it even has primates in it. But one thing this game has in it that Donkey Kong was severely lacking is a kangaroo with boxing gloves.
Usually in arcade games from this time, your attack is useful for a very small, limited period of time. In this, it's got all sorts of uses, and it makes Kangaroo a little bit more friendly, a little bit easier to figure out.
It was a kangaroo with boxing gloves. That's what it's got.
Good day, mate. Next. Throw another strip on the bobby.
So before Super Mario Brothers on the Nintendo, there was the original Mario Brothers in the arcade.
So Mario Brothers came out in 1983 in the arcades. This was before Super Mario Brothers. It wasn't...
Mario finally got his own game. Well, I mean, that he was a star of.
Thanks for the contribution to that.
Donkey Kong, he wasn't technically named Mario. They waited for Mario Brothers to wait for Mario, and this is the first time he's a plumber. He's a plumber, and he's knocking from up and up. He's uppercutting, crabs and turtles for the first time.
So instead of jumping on the enemies, you had to...
From underneath. Just like that.
Just like that.
I actually enjoy the Mario Brothers controls. You skitter along, and then if you stop, you kind of just, whoa, you put on the brakes, you don't stop immediately, the same when you turn around. So it's a little bit challenging, how you knock them from up, then you have to jump precisely to hit the turtles or crabs.
Particularly like the POW thing.
That would just
make things explode.
Flip all the enemies, just kick them.
Yeah.
And you really would just kind of like kick them off the side, poor turtles or something like that.
And plus, it's the first introduction of Mario's brother Luigi to the gaming world. And I think at the time they didn't realize it would catch on the way it did, or Luigi would be its own character. It was just Mario but green, distinguished the multiplayer action. That's it.
I figured let's give him a name.
The North American arcade flyer for Mario Brothers says it's easier to play with two people, but that's not necessarily true. Think about it. When you play Mario Brothers, are you really trying to help each other out, or are you trying to get each other killed and steal each other's coins? Be honest.
It's also nice too because it's one of those rare games that is ambiguous. Is this cooperative or is this competitive? You want to see how far you can get with your friend, but you're definitely trying to get more points than them as well.
For Mario Brothers,
Track and Field was an Olympic game made by Konami and was a purely button arcade.
Yeah.
No joysticks, just buttons.
Button mashing. How fast can you hit the button?
who needs a joystick? You just slam the buttons to go faster.
The problem for me is I always got so into it that I started hitting the buttons really fast, and then I'd look down and out at the screen and just want to win, but not fast enough. Yeah.
You know, you're jumping over hurdles, and you're running, and you dash, and you're getting blisters on your finger, or whatever. You're hitting buttons with them. And that's really all there is to the game. I mean, it's kind of annoying. I hate button mashers. I'm not too fond of this game.
There's a trick with track and field where if you take a quarter, one of your quarters, and a pencil, you can get like a super high speed going on it.
And you put it on the two buttons, and it go like this, and it acts as like a turbo type thing. And you know, you can run the 100-yard dash in like 2 seconds or something. Oh, it's crazy.
You like cheating?
I do like cheating. It works really well for me.
Eventually, they put like a little base around the button so you couldn't slam it anymore. So it forced you just to use your finger.
I've seen the machines that have had those around there, and if you do try to, it hurts because it's a hard plastic lip edge that goes around the button. So if you smash it, I imagine someone was probably blood from thinking they could smash that button.
It was almost athletic because you had to give yourself almost, wrist contusion injuries and stuff, trying to just get the damn button going as fast as you could.
And in Japan, they actually had the official Olympic seal of authenticity, or whatever you call it, where you pay the Olympics a whole crap load of money and you get to put the official merchandise kind of thing on there. So that was kind of neat. This is where official sports titles started to become a real thing in video game realm.
Every game system you think of had track and field.
It's It's on the NES. It's on the Xbox 360.
Ultima 3 was the sequel to Ultima 2.
Yeah. Ultima 3 was designed by Richard Garriott, who's known for the other Ultimas.
Lord British.
Lord British. There he is again.
Richard Garriott's back from some more Ultima adventures.
You had games before this. You had Ultima, you had Wizardry, you had Calabath, and things like that. Ultima 3 is like the first modern role-playing game, or at least the first, ironically, I'd say, Japanese-style role-playing game.
But Ultima 3 especially is sort of what Japanese creators borrowed from to make their games, which in turn spawned an entire generation of RPGs. So we have Dragon Quest, we have Final Fantasy, and both of these games would not exist without Ultima 3.
Whereas before you had wireframe, first-person dungeons that you crawled through, and they were kind of random and whatever. You got some treasure and such. Now they were like full 3D, best they could do at the time, 3D dungeons, and they were like important to the plot.
I hate Ultima.
Oh, I hated it too.
Ultima 3 had borrowed from Wizardry the multi-character party system.
In it, you do some adventuring.
It had animated sprites on the overworld, and you could move them around and go into towns and such.
But I like how it inspired, Dragon Quest. I like how it inspired Final Fantasy. I like how it became the template for which to create the modern RPG.
I cannot state how important this game was for the role-playing game genre.
Items will be found, dungeons will be explored, and monsters will be slain. It'll be an RPG adventure.
David Lightman was a master at computer games.
Shall we play a game? I didn't ask you that.
How about mobile thermal nuclear?
War games.
Yeah, the movie War Games was awesome.
Who doesn't love this film?
The whole goal he has is to try to find games to play. He's a gamer, like all of us, and he's trying to get into these different game companies' computer systems to find out about these different games. And he basically hacks into the government.
Somehow hacking into Norad's computer system to play what he thinks are video games. No. The nuclear war is not a game. It's real.
War Games came out in '83. It was one of the first real hacker movies.
They don't have a history of exactly being shown as accurate, but they did actually show some things as accurate in this movie, such as the modem usage and things like that.
Yeah. There's so much jargon in it. There's so much lingo. There's so many computers and blinking lights, and you don't really know what everything is supposed to do.
It sort of hit upon the fact that people still don't know what computers were. For example, the general who's fumbling around in Nora, like, just what the hell is yours? Just unplug the goddamn thing! Thinks that that'll solve the problem.
If I'm not mistaken, basically the computer thinks it's playing a game when in real life it's connected to real nuclear warheads and stuff like that, and that's the broadcast like, eat it.
How do they do that? How do you have the AI learn not to destroy everyone and win the game? They have them like tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, the machine does the tic-tac-toe, and then they do it over and over and over again, and it just keeps becoming stalemate.
And he learns that
the only winning move is not to play.
The little computer goes through like 1,000 scenarios.
And then it does the same thing with the world, and they're all firing the missiles, and the whole world is just getting nuked, basically, and it happens over and over and over again. It's in a simulation, and then eventually the computer says the only way to win is to not play at all.
Think about that. Deep. That means they'll never play a video game. So deep.
And now the forgotten video games of 1983.
Pat here with the forgotten video games of Food Fight by Atari. Fight off chess by lobbing food at him, but gobble up that ice cream cone before it melts. NFL Football by Bally Midway. Watch real NFL video of your selected plays. It's as interactive as watching TV. Professor Pac-Man by Bally Midway. A trivia and puzzle game that has even less to do with Pac-Man than the other 14 games in the franchise. Cubert's Cubes from Milestone. An interesting sequel to Cubert that unfortunately never really got off the ground. Crossbow. XUV's optical shooter that featured the first ever fully digitized voice samples. and Shack and Pop, titles Cute Platformer, which would be the predecessor to Bubble Bobble. And those were the forgotten video games of 1983. Because you don't remember them, doesn't mean they weren't fun.
And now the freaking awesome computer games of 1983.
Greetings, and this is Clint's freaking awesome computer game of 1983, because if they weren't awesome, I wouldn't give a crap. First up is Infocom's Planetfall, a text adventure where you start off mopping the floors of a space station and things blow up and you have to become awesome. You've also got Star Quest, Rescue at Rigel, a top-down adventure game with role-playing elements and some seriously awesome pulp sci-fi box art. There's also Chucky Egg for the BBC Micro, a platformer where you're avoiding giant ducklings collecting eggs. It's weird. We've also got Hard Hat Mac, one of the earliest Electronic Arts games, kind of a Donkey Kong clone, where you go around a construction site avoiding OSHA officers. And that's all for my freaking awesome computer games of 83. And as always, there's plenty of games to choose from every year, but it's nice to know where to start.
Discs of Tron, the sequel to the Tron arcade game.
Discs of Tron was solely based off of the game that Kevin Flynn played in the movie, where you on the platform, throwing the disc, trying to knock the opponent off.
The coolest part of the Tron movie was them throwing those frisbee-like things that destroyed you, pixelated you, de-resed you.
I'll have you de-resed. You see, while most games were using a joystick and button combination, Discs of Tron used a dial and joystick combination.
Actually have a knob that takes a cursor and moves it around the square.
It's a
so
spinner.
You can actually aim where you're going to deflect your disc.
Discs of Tron has a cool environmental capture.
It actually has a light up disc at the bottom that you stand on. When you die, it flashes at you just like the platform's going away.
You step into it and it surrounds you. There's a back to it.
It looks kind of like a photo booth, but from the future.
If you ever happen to see one of these arcade units just hanging around in an arcade, you really got to give it a shot. It's really wild.
Did I hear you right? Did I hear you saying that you're gonna make a copy of a game without paying? Come on, guys. I thought you knew better. Don't copy that floppy.
So another thing that made home computers extraordinarily popular was how easy it is to pirate games. I thought this was commonplace. I thought games were free.
For people growing up, like myself, most of my Commodore 64 games, if not, I would say probably 95% were copy games from my uncle.
And the idea of video game piracy, I think, was discussed. I mean, I just assumed copy games. Copy games.
They sell these?
Because I would go over to my grandparents' house and there would just be stacks of games with handwritten labels. I didn't know if my uncle made them, my uncle's friend got them, my grandpa made this coin program. I don't know what the hell this stuff is or where it came from.
I figured the person's, ballpoint ink pen writing on this label, that's how it comes. Police Quest.
It's pretty well known, if someone played a game and they really liked it and wanted one of their friends to play it, what they do is they make a copy and be like, oh, you gotta check out this game. Because it's not like there was a Babbage's on every corner yet, or anything like that. It's a little bit harder to find video games that you might want. So the best thing to do is just pass it around. Unfortunately, that also meant that a lot of sales were lost.
My dad worked at BASF, which actually made floppy disks. Perfect. What a perfect combination. It was like Christmas. You would come home like, hey, Pat, play this game. You give me a different, all these, PW basic games and get the games on here. Like I said, we used to buy a lot of new games because why did you have to do that when you could just go to work? At work, you're calling to copy games and do it. You guys do that nowadays?
Companies started to get kind of creative in making sure that people went and bought the actual game and didn't just get past the copy, floppy diskettes. So you have a lot of games like The Secret of Monkey Island, which came out later, would have this wheel where you would, at certain points you'd have to, depending on the day of the week, you have to match up a pirate face to go on with the game, and you had to turn the wheel to the correct day, and with the faces and numbers, etc., and you had to put in the correct face.
I think the only non-copy games that I had were application software. Those are the only ones. To this day, some of those are the ones with the toughest description codes that people still have to bother with.
if you could get a game, you kind of see this even to this day where you have like deluxe editions with extra things in them, you know. You can have just a copy of the game, or you can actually pay the $20 or whatever, and you can get a game with like a little golden token and a bag and a book and who knows what else. And I'm talking out my butt here, but I really attribute the companies back in the day trying to fight the video game piracy to adding this.
Video game piracy. It began before, it rose in '83, and it continued to exist into today. Oh, piracy.
Well, they made a Texas Chainsaw Massacre game in 1983, which is interesting because unlike pretty much every other horror-themed game out there, you're not running from the killer, you are the killer.
You play as Leatherface in Texas Chainsaw Massacre for the 2600, and your job is to kill people.
Yeah, and it's gruesome. You got a chainsaw, and you are chainsawing people. You even get gasoline to run the chainsaw.
When you run out of gas, a tourist comes up and gives you a swift kick in the tuchus. Now that's what I call revenge. You killed my friends, now let me mildly inconvenience your backside.
The game just kind of goes on and on and on and on, just like any other 2600 game, really has no ending. Now, when this game came out, a lot of controversy.
And there had been violence in video game concerns prior. I mean, I think Death Race in the arcade was, you know, that created some controversy, but this was one of the first home games that had the kind of outcry that it had, and it really foretold the way some of the controversy would pan out with violence in video games for the next couple decades.
We've got Journey by Ballard Midway, because only smart businesses say, hey, you know what, we put out that game on a console last year, it was a flop, so let's make an arcade version of it.
Black and white digitized photos of the band members' faces appeared courtesy of Ralph Baer's new photo technology. This was originally going to be used so that people could post a picture of their face whenever they got a high score on various arcade games.
The problem with that is they started thinking, well, people can take pictures of their woohoos and post it right on the game.
The arcade version has a bunch of select games. Basically, you have to get each band member's instrument back.
At the end of the game, your presence is a Journey concert, and you get to play the bouncer warding off fans.
You gotta keep the fans from entering the stage while an actual song plays.
Somewhere in the night. The machine actually had a tape deck in it, and the tape deck would play an actual Journey song.
It's more fun than games. Joysticks.
Joysticks was a very bad movie.
Yes.
It was like Porky's with video games.
You like Porky's? You like video games? Well, just put them in a blender and that's your movie.
It had 90% more sleaze and 100% more video games, because Porky's didn't have video games in it.
Literally, within the first minute of this movie, you have a guy getting his crotch curled and but it's for kids because it takes place in an arcade.
It was like one of those 80s movies that just seemed to be really badly lit. Like everything was dark, not just because it was an arcade, just because nobody knew how to light anything.
Production for the movie only took 13 days, and boy does it show. The video and audio quality are low even for a B movie.
But there were a lot of movies.
And joysticks.
And Pac-Man.
The climax of this movie shows off the new game Super Pac-Man.
Pac-Man machines are prominent in this game. There are Pac-Man sounds and graphics for the transitions.
Yeah, basically Namco licensed Pac-Man to the filmmakers, and then they just threw movies all over it. It was awful. I mean, it's awful. People like it because they remember it from the time, but no, it's god-awful.
There was original music written for it, like a rip-off to Pink Panther or something like that. And the song Joysticks has lyrics like "Video to the max" and "Totally awesome video games."
They had the scene with the giant joystick that they have to, you know, this is arcade with the giant joysticks they play. It's called joysticks. It's joysticks, get it? Because it's important information.
It was not the Wizard.
The Wizard, it was not.
Joysticks is raunchy, rude, crude, creepy, pervy, and base, and so bad that it's good.
A world apart from anything you have seen before. Crawl.
Crawl was an arcade game. It was based on the movie. and it was ported over to the Atari 2600.
It was originally supposed to be a 5200 game.
Yeah.
But due to poor sales of the 5200, they decided, let's put it on the 2600.
There's like 4 different mini games that are interesting. A spider out to get you in one. There's like a horse thing going back and forth, and you've got a rinse rescue your girl.
It's an early film adaptation game. I mean, there were others, obviously. We all know about E.T. But yeah, but this one was actually considered to be pretty quality.
Yeah. Even the box art had really cool, painted artwork. It was just a dude with the freaking claw star. Like, yeah.
I don't know if anyone who's ever seen the movie Kroll. Supposedly has a cult following. I doubt it even exists. I've never seen it on cable once.
I think Kroll is better known as a video than the original movie.
Bought $3 billion worth of video games, but the bad wore off. Atari lost $80 million in one quarter. Consumers are fickle, and Atari is facing a challenge.
82 was kind of the high point. That was just like boom. Everybody was doing well. The industry was worth $1.5 billion until had about 20% of the market.
This was the bubble before people had the bubble. The dot-com bubble in the 90s and stuff. It was so exciting.
There was a lot of really great expectations of what was going to happen in the video game industry. And all of us who were there were just kind of going, this is it. This is our job for life.
So in 1983, we see the first ripples of what would be the big video game crash.
So Ray Kazar, who was the president, CEO of Atari, kind of got in trouble for some kind of inside stock trading.
He sold 5,000 shares of stock in Warner Communications 23 minutes before he gave a low earning report that resulted in the stock plummeting nearly 40%.
Things were starting to unravel in the video game industry.
Pac-Man comes out, and everybody knows what Pac-Man is, and then they get their 2600 version out, and it was promised to be Pac-Man, and it was not Pac-Man.
But Atari felt rushed to put the market, and the port for Pac-Man on the Atari 2600 was very, very poor. There's a lot of ghosting.
Todd Fry, the guy who did Pac-Man, did the best that he could in the time he had and the resources they gave him to do it.
Atari was so confident in Pac-Man that they actually made 2 million more cartridges than systems that were out.
This, coupled with the release of E.T. later, which again they made tons and tons of E.T., but in this case it turns out the game was actually quite bad.
Atari, broke the bank and for E.T.
From my perspective, so what E.T. was a real challenge, an incredible personal challenge, to do a game, a complete game, that quickly.
They made more ET cartridges than there were actual units out there because they figured people are going to want this so much they're going to buy Atari units just to play these games.
There were 2 big disappointments that went on, so I think that kind of soured the audience some.
Aside from the well-known failures like the Reese's Pieces Eaten E.T. and the Dot Devouring Pac-Man for the Atari 2600, third-party games also played a big role in the video game crash.
There was no way to stop another company from making a game for your system.
Unlike now, where you have to obtain a license to make a game legally for a video game system, you didn't need to do that back then. People just backward engineered the Atari systems and all the other video game systems, and they put out games for all these systems to make a quick buck, but they weren't made properly, and some of them didn't work right.
There was all these other little companies that had all sprouted up, all selling really bad video games to just sort of cash in on the bubble. Retailers bought all the video games they could handle and suddenly found themselves with boxes upon boxes, millions of dollars tied up in useless garbage inventory.
They were just making games in higher quantities than they needed to, and they were making games that no one asked for.
Some of these games include Chase the Chuck Wagon, a game made for Purina in which you're a dog going through a maze trying to catch up with a chuck wagon to hopefully get some grub.
No one asked for Kool-Aid Man. No one asked for tooth protectors. They were making games. Tax avoiders, that's a game.
That was just it. It was just all of poor quality games. And there were so many of them that people were going into the stores and seeing all these things in the game. Which one's good?
So with all of these video games just stacking up in clearance bins across the country, the overall value of video games just kept falling and falling.
I was born in 1982, and the crash happened around about 1983. I was not aware of this. I just knew that as a kid, my first system was a 2600, and for some reason, all the games were only $1.
Everyone was getting into the market, and the consumer felt, for the most part, screwed.
Right.
And people started to just move away from home console games.
You not only just have all these games coming out, but you have a glut of hardware that no one's buying.
82 had about 5 different systems released.
So all these companies were getting into the business. And it seemed like everybody was, something had a division.
Yeah, the Vectrons. You had the 5200. You had the ColecoVision. You had all these new systems that just come out. And so now, not only you have the consumer caught up in this video game fad, now decide what system to get, but now what games to get for those systems? It's a crapshoot.
As 1983 drew to a close and we started moving into 84, the video game market had completely crashed in on itself.
The companies like Atari, Mattel, everybody just sort of bails out. They're like, whoa, you can't make these video games anymore, nobody's buying them.
Atari totaled $500 million in losses this year, this 1983. That's terrible. That's humongously terrible. After November of 1983, it was just like, it's like a ghost town up there. It's like person in cubicle, empty cubicle, somebody laid out, empty cubicle, somebody empty, and then another guy who's still working there.
People thought that video games, a video game console, was a transitory product. It was something that was going to go away because it was just, they thought, just something to get people from owning nothing in their home to owning real computers.
The games you would get on a computer would generally be much, much better than the games you would get on a console.
That'll be your video game, but then you can also write checks with it, or you can store your kitchen recipes. This is what they always told people to get them to buy computers in the early 1980s.
Tons of systems, garbage games, consumers don't know what the hell's going on. It starts to crash.
The games are bad again.
Space Ace, defender of justice, truth, and the planet Earth.
You have been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Zor and the Kodan Armada.
My dad was right. I don't want to play anymore.
It's the video game years, and this is 1984.
Alex is going for the record!
The systems, the culture, the games. A shiny marble rolls through arcades.
I like it when the marble dies, it just kind of swings.
Sierra embarks on a big adventure.
Look that foot, grab a sword, touch the cat.
Why is this getting sexual?
I don't know. And 2 video game films hit the screen.
How cool is that? That's just, when you're a kid, that's the kind of thing you dream of happening to you.
Plus an animated space adventure, and Capcom earns its wings. So deliver all those newspapers and practice that sidekick. Get ready for 1984.
So near the end of 1984, Atari Games put out their classic Marble Madness.
Yeah, Marble Madness, the first game to ever have the player be a marble.
Marble Madness. Really, there's nothing funner than playing with balls. Oh, marbles. Marbles.
You had a marble. You had a trackball in the middle to control your marble through, like a half a dozen courses. Really fun, really original concept.
I always love the isometric sort of like MC Escher kind of artwork where it like a staircase goes up but goes down simultaneously. It just had this weird look.
It's the only video game ever where the controller is your main character, basically. You're a big blue ball, and that's what you're controlling.
It's almost like when you play iPhone games today, you really felt like you were controlling what was on the screen.
This is probably the most appropriate use of a trackball in a game. I mean, it's like marble shaped, and the way you move around just makes sense because you're moving a marble.
One idea that they didn't implement, which I thought they should have, was some sort of like trackball with force feedback.
How would that work?
Well, to compensate for the inertia of the ball keep rolling and you're going to have to go against it. But they didn't. It worked out fine.
And the cool thing about the courses, though, is that you can take risks. Sometimes there are shortcuts and alternate paths. Or if you can be a little fancier, know what you're doing, you can shave off a few precious seconds.
It's really fitting that they named it Marble Madness because the game drove me out of my mind. Like, I lost my marbles.
As much as I liked the idea of Marble Madness, that game is viciously difficult.
It's hard.
I like it when the marble dies, it just kind of screams.
Who knew? These little glass balls had feelings and emotion.
This slow-ass broom and dustpan comes out and sweeps up your ball and waits like 5 seconds off the clock.
Takes a sweet-ass time.
Sweet-ass time. I hate that damn thing, and I always wish for that dumb magic wand to come down and give me 10 more seconds, but, it never does.
Marble Madness was one of the first games to use true stereo sound, and it sounded awesome. The music is really great in this game.
Stereo sound, great soundtrack. Really underrated soundtrack for the time. And experimental, and yeah, it's fun.
Mark Cerny was only 18 years old when he designed and co-programmed Marble Madness. A really neat fact about Mark Cerny is that he still works in the industry today. In fact, if you didn't know, he's the lead architect on the PlayStation 4. That's right. He went from programming games to designing consoles. Talk about a big career.
It led to decades of Marvel-related games.
Yeah. Thank you, Atari. This would be the first of probably about 10 or so Atari mid-'80s arcade games. They were all original control schemes. Marble Madness sort of led the way there.
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, not just a series of crazy British humor books by Douglas Adams, but also a crazy British humor interactive fiction game by Douglas Adams.
I don't care much for the game, but it is written well and it's pretty funny. There's an object in there that says that thing that your aunt gave you that you don't know what it is or something.
You switch through a number of different characters. You play a number of different characters. You play Batman to the Bronx, you play Arthur Dent, you play
It contained not only all the great humor that was found in the books, but also was kind of infamous for its difficulty.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was one of those games, made the comment in the 80s, where if you did something wrong, the game was unwinnable.
You input commands that the computer doesn't understand. You die. You suck at this game. Don't panic, I guess.
There was challenges that made absolutely no sense. It was kind of, when you look at the source material, yeah, okay.
After that and you had to do it, and there was a very specific sequence of events, and it was timed. You could only make a certain number of moves before the game would just, you would lose. It wouldn't kill you outright, but you just couldn't progress it.
You have to do so many crazy things. Eventually, the company released a feature saying that the content value portion of the game.
There's a number of different
There's like a pin that says or a little piece of paper that says, this is the Arthur Dent's house construction order, things like that.
Danger-sensitive sunglasses, which were just black cardboard that you put on, so they were always sensing danger. And there was an empty plastic bag with a label on it that said microscopic starch.
That's awesome. Even today, you got people going for the ultimate edition of certain games because they have art books with this and that and the other. It's like the golden age of including crap with video games.
Like difficult games and rich and text adventures. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is my favorite.
Tag Team Wrestling.
So Tag Team Wrestling came out. It was published by Daddy Beast.
Can you imagine the first time walking up to that cabinet dropping your quarter in and being like, I'm going to play a wicked sweet wrestling game. And then you go to attack a guy, and a text list appears. And you pick your move from a text list.
There's a move called the Nutter.
Which was some kind of headlock. I'm guessing from Big Roy.
It is fun though how you can like do the shoot off the ropes, flying drop kicks, and tagging your opponents.
The tag team element is kind of interesting because from a first, a single player tag team kind of mechanic is similar to later fighting games where you would swap out players in a single.
Like a Tekken tag.
Yeah.
Street Fighter Cross.
Yeah.
The coolest thing about it was that they did introduce consequences. Like if you put a guy in a submission and they claim
you make it
like they can come out and like get intercepted.
Oh, they could.
So like they tried.
I mean, the game itself it's an okay game. It's not horrible. It's not great by any means. But it was the first game in the history of video games to introduce tag team wrestling into arcade games and video games.
My idea is always to try to bring the best technology at the lowest price to the masses. We are a company that like to sell to the masses, not to the classes.
Atari had huge losses, in particular, the year previous, and they're out. They're done. Warner Communications was like, no, we got to sell this crap.
When Warner sold Atari, they sold it to the Trammels, who had every intention of continuing the thing. So it really wasn't the end of anything. It was the end of a dream. It was not the end of it here.
Warner Communications unloads the home computing new visions and such to Jack Tramiel, who was one of the guys behind Commodore.
Tramiel paid $240 million in promissory notes based on Atari's future performance. They basically loaned him the money to buy the company.
Bam. There you go. You get Atari. And he picks it up. Have fun. We're going to go up here, and we're going to create
Tramiel ruled with an iron fist and got rid of as many people as he could. He thought that he could double or triple the profits at Atari. Well, stay tuned to see how that goes.
When the Trammels came in, they started to take Atari to places where maybe it needed to go, but no one who was there was interested in going. So that's why it went from 2,000 employees to 200 employees in a couple of weeks. They just decimated the place.
One of his Tramelisms was, business is like sex. You gotta be involved. I kinda like that guy.
It was the fastest growing company in the history of the United States. And then it became the fastest falling company in the history of the United States. In the scope of like 4 years, I saw both of those sides.
Video games are seen as a fad, and they're done with. It's like, okay, that was cute. We're done with that. Now let's get some Teddy Ruxpin and play with those. That's what the kids want nowadays.
So get ready for 1984 where we talk about board games.
Kids want Cabbage Patch Kids. Cabbage Patch, yes, we'll sell those. Brilliant. That's millions of dollars.
Star Force is a fantastic top-down shooter that would kind of set the template for a lot of space shooters to come and follow the year.
Star Force wasn't a big deal in the US, but it was a very big deal in Japan. It wasn't the first of its kind, but it really kind of established the genre.
Gameplay is very simple. You take control of a little ship, and you have to defeat the Starbrain basically at the end of each level. All the levels basically look like space stations that are currently in the middle of construction.
Star Force was released in North America in arcades under the name Mega Force.
Really, the scrolling in the background is what added something to it. And we're starting to see this in previous years, but the more we start adding to the background, the more invested you become in the shooter.
I mean, my biggest memory of that is that it was one of the early releases on the NES. I mean, when Tecmo was one of the first publishers, third-party publishers, you would see like Mighty Bomb Jack and Star Force were big releases.
Star Force really was kind of the seed that started these, these grand space stories.
Karateka.
Pretty impressive game for the time. It started on the Apple II. The graphics, I believe, were rotoscope, which was, allowed for very fluid animation.
When you did a kick, it wasn't like kick all of a sudden. You actually saw that fluid motion of like the kick going up.
It looks like a real guy running and doing his cool kicks and punches. And you're just beating up on other guys. And there's like a bird there or something. Is there a bird?
I don't know. Fluid motion for 84, of course, yeah.
But like multi-frame,
right?
Not
There's,
just like on-off kind of kicking.
The game was created by Jordan Mechner while he was in school, and he went on to create a very similar looking and playing game in 1989 called Prince of Persia.
Prince of Persia also had the fluid animation that was found in Karateka, and that kind of carried over.
The goal of the game is to basically infiltrate a fortress and rescue the princess.
At the end, if you go to rescue her and you're still in a fighting stance, she'll kill you in one hit. If she's that powerful, why didn't she just rescue herself?
It's also sort of a precursor to fighting games as well, much like Karate Champ.
She doesn't need you. She can kick your butt in one hit.
84, I guess, sees a lot of this sort of one-on-one combat. They want to explore how that can be done in a video game. And Karateka really lays the groundwork.
We played that game every day, and I played for a full semester before I was able to beat it. But you did beat it. Yeah. I did beat it, and unfortunately, I only got a C in that place.
The design of the game was influenced by ukiyo-e art, Akira Kurosawa, Seventh Samurai, and Disney.
Well, what are you going to do? Have a good grade temporarily,
right.
or beat Karateka?
Yeah, well, it looks better. Yeah. On my resume now, I beat Karateka.
Yeah, absolutely.
It would go on to get very popular and to be ported to other computers besides the average.
Well, Karateka was born in New Haven, Connecticut, where Yale is. Just like me. Yeah. I was born in New Haven. And George W. Bush.
Yeah. Poor bastard.
Pac-Man by Namco is a fantastic Pac-Man game that is not at all like normal Pac-Man. Did you cringe? Why did you cringe?
Previously we had Pac-Man, just Mutts and Dots. With Pac-Man, gameplay kind of changed a bit. And it was more of a side-scrolling game. You actually saw Pac-Man with hands and feet.
Old mazes and puzzles. People don't want that anymore. Let's move Pac-Man into platformer world.
It was a side-scroller. It was like Super Mario Brothers almost.
This is a very simple platformer. I mean, I can call it fun for like a minute. And then you kind of get, I mean, I'm running something
certain power pellets allow you to sustain air flight when you jump.
The game gets deviously hard.
Yeah. It's one of those games where it's based on a lot of the timing and speed. So the control scheme set up, if you had 3 buttons, you had 1 button to go left, 1 button to go right, 1 to jump.
It was an interesting mechanic. You couldn't squash your enemies, but when you did get power pellets, you could run into them and into the ghosts that would turn blue when they go away.
There's a lot of cool little things going on here. And again, it's based on, I'm not a fan of the Pac-Man cartoon, but Pac-Man is fun. One of the interesting things about Pac-Man is that, for some reason in Japan, they keep Pac-Man a giant schnoz, like Pinocchio. Not sure why. If you look at the original box art, he didn't have a nose at all. He actually had teeth too. That's neither here nor there. The American version, they did a nice little skull there. But never understood why they did that.
The graphics were impressive. I was like, wow, this looks like Pac-Man. And the music was Pac-Man from the cartoon. And
it's really bright and colorful, cartoony looking.
Well, it's based upon the Pac-Man cartoon from the year before.
So it was almost like over cell shading. It was trying to emulate the cartoon.
And now, it should have been a video game in 1984.
Oh, hello. I'm Eric, and this is the stuff from 1984 that should have been made into a video game. But it wasn't. In movies, The Never-Ending Story. Not the 1986 text-based adventure game, but a game that would be very similar to Choplifter. Instead of riding in a helicopter, you'd ride on Falcor the Luck Dragon's back, because having a Luck Dragon with you is the only way to go on a quest. The goal of the game would be to chase bullies into dumpsters, but in order to avoid falling off, you've got to hold on with your big, good, strong hands. In music, Catch My Fall by Billy Idol. Catch people jumping out of a burning building with the always reliable trampoline. From the hit song Drive by the Cars comes a cab driving game where you chauffeur drunkards from the bar in this pre-GTA simulator. Following the industry-crashing promotional games of 1983 comes another one. From the popular Wendy's Fluffy Bun commercial featuring the famous catchphrase, "Where's the beef?" In this Atari 2600 game, very similar to Chase the Chuck Wagon, you'd run around the maze looking for beef while avoiding Burger King and McDonald's buns. Where's the beef in me? Snorks, a ColecoVision game for the television series Snorks. They're not like Smurfs, they live underwater. The game itself would be a little bit like Smurf rescuing Gargamel's castle for the ColecoVision, but totally not like Smurfs because it'd be underwater. Snorks are not like Smurfs, they live underwater. Seriously. And that's what should have been a video game in 1984. And I would like to play them.
Paperboy was another Atari Games arcade game released in 1984.
Holy crap, Paperboy. What a fantastic and unique concept for the time.
Now the goal of the game is to actually ride your bike down this chaotic street where just all the mayhem you could think of is happening on that street.
I was Paperboy at 9 years old. I know all of, it was like living my life in video game form.
You're in a neighborhood, there's sidewalks, there's mailboxes. It's just like the real world we recognize.
I remember as a kid, you drive down the street with your little bike, and the Grim Reaper just comes out. Oh man, you fool, take your time, Zargus, and just go read Heathcliff.
That's the way games are.
I mean, you got potholes, you got people walking your way, you got dogs chasing you, you got all kinds of insanity.
They're f***ed up.
The dogs that chase you, the people moving glass, all the different inhabitants of the neighborhood gave each course
the Grim Reaper
a unique feel. Yeah,
breakdancers.
The breakdancers are fantastic.
I get so pissed off at Paperboy.
What was cool about the arcade cabinet is that the controls were actually bike handles.
We're talking a real rubber grips, a metal handlebars. That's fantastic.
I gotta be honest, I always got a lot more joy out of throwing the newspaper through the windows or knocking people over with the newspapers.
I don't remember this in the 80s, I don't know, maybe you do, but at the end of every street there was a wicked sweet BMX course where you got to throw papers through hoops and go on jumps. I don't remember that at the end of my street.
I don't think mine did either. I think in the town over they might have had that, but yeah. This was like a part of people's lives at times. Paperboys were still a thing.
And it harkens back to a time when there were paperboys on bicycles.
Yes, and it was safe.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I don't think it was.
No, I don't think it was safe.
People just are more afraid now.
Paperboys, come on.
It started as a game. Now they are playing for keeps. Cloak and Dagger, rated PG. Starts Friday at select theaters.
Cloak and Dagger was released as a double feature alongside The Last Starfighter.
What if I was a convoluted spy thing where there's secret government information or something like that that's stuck in an Atari 5200 cartridge? A great product placement there by Atari.
The movie itself is about the kid Henry Thomas, from E.T., and his dad, Dabney Coleman, who also plays the imaginary friend in the game. So the kid's trying to cope, he's lost his mom, and he's playing these imaginary spy games with this guy that kind of looks like his dad.
So it's kind of, he's trying to make the father that he wishes he had in the persona of Jack Flack, who's this super cool spy guy.
And there's a lot of really bad things that happen to Henry Thomas as a kid. He actually ends up killing someone, and he's responsible for someone else's death, and he has to share a trunk on a ride with his dead friend's body. I mean, it's kind of a messed up movie.
So Atari released the Cloak and Dagger arcade game just prior to the release of the movie that utilized that same game as a huge plot point in the film.
Cloak and Dagger had a game in it that was originally called Agent X. When the two projects became aware of each other, they decided to collaborate, and so Agent X became the game Cloak and Dagger that you saw in the movie.
Now, in the film, the game is played on an Atari 5200 system, but all of the screens that we see in the movie come from the actual arcade cabinets.
The actual Cloak and Dagger game was an arcade game that used the Robotron 2084 conversion kit, and it looked and played a lot like Robotron, but it had different obstacles in it.
Atari planned to release the game on the Atari 5200 after the movie, but unfortunately the game never actually got released.
In the movie, the game cartridge is sought after, the Cloak and Dagger game cartridge, because it has military secrets on it and schematics for an invisible plane. The movie's crazy.
Circus Charlie was actually a hit arcade game released in 1984.
Want to join the circus? Is your name Charlie? Circus Charlie's for you.
Circus Charlie was put out by Konami.
According to the arcade flyer for Circus Charlie, it's the first authentic circus game.
It's a side-scrolling platformer kind of game.
And you do stuff like ride on the lion's back and jump through rings of fire, walk on a tightrope and jump over monkeys.
Really just time. It's all just time to play. Yeah. That's like it's all just very much quick play, based on replay, and it's got a
A weird fact about Circus Charlie is that it regularly shows up on Famicom clones and multi-carts.
Well, Konami had another hit on its hand. They did track and field, and then they were in the previous year, and Circus Charlie was a hit for whatever reason.
Compared to the other billions, Pac-Man clones at the time and Space Invaders, it's something different.
1984 was the opening of Babbage's. The video game store. It's where you went to go get video games.
Throughout the late 80s and early 90s, there were a lot of, this is before the GameStop sort of inauguration happened, there were a lot of game stores that, sold used games, gave you, pretty good value for your trade-in.
So there wasn't a Babbage's near me, but there was actually an Egghead Software, which had a cool symbol. It was an Egghead shop.
You ever discount?
And so, no.
Before the internet, those stores were a great source of information because you can just browse the aisles and just get a general history of video games.
Unfortunately, Egghead Software kind of went down the crapper and declared bankruptcy, and some just got conglomerated, amalgamated, and it became the GameStop juggernaut it is today.
And that was the value of them then. I'm not so sure about the value of them now.
So what happens is I would go in there, and it was cool. They had some layout computers, like little Apple.
Subscribe to our magazine.
So there'd be like Apple IIe set up, and you could actually see some of the games set
Sir,
up.
if you get our discount card today, it will only cost you $4 after your initial discount.
So a little game called Kung Fu Master was released by Irene in 1984.
Kung Fu Master was considered to be the first of the beat-em-up genre.
You have 5 levels, you have to go up.
Now, the Japanese version of the game, Spartan X, is actually said to be based on a Jackie Chan movie, Meals on Wheels, and also is said to contain elements of a Bruce Lee film, Game of Death.
And you just punch waves, the guys want to really hug you and get to know you. Literally.
The most common enemy, the grippers, which appropriately named, they like glomp onto you and they just hang on you like that. Like, what's up with that? What kind of attack is that? Hug you to death?
It had a really cool gameplay mechanic. Well, it was primarily a side-scrolling game. Enemies came at you from the front and the back.
The cool thing about this game is that there are lots of different bosses in the game, and they're all different. They're all different strategies, somewhat different strategies to defeat them.
They just keep coming, and you have to stop, punch, kick, very satisfying, collision, and then they fall off. It's
cool sound effects, really nice graphics.
So it's another arcade game in the 80s that does a good job of balancing risk-reward gameplay. To see, do you want to progress a little bit further, or do you want that high score?
Sure.
Those bragging rights.
One of the biggest reasons it's so influential and that a lot of us here in the States know it is because it was later ported as a black box game, one of the originals to the NES, as just Kung Fu.
Everybody was Kung Fu fighting.
Kung Fu Master was ported to a variety of systems. It was one of the last games to be ported to the Atari 2600.
I love it. I love Kung Fu Master. You're a master of Kung Fu.
You should have built Coleco Vision. Then you could do early. Besides, creative Brussels sprouts. Coleco Vision says Congo Bongo, and Billy did be good.
This wouldn't have something to do with the free Cabbage Patch Kid.
Cabbage?
Buy a ColecoVision and a Coleco game cartridge by December 31st. We'll send you a Cabbage Patch Kid free.
Wow, Coleco Vision, way to go, Amy. I did it just for you.
When you buy ColecoVision, you make 2 kids happy.
Whoa, hey! Epic's coming at you with another collection of games. Olympic themed. Look at Epic Summer Games.
So Epic's released Summer Games in 1984, and it was a really cool game because it was one of the first Olympic. There was track and field before, but it was one of the first home Olympic games that was very popular.
We get gymnastics, you get some swimming, you get some racing. It's
sprints,
Like,
relay
like
racing?
running. I don't mean like cars.
Okay.
That's not an Olympic.
That's not yet.
Remember how cool track and field was in 1983? Yeah, so does this game.
Basic track and field style game, you know, left and right, you know, waggle that stick.
Waggle it?
Waggle that stick. Waggle it just to get the running going.
The swimming level, you have to like move the joystick in kind of like a certain fashion to mimic kind of the motion.
And it was the variety of summer games. It wasn't just track and field events necessarily. It was everything that could be Olympic.
The game was based on the Summer Olympics, and up to 8 people could play, you know, pole vaulting, skeet shooting, rowing, some other games.
They used the real Olympics theme song in the game. I don't know if they licensed that. I'm not ethics. I'm not trying to throw you under the bus here, but I'm not sure you licensed that song. I don't know.
You can't throw Epics under the bus. They haven't existed in decades.
They did release Summer Games 2 in '85. What was really, really cool about that is that the new events that they had in that game could carry over to the events in the Summer Games 1, released a year later. You could link the two and just do like a really long play.
Oh, that's cool.
Kind of game, which was very innovative for the time.
These games got ported to a number of...
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Every computer system.
And the thing is not all of them had all of the events. I think there's always like one version that actually does have all the events.
If you had a Commodore 64 during this time, and it was released on other platforms, this was like a must game. Like I don't know anybody who had a Commodore 64 that did not have Summer Games. It was like a keystone game for that machine.
Whoa, hey, Epic!
Activision released Hero for the Atari 2600.
Helicopter emergency rescue operation.
The mechanic is that your main character is named Roderick Hero, or R Hero. R Hero, get it? R Hero. He has a helicopter backpack.
Now, why a guy going into a cave to rescue people needs a helicopter backpack is totally beyond me, but he's got it. And for whatever reason, it works really well in the gameplay.
You have to rescue these miners that are trapped inside different colored caves. Purple, green, whatever.
There's all kinds of things in the way, like walls that you have to explode. You also have to make sure to keep your pack fueled up. It's actually a really fun game. It's something that I used to play constantly on my Atari 2600.
The control is spot on, and the shooting, and it's a high speed, fast paced kind of game. And it honestly, if you go back and play Atari 2600 games, this one looks pretty good. This looks like you might have fun playing this now.
And now the gaming innovation of 1984.
Welcome to the gaming innovation of 1984. What new technology graced the world and changed the face of gaming forever? The Halcyon was the first home video game system to use an optical media drive. Released by RDI Video Systems, it retailed for about $2,500, but came with its own computer and Laserdisc player. Unfortunately, the console only had 2 games before RDI went out of business forever. 11? Though promises of an artificial intelligence and voice-activated control system never came to fruition, this was a very important first step to introduce optical media to the waiting gaming public. That does it for the gaming innovation of 1984. Be sure to join us next year, and remember, it's not just nostalgia, it's science.
And now the forgotten video games of 1984.
Pat here with the forgotten video games of 1984. Bruce Lee by Datasoft. Play as the legendary martial artist in this computer beat-em-up platformer hybrid. The Three Stooges by Milestar Electronics. Take control of the famous comedy trio as you slap faces and throw cream pies in this single-screen action game. Sea Stalker by Infocom. This computer text adventure has you unraveling a mystery in an underwater research lab. And Tower of Druaga by Namco. This maze action RPG features Gilgamesh battling 60 levels of difficulty on his way to defeating the evil Druaga. Those were the forgotten video games of 1984. Just because you don't remember them doesn't mean they weren't fun.
Space Ace.
Remember last year, Dragon's Lair? Let's do that again, but in the future.
Space Ace was the second Laserdisc game to be done by Don Bluth and his animation studio.
So after we had Dragon's Lair the year before, Space Ace came out, and I was super hyped to play this game.
Oh, hell yeah.
But, you know, it was kind of a letdown, though. I just didn't like the theme of it as much. I don't know. The atmosphere was just a little different.
It just wasn't as fun, and I don't think it quite had the humor that Dragon's Lair did either. Same sort of issues from Dragon's Lair. You know, if you were good at looking at blinky things and following on the screen, you do well.
Dragon's Lair was a little monotonous. It added a new feature in that you could, at times in the game, change from older Ace to younger Ace, also known as Dexter.
In Space Ace, you keep getting turned into a kid by the Infanto ray. It's clever. Think about it, Infanto. It's like infant with an O.
And I always wondered why, you know, when Dexter turned into Space Ace and became this hulking awesome dude, then he re-transformed back into Dexter, he had to be pissed off. I mean, why would you want to go back to this little weakling guy when you could be Space Ace?
That's our target audience we're talking about.
I feel like Space Ace's difficulty increased considerably over Dragon's Lair. I can, and obviously it's just memorization, but I can work my way through most of Dragon's Lair, no problem. Even if I know what I'm doing in Space Ace, I feel like the timing windows are much shorter.
Sure.
To be quite honest, the thing I want to talk about is the weirdest name ever in a video game. Borf. The evil villain is Borf.
Commander Borf? It sounds like someone from New Jersey saying, "Oh, I got a Borf. I got a Borf." That's a bad impression. I'm sorry, Pat.
You know, you go from a big muscle-bound guy to a little dweeby kid basically back and forth, which makes it entertaining, all the while trying to say, hot, hot candy.
Laserdiscs, like any other mechanical media, they end up deteriorating and they get laser rot.
Right.
And just like tapes would break down, you know, on the tape-based games. So it was a magical time in the arcades where they actually had so many mechanical moving parts going on in a machine itself to create something that looked unlike anything else there.
I used to play Lode Runner on my Commodore 64. That game was great.
The game's actually fairly complex. The method of attack you're saying live is very weird in Lode Runner. The levels are all made up of bricks, ladders, and wires that you can cross. And you have a little gun, and you can use that gun to zap a hole either to the left or to the right of you.
You would dig holes and then just allow pursuers to fall into, and you could just walk over their heads, no big deal.
What was neat about Lode Runner is, well, it was kind of reminiscent of, I don't know, like a Bagman type of game where you're in a mine. You had to, collect all this gold.
So it's not like Pac-Man where the gold is stationary and you can always see it. The enemies can pick up the gold and move it around, and sometimes you don't know which enemies have it, and you won't know if they have it until you zap a hole in the ground and they fall in, which leaves the gold above their head.
So it has a discovery element that not.
Right.
And that hole would either close and kill that enemy, or that enemy would pop back out. It was kind of like, it had a timing element.
That's horrific.
Yeah.
This sucker was ported over to most of the computer systems. Commodore 64, Apple II.
Got very big in Japan. Got a Famicom.
So one of the cool things about Lode Runner is the fact that not only did it feature 150 levels, but it was one of the first games that included its very own level editor. So you can create your own levels in this game.
You can set them in, and they actually compile the best levels into a digital home.
That was such a popular element that many gaming magazines at the time would run contests where people would just submit their own levels that they've created, and they would hand out prizes for the best.
What I like about the game is that how fluid the animation is. That's what I like. And how fluidly you can go from running around down a ladder to like on the rope, hand walking. Like it's all very smooth. That's what I like about it.
We get 1942.
What?
By Capcom.
Capcom put it out, and it was a huge hit for Capcom. Capcom has arrived.
Right. This is one of their first forays in the arcade scene where they actually had a hit, became recognized.
Yeah.
It's the first entry in a long-running Capcom series, and it's a top-down shooter where you control a little warplane. You can do loop-de-loops, you can fire, and basically the only goal is to go from aircraft carrier to aircraft carrier, shoot down all the way to the enemies and get progressively more.
1942 is based on World War II, and the point of the game was to fly to Tokyo and take out the entire Japanese air fleet.
I think you're forgetting something very important. You're destroying the Japanese in the game. You're American.
So what type of World II guilt does Capcom have as they're designing a game where they're just getting destroyed?
Best soundtrack ever in a game.
Can you believe it? We're about to talk about NES games.
The arcade games first.
Yeah. But they're the games that were on the NES.
The Versus Systems arcades by Nintendo, introduced in 1984, a year before the NES was introduced in the North American market. It was Nintendo's way of bringing Nintendo games to the market before getting an opportunity to play it at home.
They had about 30 games released, including a lot of the original black box games.
The Nintendo Versus system was more or less up-converted games from the home console into the arcade.
Hey, look at these games over here. Maybe you'll play. Maybe you'll like these games. Maybe a year from now you'll see these games on something else that we have planned. Kind of, but you still paid for the first hit in quarters.
There were some things that were a little bit different. For example, Super Mario Brothers in the arcade was a lot harder than it was at home. Also, Duck Hunt Versus, you could shoot the dog. You could finally shoot the dog in the bonus round. Best day in video game history.
Not all verses, but a number of the verses cabinets were verses. Like, in the sense, you versus a bud.
They had a whole bunch of different setups. You had ones that were like two connected cabinets together to play two-player games with your own screen.
I like seeing the red units sit down, like...
So the red tents.
The red, yeah. It was so cool.
Yeah.
By the time the NES hit the year later, when I actually purchased the NES and brought it home, it felt like literally bringing the arcade experience home to me, which is sweet.
This was part of those building blocks into making the NES the juggernaut it was.
Nintendo, you're kind of just putting your toe in the water, testing out the market to see, trying to see if people want these games maybe in the future for something coming out. Toe in the water. Oh my God, Elite was incredible.
It was one of the first home computer games that used 3D wireframe graphics with line removal, so it didn't look like you could see through the whole thing.
Really the first open world game. It is a space game where you can be a bounty hunter, you can do escort missions, but mainly you're trading.
It's a space trading game. It's kind of an open-ended space game where you are buying items and selling them at a higher price.
You're going from planet to planet, flying around, cargo, and you're trying to make money to upgrade your ship upgrades, upgrade your parts, your lasers, your hyperdrive, things like that.
It's pretty technologically advanced on how they generated levels with these wireframes on an 8-bit computer system.
There was, the way it was programmed was, procedurally, it would like randomly create like planets in 8 different galaxies. Each game had 8 galaxies. And each galaxy had something like, it was like 256 planets in each galaxy.
The worlds were procedurally generated using a fixed algorithm, so they had to go through and make sure, for one thing, that there were no profane words for their planets. So after looking through, they had to remove a galaxy because one of the planets was named Arse.
And so it would randomly like break the planets and like the conditions for the planet, like how much different cargo was worth coming and going from these planets.
Inspirations that the game designer had came from 2001, Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica.
You really kind of doing the same thing over and over again. It just feels like there's so much more to it than there actually is. Finding space stations, docking, getting all the upgrades, getting into the dogfights, going in warp speed and getting intercepted by the enemy.
It really showed how powerful British game making could be. So as everything was falling apart in the United States, things were still really big in Britain and in Japan.
It was what spawned an entire genre. Sadly, you don't see much anymore, but you know, it spawned games like
Freelancer, Privateer, Lightspeed, even stuff like EVE Online. You have to thank Elite for that. So Karate Champ is the video game that allowed Dukes and Jackson to first meet each other in the fantastic movie Bloodsport.
Karate Champ was released by Data East, and it really couldn't have come out at a better time. I mean, Karate in America was kind of on the rise. Karate Kid came out the same year. So, you know, it almost like it's like a natural thing to make karate games at this time.
Yeah, or at least port them over here, because people were all about karate.
And it has an incredibly unique control scheme. It uses 2 joysticks, and depending on how you position those joysticks, you will pull off an array of different moves. I believe it's 20 plus.
There's 20 plus moves in Karate Champ. I'll be damned if I can do more than 4 of them.
What is this even? I don't get it. You choking somebody? That would make sense if you're choking them.
You know, you'd have to put a combination of joystick moves, you know, up on one joystick, down on one joystick, and that would always do like a backflip. Forward, and do something like, I don't know, like some kind of kick or something.
It was almost like physically emulating karate.
Yeah, if you could do everything with your hands.
Yeah, well, my analogy kind of dies at that point.
You have like half points and points. Every time you get a point, you know, the round, beep, okay, stop, hold on, reset, start over. You know, it's kind of one of those things. It's like fencing.
I always thought the main judge was a fat female.
Yeah.
Could be. Could be a guy too, though. I really don't know. Very unhappy, too.
Why is the judge so unhappy? Like, no matter what's going on in that game, no matter what you're doing, the whole time he's got this massive frown, this whole face.
I remember with my buddies after playing a big tournament of Street Fighter 2 at my house, we popped in Karate Champ and said, like, well, let's take a break from Street Fighter 2 and do Karate Champ, which is a far more disappointing experience, but it was still competitive, so we still got into it, and it was great. Competition, one-on-one.
Aren't you a little young? Give his head.
Aren't you a little old for a video game?
And now, the popular pinball games of 1984.
Ian here with the popular pinball of 1984. Space Shuttle by Williams. This is a table that brought pinball back to the mainstream with easy to obtain multi-ball, excellent theme, and fun for all ages. Spy Hunter by Bailey. This machine based on the arcade hit has such bizarre features as off-center flippers and a prominent mini bagatelle. Laser Cube by Williams. This insane mix of sci-fi, billiards, and fantasy is as much fun to play as it is to look at. Those are the popular pinball machines of 1984, because there's more to life than just video games.
And now, the other arcade games of 1984.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and these are the other arcade games of 1984. Hyper Sports! It's the sequel to Konami's Track and Field and features 7 all-new Olympic events, such as skeet shooting and pole vaulting and weightlifting. You know, Hyper Sports. Road Fighter! It's Konami's first racing game, in which you must reach the finish before time runs out, before you run out of fuel, and without hitting any cars. Bomb Jack! The game about a superhero whose mission is to defuse 24 bombs placed at the site of several popular tourist attractions, such as the Sphinx of the Pyramids and Miami Beach. Boulder Dash! You must dig through caves collecting gems and diamonds and must reach the exit before time expires. So there you go, guys. There's the other arcade games of 1984. You may not remember them, but they're still fun. Where's my quarters? Tally-ho! Punch Out! 1984 boxing game released by Nintendo.
Everybody knows Punch Out. You see a boxer. In this case, you are a wider frame boxer with no name.
Green wider frame.
Yes. And you would go against various opponents in the cartoon format. It was not the biggest ever. It's supposed to be like a boxing scene.
Yeah, definitely not.
This was a really solid arcade game. It had dual screens, and you know you had the title card up on top, and you were fighting. Good graphics. 1984. Come on, this is awesome.
What they did was kind of ingenious. Since both guys were sort of on the same plane, you would see through your character to see your opponent.
Now, this arcade game did introduce us to a lot of characters that would become familiar to us later on, such as Glass Joe, Bald Bull, Piston Honda.
But each character had their own quirks, own ways to beat them, own styles of fighting.
Own levels of racial and cultural stereotypes.
Punch Out is a very racial game. There's a freaking dude named Pizza Pasta in the game.
And they had a cool big blue button. Like, with a special punch button that you build up your meter after punching the guy a lot, and they go like,
body blow, then you go like knockout, like hook, 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 you know, like you punch them and punch them.
And of course, when you play this game, the buttons are so spread out there. You got the whole cabinet to play on, and it's like, here's your controller, here's your punch buttons, and then like your super knockout button is way off to the side. It's kind of weird.
It's also notable because it was the first Nintendo game with music composed by Koji Kondo.
It looks really nice. So you couple it with the wireframe, and you got these two screens. For the time, that must have stood out incredibly well in an arcade, and I'm sure it generated tons of money just based on the look alone.
It started with a game.
You're gonna bust the record!
But it wasn't just any game.
You have been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Sur and the Kodan Armada.
So Cloak and Dagger and The Last Starfighter. Both movies were released as a double feature in 1984, and both of them had video game elements, which was something really cool.
The Last Starfighter was actually directed by Nick Castle. That's right. Michael Myers from Halloween directed The Last Starfighter.
I remember The Last Starfighter better as a kid than I remember Star Wars. Because I didn't see Star Wars for years, but my parents had Showtime on their cable for some reason. And they used to show The Last Starfighter all the time.
The phenomenon kind of started with movies like Drunk, where the focus of the movie took place inside of the video game.
I mean, this is a fun movie to this day. I mean, it is every freaking gaming nerd's fantasy. You're a 30-year-old teenager on some sort of like ranch somewhere, and there's a video game everyone's gathered around called The Last Starfighter.
So good at it. It's like a space shooter. And it turns out that this arcade game was like a testing ground to find this savior who could go and save this planet that's in the middle of this real war in space.
These aliens come down and recruit him to be a starfighter. CGI was actually pretty good. Well, no, it was really good for the day. And even looking back, it's like, okay, it's a little fakey, but for the time, it was really good. It's a fun movie. Watch it. Watch it. Yeah, watch it now.
It was Star Wars-like in the fact that you had sort of this, you know, unassuming young man who lived in rural circumstances. He lived in a trailer park.
It's really a great movie to keep a straight thing. You know, the main themes. You don't hear about it all the time. It's fine. You're a really good secret. That is freaking awesome.
Now, at the end of the credits of The Last Starfighter, they actually promised a real Last Starfighter video game would be coming soon. But unfortunately, it was never released.
They weren't even original Last Starfighter video games. They just took other games and called them The Last Starfighter.
It was a game called Uridium, computer game. They just slapped a new title screen on, slapped a Last Starfighter ship sprite on it, put in the shitty Last Starfighter song, and that was your game.
And I remember my dad said to me as a kid, he's like, you could be a starfighter too. I literally thought for years that you could be a starfighter.
So, Return of the Jedi was a 1984 release that was the follow-up to the original Star Wars arcade game.
It went away from the vector-based graphics of the first two games and went with a more traditional sprite-based video game.
You got the Forest of Endor speed bike racing. You've got Millennium Falcon going through the Death Star innards in some sort of an isometric view, and also an APS speed walker.
It cuts away from that to another action scene of Lando in the Millennium Falcon fighting alongside two X-Wing fighters, only for like 5 seconds. Then it cuts back. I've never seen that before in a video game, so that was actually trying to emulate the end of the movie.
There was actually a fairly decent amount of speech in the game. It was fairly muffled, but it was there.
Lather, rinse, repeat, that's the game. 3 levels over and over again, but it is challenging. The first lady of video games.
The first lady of gaming.
Yeah. Roberta Williams, she loved fairy tales, so she decided, I'm going to write a game kind of like that. So what are you? You're third gram? You're going on adventures. And what, Daventry? And you're going to be king, maybe, if you complete these quests.
King's Quest. One of the very first, adventure games, really an interactive fiction that had graphics. It was graphical based. It wasn't just text on a screen.
King's Quest was the first adventure game to kind of take you away from static screens where you were just seeing them from your viewpoint. It actually put you in control of the player character, an animated player character that you can move around.
and you have to type different commands. It wasn't like you could point and click different icons like you can in point-and-click games today. You had to type in what you want to do. So you have to do open door, and that wouldn't work. You have to do closed door, whatever. You know, it was just so frustrating.
This was before, real user interfaces, but it had a decent text parser, and you could walk up to different objects and interact with them via text.
Pick them up, talk to them.
Look at bush, grab sword, touch pet.
Why is this getting sexual?
I don't know.
Well, if you don't know what the commands are, you're kind of screwed, and there's a lot of trial and error going on here.
Yeah, but that's what made the game so great, because I would spend hours trying to figure it out, and eventually I did.
The game is actually fairly large for a game of that time, with a lot of different locations.
It looks pretty good for an old game, but you walk so slow, it's ridiculous.
It's not scanned in or drawn or bitmap images. Every freaking screen in that game is drawn with vectors. And if you've ever done any programming, that's nuts. You are basically telling where the line to start and where to stop, and you're drawing a castle in a garden.
One of my favorite memories of playing King's Quest is going from screen to screen. So you go one screen to the other, and on the computer I was running on, the Apple II, I had to wait for the color to go in. Just wait a couple seconds before it's going.
It was low on memory. It was less intensive on the memory restrictions than, say, using actual bitmap graphics.
King's Quest really started off not only a great series, but there was a spin-off series, Space Quest, Police Quest, Laser Shoot Warrior, of course, that Sierra did. And this is the one that really started off with it.
Sierra before was this kind of, smaller software company. This is a game that blew Sierra up. And basically established it as the adventure digging company for the next 15 years. So, Roberta Williams, our dear lady, thank you for bringing King's Quest into our lives. King's Quest 8, we'll forgive you for that one, but all the rest are good.
Flicky. Flicky was released by Sega. The game was developed by Yoji Ishii, a member of the Sonic team, all the way through 1999.
Flicky was released for the arcades. Around the same time it was released in Japan for their SG-1000 console as well as the MSX.
Flicky is actually quite a bit like Mappy, except you're not jumping around on trampolines or opening doors or that kind of thing, but it's this scrolling, looping, platforming thing, and you're actually being chased by cats.
The goal is to take your little bird and run around and get her little baby birds and take them to the door before the cats get them.
The cool gameplay element about Flicky is that you have to drop off the chicks for the door, the exit. But once you have a bunch of behind you, it becomes a lot harder to navigate past the cats because you have a whole trail of them behind, almost like a giant tail of chicks.
In fact, some of the elements from Flicky even showed up in many of the Sonic the Hedgehog video games.
The characters are very cute, and even though the game is very simple, it's got that, signature Sega charm.
Time for dinner!
Remember how drug abusers were always someone else? How pushers wouldn't dare come into your neighborhood?
Charlie! Charlie!
So Drug Wars was released on DOS in 1984. It's a DOS-based game where you assume the role of a drug dealer in New York City.
DOS being a program, not a new drug.
There's actually a game developed by a high school student for a project on business, economy.
The object of the game was you needed to pay off your loan shark.
Part of the simple game, it's a game of buy low, sell high, with a full-on block.
Selling drugs in an arbitrage model.
You get a loan to buy different types of drugs. You pick various parts of the city and you sell those drugs.
It's kind of like Lemonade Stand, but with movies.
It shows what computers, what differentiates computers from where everything is kind of regulated for the appropriate. On a computer, you know how to program, you can make whatever you want.
That's obviously controversial because
everybody wants little Jimmy playing as drug lord.
Yeah, I mean, it's good simulation fun.
It's kind of like the first subversive, computer game.
It's funny because by the time I was in high school, in the 90s, this game, it was originally programmed on DOS. It was text, more or less, so numbers. So it was easy to reprogram for. Everyone had it on their graphic calculators.
But it's amazing the legacy that this game actually has. It's such a stupid game based around text and numbers and really nothing exciting.
Lots of drug dealing in high schools then. For the years of your graphic calculators, that's kind of scary people I don't know.
One thing, though, that the author of Drug Lord missed out on, where's the crack? Crack was heating up in the mid-'80s. He missed out. He's selling lubes. Lubes, that's so 70s. Where's the crack?
Paying off your loan shark and then pulling in a profit at the same time. Hey, it's the American way.
Crack is where the money's at.
Make money, DOS.
Supply and demand, baby.
It's DOS, man. Cobra Command, released by Data East.
Cobra Command, or more commonly referred to as Cobra, is the nemesis of G.I. Joe, a real American hero. There were these evil terrorists that... Huh?
It was directed by Yoshihisa Kisamoto. I murdered that name.
Cobra Command was another fantastic Laserdisc game. Well, maybe fantastic is kind of stretching it, but basically you're flying around in a helicopter pretending to shoot other helicopters and pretending to shoot tanks and stuff like that. I thought it was pretty fun.
You know, there's an on-rails game and you're just moving your reticle and shooting your planes, but that doesn't take away from the game looking amazing.
I really like the way Cobra Command looks just because it's got like that really cool 80s Japanese anime style.
The Sega CD version was pretty cool, and you can also get this game on the iOS on your iPhone or iPad or what have you.
Oh, that's not what we're talking about?
Action-packed Hogan's Alley and Nuts for Nintendo.
Who are the Mario Brothers?
Exciteful Bike Oh, you're playing with power.
It's the video game years, and prepare for 1985. The systems, the culture, the games. King Arthur battles the undead.
He's just running around in his boxer shorts, which is pretty hilarious.
Nintendo releases an entertainment system.
They didn't market it as a video game console. They marketed it as something entirely different.
And the Vic Viper shoots up arcades.
Shoot the core!
Plus a global thief on the loose, and Mario goes super. So strap on your jetpack and don't shoot the food. Get ready for 1985.
So Commando was released by Capcom in the arcades?
Commando was originally released in Japan as Senjou no Okami, Wolf of the Battlefield.
So you played the character Super Joe. Essentially, at the beginning of the game, you got dropped off in the jungle by a helicopter, and now you got to battle your way through enemies single-handedly to make it to the end.
You have a machine gun, you can shoot in all directions, and you have grenades.
Commando is relentless because everybody comes and they kill you before you even have a chance to react. There's too many guys to kill.
You can rescue hostages along the way. You can throw grenades into bunkers.
It had a fantastic port on the Commodore 64, which had some of the most memorable Commodore 64 music ever.
Commando's important because it did kind of create a genre with its development, the over-the-top run-and-gun shooter. It was really kind of the first to popularize the gameplay, and you're going to see a lot more of these types of games come out.
Ultima 4 Quest of the Avatar is a sequel to Ultima 3.
Very good, Pat. Do we have anything more to add to that? No?
So Ultima 3 kind of set the standard of what? It was kind of the birth of the modern role-playing game.
Lord British, Richard Garriott. is back with Ultima 4, Quest of the Avatar.
Instead of finding dungeons, there is no real overall evil that you have to fight. The goal of it is to become the Avatar.
If you do good deeds in the game, you do well to improve your character. If you do bad stuff in the game, it takes away your virtues. It's a really interesting game mechanic, actually.
Like, if you're actually too violent, or if you kill certain characters, you can't get certain virtues, or it becomes that much harder to get it. So playing it like a traditional RPG would actually make it harder.
The game was basically Richard Garriott's response to hate mail from parents saying that his past games had been immoral.
It must have been fairly frustrating for people who had no idea what they were getting into when they started to play it.
Among the hate mail Richard Garriott had received, there was some from an organization called BAD, Bothered About Dungeons and Dragons. I told you it was the game of the devil.
It was a much more expansive, bigger world than an Ultima 3, but it also tweaked certain things. You know, there was a system where you answered questions early on, and that, you know, set your stats and what kind of person you were going to be.
Games that are quietly inspiring the Japanese companies making cutesy shooters and other things to make the games that will truly define the generation of RPG players.
I read that it's one of Richard Garriott's favorite games, and hey, can't trust the guy who made the damn thing. What are you going to do?
Data East put out Ring King.
The thing that always jumped out at me about Ring King is the kind of comic-y nature.
Sort of continues on with that idea of having kind of all these comical boxers in the game.
You can actually go around the ring, forward and backward, and you can actually rotate around your opponent.
The big feature of the game was the goofy special attacks that you could initiate from a specific distance and with specific timing, and it could actually result in an instant KO.
Not like a simulator or anything like that. It's just a fun game where you beat the crap out of someone.
That it's kind of actually a fast punching game. Like, you can really, go at it with the characters. And I always liked that game, especially on the NES. It was actually really fun.
Fun decimation of your foe.
Will you be the one to witness the birth of the incredible Nintendo Entertainment System? The one to play with Rob, the extraordinary video robot, batteries not included. He helps you tackle even the toughest challenge. Will you be the first to raise the incredibly accurate Zapper and play games like Duck Hunt or action-packed Hogan's Alley and high-flying Kung Fu, each sold separately? Will you be the one to experience the Nintendo Entertainment System? Comes with Rob, Zapper, Control Deck, 2 controllers, Gyromite, and Duck Hunt.
The Nintendo Entertainment System.
I never heard of it. What is it?
So the Famicom, which is the Japanese version of the NES, came out in 1983, but sold great in Japan because Japan did not have the same crash that we did.
So Nintendo thought, hey, I'm going to release this in America. The only problem was the video game crash of 83, 84 knocked out the home console video game market almost entirely.
You had a whole lot of people who got very badly burned, buyers from retail stores. And they didn't want to take a chance on video games. And Nintendo really had to roll the dice. Like, they had to actually, they test marketed it in New York, and they had to go to these guys and say, we will assume all the risk.
Nintendo had to basically say, whatever you don't sell stores, we'll buy back.
When we launched in New York area in late fall of '85, it was really fun. A ton of work because we were importing all of this new product, which we had to distribute all over New York and New Jersey area.
They would go around to department stores, to malls, to FAO Schwarz stores, and they would personally, these employees, set up these displays and demonstrations and actively try to demonstrate and sell the system to people just walking by. Here, try this game console. Try this system.
Originally, Nintendo of America wanted to do a smaller market, but Japan had at the time said, no, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it in New York City, one of the biggest markets in the United States.
So in trying to sell it to Americans, they had to think of a new way to market it in the sense that, hey consumers, this is not a video game, this is something different.
Test marketing the NES was a big task, and the reason being is there was such disparate views on video games. I mean, the kids always loved video games.
At the time, video games were bad words. You did not want to be affiliated with anything to do with video games. So Nintendo had to market themselves carefully so they weren't thrown in with that bunch. So they didn't call it a video game. They called it a Nintendo Entertainment System.
It's much more than just a video game console. Look, it's got a robot.
Rob was used to market the NES as something more sophisticated than just a video game. It's like a toy, and it's like a robot, and it's from the future.
So Nintendo said, look guys, this isn't a video game system. It's a toy. It's got a gun. It's got robots. This is a toy, guys. This is awesome. And as silly as that sounds, it worked.
As cool as Rob looked, it only supported 2 games, Gyromite and Stack Up.
So you're Professor Hector in Gyromite, and you have lots of dynamite that's going to go off in a lot of time. That's good for kids. And you have to get to the dynamite beforehand. These little lizard guys named Smicks that come after you to try to kill you.
And he had these platforms that would go on each side, these little attachments. So there would be a gyro spinner, and then the gyro, and it would sit on top of these things that would activate the buttons, which would open gates in Gyromite.
Really ingenious and cool because it helped market Nintendo as an entertainment system and a toy versus a video game. But the problem was, setting up and using this guy was not easy at all.
I always enjoy playing it just with the controllers because it's a lot faster. Like, I would have the 2 controllers in my hand. Because if you have to wait for Rob, Rob's like, poor guy. It was an amusing novelty that got the system on the store shelves. As soon as people got tastes of games that didn't require the tedious setup of a robotic operating buddy, he was relegated to closets where he gathered dust.
But luckily we had this arsenal of 16 games, of which probably 10 or more of them were really good games. And then on top of that, we had Rob the Robot and the Zapper the Light Gun. And those 2 things made it seem like the technology was really different and new. So it was actually a slam dunk to sell it.
This is a Zapper. Light gun came with the NES, and you play Duck Hunt with this. And Duck Hunt, while coming off as a simple tech demo, is a lot of fun.
A pretty fascinating piece of technology when you think about it. It basically times out these flashes on the screen.
And if you miss them, there is the one thing that everyone remembers about Duck Hunt, which is the dog.
That dog. That smug little look on his face. When those ducks fly away and he pops up and he laughs at you.
The dog is cruel. He mocks you. And you cannot have your revenge on the dog. You just have to endure it.
Duck Hunt had 3 modes, 1 duck, 2 ducks, and clay pigeons, which I actually thought were clouds when I was a kid.
Now you can also control the duck using second control.
Correct.
Yeah, that was like the first kind of like cooperative competitive gaming because like you're both playing together, but like one's trying to survive, the other one's shooting at them. But the duck would always lose because he pressed the gun against the screen and just fire.
Nintendo Zapper? Pew, pew, pew. Who wouldn't want to play that?
This would become the base sort of model for every video game controller afterwards. They all would incorporate at least 2 buttons, the start button and the control pad. Everyone afterwards.
I mean, just the way we infiltrated the culture so soon afterwards was that you weren't playing video games, you were playing Nintendo. It was like Kleenex or Q-tips. You know, the brand was the product.
Technology had progressed enough that the characters were more decipherable as people or animals.
Graphic superiority of the system was like, nothing we had before. It wasn't 8-bit system. There were 8-bit systems before, but nothing looked like the Nintendo.
Games were marketed by actually how they looked and how they worked. Nintendo was very careful in doing this. If you go back to the Atari era, to the television era, you look at the box art of all these games. It doesn't show what the actual game is. It shows the painted, the abstract drawings, and that's not what the game is.
Nintendo came up with a brilliant idea. Let's make it so only cartridges made by Nintendo can be played in the machine.
The Atari kind of showed what could happen if they weren't really careful about how they controlled the system. So Nintendo had a strict product approval policy, and they would only allow a certain number of games per developer per year.
Once it was released nationwide in '86, you're about 3 years removed from the video game craze. So it's almost a new semi-generation of kids that maybe they never had an Atari. They were just too young for that, like I was. But now you see something called the NES, and all of a sudden, this is new again. And all of a sudden, home console video games are kickstarted again.
And Nintendo did accomplishing the impossible, basically, proved, and this is very important, that video games were not dead.
And all we did was just confirm the thought, which is that the kids were going to continue to love them because they were great games, but the parents would see it as something radically new and be willing to make
put it on the Christmas tree.
And now, it should have been a video game in 1985.
Oh, hello, I'm Eric, and here's the stuff from 1985 that should have been made into a video game, but was not. In movies, Rocky IV for the NES, train in the harsh Russian wilderness to take on your rival Drago in this montage of minigames. Jump rope, but with careful timing. Do hanging sit-ups and try not to get a hernia. Lift a cart like an ox and climb a mountain. Now you're ready. Drago! The Breakfast Club for the NES. Sneak out of Saturday morning detention in this angsty stealth game, but don't get caught by the evil principal or he'll send you back to detention with your complaining classmates and their feelings. Shout by Tears for Fears for the NES. Kids, you can finally take all your pent-up energy and let it all out without getting yelled at by your parents in this game where you can just yell as loud as you want, but only in the game. Shout. Back to the Future for the NES. In this zany take on Back to the Future, get this, you'd run through the streets throwing bowling balls at your enemies, which would be girls with hula hoops and guys walking back and forth with a pane of glass, inexplicably, and bees. For no reason, bees. That'd be so crazy, they would never do that. Or would they? And that's what should have been a video game in 1985. And I want to play them.
Sega Hang-On is dope.
One of the first, not the first, but one of the first super scalar games in Sega's library. The super scalar technology was technology that Sega used for a number of arcade games in the 80s that used sprite scaling from the distance to the foreground to create a very interesting illusion of speed and forward progression.
There's both the stand-up version of the game, where you just had to do little bike handlebars, and then there was a sit-down one. It was almost like a full-size freaking motorcycle.
Yeah, you lean in and out.
And it had a little monitor basically built into the freaking little bike.
I mean, it was a more interactive experience than just moving a joystick.
I played it on the Sega Master System at home. It just wasn't as good, but it was pretty cool. I liked the music and the explosions when you hit anything because you blow up just like in real life.
Yeah, Yu Suzuki, one of the first of the games that he put out that had that really immersive element to it.
Definitely a great way for Sega to try out new things with this technology that they were working on, and better things would definitely come from it.
Re-experience the mind, unbounded. Amiga, the first personal computer that gives you a creative edge.
The Amiga was a series of computers that were launched beginning in '85 by Commodore that they're just personal computers.
The package you got in the Amiga for the money was really great with the sound and its graphical capabilities, which means that it immediately became a very popular platform for video games.
It was a custom chipset made for it, and it produced some really high-quality home computer games. I mean, the difference between what the consoles could do and the computers can do was expanding.
The visual difference in quality between that and the other computer games, like the IBM systems at the time, or the Apple, II, it blew them away.
The word Amiga was chosen not just because it means girlfriend in Spanish, but also because it comes before Apple if you're looking at a list of computer names. It's sneaky.
There was no problem seeing an Apple II as a computer that could do games and business, but Commodore's computers always seemed to carve out a niche as gaming machines, which, like I said, makes them even more specific in their group. It just means there wasn't, at least in the US, not a ton of widespread usage.
Yeah. They kind of became a really popular de facto video game platform as well, especially in Europe.
The Amiga had a lot of great games on it, some of which were ports that were found on other systems like Rainbow Islands, New Zealand Story, Lemmings, but those games you could find anywhere, I suppose.
It sold millions and millions of units. It's very impressive for a burgeoning personal computer market that really only started to trickle in the 70s, but kind of exploded more in the 80s.
I was jealous of people that had an Amiga at the time.
Right.
I was. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego was an educational adventure game?
This is a great game. This is just one of those, you kind of know that you're learning in it, but you don't even care.
It's a what you do is you were tasked to find one of Carmen Sandiego's henchmen who secretly stole the car or other object somewhere around the world, and you were given clues from people in different locations to track them down.
It really made you want to learn as a kid, you know? It was one of those edutaining games.
Yeah, it was actually fun.
It was kind of like Where's Waldo, except using reality.
Of course, as a kid, when you didn't know anything about the world, coming to San Diego was really hard.
It changed up every time. Every time you play it, it would kind of randomize what piece, what artifact got stolen, who stole it, where it was stolen, so that the game never really got old. As an educational game, it wasn't just doing math or numbers or history quizzes. You learned stuff about the locations, but the game always stayed in.
So they would give clue like, oh, the criminal had this sort of flag on him, has these colors, I wonder where he went next. So you as a kid had to figure out, oh, this country has, you know, these colors and flags, so I'm going to go there. So in a way, it was teaching me geography, things about culture, but you didn't really know that as a kid. It was more like, hey, I'm playing an adventure game, I'm getting away with playing a game in school. How's this happening?
This is one of those games that you would just, whenever you got your work done in the computer lab in elementary school in the 80s, you'd ask the teacher if you could have a little bit of downtime, and you go into the floppy disk container, open it up, and you hope that Carmen Sandiego wasn't taken, because you wanted to catch that crook and put him or her in the jail.
So kids, you too can begin to play Carmen Sandiego today and learn all about geography. You too can learn about Yugoslavia and West Germany and the USSR.
Where in the world was Carmen Sandiego was really popular, hugely so. It was ported to many computers and even some consoles.
Do you remember the NES version came with a pocket encyclopedia?
I remember it coming in an oversized box.
Yeah, because it had a little pocket encyclopedia in it, so you could cheat, obviously.
Seriously, I know Carmen Sandiego was a video game, but you guys remember that awesome game show, right?
Where in the world is
Carmen Sandiego?
It made 2 TV shows. There was the game show on PBS, and then there was the actual cartoon on Fox, I believe, in the 90s. Both of those were actually really good and got kids interested in learning while entertaining themselves. Some might call it edutainment.
One of a lot of good educational games that really worked, and they found the hook, and they started to come out a little bit more often on these computer platforms.
Super Mario Brothers.
That was the game that brought back video games in North America.
I'd say just about every gamer has played Super Mario Brothers. It's the grandfather of platforming games.
This was Nintendo's, welcome to the world. It's like, this is our killer app.
I mean, this was beyond anything that we had seen in a video game before this.
It made the Atari games look absolutely primitive. It was just this living, breathing cartoon world at the time.
A lot of the games before that were single-screen games, whereas in Super Mario Brothers, you had point A, and you had to go to point B, and you had a goal to save the princess.
And Mario Brothers was cool because you started up, and then here's this blue screen, blue sky with Mario running back and forth. But then you realized that you could start running, and you didn't stop. You could just go and go and go.
In many ways, it is Shigeru Miyamoto's masterpiece. It's just, you can pick it up and you can play it.
I'm not sure what Miyamoto was thinking in crafting something so elaborate and so involved, but in creating Super Mario Brothers, he sort of made the template for what a video game should be.
Super Mario Brothers really was the first game that created a story and a world for you to go into.
We accept the game now at face value, but think about how weird it is. It stars a plumber who hits blocks and mushrooms come out, which he eats, and then he gets bigger, and then he fights like a turtle dragon. It's really weird.
Of course, you're trying to save Princess Toadstool from the evil Bowser in the Mushroom Kingdom. The game doesn't really explain how you get there, but the story somehow works that Plumber Mario and his brother Luigi trying to fix some plumbing, get sucked down a pipe, and they get warped into the Mushroom Kingdom.
A very lengthy game if you went from start to finish. And most games were, fairly quick games at that time. You beat them in a couple minutes.
going through that game, dude, like freaking the 8th World.
The game's not hard.
When you're 7, it's hard.
So many people take for granted about this game today is what made it the ultimate video game playground when it came out. There was just so much to play with and toy with.
And it basically stated, okay, video games need to be long, they need to have secrets, they need to get people talking.
We're talking, some levels are underwater, some levels were at night, some were in the clouds, some were over a bridge, and some were actually in castle dungeons.
You get to the end of that first castle, you got that weird mushroom guy standing there. Sorry, Mario, the princess is in a castle. All right, jerk, show me where the next castle is.
By reusing assets, it makes a very colorful and inviting world. I mean, look closely. You got the clouds. They actually look like little trees in the background. They're just different colors.
The controls were so precise and really took advantage of the new control D-pad that Nintendo was trying to push out there, and it really showed it off.
Hidden rooms. Yeah, you went down pipes into the underground. You found beanstalks that took you up, and you felt like everything when you first saw it, you were the first to discover it, as if this is hidden.
The game actively encouraged exploration. It encouraged you to say, what does happen if I break this brick and jump up to the ceiling?
I remember the first time I got to the warp zone, I felt like I had found something I wasn't supposed to. I was breaking the game, getting to the warp zone. It's a secret, you're not supposed to go there.
How about in level 1, 2, you could hit the bricks at the top of the screen and run on top of the screen, and you're running past all the information. You're running past your store and everything. Yeah. That's insane to see that.
I remember reading in Nintendo Power about the minus level where you got to jump on 1, 2 and hit your head on the back of the block, go through the wall, and then go through the warp pipe. And you were in an endless underwater level called the Minus World.
Everybody remembers the theme song. Everybody knows the theme song to Mario. Even Grandma probably knows the theme song to Mario.
If I go do-do-do-do-do-do, or even knock, people know exactly what that is. That's how recognizable it is.
This game was a system seller.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of the best system sellers in the history of video games.
To this day, Super Mario Brothers is still a beloved game and is still very playable.
Let's just leave it that it is ridiculously important, and there's a reason why Mario is still synonymous with video games.
And now the other arcade games of 1985.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and these are the other arcade games of 1985. Super Punch-Out! The second game in the Punch-Out series, featuring the same gameplay as its precursor, but giving us some brand new characters in Bear Hugger, Vodka Drunkinsky, later changed to Soda Popinski, of course, and Super Macho Man. Ooh, yeah! Alpha Mission, a space shooting game from SNK, similar to Xevious, where you fly through space defending space stations with lasers for air attacks and missiles for ground attacks. Russian Attack, an action platformer where you are tasked with infiltrating an enemy camp to save some prisoners of war with just your knife. Yeah! Legend of Cage, an action game where you control a ninja named Cage, trying to save the princess from enemies known as Yuki and Yoshi. But not that Yoshi. So there you go, guys. There are the other arcade games of 1985. Hey, just because they may not be as popular as some of those others, doesn't mean they're not fun. Give yourself some quarters. Let's go play.
So Yu Suzuki continues with his classic arcade games this year with Space Harrier.
Fantasy Zone and Space Harrier actually take place in the same universe.
It's not what you think.
When the game starts, he says,
"Welcome to the Fantasy Zone."
I'm going to tell my wife that. She's going to be really impressed.
In Space Harrier, you control a gentleman who has a large flying bazooka, rocket pack sort of thing that he tucks under his arm, and you run through different levels in the Fantasy Zone and destroy a ton of crazy creatures as you fly around.
Really, the gameplay is so unique that it's one of those games you just have to pick up and play, and right away it's easy to catch on to, but it's so much fun. I love the pseudo 3D graphics.
It had a controller similar to these. It's like, am I riding a rocket and shooting things, or am I flying an F-16? In fact, it was originally going to be an airplane game, but they didn't have the graphical resources to do it, and it's actually easier for them to make a little guy running around and flying.
Space Harrier was one of the first arcade games with 16-bit graphics and used Sega's super scalar technology, which basically allowed them to fake 3D.
There was always lots of enemies on the screen at the same time. Lots of different moving parts. There's never any slowdown.
It had some crazy awesome characters. Like, have you ever seen a Cyclops woolly mammoth? Now you have.
You get weird stone faces,
and there's like cat dragons.
I really like how stages 4, stage 9, and stage 14, they had the ceiling that come down, and they'd go like really, really fast. And of course, I could totally dodge that because I kicked ass.
Well, yeah, you had the reflexes of, you know,
a 14-year-old guy, which I was.
While the game is very simplistic to play, it endures as a favorite simply because of the graphic style and the way the game was designed to insert music.
It had some of the most memorable arcade music ever.
It's very fast-paced. The melody is just fantastic.
Has a great beat to it.
It used a digitized voice, so after beating a boss, it would say stuff like, "You're doing great." Thanks.
Yeah, Sega began to differentiate themselves from other companies.
You're not in space. You're not in space in Space Harrier.
Dude, let's be blowfish and go uncover hidden pictures made out of gold bars. All right, we're playing.
The main character was a bubblefish known as Bubbles, or in Japan, Gurupi, which sounds like groupie, I don't know, but it had arms and legs. How is that a fish? That's not a fish.
And your underwater lair is full of posts and gold bars and trampolines that bounce you around. Anyways, there's a picture that's hidden in each level, and it changes. Each level of the picture changes between 1 and 2 or 1 and 3.
The point of the game is to uncover hidden gold bars to form the shape of something, like a mushroom or glass.
There's parts, people, steamrollers, butterflies, Aztec patterns.
There's 2 players simultaneous action.
Which is fun because you can screw over the other player too.
The way you attack in the game is by sending out a sound wave that stuns enemies, and then you just squish them into the wall.
Now you can pick up fruit, and stop the clock, and then you have a countdown timer.
The game control is crazy and probably the most common complaint about the game. You're constantly running forward, and what you do is you stick your arm out and grab a peg, which will spin you indefinitely around the peg until you let go.
Not sure why it's called Blue Land, though. I always thought it was like a mystery, like dumb shit.
Maybe it's because when you go over the diamonds, it's like they're giving you a clue about what the picture is.
Clue is the romanization of the Japanese onomatopoeia kuru kuru, which means to go around and around. Makes sense if you think about it. Twinbee!
It was a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up, but it was kind of cute. You know, it had those cutesy characters, cartoony.
It was a cutesy shoot 'em up, a cute 'em up.
Twinbee features ships with arms that literally throw bombs and shoot other ships that are shaped like fruit. It's adorable.
Twinbee is really known for, besides being adorable and very colorful, is the bell juggling power-up system, which is love or hate, and I love it.
The power-ups in Twinbee are bells that the player can shoot to change their color and ability, and that was also used in Parodius.
In Twinbee, being vertical, it's a little bit easier to juggle the bells. As you shoot them out of clouds, they come out yellow. Those are worth bonus points, but if certain ones, if you shoot them more than once, they will change the color to give you the ability to make copies of yourself as you fly around for extra shots. You can get shields.
You know, it plays upon those themes of childlike innocence and mixed with shooting, and it was popular here too.
Silent Service was a submarine simulator game released by Microprose and created by Sid Meier.
The point of the game was to take control of a United States submarine for various war patrols against Japanese shipping.
What made Silent Service a success and why it did well was because it gave you a control room type atmosphere to kind of play the game from?
Because you had the keyboard, you know, you had the added level of control and more functions you could have in the game, which, you know, definitely fit simulators more so than any control pad could.
Yeah. You're using like almost every key on your keyboard, and you have to learn how to play these games and control the submarine in order to, you know, lay a course.
And you did the various tasks, looked at periscope, you know, method of controls, you know, trying to figure out where you are.
It won a bunch of awards and a bunch of accolades. And for hardcore sim nuts, while it's probably not played a lot today, it's definitely remembered as being an important game in the genre.
So Capcom released Ghosts and Goblins in 1985.
In Ghosts and Goblins, the player controls a knight named Sir Arthur, as in King Arthur?
You're not King Arthur, but you're a knight, and you're hanging out with your girlfriend, you know, just having a picnic.
And you're just half naked, your armor sitting on the side, I don't know why.
The evil demon comes and snatches her up while you're in your underwear. You put on your armor and you go off to try to rescue her.
All I know about Ghosts and Goblins is I saw that intro screen with the map to the castle like a million times.
Do you like pain more than pleasure? You answered yes. I have a couple phone numbers for you and a video game that you're definitely going to want to try out.
Ghosts and Goblins is one of the hardest games ever made. One of those games that kind of defines, you know, like Nintendo hard. Although this came out in the arcade before it was on the NES. But shut up.
You're wearing a suit of armor. You get hit once, you lose the armor, and he's just running around in his boxer shorts, which is pretty hilarious.
And while that's awfully adorable, that leaves you vulnerable to one more shot.
It's so difficult because there are just enemies and obstacles everywhere.
You have to get the knife.
These things will constantly keep popping up, so there is no rest. There is patterns, but they're hard to predict because they rely on you moving consistently.
You guys gotta keep going. You gotta just grind through, but then the problem with that is you run into something that'll just attack you with a weird pattern, like from the air, and you gotta like run back and try to hit it with your lance or knife at that point.
I didn't even know there was a second level. I thought it was the end of the game once you got to the end. I didn't even get to the boss at the end of the first level.
If you can get to the end, spoilers, you're told that it's a trap and you've got to go back and do it again. Are you kidding me?
You've had enough playing this on the NES where, you know, you're gonna just tear out your hair, but imagine trying to beat it in the arcade with quarters. You know, you might as well just cash out your 401k in order to do so.
And now the gaming innovation of 1985.
Welcome to the gaming innovation of 1985. What new technology graced the world and changed the face of gaming forever? This year, a very little known game was released. Alright, Super Mario Bros. What else could it possibly be? This game almost single-handedly brought back the video game industry to North America. It made the NES fly off shelves, becoming one of the most popular video game systems of all time. And Super Mario Bros. Itself was the best-selling video game of all time until it was dethroned in 2008. About 5 years. Regardless, this game's innovative mechanics and simple-to-grasp gameplay made North Americans realize that video games were here to stay. This has been Brew for the Video Game Innovation of 1985. I'll see you next year, and remember, it's not just nostalgia, it's science. 1985, Atari throws down the gauntlet.
You know, it was a top-down kind of dungeon crawler view, and you know, it was basically a very big maze.
Gauntlet was one of the first multiplayer dungeon crawler games for the arcade that could be played with 4 unique characters simultaneously.
You had 4 character classes to choose from: the warrior, the Valkyrie, the elf, and the magician. All different attributes.
The control panel was wider than other standard uprights because, of course, it's got to fit 4 people. So if you like The Simpsons, if you like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, X-Men, those kinds of games, you've got Gauntlet to thank for that design.
Gauntlet was the first game that made me want to get a multi-player. It was 4-player. That's cool. 4 players. Co-op, too. Amazing.
Since all the guys have different skills, it makes sense to have maybe, you know, the Valkyrie with the magician, the elf with the warrior.
Right, the Valkyrie had the most defense, and she could protect the magician who had, you know, the best protector.
And essentially, you would just work your way through this top-down perspective of a maze inside of a dungeon that is just swarmed with hordes of enemies. I mean, there are just so many villains in this game. It's insane.
And you can, like, you know, destroy their hive so they stop spawning. And the goal was to, you know, get to the exit, get some keys, get some cash, and continue to the next level.
Your health went down when you were hit by an enemy, but it was also constantly going down. So you always had to eat food and that kind of stuff to keep your energy up. It was like Master Higgins in Adventure Island.
You are going to die, it's just a matter of when.
The voice synthesis in that game was top notch and so memorable.
If that isn't iconic, I don't know what is.
Help! Shop the food!
Blue Wizard shop the potion.
I've not seen such bravery.
I can't even do a good digitized voice impersonation. I should be fired.
Bard's Tale did a couple of things that really changed up the structure of dungeon crawlers as we had seen them prior in games like Wizardry.
The game's notable for being, you know, another one of those Dungeons and Dragon-esque kind of games, but with higher quality 3D graphics and sprites that, you know, they're animated, like portrait-looking sprites.
Bard's Tale is great because it gives you not one dungeon to traverse, which is what most dungeon crawlers give you, but it gives you multiple.
This game is old school, so you're gonna have to get a pencil and graph paper to make your own maps.
Yeah, as you're playing the game, you're going through and you might have to solve riddles and things like that. Not much unlike Wizardry and Ultima. In fact, you could, on some versions of the game, import characters from those games, Wizardry and Ultima, and bring them in.
And it also gives you a town, like a fully fledged town that's not, you know, completely driven by menus that you can explore and there's things to find.
The Bard's Tale is about a character who casts spells by singing one of 6 songs.
It's the game's namesake, and it's what really kind of sets it apart. When they introduced the Bard in Bard's Tale, it was very unique. The Bard had songs, if you could say, which were very much like magic spells. They usually affected the duration of the song, or the duration of the battle.
You could be a bard, a hunter, a monk, a conjurer, but the game is called Bard's Tale. Be a bard.
It was an Electronic Arts release game, so it had that really cool album-looking cover, really nice artwork that was ported over to various systems, including the NES, actually, and that artwork came along with it.
I think the Bard had groupies.
I think the Bard was your groupie. I think that's how Bardism works. I think they sing songs about the hero.
Section Z is a horizontal scrolling shoot 'em up by Capcom that's a little odd because you're not in a ship, you're actually a person in a suit.
It's kind of weird because you're basically a little man flying.
The point of the game is to get from Section A to Section Z, so there's 26 levels.
What makes Section Z stand out a little bit at this time is not only are there horizontally scrolling stages, but there are vertically scrolling stages.
The goal of the game is to destroy a space station that's orbiting the Earth, which is actually a secret base for an empire known as the Balangol.
There's a button in Section Z that allows you to change your orientation from left to right, so you can shoot enemies as they come behind you or from behind you.
I don't recall a time having a horizontal shooter where you just do floating.
So the constant changing of direction, plus the fact that the levels scroll in all different directions, really give it a kind of a sense of being in something, exploring something and trying to stop it, as opposed to, you know, just flying over a pretty close background.
Exciting! It's exciting!
Well, let's face it, it's a simple game. You're just puttering along and you don't want to overheat and you got to go by these other guys.
You're in a race against not only the clock, but obstacles and bikers. And it actually is exciting, like the name would lead you to believe.
I don't like sci-fi. I never got into it. I do not like it. I think it's overrated, and it's not fun.
Your bike would eventually overheat if you held your turbo too long, so you had to balance how much you're using the turbo versus the regular gas.
That is annoying. Like, I finally enjoyed
All you gotta
the
do
game.
is go from B to A, just like this. Look.
There's enough nuance in it, as you go over the hills, do you lean forward or back, et cetera, et cetera.
You had to really be careful how you angled your bike when you were landing so that you would have optimum speed hitting the ground. if you were not careful, end over end, and you were screwed, basically.
I love when you get knocked off your bike in Excite Bike. And you slam on the bike and you're like running down, get back to the bike.
If you landed on the rear tire, you would kind of do like a bounce thing, and it would slow you down a little versus just going straight if you're horizontal.
Not that it really mattered in the game, but I just love to do wheelies until I'd accidentally flip over and die.
Yeah, your racer can really take some skills.
Oh, yeah.
Excite Bike. That is an indestructible individual.
You're wearing a helmet though.
Well, yeah, that's a good case for always wearing a helmet.
I mean, building your own tracks was a blast.
Yeah.
I wish you could have saved me.
Yeah. We created the most impossible thing. It was just jump, like extreme peaks that you could never, it was impossible, but it was fun.
Kids are creative. This is why kids like Legos. Kids want to create things and then play with them. Excite Bike, more than any other game that came out on the NES in its first years, was that creative outlet. Excite Bike is one of those classic games. It's one of those games whenever someone says NES, it's one of the first 5 or 6 games you usually think of. Excite Bike. The name alone is really iconic.
And now, the popular pinball games of 1985.
Ian here with the popular pinball machines of 1985. Comet by Williams. A family-friendly carnival sets the theme for this toy-filled table with the first solid-state million-point shot. Robot by Zaccaria. Take a ride on the robot bridge and destroy the pop-up bots in this psychedelic war between man and machine. Sorcerer by Williams. Taunts, thunder, and glowing eyes set the stage for this intense machine with a fast and high scoring two-ball multi-ball. And those are the popular pinball machines of 1985, because there's more to life than video games.
Everybody my age, or around my age, has fond memories of playing the Oregon Trail. I promise.
This game was developed by the Minnesota Educational Computing Consortium. I didn't make that name up. It's kind of awesome.
The game was designed to teach kids about the realities of 19th century pioneer life on the Oregon Trail.
Fun. You get your family together, get a wagon.
In the Old West.
Get some tongues. No, you're trying to get to the west. You're in the east.
In the Old East.
Yeah, you thought of everything from planning your route, planning what you needed to spend on the goods. Yeah, how you had to ration that out, forging rivers in your wagon.
You can decide if you wanted to be a banker or a poor person, whatever you wanted to be.
I want to be a poor person in my video game.
Well, I mean, that was hard mode. I want to be the poor guy.
When I was playing the Oregon Trail, this is back when there was just a black screen and all like the stripes were just white blotches around that was really half-nature graphics, unless you got to the river. Then it was blue.
I remember how fun it was to do the hunting, the terrible hunting. Like there would be like these crazy buffalo and stuff walking by, and you'd have that little pellet gun, and you'd be firing at them, trying to just kill all these animals as they walk by.
It was always fun because that was definitely not educational, the hunting segment, but they threw it in there, and God, I remember us going wild just for that. It's all right, the hunting segment.
The problem is like you can only carry like 50 pounds of food at a time, but if you kill like a bear that's like 200 pounds, why would you put something in the game that I can kill and not use all the food from? That teaches children how to be wasteful.
And I love the fact that you can die in the game. You get a party, you can get dysentery, you get bit by a snake, you get robbers.
You could die from measles, snake bite, typhoid, cholera, exhaustion, but nobody remembers that. What do you remember? Everyone say it with me now. Dysentery.
You have to die of dysentery. That's the thing that happens. You break your arm.
Susie died of dysentery.
You just died of dysentery. Am I right? You'll never. It's like ingrained in your brains. You'll never forget. Joey died of dysentery.
Dysentery. Everyone plays Oregon Trail the same way. You go hunting and you shoot way too much, and then you move on until someone dies of dysentery.
I always remember too. One of the things that was always fun to do is you would always name your characters after your classmates or your friends, because it would always be hilarious when one of your friends had an unfortunate accident.
You just keep going and you see landmarks. A lot of your family's gonna die. That's something that happens in Oregon Trail. Teach kids about the temporary nature of life.
You can sell little hot points.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
And that game continues to be released. It's loved, and it's it's incredible what like Carmen San Diego they were able to make educational games interesting.
Around this time, we start to see games that really are going to define future types of this genre. And Gradius by Konami is definitely one of those games that helps shape what the horizontally scrolling shooter is going to be.
To me, Gradius was the horizontal shooter, and I compare all other horizontal shooters to Gradius.
In the game, you controlled the ship, the Vic Viper, and essentially you just had to blast through these areas that were just filled with enemy ships. And you can collect all these different power-ups so that you can multiply your shot power to blast more items on the screen at a time.
It's just brilliant. I mean, it's a space shooter at a time. It came out at a time when space shooters were kind of passe, but it changes a few things at one. It's scrolling, coming from the side. Two, it gives you options.
There's a bar at the bottom, and as you collect generic power-ups, it sequentially lights up the power-up that you can cash in. You can hold on to them to get the bigger power-ups, or you can cash them right away for things like speed boosts and other things.
You've got to be sure that you've got enough speed, but not too much. You get too much speed, and you're a danger to yourself.
The problem with this power system is that Gradius suffers from the, if you die, it's really tough to continue progressing.
Yes.
Unlike other shooters where the power system is a bit more balanced, if you die and lose all your power-ups in stage 3, getting yourself back into fighting trim is incredibly difficult.
All of the boss fights were these larger ships that would have a blue core that would sort of hide and then show up during the battle.
The Gradius series is responsible for the phrase, shoot the core.
And essentially you had to find a way to blast through like a tunnel or an opening on the ship to blast that blue core when it was showing, while also avoiding all of the shot patterns coming from the ship.
I personally appreciate it as a kid. I think a lot of people did, which is why it created so many dang sequels and spin-offs and communicators, et cetera.
By the way, suggestion for that is...
I don't care, I have a shitty accent.
F-15 Strike Eagle is, you guessed it, an F-15 Strike Eagle combat simulator.
The goal of every mission is to drop bombs on one of two targets. One primary and one secondary that you can do for bonus objectives.
The game received high praise for being an excellent simulator on PC, but the NES version was pretty choppy.
I mean, there were later console ports, but the computer versions were vastly superior.
Microprose in the mid to late 80s was the largest publisher of computer military simulation. And F-15 Strike Eagle was one of the first and one of the best.
It starts to show video games don't have to be just about pew 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 and the blowing up of the crap. It can be about truly engaging simulations. And Sid Meier, definitely one of those, founding fathers of the genre.
City Connection was released by Jalico for the arcade.
City Connection, you are a car, and you must drive from city to city. Now, in this world, cities apparently consist of multi-tiered layers.
City Connection is kind of Pac-Man-ish, like Crush Roller, but it plays more like mapping, jumping from level to level, and the point is to kind of paint the levels with your car.
And the car is always moving, but you have the ability to kind of rotate around and turn and jump up onto the different platforms.
So making the car jump around and learning how to stop on a dime and turn, make the jumps up to the higher levels, make the straight jumps across, is where the strategy comes in.
There's enemy cars that you would have to, avoid and sometimes bump out of your way.
And you can take out the cars, turning into a spin by throwing oil cans at them. Very attacking cars.
Don't touch the cats. As amusing as that is, seeing the cats fly away with crazy music.
If you hit the cat, the German song The Flea Waltz plays, which in Japan is called Neko Hunjata, which means I stepped on the cat.
It must be intoxicated because they are standing right in the middle of traffic waving flags. So this is say, come get me. But if you hit them, you're the one who dies. Cats are flying. It's like you just drove straight into a bull moon.
A field trip across America in your crazy jumping car.
And now the forgotten video games of 1985.
Pat here with the forgotten video games of 1985. D-Wing, Katie's average vertical shooter.
Doctor Who in the Minds of Terror by Micropower. This computer release has you as the Doctor trying to foil the evil plans of the Master. The Intellivision 3 system. This version is exactly the same as the original, but with a fresh coat of paint. And Donkey Kong Jr. Math by Nintendo, the only education title in the NES Black Box series. This game is almost as fun as counting on your fingers. And those were the forgotten video games of 1985. Because we don't remember them, doesn't mean they weren't fun.
John D. presents the Video Game Babes of 1985.
Johnny D here with the Video Game Babes of 1985. Carmen Sandiego, Elusive Criminal Babe, Princess Prin Prin from Ghosts and Goblins, the open-minded about what you can wear to a picnic babe, Princess Toadstool, the babe who's in another castle, Thyra from Gauntlet, 10th century Valkyrie babe, the lady from Hogan's Alley, the don't point that thing at me babe, and finally Rob, the robotic operating babe. And those were the Video Game Babes of 1985. And I should know.
It's Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom by Atari.
So essentially the idea behind Temple of Doom is that you run through a temple, save the slave children, grab the Sankara stones, and you escape the temple. Just like the movie.
You run around, you can whip them. Whip those thuggies, not the children. You don't want to do that.
And it had this really weird, like 3D aspect to those levels, where you would go up the ladders and almost kind of like Congo Bongo scaling, if you will.
After you free the children, you then have to get to the stones, sacred stones. And then from that, you go to the minecart sequence, where you're in the minecart, you reward the other thuggies in the minecart, and you whip them.
Parts of the trail or the rails are broken, so you have to lean the cart to kind of maneuver around the broken spots. And you jump from rails to rails.
And then if you escape that, you go to the bridge portion. And you fight through the bridge, you kill Molaram, and you redo the whole thing over in loops.
So one of the things that was pretty neat about Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was the fact that it featured digitized voices. Harrison Ford's voice is actually in the game for Indiana Jones, which is pretty sweet.
Really good renditions of the music from the movie. During that, the graphics are pretty good. Keeps sort of that sort of dark, spirit that permeates that movie. Yeah, it's fun.
Well, time for love, Dr. Jones.
The new fantasy adventure from Atari Games. The most fun a quarter can buy.
Gun.smoke.
Gun.smoke is another one of those vertically scrolling run and gun games.
But it's unique and different because you're in the OS. Yeehaw!
It's really unique in the sense that the shooting of the game was very different because you had 3 buttons, one to shoot forward, one to shoot left diagonal, and one to shoot right diagonal, which never really was done in any game I know of and has been done since.
The theme in the game and the fast pace really set it apart and made it a lot of fun.
Man, was this game hard as hell. That was a hard game. I would only put like $1 in and get to the second level and give up.
For a quality game with a simple premise, the theme change is sometimes all it needs to feel fresh again, and that's what Gunsmoke did with Cluster Theme and the addition of the directional theme.
Even though the title of this game bears a striking resemblance to the TV series Gunsmoke, it has no relation whatsoever. We know this because the game's called Gun.smoke.
Hogan's Alley. You shot shit.
So to make it look like Nintendo was going to use these graphics that are packaged with your Nintendo, we do get another like gun game. Hogan's Alley. It's another one that's a lot of fun.
You got your ducks flying around with Duck Hunt. Here you got basically, it's kind of like a police simulator.
You had various levels. You had the police shooting gallery, where shoot the bad guys, don't shoot the good guys. Of course, the good guys and the bad guys. Some similar levels. Try to mess with you a little bit.
My favorite aspect of the game was the mode B when you were going into a town.
Because at least then you had it aim up and down, left and right, or the hardest.
You gotta watch out for the lady with the baby or whatever. You don't want to hit them.
And then there's mode C, which is where you have to keep 2 cans in the air.
Shoot the can. Shoot the can.
And it was so cool that we were using this for this gun control, this kind of way of moving items on the screen.
The targets were big, and they got really good that spread around it.
It was fast and it was accurate, so you could, and it timed you. So you actually got to see your shooting skills, and that was pretty cool.
It's a test of your aim, your reflexes, and your visual acuity. I'm not sure what that means.
It means don't shoot the girl in pink, and don't shoot the nice looking businessman.
Nintendo trusted its peripheral enough to be able to, you know, kind of make this a fun, different mechanic.
Hogan's Alley, no wrestling required.
So we got Yayar Kung Fu. Or is it Yayar Kung Fu? I don't know the pronunciation.
Basically the grandfather of fighting games.
It's a Japanese game, but in Chinese, ER Kung Fu means 1-2 Kung Fu. Now that's a good name.
Yayar Kung Fu spice things up a little bit. You're not just going against the same opponent over and over again who's in a different, colored gi. You get background changes, and all the characters have different weapons.
The player could, had more control of what their character did. As in, a game like Karate Champ is a little bit more structured.
Yeah, based around specific moves, realistic moves. This is
The
more.
whole jumping in the air and kind of controlling that aspect was introduced into this game.
The game itself, pretty great. Surprisingly, Konami never really revisited it. But as far as an early fighting game goes, there is no 2-player mode. It's pretty important.
The video game news coming at you with 1986. The systems, the culture, the games. A skateboarding title thrashes arcades.
This is the game that taught Tony Hawk how to skateboard.
Namco calls down the thunder.
Ninjas, mutated bats, panthers, lava men.
And Sega goes masterful.
Its legacy is far beyond that of just Japan and the United States.
Plus, monsters destroy the U.S., and a janitor saves the galaxy. So flap your arms to fly, and buckle up for safety. Strap in for 1986.
There's a good chance that if you've ever played any sort of breakout type game, you've actually been playing Arc.
It's simply a Super Breakout clone, but it adds on to what Super Breakout was able to create, or Breakout for that matter.
Power-ups. That's right. Not only are you just a paddle that's bouncing the ball around to knock out the brick, now you're rewarded with different power-ups.
Multi-ball, like in pinball. There was like a sticky pong paddle mode where you could like make the ball stick there and then you could shoot it wherever you wanted to. And there was even a laser one.
Brick block, hit split ball, okay, larger. All right, that's fine.
Oh, God! Yeah! One of Arcanau's claims to fame is the varied layouts of the stages. Different designs, not just a layer of
horizontal brick.
You were able to have blocks that required multiple hits, block patterns that created different shapes and different figures.
The layouts or pictures, like there was one that was a Space Invader.
Everyone takes a different strategy. Yes, at the end of the day, it's still a Twitch game, but some of the levels you have to be more precise. You really want it to go up top so that you can work your way down.
But one of the things I always found a little weird about it, there's a story.
It's a pong paddle, but they say it's a ship, and you're escaping from the mothership Arkanoid, and your ship is called the Boss now.
The arcade cabinet had a wonderful weighted spinner, similar to that, very heavy, smooth fluid, constant spinner, 60-degree motion, which let you move your paddle back and forth with really like nice precision.
How can you not love this game? Seriously, I have tons of memories of playing it in the arcade back when I was a kid.
It's the valve control. And on the NES version of Arkanoid, the actual pull-up includes controller. And it was the only game that you could use it for, unfortunately, an analog controller on the NES. That's how people played it.
Improvement over Breakout. It took them long enough to come out with it, so it's getting a little better.
Gumshoe is a light gun game that used the Nintendo Zapper, and I love it.
Gumshoe, or when Zapper games go horribly, horribly wrong.
Your main character's name is Mr. Stevenson. And the thing about Mr. Stevenson is because you're not using a controller, he continuously moves to the right, and the jumping can only take place when you're shooting.
Here's the kicker, though. You're defending your Gumshoe by shooting the objects coming at him on the screen.
It actually gets quite challenging. It's really cool because it's different ways.
This makes rational sense. You shoot your Gumshoe with a gun to make him jump through the air. That makes perfect sense. And then, hey, how do you more bullets? How do you more bullets? Well, you just go into red balloons and increase your ammo.
It's still memorable to say. It's still fun to play. It's difficult, but it's a game that rewards accuracy and timing.
It's impossible. Can't stand Gumshoe. I think it's fantastic.
Jackal, also known as Top Gunner, when it was released in North America for the arcades, was another run-and-gun game by Konami.
Top Gunner. Three letters away getting sued by Tom Cruise.
Instead of being just a main character on screen, shooting everything from a top-down view, you're actually playing as a Jeep.
And it's the Jackal Force, which is a team of 4 soldiers, and you're driving this Jeep around, you're firing at enemies.
And what's interesting is that you can strafe with a machine gun. So the machine gun will always just shoot straight ahead, north. It won't change direction with you, only the grenades or missiles go.
The goal of the game was to rescue POWs and then bring them to a location so they could be taken by helicopter to safety.
The more risk you took to get POWs, the more reward you get later.
It's fun kind of fighting over who's going to save the prisoners. You know, when you got 2 Jeeps at the same time. I'm going to save those guys. Nope, get out of the way. I'm going to save those guys.
One hit, you're dead in Jackal. And even if you're getting shot by the cute little guys that you run over, cute little soldiers, you're still dead. And you always have to be careful and on your toes, especially with the bosses that are firing lots of bullets at you.
Now, eventually this game was ported over to the Nintendo Entertainment System, where they switched the name back to Jackal.
Jackal's great. It's on the arcade. Really popular on the NES.
Definitely a fun game. Definitely worth checking out.
Sega challenges you with the ultimate video game, the Sega Master System. With more accurate controls, more detailed graphics, more levels of play. The Sega Master System comes with power-based 2 control pads, light phaser, and 2 great video games. Hang on at Safari Hunt. And with other games like Rambo, Outrun, and Choplifter, the excitement never stops. The Sega Master System. The challenge will always be there.
Sega released the Sega Master System in the US, but it was known as the Sega Mark III in Japan.
Mark III meaning it was the third pretty quick attempt by Sega to create a successful home console.
The Sega Master System, we really get kind of like the first competition in this new generation of home console wars. And you know what? It's a fantastic little system that never really got its due.
I gotta imagine that only the weird kids had this. You know, these are the kind of weird kids that would have a TurboGrafx 16 in the early 90s, right?
The reason I chose the Sega Master System over the Nintendo was because
You're delirious.
No, because I really liked the Sega games in the arcade.
You have ports like Outrun will come out on this.
You had Fantasy Zone, you had the Shinobis on here.
This made the Sega Master System essentially the arcade system.
The control pads kind of sucked, though.
Yeah, they were a little lacking with that little control.
Yeah.
You know, the port coming out the side.
Yeah, it came out the side. They did change it so it comes out the top in the later reboot.
They did.
You can't pause on the controller.
There's no start button or select button on the Master controller. You gotta go to the system and hit the pause button on it.
From a technical standpoint, the Master System was superior to the NES.
It could do a lot of things that the NES had to have special chips inside the cartridge to do.
They had 3D glasses, and you know what? It worked. Let's face it. Pretty much all Master System box art is crap. My favorite is pro wrestling, with the wrestler holding his whole own head in his arm. It doesn't make any sense. It's funny.
When you look at the NES game, it's very visual and it tells you what's the game, what's happening in that game.
You have no possible way of knowing what the game is about. Stop damaging my game.
The packing game for the Master System, when it first was released in 1986, was actually, the two. It was Hang On and Safari Hunt.
Safari Hunt, which, while not as good as Duck Hunt, at least got you a chance to use the phaser.
Safari Hunt is so much better than Duck Hunt. Way better.
Safari Hunt was a light gun game that used Sonic's light phaser to shoot animals.
Who doesn't like shooting monkeys with a gun?
I like it.
I like it better than the NES Zapper.
There was a built-in game on a lot of Master Systems. It's called Snail Maze. Some people just call it the Snail game, but it's called Snail Maze. And basically, I think you hold up on the controller and press buttons 1 and 2 in the BIOS screen, and a little snail maze comes in.
Snail Maze is exactly what it sounds like. It's a timed maze game where you move a snail through the maze.
The unfortunate part about the Sega Master System, though, is because Nintendo had an illegal stranglehold for third-party publishers. Most of the games in the U.S., all 114 of them, were just Sega third-party games and arcade ports.
Sega only managed to get 2 third-party developers, Activision and Parker Brothers.
Unfortunately, you didn't have like a Mega Man game coming out on the Master System in the U.S. You didn't have games like Ninja Gaiden. So that's what really hurt the Master System, which is a shame because this is a fun little console.
The Master System, its legacy is far beyond that of just Japan and the United States.
In Europe, it was huge and bigger than the NES, and in South America, particularly Brazil, it was enormous.
They reminisce on the Sega Master System, much like that of how we reminisce of in the United States on the NES.
That's respectable.
Come on. It's a moment in time for Sega and a moment in time for the video gaming world in the late 80s that you got to see this difference in styles, but also a progression of where gaming was going.
And now, it should have been a video game in 1986.
Oh, hello, I'm Eric, and here's the stuff from 1986 that should have been made into a video game, but wasn't. In movies, Top Gun for the Sega Master System. Not the silly F-14 Tomcat fighter game, but playing with the boys. Volleyball. No flying, boring jets around. It's all about the volleyball. And bodies working overtime. Ferris Bueller's Day Off for the NES. Race through your neighbor's yards, jump over fences, and avoid obstacles while racing to beat your parents home without getting caught. Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while. You could miss it. Oh, yeah. In music, you gotta fight for your right to party by the Beastie Boys. In this NES beat 'em up, you take on the man as they try and make you go to school, take away your smokes, your best porno mag, make you change your clothes and cut your hair. You gotta fight for your right to party. Perfect Strangers for the Sega Master System. In this series of minigames, Balki Bartokamos and Larry Appleton perform duties for Ritz discount shop owner, Mr. Twinkasetti, try to pick up women at a singles bar, and get Balki his driver's license. But would it be fun? Of course not, don't be ridiculous. And that's what should have been a video game in 1986. And I want to play them.
So much like Space Harrier and Hang On were more like rides than just video games in the arcade, Sega AM2 and Yu Suzuki released Outrun in 1986.
Yu Suzuki is like a 3 for 3 right now.
There were 4 cabinet types that included a steering wheel with force feedback, which was awesome, a stick shift, and acceleration and brake pedals. Like a car.
So if you were turning a corner too fast, you would feel it move. you would feel as if, you were actually driving a vehicle, even though you were, looking at it from behind. So this kind of force feedback became standard in later Sega games like Daytona USA, and as racing games continued to evolve, this was a necessary feature to give the player the immersive experience.
Even the stand-up version where it had the hills, and it would actually make me feel like I was like going up and down those hills. It was like cool.
So you had lots of scenery, you had like deserts, you had the towns you passed through. It was just really fun.
Yu Suzuki has said that Outrun is not a racing game, it's a driving game. You're not really racing against cars, you're racing against time. And cars are just obstacles getting in your way.
Amazing music by Hiroshi Kawaguchi. You can select on your dash which track that you wanted to hear as you're playing.
And my favorite is always Passing Breeze. And I just like the
And what was cool about this as opposed to other racing games was that at certain points in a level, you were able to choose a left or right within a fork in a road. The left usually took you down an easier path, while the right took you down a more challenging route.
I really like always turning left at the first intersection when the road splits, so you can see those pillars. You go under those pillars.
Yeah.
It's like, why did they build these things here? And I don't
And
care,
so
but
many of them.
It looks cool.
You get extra time by going through checkpoints, and the game ends when you either run out of time or make it through the race.
Every time you crash, you think you would have been killed, thrown from your vehicle. It's just that your blonde girlfriend gives you a little waggy finger like, how dare you break my neck and,
Come on, you're in a convertible, you got a blonde girl next to you, you get to choose what you listen to on the radio before you even start. If there's such a thing as a relaxing racing game, this is it. Or at least it's a dang cool one.
It's Sega at the height of doing what they did best in the 80s, which was creating these really immersive arcade experiences, and I think Outrun is probably among the top.
Alex Kidd was an 8-bit platformer that was their answer to Super Mario Brothers.
It's a fine platform for what it is. What was interesting to me about Alex Kidd, though, is that you're not hopping on enemies. They wanted to go a little bit different route. You just punch them with your big old monkey child fist. in Alex Kidd in Miracle World.
I had some control issues. I had a hard time controlling him.
Yeah, he's kind of slippery, and in the original version, the 1-button jump and the 2-button punch, which is totally opposite of what we're used to with Mario.
I think Alex Kidd is actually an interesting game where you play John Kimpon, which is paper, rock, scissors with a boss. You fight him with paper, rock, scissors. Now that's how you resolve conflict.
Which is incredibly strange and weird. That you go from a mechanic of platforming and using hand-eye coordination throughout the game to all of a sudden, now it's pure dumb luck and chance at the boss.
Unless you memorize the patterns, which is what you were supposed to do. How a 14-year-old kid such as myself could do that, I do not know. But there you go.
That is actually my biggest problem with Alex Kidd. On its own, it stands as a great platformer, but the rock, paper, scissors boss battles just totally ruin the flow of the entire game.
Alex Kidd in Miracle World. It
belongs in a little house out back, the lost misfits of video game mascots. Yeah, that's where Alex Kidd belongs.
Play Choice 10 was really cool. Essentially, this was an arcade cabinet that would house up to 10 different games from the Nintendo Entertainment System.
In order to help, permeate not only home game players, but also kind of give people a taste of what the NES had to offer, Nintendo did the ingenious thing of releasing the Play Choice 10 in arcades in 1986.
You'd think it was just like an NES in there with, or something akin to that, and they just put like 10 different cartridges in. You'd think it'd be simple as that, right?
No, instead they were actually on cards that were plugged into the machine on the inside. And so it could have anywhere from just one game all the way up to 10 games.
The unit had an extra CPU that controlled the gameplay timer and switched games, and it also had a separate monitor that would show you hints for each game.
It wasn't like a standard arcade game where you would put in a quarter and you would play until you ran out of lives. Instead, a quarter actually bought you a certain amount of time on the machine. So you could actually cycle through a couple different games if you wanted to within that time allotment.
I believe a total of about 54 games in various
formations within the 10 allotted spaces were available to play in arcades.
The cool thing about this is that Nintendo would like let people know these games because they're not even for console. And so you walk into arcades, they would just put in a new ROM board with a new game out of the 10 slots, and on the top of the arcade machine, they screw in something like this. It'd say, new game, Ninja Gaiden. So it would invite you to go try out the game.
If you were new to the NES, this was a way to get your feet wet with it. And if you had an NES, you were able to play some games that you could basically test out and decide whether or not you wanted to get.
You can, for a couple of quarters, run through a bunch of games before you go to a store and make a decision, allowing you a lot more information that most people would usually get at that time. Most people were still going off of screenshots and articles and company publications, and this actually gave you the chance to do
So Starflight was this open-ended game.
The game is set in the year 4620, and you are the captain of a ship on a mission to seek out new life and new civilizations, and it's basically straight from Star Trek. It really is.
The game is like an early sandbox game. You can roam freely throughout space.
You start with a ship and you pick your crew, and there's different races and aliens, and you can assign them to different posts.
You are a starship captain, and there's kind of an overall overarching plot, but really you can do whatever you want.
The world is massive. There's, I think, 800 planets that you can visit in something like 270 galaxies.
You can go to all the star systems, you can land on all the planets, but if any of the planets have less than 8 Gs of gravity, destroys your ship. But you can still do that if you want. It's a sandbox game, you can do what you want.
You do mining, you collect artifacts, you collect life forms.
You had to find planets for people to, inhabit because, there's overcrowding on the home planet. You had to create treaties with the other aliens nearby or choose to wipe them out in combat.
It really replicated the idea of space travel while also involving a plot that would reveal itself to you as you made choices that made that come to you. And because of this, it's recognized as being such a influential game in the PC world.
And now the gaming innovation of 1986.
Hello! Welcome to the gaming innovation of 1986. What new technology graced the world and changed the face of gaming? The save feature was introduced with The Legend of Zelda and the Famicom Disk System in Japan. For the first time, players could save their game on a piece of the floppy disk that was kept just for that purpose. And when the game was ported worldwide the following year, in cartridge form, a battery backup made sure that players never had to worry about a pesky password system. That does it for the gaming innovation of 1986. I'll see you next year, and don't forget, it's not just nostalgia, it's science. Oh, Mario, you Italian stallion.
Atari just reinvented the video game with this, the Atari 7800. Incredible, huh? So powerful it plays like the best arcade game with real joysticks, right? So advanced to play super games, computer games no other video game system ever played. Just look at these. It even plays all Atari 2600 games. Great, huh? Oh, new Atari 7800. We reinvented the video game.
The Atari 7800. Yesterday's console of the future.
In 1984, Atari had just been sold, and they put the Atari 7800 on the shelf.
The Atari got sold to Jack Tramiel, who basically took a look at everything going on, and money was hemorrhaging in the company, and said, whoa, hold on, maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe in the midst of this giant crash that's going on in the industry, we shouldn't just throw good money after bad again and release this console.
So the 200 came out probably a couple years after it should have, and this came out probably 3 years after it really should have to really compete. This came out in 82, and then the 200, this would have dominated.
Right.
But the fact is, by the time it's got 86, no one cares anymore.
The NES, which was test marketed in 85, fully released in 86, doing much,
bringing life into the industry, the Master System come out. Atari's thinking, hey, we got something in the back pocket. Bloop, there you go. Now buy our games.
And they put it out with one game, the Pac-Man game, Pole Position 2. It wasn't until 1987 that they really tried to push the system. Here's the problem. This was meant to compete with the NES. It doesn't look a whole lot better than an Atari 5200.
The selling point for the 7800 was high-quality arcade games, and they weren't bad, but the NES was doing it better.
While it had a large color palette of over 256 colors, it really lacked in the sound department, and that's where a lot of the criticism came from.
I do want to give the 7800 credit for one thing. They have a fantastic joystick. Yeah, the 7800 joystick is just awesome.
Oh, did they load your left? Oh, yes, they did.
Solid, sturdy, good joystick, buttons for lefties and righties.
Your left hand always control. That's always control. And you got like three kind of side buttons going on. So I like as a child, my hand was much smaller then, so like it was probably even then like harder to get my like finger wrapped around the side button and actually get them pressed. That was stupid.
It also featured backwards compatibility with the entire Atari 2600 library.
There were only 59 licensed games released for the 7800, and many of them were just rehashes.
And that's the problem with the 7800, is that there's only like 50 plus games in the system, and most are just ports from the arcade that you could have played on the 5200 or on the 2600. So I don't know who this system was for by the time it came out.
So the Atari 7800 was actually the first video game system released by Atari that was not designed by Atari. It was designed by an outside firm, the General Computer Corporation.
GCC, the company that created the 7800, had not been paid by Jack Tremble. He thought that it was basically part of the acquisition when he bought it. That was the deal.
You had a system that was already designed, and it comes out, and it's 2 years behind the curve for it, because it was designed to be released in '84. I can see why Atari wanted to hurry up, quick get back in the market while the getting's good, but stuff like that. I love Rampage. Rampage is a fun game.
The title speaks for itself. You just go on a rampage, you destroy everything. So the game essentially takes the idea of the giant kaiju monsters wreaking havoc on a city.
The three monsters include George from the jungle, who's obviously King Kong. There's a lizard, Lizzie the lizard, which is Godzilla, and then you've got Ralph, who's an old big werewolf. I don't know what.
You go on a countrywide tour, destroying the crap out of cities.
You climb a series of buildings. The goal is to level all the buildings by either, just destroying them, punching through the walls.
How do you regain your life? You eat people.
Eat people.
Like any monster would.
When you break into the buildings, there were helpful items and there were hurtful items. Like helpful items would be food and money. Hurtful items would be electrical appliances and actually cigarettes. There's like a message there for the kiddies.
What was neat though is that there's little tiny things like a toaster, where if you ate the toaster, you would lose health, but if you wait a split second and the bread pops up, you gain health.
There's actually some really funny stuff in the game, like you hit something electrical and your guy gets zapped, you can see a skeleton, or you eat something you weren't supposed to and you blow fire, or there's like a guy in the shower and he hits you with the shower nozzle and blows you off the building.
The great thing was this was 3 players simultaneous in the arcade. You not only were working cooperatively, but you could beat up other players to gain, if you wanted to eat the people that they were standing near.
There's something so incredibly satisfying about scaling those buildings and just punching holes in the windows and reaching back and punching holes in the building behind you.
It's a lot of fun for a little while. It made a great arcade game. I've never enjoyed any of the home ports. The Nintendo home port was one of the most boring experiences of my life.
It's very mindless fun, but it's fun.
Gunship is an AH-64 Apache helicopter combat flight simulator game. Another one?
You look at this game and it's, first thing that hits me is, hey, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator with guns.
So in Gunship, you take control of an Apache helicopter, and you go flying around, you're shooting ground targets, air targets with your machine guns and missiles and whatnot. And again, it was just one of those Microprose games that really got it right.
And Sid Meier was one of the programmers on it. building up that resume, Sid, so you make your own biggies.
You would create your character and you could gain rank upgrades and all the medals.
Medals could be awarded after a pilot had died, just like in real life.
There were achievements and perks, little things to unlock that you could get by completing certain objectives.
It's a solid entry into that simulator genre, whether it's flight simulator or combat simulator or medieval strategy simulator or whatever, that you would find on PCs at this time.
Unlike playing video games that makes you feel really horrible about yourself, try Chiller by Exidy.
Chiller puts you in control of a light gun in a gallery shooting kind of game. Almost like early carnival games where you're shooting ducks, except instead of ducks, it's innocent humans being held in a torture chamber where you had to use your light gun to execute them.
Every level is sort of like a dungeon or a scene out of a horror movie. And you just got all these helpless people that strung up, strapped into the crazy device. Now the story is that you have to escape this tortured castle. That's understandable. That sounds fine. I don't understand how escaping a castle constitutes murdering and torturing people. The real challenge to the game is utilizing the gun to trigger the different torture devices and traps to murder people as fast as possible.
Almost like a mousetrap setting where you trigger off one thing and then, someone gets lowered to their death. Good. Good job. Good job.
You're blasting their faces off. You're activating guillotines and having their heads get chopped off. It's insane. People on the rack and you're shooting the rack and their body parts separate.
That's pretty much the game in a nutshell. That's the game.
Needless to say, Exidy did not find a success in Chiller in the United States, but they did actually have some more success in porting it over to some third world countries and other locations.
This game had blood and torture, and then it was on NES, and the NES version is something else. It sucked.
There was an unlicensed port to the NES by American Game Cartridges where they really toned it down. They said that these aren't people, these are monsters, so it's okay.
What were they thinking? This is not a good idea. It's like an edition of Death Race, Halloween on 2200. We're going to put out the most disgusting, horrific game we possibly can. It's hostile. In the arcade.
Made by Exidy as well.
What's up with Exidy? Can you make something cute?
It's a terrible game. It's awful. Awful. It's a bad game. Don't play that game.
And now the other arcade games of 1986.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and these are the other arcade games of 1986. Rygar. Battle through hostile landscapes as the legendary hero, using only your weapon, the disc armor. Renegade, one of the most influential games in the beat-em up genre. 4-directional controls, let's jump kick action. Nice. Solomon's Key, a very challenging puzzle game where you control the wizard Nina to overcome enemies that are respawning forever, challenging level designs, one touch deaths. So there you go, guys. There are the other arcade games in 1986. Hey, just because they may not have been as popular as some of the others, doesn't mean they're not fun. Until next time.
So Tecmo released Mighty Bomb Jack, which is the sequel to Bomb Jack, which no one has ever played.
In Tecmo's Mighty Bomb Jack, Jack has to get through 16 levels of the pyramid, beat the demon Beelzebub, and rescue the royal Chimera family.
There's coins that you collect, and depending on the color of the coin that you collect, that lets you open certain chests or all chests, and these things give you more time.
If you reached 9 coins or 99 on your timer, you would automatically be placed in a torture room.
The torture room is a very tricky room full of a bunch of jumps, and if you don't make every jump perfectly, you lose a life. So if you make every jump perfectly, you get out of the torture room with your life. However, all your power-ups are removed, and it resets your timer back to 60 seconds.
How do you like that, player? What do you think you're doing? No. Lose.
It's a little difficult to control until you get used to the buttons, but if you push the jump button, he'll jump a little bit, or if you hold it down, he'll jump really high, like not like Mario, really high. And if you hold it, then he'll kind of float, like Princess from Super Mario Bros. Oh, we're not talking about that.
I think you look great. You're dapper in your hood and cape. But you can't fly, though. You just jump a lot. So I'm not sure what the cape's for.
This is about fashion.
I think it should be.
Fantasy Zone is another shoot-'em-up like Twin Beam, but you can move in both directions. You can scroll right, you can scroll left.
Where you control a cute little spaceship named Opa Opa.
It was essentially the first mascot Sega ever had.
And these worlds are insanely bright and colorful. I think that's the appeal of Fantasy Zone. Everything is very, very trippy.
And its unique pastel color palette and side-scrolling shooting. It was a very Japanese style game.
What made Fantasy Zone a little bit more unique for the time was the freedom with which you can move around the level, similar to something like Defender.
I like it better than Defender myself. I do like Defender, but I like shooting the little bases.
Not only can you fly, you can also walk on the ground because your ship has legs. It's adorable.
And what about the patterns of those enemies? Oh my God, what patterns?
They're just totally random.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Just a really imaginative, clever game, and something that helped the early Master System library stand out from the early NES library.
Well, Nintendo always had Mario and Donkey Kong. You had Alex Kidd and Opa.
Sing it, Dean. No.
Legendary Wings by Capcom had a really unique setting.
Your characters are basically mythological angels, and which fire lasers.
Angels on a mission.
Angels on a mission.
Legendary Wings is set in the distant future where an alien supercomputer named Dark helped them and then turned against them. His name is Dark. Of course he's going to turn against you. You didn't see that coming.
Legendary Wings was a vertically scrolling shooter for part of it, and then it would transition to a side-scroller with platforming kind of elements.
This is really kind of where video game developers started to get clever and creative with how they put their works together.
Legendary Wings would go on to be ported to the NES, and it would find greater success there. And it was just a unique game that had some elements that you never saw before.
We're no longer dealing with spaceships and race cars in everything. We've got mythological creatures and things like that, and I don't know, it just made going to the arcade more exciting. To see something.
Hey kids, you like gang violence in the street? Urban Champion.
Urban Champion is a two-player fighting game inspired by the 1984 Game & Watch title Boxing, also known as Punch-Out.
The whole goal is to make your opponent fall into an open sewer manhole. This is not a good game. It's not a good game.
Fighting games didn't work so well on these. Why? Because you had limited buttons.
You only had two options. You had kind of a soft punch, you had a stronger punch. And that stronger punch was the one that would actually knock your opponent backwards.
It's very important that you protect your turf in important places like snack bars and discount shops.
The neighbors hate trouble. They drop flower pots on you while you're fighting. Or do they? Because when you win, they throw confetti at you.
If you're taking too long on the screen, I love it when the police car drives by and everyone just kind of puts their hands around their back, looking around like nothing's going on.
And the fact that they keep re-releasing this and even have a 3D version of the game released is beyond me.
It's kind of a simple rock, paper, scissors type game. It's hard to say there's a lot of strategy to something like Urban Champion. You can high block and low block, you can high punch and low punch, and there's just not that much more.
Very basic, but definitely early predecessor to the fighting games that we all know and love today.
Hooray! Street violence! Rolling Thunder is an outstanding, excellent arcade game, one of my personal favorites.
In the game, you take control of a player named Albatross, who is essentially a secret agent whose mission is to save a captive female agent named Leela Blitz.
The main enemies in Rolling Thunder are hooded soldiers known as maskers.
And the different colors that they wore kind of marked the different types of maskers they were. Whether they were just going to walk towards you, whether they were going to shoot you with a pistol, throw a grenade, take extra damage.
Enemies included ninjas, mutated bats, panthers, lava men.
The game was a little tough because you only had a limited amount of hits you could take, you get dead, and it was always tough to dodge the little bullets that were flying at you, or even just dodging the maskers, which were coming at you from all directions.
And you have to turn fire with precision, duck from shots, jump up and down between the two platforms at a moment's notice, and that's where the game really shines. There's this feeling of tenseness the entire time, and there's a feeling of you better get going.
You can enter doors to take cover from enemies, kind of like in elevator action, but there'd also be bullets in there and that kind of stuff. And you could also jump up and down levels.
You never get lost in the game. You always know what you're doing. The controls in this game are really what make it. It's simple, but everything is precise and responsive. Everything feels snappy.
Some of the ports for Rolling Thunder were known for being some of the worst conversions ever. Super slow, low frame rate, choppy, not good.
I was never quite as sold on the ports of it, but the arcade version is wonderful.
And now, the popular pinball games of 1986.
Ian here with the popular pinball machine from 1986. High Speed by Williams. Hit the gas and escape the cops. The Steve Ritchie classic, first ever multi-ball holdover gem. Pinbot by Williams. This beautiful Python Angelo masterpiece helped the robot gain his vision and journey to the sun. Raven by Premier Gottlieb. First photographic translite lured players to this average table with its 3D Rambo theme. And those are the popular pinball machines from 1986. Because there's more to life than video games.
Double Dribble was released in the arcade by Konami in 1986, and it's notable because it's one of the first realistic looking sports games that would come out.
Back in the day, it seemed like there was not an arcade across this fair country without a double dribble machine.
Double dribble, which is something you don't want to do in basketball, is actually called exciting basket in Japan. I think it sounds better.
It had really cool animations that featured the players doing slam dunks, which was awesome.
It was interesting to see those kind of cutaways in the middle of an action gameplay.
Half the time you won't make the dunk somehow, but they put them in the game.
The character's skin tone would change from white to black, and back and forth. If you had it selected when it happened, it'd go back and forth from white to black, and it would be this weird strobe effect.
There's actually spots in the game where you can always make the shot.
The game was really learning about the sweet spots on the court. There were several hot spots where you could actually get more points and get your three-pointers in there.
There was some sort of weird non-physics world going on in Double Dribble. So if you jump from the bottom of the screen on the three-point line, you can jump all the way. And in video game terms, that was only 2 feet because you can just do a layup for a three-pointer.
The game is also notorious because it's the first video game to feature the United States national anthem in the game.
Why would you name a basketball game that's I don't know, out of bounds,
They should have called it
it's like penalty.
While the game was successful in the arcades, it got most of its notoriety with its release on the Nintendo Entertainment System.
It looked great. It was great for the time. It was fun. It was a fun Konami sports title. Good graphics, good sound, and the great voice samples. The idea of Double Dribble 2 balls up. What?
Defender of the Crown was created by Kellen Beck, and it was the first release by Cinemaware.
The game is set in England in the Middle Ages where different factions are fighting over territorial control.
Defender of the Crown was released in '86 for the Commodore Amiga, and it was a beautiful game.
And it floored people because no one had ever really seen computer game graphics like this before.
This was Cinemaware's first game, and they ended up setting the new graphics standard for computer games.
Cinemaware was called Cinemaware for a reason. These were some of the first true cinematic type games that you saw on.
If not the first, one of the first in what has become kind of a staple of the PC gaming scene, and that is medieval, like, strategy.
You were trying to gain territories, amass armies.
There's just so much to it that you didn't see in other video games prior that were very straightforward in their focus.
In addition to strategic battles, you could also have jousting matches that looked really good.
Prior strategy games were strategy and nothing but. This had arcade type sequences. This had strategy sequences.
Game designer Bob Lindstrom said the first time he saw it, they knew that the stakes had been raised.
There were certain things in Defender of the Crown that unfortunately were made like flaming fireballs for the catapults and whatnot. They did end up putting the idea of the catapult version. But those did not look nearly as nice as the versions did. But all around, all the versions were very playable.
Defender of the Crown is truly a gorgeous game for the time that I would never play.
Found its niche, found its home in the PC realm, and here's where it begins.
Side Pocket is interesting because it's really the first billiards video game.
Super Mario Brothers, no, that's not exciting. I want to play pool.
You had an overhead perspective, and you were basically looking at a pool table.
You're shooting balls in the pockets, and you have to put them in the proper order in order to get enough points to move on to the next round. Sounds easy, but it's tough, and they use pretty good geometry and physics in this game.
Side Pocket was really highly regarded as a realistic pool game that went above and beyond just a realistic pool game that had all these other features and stuff about it.
You were able to see a guideline with a series of dots that would show you basically the geometry in which the ball would be traveling.
You choose the spin on the ball, you choose the power of the shot, and you aim the shot.
When you think of any kind of billiard simulation game, this is the game. And it was successful in the arcades because of that. You didn't see a lot of games like this.
Balloon Fight on the NES. Classic game. One of the original black box games.
A Joust clone, but it's better. Why? Because you are a dude with a fake beak and balloons strapped to your back.
You have to tap the buttons really quickly to get your guy to flap his arms so he can gain altitude.
And you need to stomp on your enemies and clear the enemies on the screen, on a single screen.
You die if you lose both your balloons, you get hit by lightning, like a ball of lightning bouncing around the screen.
And watch out for the fish, because of course he's going to come up and eat you.
Oh, yeah, that's what fish do.
Really tight play control, really pleasing, physics to how you moved through the air and how you floated.
An adorable take on a game that had already been done, but the new coat of paint really did make Balloon Fight, at least to me, something special.
Yeah, this is part of the Nintendofication of video games. It's cute, and it's accessible, and it's colorful, and it's fun.
There was a second game on the cartridge that was a single-player game called Balloon Trip. And I actually like this one quite a bit.
It's just an obstacle course, and it's a test of your will and your sanity to get through this thing.
Balloon Trip is kind of one of the earliest examples of what's known as like an endless runner. You're constantly forced to scroll and just avoid obstacles.
The goal is essentially just to see how far you can get, but it's incredibly addicting, and actually the part of the game I always liked the most.
Two-player simultaneous mode is really fun. On Balloon Fight, you can screw up your partner very easily because there's not a whole lot of room to be going on the level.
It's a test for real men. Real men who love balloons.
It's Balloon Fight. Balloon Fight is so much fun. I'm floating with you.
Is this a musical now?
John D. presents the Video Game Babes of 1986.
This is John D. with the Video Game Babes of 1986. Lizzie the Wizard. Prehistoric Monster Babe. The Girl from Outrun. The Babe that should probably be wearing a helmet. Samantha Fox from Samantha Fox Strip Poker on the Commodore 64. The British Pop Star Babe. Don't play this game. Don't play it.
Michelle Hart from Legendary Wings, the Shooting Winged Babe, and Tubbs and Crockett from Miami Vice on the Commodore 64, the Pastel Blue Babes, and those were the video game days of 1986. And I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write it.
Life Force, or Salamander in Japan, is a vertical and horizontal scrolling shooter.
It was a spin-off to Gradius, or Gradius, however you want to say it.
You don't just have your horizontal stages. You got your vertical stages, and it switches up, which is, switching up is fun.
It turns everything on its head. Whereas Gradius is a space-based shooter, Life Force actually has you fighting through a number of living environments.
You're inside this giant alien life form. So there would be text at the beginning of the stage being like, entering like the stomach muscle area or something like that.
You have the same kind of ship from, Gradius, the Vic Viper.
And player 2 controls Lord British.
I don't know if someone was a fan of the Ultima series, but well, it was Japan, so I'm sure there were fans of the Ultima series there. The Lord British, or because of the wonky English that goes on, sometimes known as the Road British.
Needs to be played up front instead of far back. All of your important decisions in terms of paths that you take and things that you need to dodge are done a lot earlier than they are in most shooters, which is unique, and I still think it makes Life Force a fairly unique shooter. Hanging back and taking on the waves like you would even in its predecessor is going to do nothing to get you trapped or killed very quickly.
Life Force had some really cool bosses, like Brain Golem, which is a brain with an eye sticking out the front of it. That gave me frickin' nightmares.
Thankfully, on the NES version of Life Force, you need the Konami code for 30 lives, or else no one would ever beat the game. So that's the only way I could beat it. But yeah, it's a fun shooter.
It continued to show Konami's relevance in the world of shmups and continued to move the genre forward.
Man, you know what I love? Simple, single-screen top-down racing games. And Super Sprint is one of the purest and most fun.
You see the entire track, and you're essentially controlling your vehicle much like you would control any kind of radio-controlled car, RC car.
Super Sprint is one of those games that I have difficulty controlling, because the controls are relative to where the car is, just like an off-road RC Pro-Am and Resident Evil.
You go around the racetrack with the curve, pick up the wrenches so you can upgrade your vehicle, don't smash it to the side. That's Super Sprint. That's what you do.
There were obstacles on the track like oil spills, of course, and tornadoes. Call the race off. This is a tornado. You don't drive around it.
It spawned a whole bunch of copycat games that added more, and while some of them were definitely great games, I really feel like Super Sprint just kind of nailed it on the first try. Go out at the top.
Space Quest! In space!
Red Sierra and K6 are starting to get some appreciation. They're excited about these King's Quest games. They're getting popular.
At the time, Sierra was making serious medieval games, and Scott Murphy and Mark Crow wanted to make something fun.
They kind of came up with this idea for Space Quest, where you would play as a janitor.
Roger Wilco. Space jacket. Space.
Roger Wilco campaigns through the galaxy for truth, justice, and really clean floors.
The iconic Roger Wilco character, humorously, wasn't ever really supposed to be his name. That was the default name that they put in when it asks you at the computer, what is your name? Roger Wilco Klein. And most people left it, so in later versions of the game, it became the main character's name.
Roger Wilco is a loser underdog who saves the universe, sometimes accidentally, and gets punished for it. He's seriously an underdog.
You want to experiment and see the humorous ways that you can kill Roger.
And even if you were frustrated, even if you were getting killed multiple times, like I said earlier, the funny messages you would get upon death are sort of worth it.
When you're playing King's Quest, all you want to do is beat King's Quest. When you're playing Space Quest, yeah, you want to beat Space Quest, but you want to see all the other weird stuff that you can do just by experimentation.
It was one of the first games we installed hard disk. It was one of the first games that dropped down menus, which definitely made the whole puttering around and trying to do stuff a little more palatable.
The game became a quick success, and they sold over 100,000 copies.
This was the start of a very successful run for Sierra, a 6-game series, almost paralleling King's Quest, which is one of the game was based on. And what we inspired the Police Quest, the 4 Quest series. And I love Space Quest. It's my favorite, of all time.
It just continued to show that the adventure game genre can move past simply the medieval times and the Knights of King Arthur's court sort of setting, and actually move into the space realm as well, with some humor tied into it.
$720.
Skateboarding in the 80s was a huge thing, and Atari really jumped on board trying to gain some of that.
The joystick is interesting because most people don't know, it doesn't, it's almost like a crank. It doesn't, it rotates in a circle.
The name 720 comes from the trick of doing 2 full spins, 2 full turns.
You had to be awesome to do a 720.
To actually require really jamming that controller around.
You got to really take a jump off of one of the course ramps in order to do one of those moves.
There's a main map area where you choose which park you want to go to, and you have to have a certain number of points to get a ticket to go into the park.
There's slalom, downhill, ramp, and jump courses.
There's also shops that you go to buy different accessories like a helmet or something like that to make you better.
It's got a unique time structure that requires the player to keep accumulating points in order to keep the game going.
Not only are you timed during events, you're timed between events. And if you take too long before you get to the next event, killer bees. You get attacked by killer bees.
Just like real skateboarding. Yeah, bees hate skateboarders. It's apparently general knowledge.
When your time started running low, there was a phrase that came across the screen that is very memorable in this game. It would say, skate or die.
If that sounds familiar, that was the influence for the game, Skate or Die.
The cabinet was awesome. The speakers were mounted on the top. They look like a boombox.
This is the game that taught Tony Hawk how to skateboard.
Its legacy is huge, and its innovation in terms of arcade design is unquestionable.
And now the forgotten video games of 1986.
Pat here with the forgotten video games of 1986. Gremlins for the 5200. Event Mogwai and These Burgers in a movie adaptation by Atari. The Goonies by Konami. Enter the movie world and battle the Fratelli family in this arcade adventure. Leather Goddesses of Focus. Simple Mountain. Extra Adventure. And Chubby Sheriff for the NES. Bandai's cute but frustrating shooter. Those were the forgotten video games of 1986. Just because we don't remember them doesn't mean they weren't fun.
New Atari XE Master System. Metroid.
Funny game. It's the video game years, and prepare your thumbs for 1987. The systems, the culture, the games. A Ninja Warrior hits the arcade.
Guns and swords kind of modern day ninja.
He's American Ninja.
A little boxer takes on the champ.
Just made him real small. Called him Little Mac. That works.
And 2 brothers battle a street gang.
A game that couldn't have come out at a more perfect time.
Plus, a robot boy comes alive, and a legendary adventure unfolds. So put on your leisure suit and land on the carrier. 1987 is here.
let's not get too excited here.
Well, I can't actually, because this game has mostly been pilot crap.
Namco went a little bit back to basics here. They just say, let's take the Pac-Man maze, let's kind of take it 45 degrees and shift it, and let's give Pac-Man a jump. Because why not?
I played Pac-Man in the arcade one time. Put a quarter in, said, wow, you can jump over ghosts. Until like the third level, and then all of a sudden the ghosts jump as well. So what's the point of adding this gameplay element that it's useless after like the third level?
Normally Pac-Man fits on one screen. Most Pac-Man games did anyway. This one's a close-up view, and it looks really cool because everything's really big, but it also was part of the challenge because you couldn't see very far in front of you.
How are you supposed to say that when you don't know where the damn ghost is right now? So, how? Why didn't you do it to me?
Pac-Mania has been ported and rehashed multiple times, and it's generally received pretty favorably. I mean, I liked it.
Yeah, the horse was dead by this point.
That's bullshit. Play any other Namco game.
I cannot say enough great things about Legend of Zelda. This is quite possibly my favorite game for the NES, maybe outside of Super Mario Brothers 2. But, I mean, after Donkey Kong and after Super Mario Brothers, Shigeru Miyamoto comes out again with a completely different type of game.
It entirely kickstarted the genre and just opened pretty much everyone's minds who was playing video games at the time to just what a video game could be. How much could be in a video game, how many secrets could be in a game, just what the medium was truly capable of.
I was used to at the time finishing levels like Super Mario Brothers, like a 1 level, 2 level, an entire world to explore. It was confusing. I didn't know where to start, where to end. I didn't get it at first.
You go into a cave, you get your sword. Good luck to you. Go figure out what's next.
There was a lot to it. It was more complicated than any game I knew at the time, and it was sort of like a community effort to figure this game out.
The Legend of Zelda is the name of the game. The main character is not Zelda. Zelda is the princess that you're trying to rescue. You are Link. You're not Zelda.
The whole world is open to you, and you can explore it at your leisure. Some places obviously harder than others, but it's up to you to go where you want. And it's this openness that was very new to video game players at the time, especially in the home console market.
You know, you go north, there's mountains. You go west, there's woods. There's water around the coastline you can go. And you can explore and go into caves and talk to people, shopkeepers. You know, there's secrets. You can find moblins that give you cash. There's a gambling game. There's people that give you tips. I mean, this was unheard of in video games before this.
I spent days, weeks, and summer vacations just burning every damn tree on every single street. Just maybe there's a staircase there, and it turns out you would end up owning money, but then I would know. And then you go to every single wall, and you bombed every single wall right between them, though, so you get 2 squares at once, so you don't have to waste a bunch of bombs.
So many cool things about the game. I know that I always loved that when you had full hearts, the sword could blast. That's another thing that I loved as a kid, that little noise that it made when you shot your sword. That I mean, it was just so cool. All the sound effects, the music, everything about it was just so cool and really just drew you into the game.
How about the first time you enter the dungeon and that moody music comes on? You're like, holy shit. This feels like an entirely different game than the nice, bright, cheerful overworld. You have different enemies. You have to find the compass in each level to see where the Triforce is hidden with the enemy. You get the map so you know where you're going. You find the keys.
Zelda had lots of weapons and items that you used to progress through the game, and there was kind of an order that you would go through things, but you could do things completely out of order.
Hell, if you don't want to upgrade your sword, you don't have to. You don't have to use certain weapons in the game if you don't want to. You know, you can just people that go online and just beat the game using like bombs and boomerangs. You know, it's ridiculous how much freedom you have in this game.
Miyamoto's inspiration for the game came from exploring fields, woods, and caves in Kyoto, and just experiencing the wonder of being a kid and discovering new things.
It was the first NES game Nintendo put a battery backup in. It showed how important it was. Otherwise, it can take you, 10, 12 hours to play this if you take your time and don't know what you're doing.
But when I finally did understand what the hell was going on, it became the greatest game I'd ever played. I loved The Legend of Zelda, a pure classic.
I think The Legend of Zelda might be the first video game that ever got me so hooked that I wanted to play Legend of Zelda outside of the video game. Like, I wanted to be Link.
Obviously, Zelda would be huge. It's one of the biggest game franchises still today.
hugely successful on Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube, Wii U. They're still pumping these
CDI.
out. CDI, the great CDI versions. We love you, Zelda, except for those CDI ones.
Wizards and Warriors is a platformer developed by Rare, and it had music by David Wise, and it's really good.
Again, another game you turn it on, and the title screen music is just awesome.
And you play as the Knight Kuros, and you have to defeat the wizard Malakil by making it to the end of the game.
That's Wizards and Warriors. You turn that on, you hear, you're like, this game's going to be badass.
You progress through the levels by collecting keys that open light-colored doors and earn gems to pay off a knight. I don't know why.
Problem is, I don't remember it actually playing very well. I remember the sword strike being very short.
The sword strike was like,
And while you can hurt enemies with your sword extended, like air enemies or jumping enemies, the combat has never felt satisfying.
The game was criticized for having unlimited continues and allowing you to start right where you left off, but it's a hard game, so I think it's kind of necessary.
The Wizards and Warriors, there were 3 released on the NES. Probably best known for the sequel Iron Sword having a nice shirtless Fabio on it.
Leisure Suit Larry, you're Larry Laffer in the land of the Lounge Wizard. And the object of the game is to get laid.
The goal of the game is to make it with one of 4 possible women of varying difficulty. Some of them are easy.
This game was created by Al Lowe, and it's unique for an adventure game because it focuses a lot on humor, and you play as a utter loser.
He is like a 40-year-old version who's trying to get laid. And it's in the same kind of style as other Sierra games, like Games Quest. It's like not as ridiculous in terms of losing gaps, but it can be frustrating. It's an adventure game. You have to do this, that, and the other in order to get aspects of it. It doesn't always work out in that part of the amusement of it.
You can get it on with a prostitute right at the beginning of the game, but if you don't have protection, you get an STD and die.
It unfortunately does suffer from some of the problems that earlier mentioned you suffer from, which is a picky parser and places where you don't die but you get stuck. I don't mind dying in adventure games. That's fine. I hate it when you get stuck in the adventure game. You don't bother to play it. It's completely screwed and then you have to start over.
Let's not beat around the bush here. This is an adult game for adults only. No kids allowed.
And I remember it being an adult game. My parents were going to play it. And I was really blown away at the humor in the game. Of course, looking back on the graphics are pretty dated, but the humor is awesome. The story is great.
And the thing is, I think that people get, especially then, maybe got wrong about Larry. They didn't realize that the entire game is a satire, making fun of these skis bags who hang out in clubs and lounges and just try to get with whoever they can get. And it's very tongue-in-cheek and very funny, and that was, unfortunately, I think, lost on a lot of people.
There was an age verification system to keep little kids from playing it, and it had very of-the-time questions, one of which was O.J. Simpson is, and one of the wrong answers was under indictment.
And there's a message to this game. Larry's just looking to get laid, but eventually he realizes that it's not enough for him. He actually wants to find true love. And that's a theme that you see throughout the series. It's not just, yeah, you bang some broads here and there, but eventually you want something.
And now, it should have been a video game. In 1987.
Oh, hello, I'm Eric, and here's the stuff from 1987 that should have been made into a video game, but was not. Full House for the NES. In this game published by LJN, you would play as Danny Tanner, who has to literally juggle working a full-time job, raising his 3 daughters as a single parent, and courting his love interest. If he drops even one of these aspects of his life, it's game over. How rude. Over the Top for the Sega Master System. In this arm wrestling game, you would test your strength against 8 competitors in an attempt to win the grand prize and your son's love back. Basically, you just hit buttons as fast as you can. What I do is I just try to take my hat and just try to turn it around. And it's like a switch that goes on. And when the switch goes on, I feel like another person. I feel like a truck. From Rick Astley's album, Whenever You Need Somebody, Never Gonna Give You Up for the NES. In this exciting and surprisingly deep game, had to do it. I'm sorry, I had to do it. Intel Television maxed headroom for the PC. Make a music video by manipulating Max Headroom's face, much like Mario in Super Mario 64. Wow! What fun! And that's the stuff from 1987 that should have been made into a video game. And I want to play them.
This is the Nintendo video game system. It plays only cartridge games. This is the new Atari XE system. It plays cartridge and disc-based games. Atari gives you a keyboard for playing advanced computer games. It even comes with the amazing Flight Simulator 2 cartridge. The new Atari XE video game system. Unbeatable.
Well, Atari's not done recycling their 5-year-old systems yet. We're going to come out with another one, the Atari XE game system.
They decided to take the 800 series of 8-bit computers and repack them into the Atari XE GS.
The reason that Atari decided to release the XE GS system is because in 1986, the year prior, they released the Atari 7800 system to compete with the NES. They didn't do very well, as well as Atari had hoped, so they decided to rehash and basically make their 8-bit mounted computers into home console. That's what they got in the disc.
The deluxe version of the set included a keyboard and a light gun.
We're going to include missile command built-in. We're going to include Flight Simulator 2 and Bug Hunt, because now, not just Nintendo, Atari now also has their own Dapper gun.
All they really used it for was releasing old Atari computer games, and they released about 30 games total.
Most of the XE games were repackaged from early Atari computer ones on the 800 before. So what's the point of getting this system? There is none.
There weren't any original games released for this because of that, and the fact that it sold for $200 at the time didn't do very well as well as Atari hoped.
Especially with Nintendo, the NES, and even the Master System out there with more impressive fare, more recent fare, people weren't so interested in going back.
You had your chance, Atari. You failed. My legs are numb.
So we never quite got the Goonies 2 movie sequel that we wanted, but Konami decided that they were going to give us a video game sequel to it anyway.
Goonies 2 is actually the sequel to the first one that was not available on the Nintendo, but you could play it in North America on either the Nintendo Versus system or the PlayChoice 10 arcade units.
And I saw Goonies 2, the video game. I'm like, oh my god, there's a Goonies 2 movie. And then I played the game, and you're rescuing this mermaid called Annie, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
It's a open platformer, similar in vein to something like a Metroid, where you explore the Fratelli's hideout made out of caverns and caves.
The world is big and non-linear, and I remember getting really lost and really frustrated as a kid.
When you go into a door, you play a first-person adventure-style room. You can navigate these rooms to get to the other side.
3D maze perspective. I mean, okay, frankly, I hated those portions of the game because they could be confusing as all get out. But I appreciate what they could do.
It does have a fantastic version of Goonies Are Good Enough with Cyndi Lauper.
Okay, that's fine. We all love Cyndi Lauper.
Beautiful. Just like her.
Metroid.
Metroid, you take control of the bounty hunting Samus Aran, move past the chase after some space pirate, return to justice, and finish off the Peter Parker brain.
One neat feature in the game is that you actually gain abilities. So you get different weapons, but you also get the morph ball and the bomb for the morph ball.
There's cool discoveries.
Right.
Similar to that.
Like Zelda, the game is about exploration and finding new items to progress to other areas that you couldn't reach before.
It's another game where they kind of take the reins off and let you explore the world at your own pace, which means that you're going to screw up a lot.
Metroid was a hard game to navigate. You needed a map, really.
Yeah, this is before Nintendo Power even existed. We still had the Nintendo Fun Club magazine. So, I mean, you had to actually call up someone or know a friend in order to figure out what to do if you got stuck. I mean, if you had a Fun Club issue that had the map in it, you were good to go, but how many people had Nintendo Fun Club magazine to begin with?
You could get multiple endings in Metroid depending on how quickly you beat the game, which popularized speedrunning the game.
And at the time, it was quite shocking to find out, if you got the best ending, that Samus Aran was a woman.
A woman?
Whoa! Women can wear armor and wield guns!
Metroid was eerie as hell when you started it.
It actually was a little scary.
Yeah.
A little scary.
The thing about Metroid that made it great is that it was a very moody game. The music in Metroid gave you the feeling of being alone on a planet, and it does that very, very well.
It just has that claustrophobic feel to it, that you're just constantly going through hallways and you're just trying to find your way through a maze and you're all by yourself.
Metroid has a friggin' amazing soundtrack by Hirokazu Tanaka. I mean, getting atmosphere out of 8 bits can't be easy, but he pulled it off.
Instead of putting a battery backup feature in the game like they did with Zelda, you had this incredibly complex multi-character password.
There was a code in Metroid called the Justin Bailey code, and it was really clever because in the UK they call a Bailey a swimsuit, so just in Bailey means just in swimsuit. So you would see Samus running around in her swimsuit if you entered that code.
That's Metroid. Obviously, it's still a huge franchise for Nintendo. Samus is every fanboy game.
Sega could do no wrong this year with the release of Shinobi.
Shinobi by Sega was really the first game to capitalize on the 80s ninja craze. Ninjas were hot in the 80s. Really, when are ninjas never hot? You got a throwing star, your shuriken.
You have unlimited shuriken. You can touch enemies, but if you get hit once or hit with a projectile, you're dead.
One hit and you die, I mean, that sucks. But, you know, I was still able to get, like, really, really far in it, and even on just a quarter.
He could finish the game on 1/4.
Get this guy out of here. He's only spending a quarter tonight.
You have to rescue the hostages in each stage before you can progress to the boss.
I had some really cool end-level bosses, very big.
One thing I remember about Shinobi as well is the backgrounds. I always remember seeing Marilyn Monroe in the background of that level, and I was just, at that time, that was an incredible graphic.
You have ninja magic, which was cool. It's like special attack. You wipe out, everything on the screen.
At the end of each stage was a bonus mission where you would kill jumping ninjas with shuriken, and that, to me, just the first-person perspective of throwing the shuriken was, that's Shinobi to me. That's how I remember it in the arcade.
The ports were not fantastic.
Really? I thought they were okay.
Oh, I can't wait till Sega brings this out on the Master System at home. It's going to be so awesome, and it's going to be exactly the same and stuff like that. But of course, it wasn't. Yeah. But it was still good.
This is the heyday of Sega in the arcade.
It was fun. They always made going to the arcade, that much more exciting.
(1943), subtitle, The Battle for Midway.
1943 was the sequel to 1942, and that was a good name for it because it would have been confusing if they'd called it 1942-2.
You are one plane taking on a whole squadron of others.
The goal was to beat the Japanese sea and air forces through 16 stages and ultimately beat the Yamato battleship.
1943 only gives you 1 life, but you have a fuel meter. Using your special attacks will deplete fuel as we're getting hit by some of the lesser ships.
Unlike in 1942, where you could only shoot and loot, you had 1 of 3 special attacks that cost you a little bit of fuel, but they would just blast everybody.
There are 2 types of bosses. There are battleships that you can take out, and there are large bombers. And when you take out the battleships, the game actually stops and shows you diving down close from the air to the water, and you skim along the water and take out some low-flying airplanes before you fight the battleship.
It's strange that you have a Japanese company making a game about World War II where you play the Americans beating the crap out of Japanese. Japan, you're getting destroyed once again in 1943. Thanks, Capcom.
And now the gaming innovation for 1987.
Hello. Welcome to the gaming innovation of 1987. What new technology graced the world and changed instant 3D film? Driller by Incentive Software was the first game to use the FreeScape 3D engine. By using solid geometry, players were able to interact with their environments and look left, right, up, and down, which was a rarity for 3D games at the time. This 3D engine was considered so ambitious that Incentive Software had problems even hiring programmers to join the project, many of whom considered it an impossibility. People are later known as Jeff Grimes. That does it for the video game innovation of 1987. See you again in 1988, and don't forget, concept nostalgia. It's science.
Good old Earl Weaver, the crack of the bat, manager of the Orioles. He's going to bring you out to the ball game with Earl Weaver baseball. Pine tar.
You know, you think Earl Weaver, who cares? But the game itself is pretty significant, what it accomplished.
Earl Weaver baseball is important because it had a lot of firsts for baseball games.
It was the first commercial computer sports game where you could play an entire season instead of just one game.
You had entire rosters, you could trade players.
You see full stadiums represented graphically on screen, actual baseball cards.
The Amiga version had voice synthesis, which is really cool, also because you could edit how the voices came out and how they pronounced with players. I actually had instructions how to do that.
It was a pretty deep game and offered a manager mode in addition to arcade mode.
And actually made it a very accurate, especially for the time, very accurate baseball simulation game.
When they designed this game, they actually had Earl Weaver give his thoughts about the game's strategy.
John Madden Football, which came out later, are like the two games that really put EA on that pedestal as like the sports game company.
It's regarded as one of the finest computer games of all time. People may overlook it because it's a sports game, but there was a lot of really important things going on here.
Rygar is a platformer where you attack with a shield called the disc armor. It's very functional.
So your Rygar with your disc armor is a really cool weapon. It sort of like spins out, picks up the tracks when it hits the enemy, comes back with a big yo-yo. Yeah, the giant yo-yo.
Primarily used for defense, you're using your shield as your offensive weapon. Yeah.
Rygar by Techno was interesting because it's really the first game I saw a port on that the console version was superior to the arcade game. While
Atari, ColecoVision had all tried to emulate as best as possible the incredibly arcade gameplay as it was originally, Nintendo would take these arcade titles and kind of Nintendo-fy them.
While the arcade game was strictly a platformer, the NES version had some Metroid and RPG elements in it.
You could increase your health, spend points to increase your attack, and you could venture wherever you could.
Rygar is friggin' hard.
Ferociously difficult. Thank God you can continue with this game, or else no one would ever finish this game.
It's kind of an early game for the system. It's interesting. It doesn't do some things particularly well, but it definitely opens the door for later games to improve upon.
There's a lot of little bugs and glitches to this game, but for what they were attempting to do at the time, kind of like Legend of Zelda in a way, where you can just kind of venture out on your own, it got the job done. It was nice.
They made it more personalized. Yeah. You know, where arcade games are for quick entertainment. Yeah, these games are more involved. You know, you get the gamer into the game and explore more, do more. Yeah.
Mega Man is an action platformer starring the Blue Bomber, and you've got 6 robot masters to defeat in order to get to Dr. Wily, the mad scientist behind the whole thing. You gotta kill him.
So Mega Man was an action platform, sort of in the tradition of, say, like Astro Boy, where you are a sort of child robot, and you have to fight other robots, and you have your Mega Buster to shoot them.
So the story is Dr. Light and Dr. Wily were working together to create robots to help humanity, and then Dr. Wily reprogrammed them for evil.
The core of the game is simply steal the weapons from the other robot masters as you beat them in different orders, and you can sometimes use those on other robot masters as a weakness against them, and they would be defeated much quicker.
Mega Man is called Rockman in Japan because of rock and roll for one thing, but also it's based on paper, rock, scissors. So Elecman beats Iceman, Iceman beats Fireman, and so on.
It's such a simple concept, but it's really brilliant simplicity because obviously it was enough to hang, 6 classic games on, just on the NES alone.
It's colorful, it was simplistically drawn, but it was done so that you always could see where you needed to go and what was next. The controls are very snappy. Dare I say, other than something like perhaps Mario Brothers, had some of the most responsive controls for an early game on the system, because without them, the game would be near impossible.
The music in Mega Man is so good and so memorable.
The Elecman stage theme, which I do love, is totally stolen from Journey's Faithfully. Just listen, you put it right next to each other. This is where the editors will do something, or just completely cut me out of it.
The US cover art is freaking ridiculous. It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. I remember seeing it when I was a kid, and I looked at that and just looked at something else.
There was a last-minute deal that was made to, like, we need art for this. They just sent it out to some dude, and he did it in like 2 days or something like that.
The game really stands out as being quite difficult to memorize certain patterns, and it's sort of where the definition Nintendo hard starts or comes from.
The first Mega Man is known as one of the hardest in the series, and I say that's because the Yellow Devil died so many frickin' times trying to learn that pattern.
That was that big yellow guy though. Devil? Yellow Devil. He shoots himself across the screen with body parts. It's pretty intense.
Mega Man has been re-released multiple times on multiple systems and has had a reboot and started a series that spans over 50 games.
It's totally still worth playing today. It's still a lot of fun. You got to be on stage and pain in the ass, but it's still a ton of fun.
Man, playing Mega Man on Friday nights, you know, after reading the game for the weekend, man, that's some of the best main memories of gaming I have, actually.
The Mega Man would go on to have a very storied franchise, 6 installments on the NES, 3 that were necessary, and then 3 that no one cares about. That's Mega Man for you. I love Mega Man, kind of.
Technos Japan's Double Dragon, distributed by Taito, was a classic arcade beat-em-up.
Double Dragon pretty much defined the beat-em-up genre. It wasn't the first, it was built off of basically Renegades and sort of expanded upon. But Double Dragon really established the 2-player co-op mode. It established how important it was to have multiple types of enemies on the screen at the same time.
And the game introduced right up front for all the kiddies a scene of domestic man-on-woman violence.
So you're Billy and Jimmy Lee, and your girlfriend gets snuck in the stomach and kidnapped. And you have to go save her from all the evil bad guys.
The goal of the game was to beat the Black Warriors and rescue your common love interest, Marion. This is not going to end well.
It established having lots of different weapons you could use. Baseball bat, knives, dynamite. Just a fun time. It had a Bobo, a giant Bobo looking, creature that would come after you and beat the hell out of you.
And it was cool that it was cooperative play, cooperative beat 'em up, and with a series of moves that you could pull off.
Besides your standard punches and kicks, you had a headbutt, you had the shoulder throw, you had the pin down attack, the jump kick, you had the spinning jump kick as well. Just a really, really fun game. Great sound effects when you punch. It's like psh, psh, psh.
If you play in 1-player mode and you get to Marion, you win. Game over. 2-player mode, you got to fight your buddy. Best man wins Marion's love.
What's kind of interesting about that game is the hardware, most of the time is fine, but it is a little underpowered because there's a tremendous amount of slowdown in that game.
Yeah. You're jumping and you're kicking and you're punching, and it just kind of seems like they're moving through molasses.
It was the start of a storied franchise, Double Dragon. The franchise existed and was popular for like 10, 12 years.
Double Dragon 5 was released with fever pitch audience, and we couldn't wait to see that game taking the one on fire.
Yeah, it was ported to so many systems, the NES, the Sega Master System.
Which is arguably the better port, I'd say, because it's more like the arcade, 2-player co-op.
Lots of people love the NES version. I, of course, was spoiled because the arcade version wasn't my favorite game, so I didn't like it. I didn't like the NES version because of that. I was a spoiled brat.
And now the other video games for 1987.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and these are the other video games of 1987. Street Fighter, the beginning of a franchise. Player 1 takes control of the martial artist named Ryu on a worldwide martial arts contest, while the second player can join in to be Ryu's rival, Ken. Ikari Warriors, the vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up game for the NES, was SNK's first major breakthrough in the US, and has become somewhat of a classic on the system. Karna, the action platform for the arcades, also debuted the mascot of Dad East. Penguin Land. In this Sega Master System game, you guide your penguin through a series of puzzle platformer stages, guiding your egg around obstacles such as rocks and polar bears. So there you go, guys, the other video games of 1987. Just because they may not have been as popular as some of the others,
doesn't mean they're not fun.
Road Blasters was one of those games that showed you Atari wasn't just dead yet.
Road Blasters was a shoot-'em-up game by Atari in which you would race a sports car through 50 different races.
I remember playing this game and shooting all those nice little orbs I thought were landmines, but no, that's your gasoline. You keep going, that's your energy.
You could blow up and just go through cars left and right, but the problem was you'd run out of fuel, which is the whole point of the game. You got to get there without running out of fuel.
There's an accelerator pedal, but you won't need the brake because what are you? Pansy?
It's like this long, elongated tube that you would sit in for the environmental version, but the most common version was the stand-up version.
Yeah. This is, when people talk about like arcade games, you know, this is the kind of game they mean. Not very realistic, but a ton of fun.
They're not actually blasting the road in Road Blasters.
Oh, yeah.
Shouldn't be car blasters? Is that too obvious a joke? We'll make a lot of money.
So we have Castlevania by Konami, which is a fantastic side-scrolling action game based on horror movies.
Castlevania took a lot of ideas from all the Universal horror movies, Greek mythology, you know, the Medusa and stuff like that.
What's interesting is if you look at how Castlevania starts, there's actually film reels on the side. The game was always meant to be viewed from a cinematic perspective.
It was just so different and edgy. It was edgy, that's what it was.
In Castlevania, you play as the ill-fated Simon Belmont, who has to go beat the evil Dracula, who rises once every 100 years.
You whip stuff, and they hurt, and then they explode, and then you keep on walking. And when you jump, it's like, and you can't go, woo, like in Mario, you gotta go, and that's something.
The platforming in Castlevania is notorious. I mean, you jump and you're committed. It's very stiff. You can't change direction. You're all in. You better be jumping on the right direction and whatever you're trying to do, because you're going now. That's where you're going, down a hole.
And it's hard as balls. It is a very difficult game.
Oh boy, Castlevania is one of the hardest games ever made.
Friggin' hunchbacks and Medusa heads, bane of my existence. You could never dodge them. They knew exactly how to move, exactly where to go.
You'll occasionally get parts, which will act as ammunition for your sub-weapons, which can be things such as daggers, which fire fast but are weak, or holy water, which you can throw on the ground and creates a burning area that will damage anything that walks into it.
The soundtrack is amazing. It's really catchy and memorable and fits the game really well.
Every stage had just outstanding music.
When you think of great sort of NES soundtracks, Castlevania is always in the top, kind of easily.
Castlevania is a very difficult game, but I would say that Dracula is not necessarily the hardest boss. That would be the Grim Reaper. Frickin' sickles all over the place. You don't know where they're gonna appear. They're constantly flying around. He's disappearing and appearing all over the place.
So you beat Dracula, you think the game's over,
but it's not.
So pick that controller up that you just threw down and stop dancing around and enjoy it, because you haven't beat the game yet.
He turns into a blue monster for some reason, and you have to fight him too, all on the same health bar.
I love Castlevania. It's one of my favorite series. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Castlevania.
It also started a fantastically long-running franchise that only really kept getting better and better until recently.
Castlevania, that's going to be fine forever.
So Simon Belmont, iconic character. We love ye. Good on you, Konami. Love you a lot more than Capcom fans. Mega Man.
Identified substantial buildup of hostile forces right here in our own backyard. I'm giving you the green light to clean them out. Gentlemen, you're best. Get up there and prove it.
Okay, boys, let's kick some.
Action Max, movie star. Yeah. If rain were real, it wouldn't be a game.
Pro Wrestling by Masato Masuda Nintendo is one of the best wrestling games you can get on the system, surpassing even the game.
You could play as 6 different wrestlers, each with their own unique moves.
Stereotypical wrestlers. My favorite always being Starman, who I always wondered how can he see? He has a giant star on his face.
There are wrestling games that came out after where wrestlers didn't even have unique movesets. I guess everyone has a unique finisher, and depending on the wrestler, a couple unique moves in their arsenal.
Pro Wrestling was the first game that introduced me to button mashing.
Really?
My God, every time you get into a grapple with your opponent, wow, you fashion the crap out of that controller.
It's very basic, but it was actually very fun.
The game mechanics in wrestling was earlier sort of just go through guys, punch them, or like tag team wrestling, pick off the frickin' menu what to use. Pro wrestling really established the control mechanics for every wrestling game ever.
I remember playing this as a kid, and I would not get back in the ring within the 20 seconds, so I just always lost. I just thought it was fun to get out of the ring, but I lost.
It was the first wrestling game that let players basically, within the limitations of the system of the game, do what they saw on TV when they watched wrestling every week. And that's what made it great.
Hey, the winner is you.
Police Quest. Not a King's Quest.
The game was kind of realistic and had puzzles where you had to basically follow real-life proper police procedure to get through it.
The game was designed by Jim Walls, who was actually a police officer. And he would give you advice, and if you screwed up, he would admonish you about what the proper police procedure was.
A to B to C kind of makes sense. Those paths make sense, whereas things seem more random in the other versions, the other Quest games.
It was both serious and comical, because you pull over the drunk and be like, puke on your shoes, and stuff like that.
And you actually had to do like field sobriety tests. You had to make sure if a guy attacked you with a knife, maybe you shoot him and gave him a gun, maybe with a knife in his chest.
The goal of the game was to track down the deadly drug dealer known as the Death Angel. Sounds deadly.
You need help by your ex, Sweet Cheeks Marie, who was a prostitute. Isn't that the best name ever?
This was another game that used Sierra's adventure game interpreter parser engine, so I'm out.
It was definitely a text-based game, but you did actually have to move your character to investigate things.
It was very much a mix between adventure game and a simulation.
And the maturing of Sierra past the you fall down a pit and die 50 times. You just need to learn to not do that.
Thank you, Sonny Bond, for serving the public for us.
And now, the popular pinball games of 1987.
Ian here with the popular pinball machines of 1987. F-14 Contest by Williams. Get ready for flight. Defeat General Yagov in this multi-ball-centric table by Steve Ritchie. Dungeons & Dragons by Bally. Wizards, Spells, and Warriors provide not only a great backdrop for dice rolling, but pinball too. Fire by Williams. Put out fires before your multiplier drops on this table with realistic burning building effects. And those are the popular pinball machines in 1987, because there's more to life than video games.
Afterburner, in my opinion, one of the best arcade games of all time. Made by Yu Suzuki of Sega fame.
Yu Suzuki strikes again.
Afterburner is a very simple game. All you do is maneuver your plane, you have an F-14 Tomcat, and you have a machine gun, and really the main way of doing damage is locking on and firing off missiles.
Awesome experience. I loved it.
Fast and furious, frantic action. You can be killed so quickly in this game.
I couldn't believe the graphics. I mean, they're zooming and scaling, spinning all around. It is really fun. It's definitely worth my 50 cents.
There's two versions of this game, right? They have the stand-up and they have the sit-down version.
The sit-down cockpit version, which is the way to play the game.
You move the joystick and you would move, the cockpit could move horizontally and vertically. It's very immersive.
Such a satisfying.
That is easily my favorite environmental cabinet ever.
Both cabinets had a gray monitor frame that had flashing lights that would let you know that you had been targeted.
And so you could try to spin out of it, et cetera, because you don't want to die today.
The music was intense. It was definitely trying to rip off like the Top Gun soundtrack of the day with that kind of guitar riffy thing.
Sega actually released Afterburner 2. Now, most people always tend to think of this as a sequel, but it's not. Afterburner 2 is actually just a slight update to Afterburner 1 that balances things out a little bit more.
Even though a lot of the arcade machines simply said Afterburner, they were indeed Afterburner 2.
Immersive. Talk about an immersive arcade game.
So Punch-Out has been a thing in the arcades for Nintendo since, I believe, 1984.
The reason it became Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is because Nintendo of America's founder and former president Minoru Arakawa saw Mike Tyson at a fight and said, gotta get this guy. So paid him $50,000 to use his name and likeness for 3 years.
So you're Little Mac from the Bronx, who's he's about half the size of his opponents in the game that he's facing.
In the arcade, the opponents and your character were really big, and to make up for this, you had to be a wireframe so you could see through your character to your opponent. They couldn't really do that with the Nintendo, so instead they just made him real small, called him Little Mac.
So he jumps to punch him in the face, and then punches regularly to hit them in the body. And so you basically dodge, duck, and block punches. If you dodge a punch from an opponent, they will be stunned for a split second, and you punch them usually several times.
This was a game much like the arcade version. There was a lot of nuance to it. You know, you had to keep an eye on the tells. Sometimes these tells are extraordinarily subtle.
If you punch an opponent during special times, usually when something flashes on them, or they blink, you can get a star up to 3. Let you use the good old special Little Mac uppercut, which will, if you connect with it, take off a lot more power.
I mean, it's essentially a game based on timing, and it's not a simulation by any means, but it's the controls are so well done, it's so tight that it is, your skills are your only limitation.
You could really get good at this game if you learned the patterns and sharpened your reflexes, but it's still really hard.
Yeah, Mike Tyson, the first minute you face him, one punch floors you on the canvas. And so a lot of players, that was it. They would be knocked down and be done after that.
Most of your opponents use the exact same body and just have a head and palette swap, but King Hippo, of course, was just a unique body because he's just a hippo. He's a big hippo.
All the opponents are memorable to some extent. They're all ethnic stereotypes. You know, you have a German, you have Don Flamenco, who's a Spaniard, you have Piston Honda, who's Japanese.
He's a TKO from Tokyo.
Hey, Mario's in it. He's the ref, and he's got like synthesized speech. That, you know, it's just like wah wah, just little sounds that are supposed to sound like speech, but it's not.
There's another version of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, simply called Punch-Out, released by Nintendo after the fact.
1990.
A lot of people seem to think that it's because of the legal trouble Mr. Tyson happened to find himself in, but it's a lot more mundane than that. It's simply that the licensing agreement with Mike Tyson ran out and it was not renewed.
They decided to go ahead and take out Mike Tyson in future versions of the game and replace him with Mr. Dream.
Just a great, fantastic game. His legacy, it had a game on the Super Nintendo and then the Wii, and now he's going to be in the next Smash Brothers game. Look at that, finally.
Top Gun, released by Konami. I have some fond memories of this horrible game.
It's not horrible.
Top Gun is a dogfighting flight simulator game that sold over 2 million copies.
Top Gun for the NES comes out in '87. The movie came out the previous year, and you know, this was a time when, like an afterburner, I guess, jets, Navy jets were a big thing.
Just like in the movie, you play as Maverick and you fly an F-14 Tomcat fighter. And it's not great.
Top Gun for the NES, interestingly, added a few simulation elements, like the whole, landing bit, which can be frustrating.
Yeah, locking on targets, like landing on the aircraft carrier, refueling.
I like this game. However, it doesn't really get fond reviews because of landing on the aircraft carrier.
No one can do it except for the fact that it's pretty easy with a little bit of practice.
I could do it as a kid.
I could never get past it.
It wasn't an easy game. I'll give it that.
It's actually incredibly competent for a 8-bit dogfighting game. You know, how they did it is actually fun to play.
Sadly, this doesn't have the beach volleyball scene in it.
No beach volleyball.
You know, it would have been so messed up if they threw a beach volleyball scene, like you land on the aircraft carrier, then all of a sudden.
That would have been cool.
Maniac Mansion.
Maniac Mansion is a landmark in adventure games.
The Lucasfilms, yet to be LucasArts.
Designer Ron Gilbert made the interface SCUMM. script creation utility for Maniac Mansion.
What made it so important was how the Scum engine changed how people interact with adventure games.
It was used for about a decade on LucasArts games. Been tweaked here and there, but there were some really great games that came out, famous games in the LucasArts library that used the Scum engine.
Instead of using touchy text parsers, this game consisted of a row of words like pull or open or grab, and you would click on them and then click on the object that you wanted to interact with.
It's a set of tools that you can use to create a game with the same type of interface. You know, use key on door, etc., and you can just build the game around that.
It was a comical game, and this is the first game that kind of started LucasArts, Lucasfilm's kind of journey into that.
It was funny, it was well written, it was full of humorous like B-movie tropes. It was a bad sci-fi movie that you were playing on your computer.
The game was interrupted by cutscenes, which is actually a term that was coined by the game's designer, Ron Gilbert.
But Maniac Mansion was really cool, not just because it had a really well-developed sense of humor, a colorful world, and interesting characters, but it also wasn't exactly linear.
You play as Dave, and you pick up to two other characters that have come to the mansion with him. The characters that you pick do matter because each one has different skills. So every time you play through the game with a different set of characters, there are certain puzzles you will be able to solve and certain puzzles that you won't be able to solve.
Replayability.
It made me feel like I was engaging in something very sophisticated, and I was.
It put LucasArts on the map as a video game studio to contend with on the PC, definitely.
John D presents the Video Game Babes of 1987.
Hey, John D here with the Video Game Babes of 1987. Gianna Sisters, rip-off babes from Germany. The girls of California games. I wish they all could be California babes. Samus Aran, the babe in the armored suit. Sometimes. The ladies, leisure suit wearer. Sure thing, babes. Princess Zelda. Legendary babe. And those were the video game babes of 1987. You got the right one, baby.
Alien Syndrome. Kind of gross.
Alien Syndrome for the Sega Master System was a port of the arcade game, which was far superior to the Sega Master System version. But the Master System version, it wasn't bad.
Actually, the NES version was superior, believe it or not. It was closer to that.
You could choose between two characters. You had Ricky and Mary, and the goal of the game was to rescue your comrades from aliens.
Of course, you can get different special weapons. Flamethrower. Among them, the most popular and famous being the flamethrower, because how else do you kill, well, enemies from outer space?
At the end of every level, there was like a giant alien boss, and some of that stuff was really crazy.
Kind of disgusting backdrop. You know, there's a lot of goofy, gory kind of stuff.
And I felt like I was Sigourney Weaver going around the Nostromo killing aliens. It was awesome.
That's a pretty good name for the game. It's a syndrome. It needs to be defeated with lots of pus apparently involved.
Rad Racer. So rad. So bad.
You're in a Ferrari. You're racing 8 different courses of madcap environment.
Rad Racer was a pretty rad game, but it was also a pretty racer game, hence the name Rad Racer.
You're not always racing in a Ferrari.
Oh, no.
No, you can race in an F1 car if you want to.
If you want to be a nerd, because no one ever chose the F1 car. Not many people did.
Rad Racer was basically Outrun on the NES. You had to drive through checkpoints before time ran out and just keep driving.
Once you get past the 3rd and 4th levels, the cars will actively try to drive into you when they're ahead of you. They will just kind of try to fake you out and then come after you. So you really have to be on your guard here. It's a really tough game.
The music was done by Nobuo Uematsu, who was famous for later creating the music for Final Fantasy.
In the race, there's 3 different songs you can play. I used to hate those. I always hit it by accident when I'm turning and switch the song to another one. Like, damn it!
Basically, you're just kind of driving down the road and trying to avoid enemies. It's not unlike a lot of other racing games at the time, except this one had 3D.
It brought 3D to the NES with red and blue 3D.
You press the select button at any time, the game becomes 3D. You put on your red and blue glasses backwards because Nintendo somehow got it backwards, and the game becomes 3D. Well, actually, not really. It really comes.
Yeah.
This is heavily featured in The Wizard, where you use the power glove to build.
I love the power glove. It's so bad. But he should have said Rad, because he was playing Rad Racer. That's what he should have said.
LJN had a breakout year.
Oh, great. Been looking forward to LJN.
What does that stand for? LJN. Let's just not?
1987 was the first year that LGN started publishing games. LGN gets a bad rap. For good reason, for a lot of the games that, aren't the best sort of quality that are published. But in 87, they had three that stood out. They had Karate Kid, Jaws, and Gotcha.
LJN was actually a toy company that was associated, had a parent company of MCA, which was this big media conglomerate in terms of movies, music, et cetera, et cetera. And they were definitely great at securing the rights to these movies, like Jaws, like The Karate Kid, like Back to the Future, et cetera.
First we had Gotcha, which made use of the NES Zapper, which was always a good thing.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
No, I actually liked that game.
Gotcha was cool because it's basically like a capture the flag. Using the Zapper, but you also control your movement left to right in first person with the control pad.
LJN also had Jaws.
The point of the game is to defeat Jaws by collecting shells, leveling up, and ultimately just stabbing him with your bow.
Build up your quantity of shells to trade in for more powerful spears, and along the way you fight Jaws every now and then. The iconic movie Jaws.
Karate Kid. Oh, Karate Kid was hard.
It's based upon the first two Karate Kid movies. And Karate Kid was a game that I loved for the first 5 minutes because you're playing the tournament at the end of the first movie. After that, when you're playing part 2 of the movie, it stinks.
What's interesting is that the reason LJN was even created was to bypass the whole, you can only make a certain amount of games for Nintendo at a time. So LJN is actually a subsidiary of Acclaim.
LJN's associated with Acclaim. Everyone assumed that they were all made by horrible people, but when you look, some of the most hated LJN games are made by companies such as Rare or Atlas. And these are companies that are just cutting their teeth.
Kid Icarus is an action platformer starring Pit, not Kid Icarus like you'd believe.
Kid Icarus, you are Pit. You're an angel from Angel Land.
The goal of the game is to find 3 sacred treasures to defeat Medusa and rescue Goddess Palutena.
It uses the same engine as Metroid, and you can kind of see that. Most of the stages in Kid Icarus are vertically scrolling.
There are eggplant wizards in the dungeons that can turn you into an eggplant by hitting you with an eggplant, and then you gotta go to the hospital to heal yourself, otherwise you can't use any of your weapons. It's really weird.
When you scare the Reapers, they flip out and they send all these Reaperettes after you, which are fairly easy enough to shoot in their formation, but if they hit you, they take away a ton of life.
There's not a lot of life you can pick up in this game.
But when you do, it's a glass of wine. So early on, Nintendo's teaching kids that 1 glass of red wine a day is great for the system, great for the body.
Hard game, I have beaten it. The ending of Kid Icarus is like, I'm pretty sure, is like a Medusa's face or something, and you have to shoot the Medusa's face.
While the game is great, it has a reputation for being incredibly difficult, and it's rightfully deserved. Almost too much.
Kid Icarus was the one that kind of fell off the map. Zelda and Metroid kept going, and Mario and everything.
Kid Icarus, not as strong an entry as Metroid, but I can totally appreciate it for what it is.
It's no doubt that Kid Icarus is really hard, and I understand why some people don't like it, but it's a friggin' classic. I love it.
Kid Icarus. Pretty solid. Good fun. I'd play it. Operation Wolf was kind of a different take on the same setting we've seen before in games like Akari Warriors and Commando. That whole post-Vietnam War, everything's in a jungle and you're saving hostages kind of thing.
It was a cool game. It just had this great feel. The gun, the recoil mechanism in it. that's the most memorable part of the arcade experience back then.
This, instead of a top-down shooter like those other games, was a first-person shooter where you had kind of a scrolling screen and you had to shoot the bad guys and not shoot hostages because that would be bad.
You had to shoot as many boats, choppers, jeeps, tanks, and soldiers as the game required for you to advance.
You always had to find new ammunition because it was not unlimited.
You could stock up your weapons by shooting barrels and crates and animals, because of course they have those things inside them.
You had a little button on the end of the machine gun which moved on a swivel mechanism, so you could go around the whole screen, but the little button shot grenades.
What was cool about Operation Wolf is that it had sort of a narrative to it.
In the jungle stage, you would interrogate the enemy leader to make him reveal the location of the enemy concentration camp.
It had, I guess, not cutscenes, but cut images in between the stages that kind of advanced the story. One of the missions, you had to like blow up the communications, tower of the enemy. And then, like the last stage, I think you had to get into like the airport to the runway. You again make sure your hostages weren't shot as they crossed the screen.
Operation Wolf, I think, is one of the better jungle military-type games you'll find in this era.
And now the forgotten video games of 1987.
Pat here with the forgotten video games of 1987. 221B Baker Street by Datasaw. Control Sherlock Holmes in this mystery computer title based upon the board game of the same name. Zillion for the Sega Master System. The futuristic action platformer based upon an anime series. Micro League Wrestling. The WWF computer strategy. What you gonna do, brother? 565 Valley Video. The follow-up to the arcade smash was an utter failure. Those were the forgotten video games of 1987. Because you don't remember them doesn't mean they weren't fun.
Excitement, you better use color, you better use music.
It's the video game years, and get ready to escape into 1988. The systems, the culture, the games. Bill and Lance battle an alien invasion.
Conquered with Heidinger Fenton.
A landmark football title pits computers.
It is a massive undertaking to get this all done.
And dinosaurs go on a magical adventure.
Pop the bubbles, and then you collect some shady-looking fruit, and then you float down to the next stage in a bigger bubble.
Plus, a new gaming magazine. And an ice hockey game heats up. So set up that power pad and say no to drugs. 1988 starts now.
It's kind of based very loosely off of Pictionary.
Up to 4 players can play Anticipation, but then again, you've got to find 3 other people that are willing to play it.
You have a game board and you're going around and the computer draws things and you have to guess what it is.
Once you think you know what the picture is going to be, you have to buzz in and type the word.
The game doesn't judge you at the end of spelling it. No, if you put the wrong letter in, boom.
You get a warning.
You get a warning.
The second time, no, you're done.
You only had 2 chances to get the word right, and if everyone got it wrong, it'd never tell you what the drawing was. You would never know.
it can be frustrating at times because some of the clues or some of what you're actually trying to guess are just flat out weird.
So the category would be science, and the triangle is the puzzle. Travel would be the category, and then the answer could be a parachute for travel.
The anticipation part of the title isn't waiting for what the drawing is going to be, it's waiting for the game to be over. Abrams Battle Tank is a tank simulator game developed by Dynamics for DOS.
You had 4 crew that you dealt with, and you had to blow up other tanks, and there wasn't really a lot of tank games like this that came before. You had to go back to the early 80s.
It was kind of sold as a bit of a simulation. You had 4 people in the tank working it, but it was obviously a bit dumbed down.
The Abrams game was, while still difficult, a bit more accessible. And I would credit Dynamics with a lot of that because they managed to make a lot of very fun games that just teetered on complexity.
They had a 3D engine that was developed in order to actually make the game. So there was 3D elements, which you never really saw very often in games. There were simulated 3D elements in games, but this was a 3D engine used to program it, and that was pretty unique.
The same reason some people like the game because of its arcade aspects was the same reason that purists just did not like it.
The simulation aspects weren't all there, but it was interesting, and it's definitely something that caught the attention of the public at the time, and did pretty darn well, I would say.
So Contra is a run-and-gun action game that was designed and released by Konami.
Contra doesn't just have side-scrolling levels, it also has levels that take place from behind the back of your characters as you have to shoot out targets and then move forward into the next room.
While the game had success in the arcades, much of its popularity stems from its release on the Nintendo Entertainment System.
The arcade version was built with a more vertical screen, and I believe this was to accommodate what they probably saw as a draw, which were the more vertical levels of the game.
The music is amazing in Contra. It has instantly recognizable themes.
Yeah, very memorable.
Yeah, and the sound effects, I mean, you hear them, it's like, that's from Contra.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of different types of guns. You had the laser rifle, you had a fireball gun, you had the magnificent spread gun that shot bullets all over the screen.
Contra just heightened your senses because you couldn't let your guard down ever.
All the enemy bosses are very well designed, and almost all of them you have to figure out how to defeat them in a different way. You're not just shoot at a random, stationary object.
Contra made the Konami code that gave you 30 lives famous, but Gradius was actually the first one to use it.
Easily one of the hardest games I've ever played until you put in the code, and it becomes one of the easiest games you've ever played.
Contra is a game that teaches patience and pattern recognition and really prepares you for a lot of the harder games on the NES.
A lot of people complain about that game is too hard. I don't think it's too hard.
I've only beaten Contra a few times, and I've never been able to do it without the code. I know it's pathetic.
The Famicom version had a lot more animation in the background, like the trees blowing in the breeze, the snow falling. It had extra cutscenes. Yeah.
Much of the game's popularity actually stems from the fact that you can have 2 players on screen simultaneously running and gunning. This was a feature that was actually fairly uncommon at the time of Contra's release.
Some of my fondest memories of playing the NES was playing Contra with a friend.
It's like a good album. You were going to put Contra into your system over and over again.
Tubin was released by Atari Games in the arcade in 1988, and of course was released later on for systems like the NES about a year or so later.
It's a river racing game where you're trying to avoid obstacles and push your opponents into obstacles and beat them down the end of the river.
And you throw like soda cans at alligators and fishermen trying to get in your cool tubing ways.
The soundtrack is interesting. It kind of bounces between a 50s beach party movie type music, and it can go to like this really sinister kind of evilly tinged music when you have a foe on the screen. It's bizarre.
The cabinet itself was very slim. It was like a very weird design. It was very tall.
It was, yeah.
And a lot of it was a marquee, but it was kind of like a slim machine too.
The arcade had a unique scheme where you had a paddle with left and right arm. You had to go back and forth. You you turn and you'll just use one or the other. So it's just like how you realistically float down a lazy river.
Extreme tubing! Eat my can, bro!
And now, it should have been a video game in 1988.
Oh, hello. I'm Eric, and here's the stuff from 1988 that should have been made into a video game, but wasn't. In movies, The Bear for the NES. Run frantically from hunters in this action platform, but be careful to avoid the hallucinogenic mushrooms because they will really trip you up. Far out, man. Rain Man for the NES. Allow your brother to take the wheel and drive you around without crashing. Innovative gameplay will have you using both the first player and second player controllers as you lean over to help your bro out. Of course he's an excellent driver. They Lived for the Sega Master System. Get some use out of your Sega 3D glasses and light phaser as you try to sort out who's who and what's what in this innovative shooter. Put the glasses on to see who's an alien and who's human, but you have to take them off in order to see the ammo and power-ups. I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. I'm all out of bubblegum. In television, Garfield and Friends for the NES. Predictably, it would be about playing pranks on unsuspecting Odie and eating a bunch of lasagna. Also, it'd be funny. Ugh, Mondays, am I right? And that's the stuff from 1988 that should have been made into a video game. And I want to play them. Narc was a violent run-and-gun shooter that was one of the first that was targeted by parents because of its content.
So in Narc, you play as two heavily armed, I might add, narcotics agents, who on each level are out to either kill or arrest a certain number of these types of dealers.
Drugs are bad, because in the game you're basically beating drug lords. But gun violence and killing people, not so bad.
If you look at it, it just says no. Not just say no, no. They put like the license rights to the just say no sort of campaign, which is fun.
The game was already pretty violent, but when you shot him with a missile launcher, you just body parts everywhere.
And then what are you so serious about, Barry? You're supposed to run over all the drug dealers.
If Nancy Reagan could make a video game and she was, you know, had the mindset of Arnold Schwarzenegger, this is the game that she would want to make.
Very difficult game. It's fun. It's a positive time. Narc, just say no. Just no.
So Castlevania 2 came out, and of course after the first Castlevania you're expecting more of the same awesome level-based gameplay, but you didn't get that.
In the first Castlevania, Dracula put a curse on Simon before he was defeated, so in this game, Simon's got to find the 5 body parts of Dracula and put him back together, revive him, and then beat him again.
You have to go around and get like his ribs and his eyes and his heart, and they allow you to do different things. The ribs act as a better shield, the eyes allow you to see secret blocks. And it's pretty open to explore.
You can go anywhere, well, almost anywhere, go to towns, talk to people, buy items, level up. It's very RPG-ish.
You would extend your whip and the whip strength and your hit points and all of this.
But the only problem is that none of the townspeople make any sense.
They got a really bad translation. People don't realize that, I don't think everyone realizes that kanji takes up a lot less space than the English language. So when translating certain things like hints, it just wasn't possible to put an entirely decipherable hint in a box.
How in the hell would you know to kneel down at the end of a thing so a whirlwind can come and pick you up and bring you to the
By the text that was poorly translated.
Nobody has ever gotten through this game without a guide. I guarantee it.
It's a game that you need to walk through. Once you have that, though, it is a very fun game.
Castlevania 2 had an interesting day-night mechanic. In the day, the enemies weren't as bad. In night, they were harder and more frequent.
You know what else I really, really liked is how the game would just grind to a stop and tell you that it's turning into night or turning back in the day, and while the text slowly draws across the screen. Like, why can't I skip this?
Right.
The music is great.
Music that continues to live on in Castlevania games, or at least continue to until Castlevania kind of just hit itself.
That's Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, the quest of Simon, questing to find Dracula's head.
1988 SSI releases Pool of Radiance.
It took from the actual Advanced Dungeons & Dragons rule set. Things that Wizardry and Ultima could only vaguely do without getting a lot of people pissed off at them.
And it started like any RPG. You would roll your characters, pick your classes.
So you could have 6 people in your party that you put together. You could customize them. You could customize their little battle sprites.
It felt like you were playing Dungeons and Dragons on a computer.
It was masterful in fleshing out the world you were in. It described so much of what was going on. You had to interact with a lot of people and discover, plot lines going through in this story. It was very, very impressive.
I just think that it's cool that the complexity of role-playing games in terms of all the rule books, all the things you can do, you can now simplify it into a computer game.
Pool of Radiance is the first of the SSI Gold Box games.
The interesting thing about the Gold Box series, and it was done before in Wizardry, but you could transfer all your characters from one Gold Box game over to the next.
This is a rough time for Western RPGs in general, but the SSI Gold Box games were overall a pretty bright light, keeping that alive.
If you were a Dungeons and Dragons player, this is what you wanted and nothing else was going to do.
It also simulate the wedges you get in middle school when you play Dungeons and Dragons. Is that part of the computer experience?
I believe it was, actually,
okay.
Yes.
Ghostbusters on the NES was like the E.T. from the 2600. It was an extremely popular movie that was terrible when put on a home console.
Ghostbusters for the NES was originally made by Activision and released on many platforms back in 1984. So already it's a bit dated.
What makes this game so bad is that even to get to the actual Ghostbusters, you have to drive in these awful, almost never-ending sequences where you can run out of gas.
The goal of the game was to stock up on equipment and make money to complete your goal, which is just busting ghosts.
Enough PKE energy stores up, and then the Zool building.
You inexplicably have to mash buttons as you climb the stairs. If you've made it that far, congratulations. The game sucks on that note.
Also, Ghostbusters has perhaps the worst case of English in any video game I've ever seen.
Congratulations, you have completed a great game.
And proved, 2 O's, the justice of our culture.
Now go and rest our heroes.
You know what I'm afraid of? Ghostbusters on the NES.
And now the gaming innovation for 1988.
Hello. Welcome to the Game Innovation of 1988. What new technology graced the world and changed King's Quest IV, the television show, had a trio of innovations. It was the first graphical computer game to have a female protagonist. It was one of the first computer games to have sound card support, and it was the only King's Quest game to have a real-time 24-hour game mode. Some puzzles could only be solved during the day, and others only at night. King's Quest. That does it for the gaming innovation of 1988. We'll see you next year. And don't forget, don't just say solving, science. RC Pro-Am is a genuinely fun game.
It was made by Rare, who later would go on to do awesome things.
In it, you race around little circuits, and you just have to beat the other 3 players. A 4th place finish causes you a loss, and a 3rd place finish or higher will grant you a trophy and moves you on.
It's like the view you would have if you were playing with an RC, a remote control car.
You moved with the course. Right. I mean, there was a little map on the bottom, I believe, that showed like, where the other cars were and where you were on the track and maybe what turns coming up.
You could collect letters to spell Nintendo, which would give you an upgraded cart.
The thing is they added some fun stuff to this. It's not super basic. There's speed up arrows. There's oil slicks that you have to avoid. You can get rockets and bombs for firing forward or backward. To get people off your tail or catch that first place that you're looking for.
It was one of those games that really revolutionized the whole racing game and genre as we know it.
A big oversight in this game was no 2-player ability, but since the screen kind of moved around, there's no way they would have been able to do it without doing like split screen or something. So there you go, 1 player. You have no friends.
Yeah, vehicular warfare on a small scale.
like a precursor to the Mario Kart games.
Right.
I don't remember my neighborhood remote control cars having missiles and bombs, so I'm not sure where they got that idea from. I do.
It's one of those games that is so good, you really can't say much about it, because it's just balls, play it.
Blaster Master is a really interesting entry on the NES. It's multiple genres just compacted into one.
The plot inexplicably involves the main character Jason following his pet frog Fred through a hole.
A guy named Jason who is riding in the Sophia tank car thing.
I've heard of people naming their vehicles before, but your tank is called Sophia the Third. What a name.
In Blaster Master, you maneuver side-scrolling levels in your tank. And the tank can aim up and down, and it can jump. And these are fairly standard platforming segments.
You get out as a little guy and you run around and swim around and go up ladders and into doors. And then you got the overhead stages.
Each side-scrolling level has multiple doors. And when you get out of the tank, you can go into these doors and you enter a top-down Zelda-like action stage, where you often find power-ups and the boss of the level.
Blaster Master was also very much a non-linear game like Metroid. I mean, a huge sprawling world that you could get lost in, literally.
The levels are just really cool. Like, I love the graphics and the design because it's just so kind of wild looking, but it's so neat. There's so many cool things to look at.
The game is notoriously difficult and only has 3 continues, but the uniqueness of it and the fact that it is memorizable and the mazes are something that you can commit to your mind did make it a very, very popular game back in the day.
Have something that tried to be more, and succeeded, I would say. This is a good game.
Okay, now we're talking thunderstorm. One heavily armed attack copter, evil forces trashing your city, 12 rounds of major alien destruction, and arcade classic. Allow me to build my area technique. Hey, guys, come on, look at your turn.
Thunderblade, just one of 70 games from Sega. And now look for the incredible Fantasy Star. Sega, major fun and games.
Where do they see Fantasy Star?
Sega's Thunderblade, Fantasy Star, and Master System sold.
The Wasteland is this post-apocalyptic RPG, if you're not familiar with it. It's groundbreaking in a few ways. It's one of the first games to have a real persistent world.
5 years to develop the game. That's a long time back then.
The story was so deep and there was so much text in the game that you can't actually get most of it through playing the game.
Programming space in Wasteland was so maxed out that they actually printed some of the dialogue that you had to read on paper, so it would reference, hey, go look this part up now.
So many things just relied on magic and swords. And here you have post-apocalyptic hunters, raiders, and things like that. And it's an exciting new world to explore.
Interestingly, NPCs could join the team and could also temporarily refuse to do things you asked them to do.
It really, really set the tone for so much that came afterwards.
Definitely influenced other games down the line. I think Fallout, in particular, is influenced from or by Wasteland. Not just in the setting, but in the way that it's very open.
You know what's hard to find usually in the Wasteland? Nice socks.
Yeah.
Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, was a side-scrolling action RPG.
Ganon's minions are trying to kill you so they can sprinkle your blood on the ashes of Ganon and make him come back to life. So when you die, you see the silhouette of Ganon laughing. You hear him laughing. It scared the crap out of me as a kid. Scared the crap out of me. It still scares me.
The overworld map is what you use to move around between villages and different palaces in Zelda. And in that way, it resembled the first, the original game in the series. But all the towns, all the palaces were side-scrolling.
I always preferred the top-down perspective of Zelda, and I think it was really hard for me to get used to the new side-scrolling levels on here.
You had a magic meter, you could actually level up, walk around in town and talk to NPCs, so it was very much like an RPG.
Basically, you gain experience points, and you can use those experience points to increase your health, your magic, or your attack power.
You also can gain magic spells along the way. Going to a village, you meet a wizard who will give you a new spell to use. And these spells are very useful. They could make you stronger. They could
use a fairy.
It's an oddball in the series, but I really enjoy it. It is a hard game. It's probably one of the hardest games in the series, I would say.
The game gets so hard so early. Like, the first stage is not too hard, but then right after that comes Death Mountain, and it's the hardest friggin' part of the whole game.
The battle in Zelda 2 was very challenging, especially the Iron Knuckles. Like, it took forever to beat them because they blocked every time you'd stab at them. It took forever.
The fleshed out combat added with the fact that you can get spells and that you had experience points really makes this the most RPG-like Zelda that they've ever made.
I remember at the time when it was released, it was a badge of honor for people to say what they've gotten to or whether they beat it or where they, because it was so tough. It was Nintendo hard.
Just like the original, the sequel has a really great soundtrack that's just about as memorable as the first.
When these games came out, we only had one prior game. These just seemed like natural evolution. Now that we have a whole lineage of games that play more similarly to first entries in the series or whatever, it's easy for someone to look back and knock these games.
Even though this game was so different and people like me didn't really give it a chance at the time, I'd kind of like to see Nintendo give this another shot. I think it'd be neat to see a new Zelda game done in a side-scrolling style.
Bionic Commando was a unique platformer where you would use a bionic arm to swing from platform to platform.
But it's very notable for the fact that it's one of the very few games where there's no jump button.
You just have a bionic arm, and that can attach to ceilings, and you can swing around.
Unlike most platformers, Bionic Commando isn't linear. You could choose different stages from the map and go to whatever stage you wanted to.
And along the way, if you get stopped by either a caravan convoy or a helicopter, you'll go from the 2D mode into the overhead shooting mode, which is a really cool way to break up the action.
In the international version, the Nazi symbols were taken out, but the American instruction manual still refers to the enemies as the Naz.
They didn't take out Hitler himself. So the very last part of the game is, oh, you shoot Hitler in the face with a bazooka!
And the most gory, head-exploding animation ever. It's famous, I'm sure you've seen it.
Just a trippy game, fantastic game. Capcom kind of came out of the shell a little bit with this one, I thought. And thanks for the Bionic Hitler. Cabal, published by Taito, was really the first third-person shooter which helped establish that genre.
Basically, you're a commando of some sort that's shooting at nondescript enemies, making everything go explodey.
You're a soldier who can run back and forth across the screen using a trackball, and you have a machine gun that you can aim around the screen, as well as grenades.
While you were shooting, you were really vulnerable because you couldn't move, so you had to make really good use of the cover around you.
It's like a shooting gallery game.
Yeah, it's kind of a predecessor to like non-1975, maybe like Wild Guns even.
Now instead of just aiming around and shooting at a static screen without much in the way of the ability to dodge, now you can move around, and it just overall, not only is it more fun, but it feels more fair. You don't feel like you're taking as many cheap shots.
I like how Cabal is like this serious war game, but when you beat a level, your guy like skips into the distance, just running.
Ah! He's gonna prance around to the next level, arms up in the air. Yay! Death and destruction!
Bubble Bobble was a platformer by Taito that spawned a long-running series of sequels and spin-offs.
The famous game where two dinosaurs journey to become real boys by entrapping other monsters in bubbles and turning them into candy and mixture.
You run around the stage, you blow bubbles, you trap enemies in bubbles, you blow some more bubbles, then you pop the bubbles, and then you collect some shady looking fruit, and then you float down to the next stage in a bigger bubble.
What's fun is that the later levels get very tricky, and you have to learn how to do things like bounce on the bubbles, and make use of certain special bubbles that come through the stage that can turn you into a wrecking ball, where you'll plow through everything in your path.
The music was written by Japanese group Zuntata, and they made one of the most catchy themes ever.
There's a lot of levels. There's almost too many levels to this game.
If you beat it by yourself, you got the bad ending. If you beat it with a friend, you got the good ending, but you only got the true ending if after beating that one, you beat the super hard mode.
The original 99, grab the gem, do them all over again, beat the 20 bonus levels, beat the boss with 2 players, and then, and only then, do you get the actual ending where you turn back into Little John.
The last boss of the game was called Super Drunk.
Oh yeah, you're Bob, you're Bob. You're having a bubbly good time.
If you beat the game in Super Mode, the true ending revealed that Super Drunk was actually your parents under a spell. They were just super drunk.
In 1988, the first John Madden football was released on the Apple II. And it's easy to look at this and say, well, okay, it was a football game on the Apple II. What's the big deal?
What made this game special was before this, football games didn't really look like football at all. It usually had much less than 11 players on each side of the field. There weren't real plays to select from.
It was all X's and O's.
They didn't just take the name John Madden and put his crazy face on a box and say, good, we're done. They actually took his advice.
They really took the first step towards making sports games something other than glorified manager modes, which is what a lot of sports games were.
They took plays that he had written up. They took actual NFL plays from actual NFL teams and put them in the game. It is a massive undertaking to get this all done.
This would become hugely popular once it was ported over to the Genesis and the Super Nintendo, and by the early mid-90s it took off and basically helped create the sports brand of EA.
John Madden to this day sees this as a teaching tool for people to learn the ins and outs and the intricacies of football. To this day.
It's time for Serpent Skate and Fun in the Sun with TNC Wood and Water Rage.
Basically kind of like almost like, I don't want to say Olympics, but you had different games, kind of similar to a skater dive. But this one had surfing, had skateboarding, and just different obstacles.
In the surfing competition, all you have to do is go from left to right and gradually get to the pier and move on to the next level.
And then there was another skateboarding level where you would have to just, again, avoid the obstacles, jump over, big pots in the freaking ground for some reason.
I always found the timing, or maybe it was the collision timing, maybe just a touch off in the skating segment, but once you accommodate for it, it's actually pretty darn fun.
You're surfing, you're skateboarding. Oh, by the way, you're like a gorilla or a tuxedo cat. So that's interesting. That's an interesting twist.
It's not the deepest game, but I mastered the skating level as a kid, and you get into that groove, the music keeps going, and you kind of just get into it. You kind of get into the game.
And now, the popular pinball games of 1988.
Ian here with the popular pinball games of 1988. Lifeline by William. This sequel to Comet has ramps galore and a rideable character. Taxi by William. Pick up riders from Dracula to Santa in search of the jackpot in this Williams class. The X Factor by Gottlieb Premier. In this sci-fi table, the small transporter is the funkiest background music you'll likely ever hear. And those were the popular pinball machines of 1988, because there's more to life than video games. And Blades of Steel is the hockey game that everyone remembers fights.
That's all I would do. I would just get into the fights. It was my favorite part of the game.
Fights are cool though, because you can block up or down, and you can punch in the face or punch in the gut.
I would do the fights. I would just spend the entire time not trying to score goals, because winning once, I just ran into other players the entire time trying to get into fights.
The game featured voice samples that sound as good as you'd expect.
Blades of Steel.
Blades of Steel.
Blades of Steel.
It was a cool game, but it's another example of a originally vertical arcade game being transformed into a horizontal game on the NES.
It's not deep in terms of strategy. It's undocumented. The teams are actually different weaknesses. Other than that, though, it's just a fun, arcade sort of experience.
NES would try to emulate on the television televised broadcast. And you saw a lot of that with, games like Bases Loaded and kind of trying to make it look like how you watched it as a sport on TV.
There are nice little touches in Blades of Steel, like an advertisement for Contra, and you can actually play a little bit of Gradius. It's pretty cool.
Really fun game. I love it. Good music on top of it. Great experience. Hockey's fun for everyone.
Double Dragon 2, really superior to the first game in just about every way.
The game starts with Marion, the girl that you rescued in the first game, getting shot to death.
Guys, you think you would have figured it out after the first game, just invite Marion in.
I like how on all the covers for like the NES and even in the arcade,
You're rescuing her.
You're rescuing her. Everything's fine. No, she got machine gutted in the chest, basically.
This time around, instead of just having a standard punch and kick button, you now have directional attacks. One button is for a left attack, and the other button is for a right attack.
Definitely took a little bit of time to get used to, but once you did, you realized it was a more fair control scheme. It helped you get out of gang-up situations a lot easier. So if you've got enemies piling up on you on both sides, you're not totally screwed.
You always would like kick backwards.
Yeah, so you have to turn around to kick.
The NES version of Double Dragon 2 allowed you to play 2 players simultaneously, which is something that was completely missing from the first one on NES, and that was a huge omission.
Also, the platforming, while still there, is a lot less frustrating. A lot of the platforming in Double Dragon 2 actually takes place on a 2D plane.
The NES game was Acclaim, which may actually be, well, they published it, which might be the best Acclaim game.
I like how Billy and Jimmy have much nicer coiffs this time out. Poofier hair.
Yeah,
not sure who would want to do that though. Solo 13's top secret episode is based upon the longest-running manga in Japanese history, which was written by Takeo Saito.
The game seems like it got past Nintendo censors because it's sort of weird.
Despite Nintendo's restrictions, the game still had blood. A swastika made it into the game, and there's even a scene where your character smokes a cigarette and gains health.
It's kind of like a thriller. There's twists and turns, there's backstabbing. It's a very adult-themed game.
You literally have sex in the game. Like it's insinuated where you lay down with a woman in bed. And I'm like, this is a Nintendo game.
Maybe they were sitting around reading Bible verses, but never quite explains it. But I'm willing to bet there were shenanigans.
That's more than most people play this game ever got laid. Probably because they were aged.
It aspires to a lot, and it accomplishes some of it. It has different genres of game altogether.
There's a pan and zoom mode where it becomes a first-person shooter. There are shooter stages where you're in a helicopter.
The gameplay is mostly side-scrolling, but it also has first-person 3D mazes, which I just can't stand.
Not any one of these particular gameplay elements are done that well, but it's the combination of having several genres in one game combined with a deep story that I think makes it stand out. And it's one of those games that more people play than you would think.
Nintendo Power was the actual bi-monthly successor to the Nintendo Fun Club newsletter.
But then in summer, 19 years, we had the magazine, Nintendo Power. And oh boy, was this the greatest magazine in the history of magazines.
Some people will say, oh yeah, well, it was just propaganda. It was just a way to sell more games. Yes, but it was a really good way to sell more games. It actually gave value to the people who were playing video games at the time, to the kids.
Nintendo Power was an interesting magazine. Great coverage of Nintendo titles. I felt the Sega coverage was a little lacking.
It was a Nintendo-run magazine, and each issue had a number of reviews, previews, pack watches in the back.
Tips and tricks, mail from fans.
Very popular games at the time got fairly detailed walkthroughs in the center spread of an issue of Nintendo Power. So this was how a lot of us who are stuck on a game for a month finally got through it.
That was one of my favorite things, flipping through and seeing an entire level from Mega Man or Super Mario just mapped out on pages.
You could have these huge maps that you couldn't see when you were playing the game by yourself. You just see this little view of one screen. But on the games, as they're getting more complicated, suddenly we'd have 20, 30 screens wide and some down, etc. And what we would do is take pictures of them and then tape them all together and then take a big picture of that and put it in the magazine. So for once, you could finally see the whole thing, and it was so cool. I just loved it.
And there's good old Howard Phillips. Damn, Howard Phillips helped run the magazine, and he, of course, appeared in the Howard and Nestor comics that would adorn every issue until he tragically left the magazine.
Howard and Nestor was just a natural way to say, well, what if you were standing there, Howard, and there was some kid saying, no, I can play this, and you'd say, well, you might want to try this, and you might consider that because it might help you along. And also it afforded us the ability to give tips in the way that really is the most fun, which is you don't actually tell somebody the answer, you give them a little hint and lead them in the right direction.
Not only will we know what's coming up and what's good, we'll be better at these games.
It increased the joy we got out of these video games to read about them in Nintendo Power, to know more about them, and to experience them to their full potential.
And now the other video games for 1988.
Hey guys, I'm Pixel Dan, and these are the other video games of 1988. Vigilante. In this beat 'em up, you control a lone professional martial artist who has become a vigilante to fight an evil gang called the Skinheads and their leader, Giant Devil. Cyberball, an Atari Games arcade game of 7-man American football, but it's played by robots, and instead of a downs system, the ball explodes. Real football should be played like that. Xanadu, an action RPG considered to be a side story to the game Xanadu, the second installment of the Dragon Slayer series. So there you go, my friends. There are the other video games of 1988. Hey, just because they're not as popular as some of the others, doesn't mean they're not fun.
Adventure Island is a platformer known in Japan as Takahashi Meijin's Adventure Island.
Adventure Island is actually an adaptation of Sega's arcade game Wonder Boy.
Hudson was able to license the game, but not the Wonder Boy character, so they had to create their very own character, and they came up with Master Higgins, the little guy.
And as you run and jump, you'll be able to collect fruit. Sometimes it's hidden and it shows up after you've jumped through the air and spot that it is.
It's a fun platform. It's a tough.
You gotta keep eating fruit to stay alive.
Most enemies will kill you in 1 or 2 hits, or if you trip on a rock, it'll do some damage.
You can get a berry that will protect you for a short time, or an eggplant, which for some reason just saps your energy. It keeps depleting your health.
Start with a stone axe that you can throw, but you can also get fireballs as well, and you can get skateboards to ride.
At the end of each area, there was an end stage boss, and to defeat him, you had to throw hammers at him until his head fell off.
It's a great game, and it did have a few sequels that were, they ended up being quite different, but this one is one that it's just fun to play almost at any time.
So, Super Mario Brothers came out in '85. Huge, ridiculous hit for Nintendo. Almost single-handedly brings back the home video game market.
Nintendo of America found Super Mario Bros. 2, the real Super Mario Bros. 2 they got in Japan, to be too difficult and too similar to the original, so they said, not going to release that.
Super Mario Bros. 2 in America was essentially a Shigeru Miyamoto created game called Doki Doki Panic in Japan.
At the time, there was no precedent set for what a Mario game needed to be, so it didn't necessarily have to follow the previous game in the series.
And you know what? I really, really like this game. It's one of my favorite Mario.
Yeah, and it's probably because it really isn't a Mario game, it's your favorite.
4 different players to choose from. Mario, Luigi, the Princess, and Toadstool. All different attributes.
Super Mario Bros. 2 really did set a lot of the attributes that we give to these particular characters from the Mario universe. It kind of set them in stone. Luigi jumps a bit higher than Mario. Luigi is thinner and taller than Mario.
Toad had a short jump, but he was fast, and the princess could float, making her probably the easiest character to use throughout the game.
A lot of the characters became standard for the Mario series. You see Shy Guys, Birdo, a lot of those characters appear in new Mario games now, even today.
You no longer have to hop on enemies and kill them. You can pull things out of the ground or jump on enemies and raise the thing up and throw them at each other. That's fantastic.
This time you have actual boss battles. You have characters like Birdo shooting eggs at you that you have to catch in midair and throw back.
There's different types of levels where you have to like dig underground in some of them. You can kind of explore and go on your own. You know, go back and forth in the levels. You can't do that in Super Mario Brothers.
Giant flames that you have to hit with mushrooms. You have three-headed snakes that you can even set up mushrooms as a barrier to block his shots.
It's colorful. The graphics are fantastic. The music is sound. The controls are spot on.
Great music in Super Mario Brothers
Yeah,
too.
awesome music.
Kind of ragtimey.
Yeah. There's a lot of different things.
Yeah.
Especially in '88, you know, we have 3 huge sequels to groundbreaking NES games that come out this year. We got Castlevania and Zelda 2, and we got Super Mario Brothers 2. All are completely different from the first game in the groundbreaking series.
And I welcome that it made a lot of changes. And I'm glad that we got the version that we did.
There's a whole sort of revisionary history now where people are like, oh, it sucks. It's not a real Mario game. Off.
Super Mario Bros. 2 is a Mario game. And it's awesome.
Chase HQ is actually a really excellent racer / chaser, if you want to just made that up.
We're not a racing game where you're a cop and you have to track down potential criminals, alleged criminals, by smashing into their cars so they can't drive anymore.
I think you really only ran the heck out of them. You weren't really shooting at them.
These are alleged criminals, and you still have the go-ahead to crash into them and run them off the road and arrest them before they've even been proven guilty.
Racing games usually have these really cool soundtracks. Look at something like Outrun. It's got Magical Sound Shower, Passing Breeze, Splash Wave. I'm sure Chase Headquarters music would be just as cool if you could actually hear it above all the...
This game is also very good with the voice samples. You know, none of this...
You're under arrest on suspicion of armed robbery and murder.
You wouldn't always see the bad guy first. You know what he did? They'd say like, bad guy or enemy, and the siren lights would go on the arcade cabinet.
That's cool.
You're actually hitting the bad guy, the criminal, to try to apprehend him. You can listen to yourself saying things like, oh no, I'm almost in, one more hit.
The hero was ridiculous. Smash these cars until they were literally on fire and almost exploded. And your car was almost no damage at all somehow. Yeah, it's just fun.
When you really want to get into the game, get Tengen RBI Baseball. The only video game licensed by the Major League Baseball Players Association for your Nintendo. It's you and the pros, for Roger Clemens Jr. Flash Vince Coleman the steal sign. Let Gibson swing for the fences. It's going! RBI Baseball, the one the pros pitch.
RBI Baseball by Tengen, released in both the approved and non-approved form.
In reality, made by Namco, which makes it a fantastic baseball game.
Yeah, the Tengen version, and you had the NES version. Illegal, legal.
RBI Baseball was the first console game to be licensed by the Major League Baseball Players Association.
It had the Boston Red Sox team that was the same team that had Bill Buckner in blue the 1986 World Series.
It's a very simple game, but the action is very arcade-like, and the gameplay is smooth and easy to grasp.
And you could see the first and third basemen. It had like close-ups of them, little first and third bases.
And then when the ball went into play, you would go to the field view. It was, it was well done. It was interesting. It's like an arcade baseball kind of game.
There's actual players in it with their real-life attributes, I guess you could say, but they all look like short, chubby, little chibi characters. They're just cute.
It wasn't like a full season was. It seemed like you have a ball, playing baseball, RBI baseball, on your NES.
They definitely beat baseball.
By Nintendo.
Hey dude, you want to skate? You want to die? Skate or die. Woo!
A game made for the time. Skateboarding was on the rise. So was the punk rock kind of stuff. And man, that game was dope.
One of the characters was named Rodney Recluse and had a purple mohawk, but kind of looked like Rodney Dangerfield, and he got no respect.
And there's different events you can essentially go to. It's not just a half pipe.
The original game has a number of events that you can compete in either free play to practice or in a tournament mode.
There were 2 ramp events, freestyle and high jump, 2 downhill events, and pool jousting, which is like a gladiator thing.
Well, the pool joust, you had to fight the king of skateboarding, Lester. I think it was Rodney Dangerfield's son or something. Yeah, they kind of alluded to that.
I love the half pipe. If you could get the half pipe right, because it's so damn hard, it felt good if you got it right.
The street race where you can punch your opponent while you were going along.
This game was the 80s to me. I mean, skateboarding's popularity, the attitude, it had it all.
My favorite thing about Skate or Die, just attitude-wise, is I believe it's in the downhill jam, where at the end there's the cop car, and if you can ollie onto the cop car, which is much harder than it seems, the sirens on the cop car go off, which I thought was a nice touch. Fantasy Star by Sega on the Master System is one of probably the 3 defining console RPGs.
So Fantasy Star hits first. Unfortunately, it's on the Master System, which is being crushed by the NES. So not that many people got to play it, which is a shame, because it's a great game.
Fantasy Star was one of the first story-driven games released in the West, and also one of the first to feature a female protagonist.
Alice is the main character. And the story is the evil King Lassic kills her brother, and she sets out to get revenge.
You don't kill her brother. That's just, you don't do that. Yeah. She liked her brother.
He messes with her own chick.
For me, Phantasy Star is almost a combination between Final Fantasy and Star Wars, because it's like a space saga with RPG elements.
At this point in time, most role-playing games were firmly set in the realm of sword and sorcery.
Really good graphics in the game, way ahead of their time.
Yeah, really thought out well.
All the NPCs in the town just stood completely still.
The dungeons in Phantasy Star were incredibly well done. With the movement, the turning of the corners, the 3D effect, it was full screen. You didn't see stuff like that on 8-bit.
No, you didn't.
Fantasy Star was one of the first RPGs to feature animated monster encounters.
The backgrounds during the battles are amazing. They reflect where you actually were. Like if you're on a beach, it shows like the tide rolling in and out. If you're in the woods, it shows trees in the background.
And it also had 3 different planets that you could travel to.
Each of them having their own different type of environment, their own different type of enemies.
The big 3 that come out of Japan in terms of Japanese role-playing games in the 80s. The Dragon Quest series, the Final Fantasy series, and the Phantasy Star series.
It was like, I like Fantasy Star. Oh, I like Final Fantasy. And you spell fantasy with a PH. I spell it with an F because we know how to spell.
Phantasy Star is definitely one of the most important RPG franchises in history.
It's really an amazing 8-bit game. It's a testament to what you could do on an 8-bit system.
Metal Gear is an overhead military action-adventure stealth game that was originally released in 1987 by Konami for the MSX2 computer system over in Japan. And in 1988, it was brought to the Nintendo Entertainment System.
So you play as Solid Snake, and you have to infiltrate Outer Heaven and destroy Metal Gear, but stealthily.
Getting into fights in this game is even more deadly than it is in later entries in the series. You do not want to wake up guard dogs. You do not want to alert any sort of guards at all.
It's not the most transparent game in knowing what you need to do.
Kind of like Zelda, where you can kind of go everywhere, but Metal Gear was, you had a set goal, but just different ways of approaching it, and that just blew my mind as a kid. I love that.
You know, you have binoculars, so you can see the next screen over. That's a cool concept, right? You need to find key cards, but sometimes you know where the hell to go with the key cards, right? That's part of the fun of Metal Gear. Trying to figure out what weapons you use to defeat the bosses, things like that.
There were a lot of changes to the NES version that led to Kojima straight up disowning the game.
They actually changed Metal Gear to a computer at the end of the game.
There was some pretty bad translation, including lines like, "The truck have started to move."
If a guard feels asleep, you should probably just let that guard feel asleep.
Interestingly, for games at the time, especially on the NES, cigarettes were an item that you could use. In fact, I think it's the only item that you start with.
Yeah, and eventually had a sequel on the NES that wasn't really
Yeah, Snake's Revenge. Yeah, let's not talk about that. Snake's Revenge is just garbage.
Metal Gear was Hideo Kojima's first game, and the poor guy is still doing them. He wants to work on other stuff, but he'll probably be doing Metal Gear forever. Ice Hockey was a Nintendo-developed game about, guessed it, ice hockey.
Well, it also follow the rules of hockey because you slash out of your opponent to get the puck. Well, that's how you play defense in the game.
And there's only 4 people on the ice. So really, it threw all the rules and plays hockey out the window.
Yeah, it's just cutesy arcade, Nintendo 5 arcade kind of hobby.
Fast? Medium? Small? How are you going to make it?
We've got the other thing guy who's really fast. Push over quite a bit. You have a medium size guy who can have everything. You have some big fat, big hockey guys who are slow, but it's hard to push down.
You could really mix it up, which added a lot of depth to the game.
I always like to do like teams of fat guys because then it's hard for the puck to go by them. But they were always super slow.
But super power.
I usually went with 2 chubby guys, skinny and low.
Blades of Steel wasn't the only hockey game that had fights, because this one did too, but it was just a lot cheaper. Just got a big pile.
And then they do bounce. Yeah.
So it follows the same rules as Blades of Steel, where the loser of the fight gets the penalty, but not the guy who wins.
Maybe who wins the game. I don't know. It's a fun game.
John D presents the Video Game Babes of 1988.
I'm John D. And these are the Video Game Babes of 1988. The Healing Lady from Zelda 2. The I don't know what's going on in that house, babe. Alice Landale from Phantasy Star. Vengeful Babe. Princess Toadstool from Super Mario Bros. 2. The I can dunk from the 3-point line, babe. And the girl at the end of Checkered Flag. The I should probably sue this racing team, babe. Inappropriate. Inappropriate. And those were the Video Game Babes of 1988. Did you ever know that you were my hero?
Bases Loaded by Jalisco was unique and it was cool, particularly because it had third person behind the player, behind the pitcher, batting and pitcher.
The catcher would sit still and their glove would just kind of mysteriously do all the busy work, move around on its own. It's a ghost!
Certain players on each team, if you did throw the ball and hit them, they would charge you down with steroids.
We'll actually cut to the big screen in the stadium and actually show the batter going up and beating the crap out of the pitcher, which is awesome.
Or if you strike out somebody looking on multiple occasions, you hear you bum out. Like you'll hear the umpire call you a bum.
But this game added some nice firsts for the NES. We had a season mode, which was cool.
I may have played Bases Loaded on the NES more than any other game on the NES.
Probably one of the most common NES games in existence. Because people love baseball, kids love baseball.
Bases Loaded was a really fun, really visually appealing baseball game in the NES, more so than any other.
So this was the beginning of like baseball games and consoles really trying to go for a little bit of realism. So for that, Bases Loaded, thank you very much for making our summers more fun.
Taiko released Rastan Saga.
Rastan was a cool medieval type hack and slash game.
Yeah, it's a Conan. I mean, look at the character. He's like Conan.
He's
a barbarian.
definitely Conan, but you know, he's not Conan. He's Rastan.
It's another one of those games based somewhat on mythology, mixed with dragons, mixed with guys that look like Conan the Barbarian.
It's really cool that you can swing on ropes, you go up and down ladders, different parts levels, you can upgrade your weapon. It's just very smooth.
What sets it apart is that it is a very difficult game. It's not unfair, it's just difficult.
And I like how when you hit the enemies, at least in the Master System version, they explode into a splat of blood.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah,
blood makes any game better.
It's the kind of game that makes you earn its respect. Otherwise, you're just going to be crying a lot.
Pretty much your run-of-the-mill hack and slash game, but it was pretty good. It was raw standard.
You better get ready for the most challenging Nintendo system ever.
Ready? Let's do it.
The new Power Pad. It's only available in Nintendo's new Power Set.
The Power Pad is an exercise accessory originally developed by Bandai.
It was the Bandai Fun and Fitness Pad, rebranded.
Nintendo thought it was such a great idea that they bought the idea, took it off the market, and re-released it as the Nintendo Power Pad.
The Power Pad was basically plastic on either side of what sounded like tissue paper. It just crunched when you walked on it.
So you laid this pad out on the floor. You usually plugged it into the second controller port on the Nintendo.
And what you would do is that you would run and jump on these buttons, and it would register basically as a button press.
You try to run on the thing, and you do your jumps, and you're trying to compete in these Olympic events or etc. And then you just get really tired of it, so you get on your knees and you're patting on the thing, trying to make your guy go as fast as you possibly can.
You're tubby and out of shape and can't run in place? Just use your hands. Can't get that high score on the long jump? Run, lift your hands up, and just let them go until you decide to plant back down.
The Power Pad should have been cool, but everyone cheated as a kid. We just, you just get down, just slap the crap out of the stupid buttons because, using our legs was dumb and this was a lot easier.
But interestingly enough, I mean, World Class Track Meet, some people now know as being the rebranding of stadium events, which was, I believe, created by Bandai originally, one of the rarest games on the NES.
We only got about a half a dozen games in North America that were compatible with the Power Pad.
The weirdest game that came out was probably Street Cop. Because in Street Cop, you would run side scroll on this and then beat criminals into submission. And these were dangerous criminals that would do things like litter and jaywalk. And you would beat the crap out of them with your nightstick.
I remember waking my parents up every Sunday morning. They had to wake up to the sound of just my heels banging into the floor.
I like Short Order because, it was kind of like a Simon, but with building a burger.
You had dance aerobics where you would literally just follow the girl in the leg warmers on the street and try to sweat those calories away.
It was kind of like the first floor mat controller, which paved the way for games like Dance Dance Revolution, huh? Where would the world be without DDR in it? Not somewhere I'd like to be, that's for sure.